Video conference. Sharo 1. Barbie, we aren't that close. Please call me Barbara too. Barbara felt like puking whenever she heard Zero call her that. Return my money. Over on the other end, Zero simply did not care about anything else. Since when has this princess owed you any money? Barbara retorted impatiently. Although there was no longer any feudalism, with her identity and La Colina family name, her status in Lajo was similar to a princess. This was also what Barbara liked to call herself. On the other end, after listening to what Barbara said, Zero sucked in a deep breath of air and puffed it out. This told others how shocked he was. Zero raised his voice in disbelief. You want to renege on your debt? When we went to Muzhou to watch the competition, you saw a flying potato car and borrowed money from me to purchase it. It's a flying pumpkin car. In their hearts, both Zero and Barbara came to a certain evaluation of the other party. King moronic. Zero had no way of understanding Barbara's weird aesthetic tastes, and Barbara looked down on Zero's brain that could not differentiate between a potato and a pumpkin. However, now that Zero had mentioned it, Barbara recalled that she had borrowed 10 million from this moron to purchase a flying car. Back then, she had lost quite a lot of money betting on dogs, and following that, she had bought a few championship pedigree puppies. After that, she had seen a limited edition commemorative flying pumpkin car. At that time, several of the projects she'd had a hand in were not yet making profits, so she had been a little short. Back then, Zero had been beside her, so she had borrowed the money from him. An IOU had not even been written, as the two had felt that this sort of thing was beneath their noble status. After returning, they had both forgotten about it. All right, I remember. It's 10 million, right? I will transfer it to you right away, Barbara replied impatiently. With interest, you have to return 20 million. That was what you said, Zero added. I did. Barbara could not remember what she had said back then. Yes, Zero exclaimed confidently. When his agent had recorded down the debt, he had even left a note. This was definitely true. Barbara tried to recall it. It seemed like that was how it had been. All right, so be it. 20 million it is. Barbara would not argue over such a trivial matter. Projects she had invested in were making profits, and her treasury was abundant. She was prepared to let her assistant make the transfer when she paused. Chasing her so anxiously over 20 million was not Zero's usual idiotic style. What are you up to that requires this money so urgently? Barbara asked. Zero was unwilling to share. None of your business. Hurry up and return my money. I will give you an extra 1 million if you tell me, Barbara said. Cough. Do I look like I care about that small sum? 5 million. Land on planet Y. When? The call ended. An elusive smile flashed across Barbara's face as she gazed at the mural on the wall in her room. The scene on the mural depicted an ancient castle from the old era. It was said that her family ancestors had once lived in that place. Apparently, during the old era, La Colina had been densely covered with numerous castles, mystical castles that had had many years of history that were both romantic and frightening. Yet these castles had all been destroyed during the period of destruction. Every member of the La Colina family wished to have their own castle, but land was scarce and the family clan kept getting bigger, so a constructed castle could not just be for one person. If anyone wanted to occupy a castle alone, they could only look to foreign planets. After managing to scrape through to invest in Planet Baiji, the land Barbara had obtained was not a lot. The young generations had limited capabilities, and Barbara was not satisfied. But now she had a new place to construct her castle. On the other end, Zero's agent remained expressionless after the call between the two spoiled youths. Only when he received a notification of funds received did he let out a smile. After that, Zero's manager continued to chase debts, and Zero contacted Fang Zhao, asking the composer to reserve a mountain for him. He had wanted a large plot of land, but unfortunately, his reserves were a little tight, and all the debts he had reclaimed could only purchase a mountain. Before Barbara made her move, Zero would first take his pick. Zero also told Fang Zhao about Barbara. Fang Zhao sent a message to Hua Yi regarding the mountain that Zero had selected to make a reservation. Hua Yi was also accommodating. When he heard that Zero wanted to make a reservation, he did not chase the funds. He immediately marked up that area. One more mountain sold. Hua Yi gazed happily at the 3D map on his table. He had already marked up the places that people had bought and areas that were pending. However, this area's land was too vast. Just the trio of Fang Zhao, Wu Tianhao, and Zero would not be able to stomach it. Just as he was worrying, Hua Yi received a long-distance call request originating from Lacalina's Hao on Earth. After Fang Zhao replied to Zero's message, he received a new message from Duan Qianji. Fang Zhao had also left a message with Duan Qianji regarding this matter. After Duan Qianji had viewed the risk assessment reports done up by her subordinates, she had decided to agree to Fang Zhao's invitation and join in the investment for that area surrounded by mountains. Duan Qianji wanted to imitate the large-scale period dramas of the old era. This genre had never really seen large-scale investments. Most period dramas were done by small companies and were cringy and full of mistakes. If there were no real sets, they would just have to create them, so the images filmed had that thick and authentic historical flavor to them. When the period drama was completed, the constructed sets would still remain there and could be always used for other period dramas. In the long run, it would not be a loss. When the time comes, I will send someone to keep an eye on the development on Planet Y. You don't have to worry about a thing. Just concentrate on your military service, Duan Qianji told Fang Zhao. After all, during military service, attention would be on Fang Zhao. Duan Qianji was doing it for Fang Zhao's sake. At Wu Tianhao's end, he was persuading an uncle to join in and purchase a mountain on Planet Y. Have you seen the video I sent? Really, although that mountain isn't really that high, its landscape is especially celestial, and it is suitable for filming that awesome mystical sword fighting serial you talked about. On the other side, Wu Tianhao's uncle, who owned an entertainment company, was silent for a few seconds, possibly wondering when he and Wu Tianhao were ever that close. We can build however we like, as long as it has a rich historical feel to it. There is no problem if we agree to work together to develop the film studio complex. These are good lands, and the prices are preferential. First come, first serve, Wu Tianhao said. This uncle of Wu Tianhao had unintentionally read a book that had been discovered by archaeologists. At that time, he had become captivated by novels of the old era. After he had built up his own business, it had been his dream to film a series. With magic and celestial beings using real sets, and without using too many special effects. However, the mountainous regions back on their home planet were not celestial enough, and there were limited scenic areas. But now, in the video Wu Tianhao had sent over, there were a few mountains wrapped by clouds and mist that gave off that sort of celestial vibe. Wu Tianhao continued persuading his uncle. This is totally undeveloped land, and there are not a lot of restrictions. If you purchase a mountain and construct those scenes and landscapes, filming a long-running serial is not a problem. You can even enjoy yourself over there. How good is that? Wu Tianhao's uncle pondered for a bit. That was the good point about places far back on the development sequence. There were not many restrictions, and the land was cheap. Picking out a suitable area and signing a 100 or 200-year lease meant he would be able to build anything that his heart desired. How great was that? All right, mark out that mountain. I want it. Chapter 235. Hurry up and return. Wu Tianhao spent quite some time talking to his uncle. Not only did his uncle have an eye on the few mountains in the video, his uncle was also eyeing the mountain that Wu Tianhao had selected for himself. It took a while for Wu Tianhao to explain to his uncle that everyone would have their own territory. After ending the call, Wu Tianhao asked whether there had been any developments with Fang Zhao. He found out that Fang Zhao had not yet come out after returning to his room. Upon learning of this, he headed straight to Hui Yi's office. He wanted to know whether Fang Zhao had managed to rope in Zero within this short time. Zero. He opened up the 3D map and pointed to a mountain that had been marked. This mountain has been reserved for him. When Tianhao stared at the map in front of him, his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. All he saw were shiny golden marks on the map. These marks meant that the areas had already been booked. Wu Tianhai could not believe his eyes. I was just away for 2 hours and all these have been purchased? There were hints of joy in Hui Yi's eyes, but he was still rather calm. Yes, the areas with golden markings have all been reserved. Wu Tianhao swallowed his saliva. He somewhat rejoiced in his heart. Luckily, he had staked a claim on a few mountains. Otherwise, they might all have been snapped up. Weren't these people's actions a little too quick? Wu Tianhao was curious. Who bought all these? Zero alone couldn't have gotten them all himself. The markings on the map had initials representing their buyers, but Wu Tianhao could not guess who they were just from the initials alone. Hui pointed at an area encircled by mountains. This area was purchased jointly by Fang Zhao and people from Yinzhou's Silver Wing. This, and this were reserved by people from Lakalina's Hao. This side, Hui told Wu Tianhao about. The people who had bought these places. Wu Tian had a bewildered expression. Why are they involved? How did these people set their eyes on this area? That. Hui shook his head. I am not too sure. He had no idea why these people had used various means and contacts to get in touch with him and inquire about the matter of the cultural film base. He wasn't sure how they had gotten the news in the first place. Hui and Wu Tianhao could not understand it. Even Fang Zhao had not expected the situation to turn out this way. Actually, when Zhao had been chasing Barbara's debt, it had caught Barbara's attention. However, Barbara had been unwilling to take the risk alone, so she had gone looking for partners to collaborate with and had piqued the interest of a few others from the Lakalina family. A few had come together and decided to buy. They had reserved the place first and, following that, organized a survey team to head over to Planet Y to check things out. The deposit had already been paid, and if the preliminary surveys gave the go-ahead, the remaining funds would follow after shortly. Over at Silver Wing's side, Duan Xinji had searched for a few collaborators. Just looking at the amount Silver Wing had claimed, it was clear that Silver Wing had prepared a large sum. This was also something that delighted Hui to no end, who knew whether there would be even more people coming in. Wu Tianhao eyed the map for a while longer before leaving. The moment Wu Tianhao left, Hui immediately became excited. A while back, when he had received news of Lazhou and Yinzhou investors forming groups to head over, warm tears of joy had welled up in his eyes when Wu Tianhao had come over. For the sake of protecting his image, Hui had restrained his emotions and maintained the dignified and imposing manner of a base commander. Now that Wu Tianhao had left, he could finally let his emotions run wild. Planet Y would also have inspection teams visiting. Hui brought up the system's name list once again and ran through it from the top, not missing out on a single one. It was as if he was appreciating a treasured heirloom that had been passed down from generation to generation. And on the other side, Wu Tianhao was trying to control his annoyance as he left Hui's office. Hui had not said why these people had taken part in this campaign to purchase land, but from what Wu Tianhao had seen, Fang Zhao had surely done something. Just from Yinzhou, besides Silver Wing Media, there were another two large Yinzhou corporations, a hotel chain, and another high-risk investment organization. One look, and he could tell these companies were not in it for fun and giggles. There was also the inspection team from Lazhou. It would have been fine if Barbara alone had gone crazy, but they had actually formed an inspection team and reserved a number of mountains. Furthermore, given the Lakalina's obsession with ancient castles, Wu Tianhao was certain they were all serious about it. Just from this, the number of people Fang Zhao had roped in was greater than his number. Wu Tianhao had only managed to pull one uncle on board and nobody else. Just by comparing this, it seemed like Fang Zhao had greater influence. Wu Tianhao was unwilling to concede. Thus, when he returned, Wu Tianhao contacted his close childhood friend. After a few rings, the call was accepted. About the matter I spoke of previously. Before Wu Tianhao could finish, the other party began bawling. Brother Hao, I really do not have money to invest. I just invested in a film a while back and my finances are tight right now. Your brother just has this to say. If you don't hop on soon, it will be too late. The land will probably all get snapped up soon. The other party did not seem to care. I really don't have any cash on hand. Wu Tianhao paused for a while. Instead of the rage the other party had expected, Wu Tianhao spoke rather calmly. Sure. After all, Zhao has already staked a claim on some land here. Lazhou's Barbara is cooperating with her family members to send an inspection team over. Yinzhou have already circled out the largest plot of land, and me and my uncle have also reserved areas here. It's fine if you have no interest. There was silence on the other end. If it was only Wu Tianhao, Zhao, and those few people, he would not have changed his mind. But to think that Yinzhou's famous Silver Wing Media, Wu Tianhao's uncle that ran an entertainment company, and other reputable companies from various continents had all joined in, these firms surely were not just following a bunch of rich and spoiled kids to have fun. Commercial companies were all rushing in for their own interests. These people had all gotten involved and, as of now, no information had been revealed. This could only mean one thing. These people were plotting something big. They were afraid of others joining in and sharing the pie. This childhood friend of Wu Tianhao's was using his mind and trying to verify the authenticity and benefits to be gained here. Wu Tianhao spoke as if he was going to terminate the call. I won't bother you if you are busy. I'll inform others. Brother Hao, it was half a shout. I haven't finished talking yet. Although I don't have cash on hand, as a brother, I have decided to borrow money to support your project. Now that Wu Tianhao had already informed him, passing up on this chance was impossible. Don't force yourself, Wu Tianhao advised. Not at all. I'm totally supportive. So that's it. Long-distance communication fees are too expensive. I'll cut the chatter here. I'll pay. I will pay for the communications expenses. Brother Hao, on account of us having grown up together, bring me along to dream and soar. What can you build if you come over? There are restrictions on construction styles here. It has to fit in with the film studio complexes. Development. The constructs ought to have historical or cultural implications. Mountain stronghold. I want to build this sort of mountain stronghold from ancient times. That should have sufficient historical and cultural implications, right? You know, right? When we were in primary school and the teacher asked us to write about our dreams, I wrote that I wanted to be a bandit chief. We don't accept thieves and plunderers here. Bah, I'm a law-abiding citizen. It's just nothing more than a fancy of mine. Do you have a map? I want to pick a place. Wu Tianhao sent a copy of the map over immediately. The F***CK are the ones with golden markings already reserved? How do I choose when all the good places have already been taken? Wu Tianhao spoke unhurriedly. That is why I said that if you don't hop on soon, it will be too late. Luckily, I reserved a few mountains. Brother Hao. After the two finished discussing, Wu Tianhao's childhood friend decided to organize his own inspection team and head to Planet Y for a survey. If it was really suitable for large-scale investments, then he would purchase the plots of land. On Planet Y, Wu Tianhao grinned after the call ended. Pulled in yet another one. Looking through his contact list, Wu Tianhao recommended places to his friends and acquaintances in succession. And as Wu Tianhao was working hard to rope others in, Fang Zhao was no longer contacting anybody else. Instead, he was doing some research and drafting up construction plans. Silverwing's professional team would be arriving on the next transport ship to Planet Y, and according to Hawaii, there would be a few other affluent parties on board too. Hawaii held this project in high regard and would surely supervise it carefully. Fang Zhao was not worried about this. Perhaps by the next time he came to Planet Y, this land might already look totally different. The next morning, Fang Zhao signed a contract with Hawaii first, signing a lease for 200 years straight. Hawaii asked, according to alliance regulations, these sorts of leases could only be signed for a maximum of 200 years. After exceeding 200 years, the purchasing party would still have priority usage rights, but would need to replenish the funds. For many people, 200 years was more than their lifespan. Therefore, most people would only sign 100 or 150-year leases. When Hawaii heard that Fang Zhao wanted to sign for 200 years, he did a double take. Fang Zhao nodded. 200 years. After signing the contract, Hawaii carefully put away the electronic file and hard copy. Anyway, the spacecraft is ready. It will fetch you for your next destination tomorrow afternoon, Hawaii told him. Fang Zhao returned to pack up his belongings after he was informed. As he was tidying up, he received a call from Zero on Planet Baiji. The moment the call connected, Zero impatiently asked, Fang Zhao, when will you be coming back? Not so soon. You gotta. Hurry up. I want to head to Planet Y and inspect my territory. Zero exclaimed. Having already had his fun with live broadcasting, Zero's attention had switched to something else, and he could not wait to go over and see the plots of land he had claimed. The plans were currently being drawn up by his people, and once completed, construction could start. Minutes after ending the call with Zero, Fang Zhao informed Kevin Lin, and he then received a video call from Kevin Lin. Fang Zhao, when are you coming back? Kevin Lin grumbled. He had only known that Fang Zhao was heading to Planet Y after Fang Zhao had left Baiji, and he could guess the reason Fang Zhao had headed there. This period had been too tiring, and he was always on the edge. Although Channel S5's viewership numbers had increased by a lot, the amount of complaints had increased too. It was frustrating. Back before Fang Zhao had been dispatched on this assignment, he had to listen to Kevin Lin's views and suggestions. But Zero? One sentence from Kevin Lin would receive 10 sentences of objections and rebuttals, and none were repeated. Hurry up and complete your assignment and rush back home. If you don't come back soon, that rabbit might die from Zero's actions. What happened? Fang Zhao asked. Zero said he wanted to observe it up close and got his bodyguard to fish that rabbit up. His bodyguard reached his hand into the water tank and got stung. 2 seconds later, he was lying unconscious on the floor and foaming at the mouth. Only after Fan Lin administered the antidote did he recover. Zero said that he wanted to cook it, but Fan Lin did not allow that. I remember you saying that you want to buy it from Fan Lin. Hey, in short, just hurry up and return. If you don't return soon, nobody can guarantee the safety of your rabbit. Chapter 236, Friggin' Spicy. While those 3 bodyguards weren't around, Wu Tianhao wanted to finally test Fang Zhao's fighting skills before Fang Zhao left Planet Y. Who knew when his next chance would come once Fang Zhao left Y? Yet reality was a crude awakening for him. The first time Wu Tianhao tried to ambush Fang Zhao, the latter was walking back to his dorm from the base cafeteria. He was discovered way before he even came close to his mark. There was no ambush to speak of because he was busted. Failed attempt. On his second try, Wu Tianhao decided to switch tactics. He would confront Fang Zhao directly. The most famous skill of the Wu family from Tongzhou was their ability to shatter rocks with their bare hands. A senior member of the Wu family had demonstrated the method on a TV show several decades ago. Decades later, the rock-shattering chop was still what folks remembered the most when the Wu family was mentioned. Wu Tianhao had yet to achieve that level of skill. He still had to wear gloves when chopping rocks. It might take him another few dozen years before he could use his bare hands, but his current skill level was enough to handle the professional soldiers stationed on Planet Y, so Wu Tianhao was still quite confident. This time, he waited by Fang Zhao's dorm room. When Fang Zhao emerged, Wu Tianhao darted forward and attacked. There was no finesse to speak of. All he did was throw a punch. Fang Zhao didn't duck. All he did was raise his arm, spread his fingers, and block Wu Tianhao's punch. It was as if Wu Tianhao's fist had met a metal plate. All the momentum he had revved up instantly vanished. He couldn't gain so much as an inch. The look on Wu Tianhao's face was one of utter astonishment. There was no way he could follow up. Another failed attempt. The third time, Wu Tianhao learned his lesson from the 2 previous failed attempts. He realized that he lacked power. Since he wasn't as powerful as Fang Zhao, he would strike strategically. An ambush and a strategic blow. So Wu Tianhao attacked while Fang Zhao was leaving his room with his suitcase. But before Wu Tianhao could celebrate his successful ambush, he found a gun barrel pressed against his head. F***CK. This dealt the biggest blow to Wu Tianhao. If they had been fighting for real, his first 2 attempts hadn't been lethal mistakes, but the third try definitely would have cost him his life. Wu Tianhao was still recovering from his failed attempts when Fang Zhao left Y. When he finally came to his senses, Wu Tianhao realized that he hadn't found out jack about Fang Zhao's fighting skills. All he knew was that Fang Zhao's hearing and reflexes were decent and that he was quite powerful. As for his actual fighting skills, Wu Tianhao was clueless. Fang Zhao simply laughed off Wu Tianhao's attacks. Fang Zhao was used to fighting to kill, and Wu Tianhao was someone who went all out quickly, so Fang Zhao had been worried that he would lose control and do permanent damage to his opponent. That would come across as an elder bullying a child, in which case Fang Zhao would be too embarrassed to pay his respects to Wu Tianhao's ancestor at the Martyrs' Cemetery come Memorial Day. So, ultimately, Fang Zhao had chosen a simple, straightforward block. He'd had no intention of fighting Wu Tianhao. Not that Fang Zhao was arrogant, but if he were to evaluate Wu Tianhao based on the footage of him sparring with the soldiers aired on S4, Fang Zhao would say Wu Tianhao was just a kid. If Wu Tianhao were privy to Fang Zhao's appraisal, he would probably be spitting blood. Planet Y was only the first stop in Fang Zhao's mission. Out of the 5 planets included in Project Starlight, Fang Zhao had 3 more to visit after hitting Baiji and Y. Protocol dictated that Fang Zhao's travel expenses were covered by the military bases on the 5 planets, given that he was an invited guest. Yet the Y base paid for Fang Zhao's trip from Y to his next destination. He was quick to pick up the tab. After all, Y was slated for a new filmed entertainment culture complex thanks to Fang Zhao. The economic impact would be significant, so didn't have to pinch pennies now. But he hadn't told a soul about the planned filmed entertainment culture complex. All he said was that Fang Zhao hadn't detected any grade A power or on why. The base leadership on the remaining 3 planets prepared themselves for possible disappointment when they found out that a higher grade power or had eluded why. Fang Zhao also didn't detect any grade A energy or on the next planet. The mood was grim. He was given the red carpet treatment when he arrived, but his farewell was perfunctory. Fang Zhao wasn't upset. This was what he had expected. He wouldn't have been so generous if not for the planned filmed entertainment culture complex on why. Fang Zhao also came up empty-handed on the next planet. As he was preparing to head to the final planet, he got word his visit had been scrapped. The base leadership on the final planet had likely come to terms with reality after Fang Zhao's first 3 outings had yielded nothing. They didn't want to burn the money. Space travel was expensive, a major drain on their power so when the senior officials on the final planet saw that their counterparts on 3 other planets had splurged all that cash for nothing, they told Fang Zhao to stay put. Fang Zhao didn't mind his trip being cut short. He headed back to Baiji to resume his military service. During his downtime on the tour of planets, Fang Zhao had done quite a bit of research on ancient architecture. He had also come across quite a few ancient instruments while he was at it. Every time he spotted one, he would imagine its sound in his head. Melodies had flowed from these old instruments as songs of the past were unearthed from his memory. This was a major bonus for Fang Zhao as well. When Fang Zhao returned to Baiji, Shanta, now the commander of the upgraded military district, summoned him for a briefing on his mission. Naturally, he had already learned through his own connections that no new power or had been discovered on the other planets included in Project Starlight, which pleased him mightily. Even though the outcome was what he had expected, confirmation from Fang Zhao's torment Shanta could now brag away without holding back. Baiji had a monopoly. Such great luck that was. Shanta thought to himself that he was no ordinary Joe. He was born to accomplish great things. Even though Shanta was secretly gloating, he still paid lip service by congratulating Fang Zhao on a job well done. It must have been an exhausting journey. I will log your contribution in your official records. There's still quite a bit of time left in your service period. Depending on how many merits you accumulate, you might get another promotion. Oh, the 2 elders from your family have already settled down in the quarters for military family members. You should visit them soon. By the time great-grandmother Fang and great-grandfather Fang had arrived on Baiji, Fang Zhao had already set off for Y, so they had missed each other, but Fang Zhao had gotten in touch with the 2 elders when he was on Y. He had learned that they liked their accommodations on Baiji. They had no plans to move to Baiji permanently, but they could still get a feel for living on a foreign planet. The 2 elders told Fang Zhao that they had run into a few former comrades in the housing complex for family members. A bunch of old folks living in the compound had been shooting the breeze one day and realized that all of them had served on the exploratory vessel Sirius, which had instantly drawn them closer. After confirming he was allowed to take pictures on Baiji and post them, great-grandfather Fang had splurged on the exorbitant broadband fees so he could post pictures on his social media account. His friends back at the retirement home on Earth were awfully jealous. The folks at the retirement home for former officials in Yanbei weren't the only ones filled with envy. Immigration was a hot topic. Thus far, the foreign planets ranked high in the development order and listed as possible immigration destinations weren't completely open to the public. The 2 highest-ranked planets had only welcomed visitors to their tourist spots. Now Baiji had launched a major marketing campaign promoting itself as an immigration hotspot. Even though Baiji had been colonized after the first 2 planets listed as likely recipients of Earth immigrants, Shanta wanted to play catch-up. The 2 planets weren't completely open to immigrants yet. Who knows, maybe Baiji could beat them to the punch. The more publicity, the more investment and donations, and the quicker the pace of development. While Shanta was fantasizing about surpassing the 2 rival planets, Fang Zhao was en route to the residential compound for military family members. Great-grandmother Fang and great-grandfather Fang had already gotten word and were waiting at the main entrance. Even though Fang Zhao had a low military rank, everyone living in the military family compound knew that he was the one who had discovered the grade A power and reversed Baiji's fortunes. He had also helped fend off the terrorist attack, and he was only performing his military service on Baiji and was scheduled to leave next year, so he posed no threat. He wasn't a potential rival, so residents of the compound were friendly toward him. During the two Fang elders' stay in the compound, their neighbors treated them with the utmost kindness and courtesy. That was also why the couple was in such a good mood. Great-grandmother Fang was beaming as she tugged her great-grandson in her direction. "Quick, go on in. There's a whole table of yummy dishes waiting for you." Great-grandfather Fang followed, flashing a broad smile with his hands folded behind his back. The Fangs ran into a crying child being comforted by his parents. "That kid hasn't adjusted to life on Baiji yet," great-grandfather Fang mumbled. It was unrealistic to expect the new immigrants to acclimatize in a short period of time. They harbored aspirations for their new life, and there were psychological and physical adjustments to make. They also missed life on Earth, but this was their new home. They had to regroup sooner or later. Moving to a foreign planet brought mixed feelings. Even though the two Fang elders were vacationing on Baiji, even they got a sense of the conflicted emotions involved, let alone a vulnerable young child. When the communications infrastructure is better, it'll be easier to stay in touch with Earth. Kids will adjust more quickly as a result, great-grandmother Fang said. The internet brought people closer together. Folks could only hope that the cap on data traffic to and from Baiji would be removed soon. Data transmissions were still restricted, and not everyone could afford the expensive broadband charges. Short calls were still affordable, but long conversations were simply too costly. After having dinner with the two Fang elders in the military family compound, Fang Zhao got a message from Kevin Lin demanding his quick return to the outpost. After bidding farewell to his great-grandparents, Fang Zhao boarded a flying transport bound for Outpost 23. He hadn't been away from Baiji for long, but the Baiji skyline was changing rapidly, especially in the core area that included the base and various outposts. New buildings and highways were popping up by the minute. The spaceport near Baiji was still under construction. When it was completed, there would be even more flying transport traffic, a stark contrast to the empty skies on Planet Y. Fang Zhao could hear Kevin Lin yelling the moment he set foot in the outpost. "Fang Zhao, you're finally back." Kevin Lin darted toward him. "Check out your rabbit quickly. It's been convulsing all morning." "What happened?" Fang Zhao asked as he hurried into the outpost. "That idiot Zero tossed a huge red pepper into its tank this morning when no one was looking, the kind being grown in the plots by the main base, the really spicy ones. The rabbit gobbled it down, and there you have it," Kevin Lin said while pointing to the fish tank. Inside the fish tank, the rabbit, which used to be white, had turned red. Outside of meals, the rabbit was typically idle. Now it was frantically racing around in the tank, banging up against the glass walls of the tank to create a pounding noise. But Fan Lin said it's still in decent health, just a bit hyper. Kevin Lin thought of something and added with a laugh, "It's probably the red pepper. Isn't there that term from the old era, friggin' spicy?" Fang Zhao. That's actually the name of a dish. Chapter 237. The Most Expensive Pet. There were two reasons why Kevin Lin kept pining for Fang Zhao's return. Besides the channel receiving lots of complaints because of Zero. Ever since Zero had substituted for Fang Zhao on Channel S5's live broadcast, Kevin Lin's presence had been dropping. He could tell by observing the comments left on his own social platforms. All attention was on Zero instead. This was the same as encountering a tyrannical Mike Hogg at a karaoke bar. What could he do? He simply could not even snatch an opportunity to make an appearance on the live broadcasts. Even Zero's agent had more screen time than Kevin Lin. This was why Kevin Lin was anxious. Even if it brought S5 a lot more viewership, even if the column supported Zero continuing to broadcast live, Kevin Lin was unwilling. How great had it been when Fang Zhao had been here? Fang Zhao had not minded too much about screen time, so Kevin Lin had been able to show his face from time to time. But ever since Zero had come, Kevin Lin had simply no long had any presence, and his online popularity was taking the hit. Fang Zhao could roughly guess what was going on in Kevin Lin's mind, but he did not ask too many questions, instead turning to face Fan Lin, who was walking over. "Professor Fan, is the little thing really all right after changing this way? Test results show that its condition is within the normal range and that there aren't any major issues." Fan Lin probably had no way of keeping Zero in check, and his tone carried a tinge of helplessness. "I have also asked the person who bred it, and he says there is no problem. You don't have to worry." Fang Zhao looked at the rabbit bouncing around in the tank and continued to ask Fan Lin, "Are you selling this small thing?" Fan Lin lifted up his head in surprise and studied Fang Zhao. Realizing that Fang Zhao was not joking, he frowned and shook his head. Generally speaking, these sorts of experimentally bred hybrids with Earth and foreign planet genes are not sold to outsiders. However, in recent years, government regulations on this have been relaxed a lot. However, whether to sell or not, the decision lies firmly in the hands of the breeder. Do you really wish to purchase it? Fang Zhao nodded. MMHM. It is rather meaningful. It can double up as a light at night and as a live light. After my military service ends next year, I can bring it back as a commemorative item. If you are really intent on buying it, I will help you ask. The breeder's name is Denzel. He was with the Academy of Science HQ but has since left and started his own company and laboratory. It is rumored that he left to start his own company without any expectations because the research funds he requested kept being rejected. I will contact him first. If he agrees to it, I will put you in touch. Denzel's projects used to be on ornamental aquatic creatures. After that, when he left the Academy of Science HQ, he had changed his focus and handed over the ornamental aquatic creature project to researchers under him and had chosen to spend his efforts collaborating with his friends on krill cultivation. Krill was a major nourishment supplement in the new era. Denzel wished to improve on this nutritional dosage. When Fan Lin had arrived on planet Baiji, he had heard from others that Denzel intended to claim an area of water at the South Pole to cultivate krill. However, he had not succeeded and had to look for some other place. This sort of research was extremely costly. The probability of Denzel selling that rabbit was very high. Fan Lin also hoped that Fang Zhao would purchase it. Today, in the afternoon, he had heard Zero say that he wanted to purchase it, but Zero's agent had stopped Zero as they did not have sufficient funds on hand. For the time being, Zero had given up on this idea. However, this was only temporary. If Zero's funds were replenished and he bought that little thing, that would be a pity. Given how Zero was, if this little thing ended up in his hands, it would meet an absolutely miserable end. Who knows, maybe on the second day, it would end up in a pot and cooked. In the eyes of Zero, this little thing was nothing more than a water commodity of planet Baiji. Comparing these, Fan Lin naturally hoped that Fang Zhao would hurry up and buy that little thing. He was convinced of Fang Zhao's character. Before Fang Zhao had been dispatched on his assignment, the little thing had been under Fang Zhao's care. Since he had agreed to help Fang Zhao, Fan Lin made a brief round in the laboratory before returning to contact the breeder. When Fang Zhao returned to the outpost's dormitory, his entire table was piled with Kevin Lin's materials after being away for quite some time. Cough. I will move it right away. Kevin Lin hurriedly headed over and moved away the things on the table. Our place is really too small. However, I heard that single rooms with larger spaces will be constructed in the outpost soon. Kevin Lin gave a comprehensive breakdown of the happenings in the outpost to Fang Zhao for the period Fang Zhao had been away. Oh, right. Where are the 3 bodyguards by your side? Kevin Lin remembered that, previously, Fang Zhao had had 3 bodyguards that had always been with him. This time, though, they were nowhere to be seen. They have returned back to their original posts, Fang Zhao replied. The major and 2 captains that had been assigned to Fang Zhao's side by Hong Lu had returned to their own duties now that Fang Zhao had returned to planet Baiji. After Fang Zhao had discussed it with Hong Lu, they no longer needed to follow him around. Hong Lu had found out some stuff concerning Fang Zhao from the 3 of them. From the moment they had been assigned to protect Fang Zhao, they had basically never had a chance to do anything. Perhaps from suffering a shock during the time they had followed Fang Zhao, the 3 soldiers were determined to get stronger after returning back to their duties. Comrades from the same squad even thought there was something going on behind the scenes, perhaps a selection test to select the cream of the crop. Since all of their comrades had arrived on planet Baiji with lofty ambitions, they followed the 3 and strived forward as well. Gradually, the mood of the entire detachment of troops changed. When officers from other continents witnessed this scene, they returned and made the troops under them go through more drills. Look at Yinzhou's soldiers. If you all don't work harder, people from Yinzhou will steal all the glory. Troops from every continent were drafted into the Baiji military district. There were limited spots for climbing up the hierarchy, so there was intense competition among troops from every continent. However, This had nothing to do with Fang Zhao. Half an hour later, Fan Lin contacted Fang Zhao and gave him a number. Denzel says he is open to selling and the price is negotiable. Now, he is a merchant, so his asking price might be slightly high, Fan Lin said. Fang Zhao saved the number. Understood. Thanks. After ending the call with Fan Lin, Fang Zhao made a video call to the researcher Denzel, who was far away, on Earth. Denzel was 70-odd years old and was in his prime according to New Era standards. He was slightly skinny and wore a pair of glasses with a large frame. These were not glasses for nearsightedness, but, rather, eyeglasses with special functions, probably to aid in his research. You must be Fang Zhao. Denzel took off his glasses and glanced at the screen. I think I saw you somewhere in the news before. Normally, Denzel did not follow entertainment news, and he viewed very little in the way of political news. The majority of his efforts were spent on research and experiments, so he only had a vague impression of Fang Zhao. Fan Lin had many good things to say about you. However, I am now a merchant. Business is business, and there are no special discounts based on friendship, Denzel told him. Although he ran his own company, by saying that he was a merchant, he displayed his rather straightforward disposition. 5 million, non-negotiable. As he was probably worried that Fang Zhao would find this price too high, Denzel hurriedly explained. Among ornamental aquatic pets, sea slugs are the most popular kind. As of now, the prices of sea slugs in the market can range from tens of dollars to tens of thousands, depending on their breed. At the start of the year, an extremely superior breed, Neptune, was hyped up to 2 million. For the choppy hair variety on planet Baiji, it is a hybrid, as half its genes have extraterrestrial origins. Compared to the ornamental sea slugs on the market, this variety has a much stronger vitality, can eat anything, and are really easy to keep. I spent a lot of time and effort breeding them, so it is natural that the price is double. Furthermore, with the final price of 5 million, I will help you to handle all the procedures. If you went about it on your own, the procedures might take more than half a year. When Denzel opened his mouth, he rattled on and on just for the sake of telling Fang Zhao that this price was absolutely right. Fang Zhao nodded his head and did not haggle. That's fine with me. Denzel was astonished for a split second, but very quickly flashed a smile. All right, since you have already made a decision, let's complete the transaction now. Denzel clearly did not want to waste too much time on this. He had a lot of matters on hand. Since a deal had been made, he wanted to go about it immediately. Animals with extraterrestrial genes all had specialized records. Once Fang Zhao had transferred the money over, Denzel changed the ownership rights of that rabbit to be under Fang Zhao's name. All right, from now on, it belongs to you. However, only the ownership rights have been transferred to you, so you still can't bring it back to Earth yet. After this, I will help you complete the relevant procedures. Your military service ends next year. By then, you will surely be able to bring it along with you. I guarantee all the procedures will be in order. As if thinking about something, Denzel added, the feed that you use on planet Baiji is probably common feed. When you return back to Earth, purchase specialized feed from me. It is really easy to raise. Even if you feed it some weird and bizarre stuff, it should still be fine. Denzel had a habit of pushing his glasses back up his nose. Pushing up his glasses, he said, I heard from Fan Lin that someone fed it chilies. Don't worry, it will probably return to normal tomorrow. If you don't have any feed and have no idea what to feed it, you can just place the tank under sunlight, and it will switch to plant mode and undergo photosynthesis. One more piece of advice. Although it is immune to poison, it is best not to feed it anything poisonous. It can stockpile and release poison when it feels threatened. For safety reasons, do not come into contact with the poison. As he spoke, Denzel's face straightened and he exhorted. Although it is really easy to raise, you still have to be attentive. If it dies from being fed, your 5 million will have been a bad investment. It is probably the most expensive pet that you keep, so treat it carefully. Fang Zhao right. With the transaction completed, Denzel no longer continued with needless chatter. He ended the call. Completing a transaction and receiving 5 million, Denzel felt rather happy and returned back to his laboratory. He only came out when it was dinner time. As he brought his dinner back into his office, Denzel mused for a bit and decided to read up on Fang Zhao's information once more. Previously, when Fan Lin had come looking for him, Denzel had not thoroughly screened Fang Zhao. All he had seen was the recent entertainment and political news, and he otherwise had limited knowledge. Now that he had a little more idle time, he wanted to see what sort of person Fang Zhao really was. Denzel contentedly ate and drank as he read through the information pertaining to Fang Zhao, all the way until he saw a piece of news concerning Muzhou's competition dogs. Muzhou's heated sheep-herding competition is underway. All eyes are once again on the champion dog of Dongshan Farm, said to have a value of 100 million. And the owner of this competition dog is Plosh. Denzel's mouthful of soup spurted out. Regret. The price he had quoted was far too little. Chapter 238, Imperial Palace. But regardless of how much Denzel regretted his offer, he couldn't change his contract. Fang Zhao brought the rabbit-like furry sea slug mixed with alien DNA back to his dorm room from Fan Lin's lab. This time, he wasn't borrowing the creature. He was taking custody of his own belongings. Just as Denzel had predicted, the next day, the rabbit that had been in hyper mode after eating the red pepper returned to normal. Its red coloring had mostly faded, although not completely. Its furry tail was still reddish. That was the toxin storage function of the creature Denzel had spoken of at work. Fan Lin had reached the following conclusion during his testing. If a human hand was stung by the sea slug, it would present with a small, painful burning wound and a spicy sensation of sorts. As a precaution, Fang Zhao kept a pair of gloves handy. Meanwhile, Zero quickly packed his things and left for Y after Fang Zhao's return. As for everything else, the live broadcast, the sea slug, all these matters were cast aside. When Zero left the outpost, he was still trying to reach his design team on Earth. Now that he was back, Fang Zhao had to continue his military service. As far as the public was concerned, military service wasn't a vacation. If they noticed Fang Zhao slacking off during his live broadcasts, viewers would definitely complain. But Fang Zhao never gave them the chance. Most of the time, the most dangerous aspects of construction projects in the vicinity of the outpost were completed by robots. However, areas where robots could not function had to be manually inspected and cleared. The robots would stall in certain parts of Baiji because of the geological makeup. In that case, the soldiers that were part of the outpost had to saddle up and assist the engineering team. Fang Zhao and his fellow soldiers scaled towering cliffs and ventured into deep natural tunnels. Some of the spots were truly dangerous. Take scaling the cliffs, for example. The geological makeup of some cliffs and nearby magnetic fields rendered robots useless. Engineering equipment had to be installed on the walls of these cliffs by hand. These cliffs were virtually perpendicular, and the winds were strong. In most cases, the person in charge of installing the equipment would sway from side to side when they rappelled down. The person wore protective gear and other precautionary measures were taken, but who knew? There was also the danger of unknown debris, like falling rocks, which made the job all the more dangerous. Drone cameras couldn't operate in these conditions, so Kevin Lin had to handle the camera himself. He refrained from rappelling down the cliffs, instead shooting from the bottom of the cliff or over it with the help of robotic arms. So S5's tone shifted again from absurd to adventure. Many folks used to think that robots were invincible, that they could take care of everything when it came to developing foreign planets. Only after watching the S5 live broadcast did they realize that some things could only be accomplished by people. Critics who were watching Fang Zhao like hawks, waiting to pounce on any slip-ups, were rendered speechless. Fang Zhao treated himself like a soldier who was part of the outpost squadron, not a celebrity appearing on a variety show. In some cases, he did a better job than the veteran soldiers, even keeping an eye on some of the less experienced ones. This also gave rise to the illusion that Fang Zhao was actually a veteran soldier. Regardless of what the viewers thought, there was one thing that everyone agreed on. Fang Zhao's military merits were the real deal. While his promotion had partly been motivated by politics, Fang Zhao's competence was laid bare for all to see. This was indisputable. During this downtime, Fang Zhao started doing research and sketching designs for the film studio compound. Duan Qianji had already arrived on Planet Y with her delegation. Also on Duan Qianji's flight had been passengers from other continents. After Zero's arrival on Y, the principals involved in the film studio complex project met via video conference. The meeting was chaired by the Y commander Hua Yi. Hua Yi was more competent in this regard than Shanta. Whether it was military hardware or commercial development, once a project was approved, he could see the whole picture. He could host the meeting on his own. If it were Shanta, he'd probably be surrounded by advisors. In short, Hui was slicker and more cunning than Shanta. He knew how to secure his own interests. This was an important project he took very seriously, so naturally, he had to be very hands-on. He wouldn't let investors destroy and build at will, nor would he put up so many obstacles that he turned them off. After the video conference, Duan Qianji reached Fang Zhao by video conference for a private discussion about the design of the film studio compound. Duan Qianji had consulted quite a few experts in architectural history so they could accurately replicate old buildings, but the scale of the project was huge. Not everything could be built at once. She had to prioritize. "I've decided to build the Imperial Palace first," Duan Qianji said. "The one that appears most frequently in archive footage, the biggest one that combines the highlights of ancient Yenzhou imperial court design." Understood. Fang Zhao knew exactly which building she was referring to. He had visited the same imperial palace several times for inspiration in his previous life, before the period of destruction. The ease of data storage helped preserve many artifacts from the old era. The Grand Imperial Palace that had once stood on the Yenzhou continent had been one of the world's 5 biggest palaces during the old era. There was archival footage of the palace and historical documents about it, as well as TV shows and films featuring the structure preserved on various data storage systems. But descriptive text and footage had its limitations. There were details that even the most senior researchers couldn't confirm. As the only living person who had actually laid eyes on and visited the Imperial Palace, Fang Zhao was a godsend, fleshing out details that were ignored or glossed over in the blueprint and adding footnotes. Fang Zhao's expertise meant Duan Qianji could complete the palace in a much shorter period of time than she had budgeted. The hard part was design. As long as the design was completed, construction was straightforward. Robots could build the palace in no time. So as others involved in the project were still working on their designs, the core area in the film studio complex started construction. The days passed by. It was life as usual for folks on Earth. The improvement of broadband infrastructure allowed many people to work from home. Even at a big company like Silver Wing, many employees worked at home instead of commuting to Silver Wing Tower. Whether someone worked at home or in the office, they spent their idle time browsing the news online, searching for interesting videos or entertainment gossip headlines to break the monotony of the workday. On this particular day, a news item caused ripples in the Yenzhou entertainment industry. It was quickly reposted by many entertainment news outlets. After keeping a low profile for some time, Silver Wing's filmed entertainment department had posted this status update on their social media account. "Shooting on our period epic TV series, Beauty, will begin soon. The actors and crew will be filming on Planet Y." The post came with a group picture of the Beauty cast. Serving as the backdrop was the entrance sign to a spaceport. Silver Wing fans. An Imperial court drama? Isn't the emphasis on the Planet Y? Why? Isn't that where Tianhao from S4 is? Why shoot a period drama in outer space? Again, why shoot a period drama on Planet Y? This isn't a space adventure. Does the period in period drama refer to ancient times before the old era? Someone once said there are so many crappy period dramas out there. Check out the ones online. They're an absolute eyesore. The period TV dramas streaming online are mostly low-budget productions. They're designed as brainless entertainment for fans. But this time, Silver Wing is mounting a big production. You can tell from the cast. The leading actors are all A-list stars from Yenzhou. I'm guessing this series is award bait. I have the same question. If Silver Wing is splurging on a period drama, why shoot on Y? For this kind of drama, a simple set and some special effects will do. Is there a secret weapon on Y we don't know about? Chapter 239. Why is he everywhere? The photograph of the cast and crew of Beauties just before they left the planet created a lot of buzz on the internet, but discussions were mainly from Yenzhou's side. Even if people from other continents saw it, they were not particularly bothered. As the majority of cast and crew members weren't celebrities they were familiar with, after the initial excitement, they lost interest rather quickly. After Silver Wing's official announcement, there was no follow-up. No matter how much fans asked, Silver Wing's public relations department maintained their silence. At the same time, the crew of Beauties that were being discussed were en route to Planet Y via transport ship. As there were no passenger spaceships that took the route from Earth to Y, the crew could only travel on the transport ships that delivered military supplies to foreign planets. There were many rules and regulations on these sorts of ships, and walking about freely on the transport was prohibited. There were also no entertainment facilities, and all one could see after leaving their own room was the icy cold glares of gun-toting soldiers, as though they were criminals. Even if they were a really popular celebrity, in the eyes of these soldiers, that celebrity was no different from anybody else. Having heard that Silverwing's big boss had also ridden on this sort of transport ship previously, the crew felt more at ease. If even the big boss had to go through this, then people like them shouldn't expect too much. Otherwise, they might be beaten to death by the soldiers without ever getting justice. Since Hua Yi wanted to look after the people coming over, he got his men to specially install a guest area on board the ships so passengers could have a place to reside and engage in activities. There were bedrooms, dining halls, and a small lounge allowing for guests to gather and chat. At this moment, in the guest area, a few leads of beauties were gathered and trying to guess the motive behind this trip. Finding out they would be heading to Planet Y for filming had come as a surprise, and the crew were all at a loss. Although they had been all smiles in the photograph showing them heading off to the spaceport, they had all still been muddled beneath their happy facades. The crew had no idea why they'd had to sign a confidentiality agreement when they were just filming an imperial court drama, or why they needed to travel all the way to Planet Y. There had also been not much information from the higher-ups. All they had been told was this: everything will be revealed in time. Silverwing A-list actor Wen Xingyi joked, "Don't tell me we are being shipped off to be sold." As A-list film stars contracted to the company, they were not as restricted compared to other smaller celebrities and could speak more freely as long as they did not go overboard. A Silverwing A-list actress who was not yet 30, Zhu Taoha, joined in the fun. "Let's say we are really being sold. Silverwing's film department would suffer heavy losses just from our cast value. Only a few people know about this, but a while back, the big boss went to Planet Y. Most likely, Silverwing has something deployed there, maybe a sealed film studio or something. In any case, it's something that will not hurt us," Silverwing A-list actress Vicky said in an absent-minded way as she admired her freshly painted scarlet fingernails, her expression containing a certain captivating charm. This was not her natural disposition. Recently, she had been getting into character for a role, and subconsciously, her words and actions were in the style of the character she was to play. Silverwing's A-list film star Macchiato asked, "Teacher He, can't you reveal just a little more? There isn't anybody else here. Our lips are sealed." She was in her early 20s, and her voice exuded the air of exuberant youthfulness. She had begun acting at a young age as a child star. Having gotten famous early on, she was the youngest among the 4 A-listers here. However, while she might be the youngest, her ability was in no way lacking. Regardless of how she was normally, when it came to acting, she was a total monster. The company's 4 immensely popular A-listers looked toward a man seated at the side who had yet to utter a single word. That man was also the only S-rank film star among the cast, and was one of Yinzhou's top superstars, He Lizi. He Lizi was older than the rest of them. He was 40+, and with his current status, his relationship with Silverwing was more complicated, more like that of cooperative partners than employer and employee. He Lizi was not a solemn person. Catching the 4 others glancing over, he laughed. "Actually, I do not know much either. Duan Qianji has probably set up a film studio on Planet Y. All we have to do is go over there and do our job conscientiously. However, from what I know, the reason director Duan chose Planet Y for filming has something to do with Fang Zhao." The 4 of them were astonished. Fang Zhao, the gamer-composer from our company's virtual projects department? I heard that fella is really impressive. He played a large role in the virtual projects and gaming department's rise and fortunes last year. Wen Xingyi was a gaming fan and knew slightly more when it came to this. He is Battle of the Century's global #1 on the leaderboards. How can he not be impressive? Isn't he also undergoing military service on Planet Baiji? He Lizi shrugged. "I'm not too sure either. When I was discussing terms with Director Duan's secretary, I heard her mention this. No concrete reasons were given, but the matter of filming on Planet Y definitely had something to do with Fang Zhao. From what I know, Director Duan started planning for this series a few years ago, but it had not been brought to fruition. Filming had originally been slated to start this year, and the set was going to be at a certain coastal city. The set was already halfway constructed, but there was a change in plans at the last moment. Fang Zhao. We do not know much about the virtual projects or gaming department. Normally, everyone has their own tasks and assignments, so I have never run into him in the company. However, I do know as someone who has come into contact before. He lazy looked toward the pantry and raised his voice and shouted, "Little G, G Poland." G Poland had just woken up from a nap. He had headed into the pantry to make himself a cup of tea and had been returning to his room to read the script. As he was returning back to his room, he had walked past the lounge and thrown over a curious glance when he had seen the few very successful film stars seated there. He swore that he had only looked over because he had been curious. He'd had no other intentions. Suddenly hearing someone there shout out his name, G. Poland shuddered. If the cup had not been covered with a lid, most of the tea would have splashed out. The moment he saw that it was a first-tier senior who had shouted his name, G. Poland scurried over and nervously said, "Greetings, my seniors." Even though there were people younger than him among the four, comparing their statuses, G. Poland was considered second-tier and felt it was best to call them seniors. Although he had already risen to a B-grade contract with the company and had seen a round of popularity from the previous year's idol drama, he was still considered second-tier in Yenzhou. However, this was already considered doing very well. He had managed to snag a supporting role in Beauties, playing a eunuch that was always beside the emperor. When others in the company had read up on what a eunuch from the old era was like, many people had been unwilling to take up the role, as they were afraid it would destroy their image. At the start, G. Poland had also been hesitant, but he had made his decision quickly and snatched up the chance. Luckily, his reaction had been quick. If he had been any slower and others had returned to their senses, he might not have gotten this role at all. First-rate Yenzhou actor, He Lizi was playing the role of the emperor. He might not have such a large influence on a global scale, but when it came to Yenzhou, he was indeed a well-known superstar. G. Poland did not have many scenes in the series, but they were not too few either. Even if some of his scenes ended up being deleted during post-production, G. Poland felt that this was still worth it. He could learn a lot just by being at the side of a first-rate superstar. G. Poland might be narcissistic, but he also knew how to reflect on his own shortcomings. Back when he had helped out at the virtual projects department, he had learned a bit from Fang Zhao. Noticing G. Poland being all jittery, He Lizi put on a warm smile and pointed to a sofa at the side. "Don't stand, take a seat." G. Poland could not act normally in front of these people and sat himself down nervously like he was a student under the gaze of a strict teacher. "Didn't you work with the virtual projects department before? Do you know Fang Zhao?" He Lizi asked. G. Poland replied honestly, "Fang Zhao? I know him, but we aren't considered really close. I am more familiar with the others in the virtual projects department. I occasionally dropped by, but I rarely ran into Fang Zhao." "What sort of person is Fang Zhao?" When Xingyi inquired. G. Poland could only think of this description, a rather remarkable person. Macchiato was curious about something. "There are rumors online that say Fang Zhao and the big boss are relatives. Is that true?" "That's not true," G. Poland hurriedly replied. "Fang Zhao and the big boss have no such blood relations. All those online conjectures are rubbish." Before, there had been people online that had said Fang Zhao was an illegitimate son of Duan Qianji's. Some people had even guessed that the two had some shameful relationship. However, G. Poland frequently went down to the virtual projects department and knew the truth. Fang Zhao and Duan Qianji had no such relationship whatsoever. All that was just gossip and guesses that had been made up anyhow. "That, I believe," He Lizi said. "Fang Zhao's contract is different from any other at the company. Furthermore, from what I know, Fang Zhao had a hand in Duan Qianji's husband being able to head to the Baiji military district. From this, we can see Fang Zhao's capability. This Fang Zhao person was indeed remarkable. Everyone present thought to themselves that if they got the chance to meet Fang Zhao, they would have to interact more with him. As they were rather curious about Fang Zhao, over the next few days, G. Poland was frequently called over to rehearse lines together with these big-name stars. The other lesser celebrities in the cast were all envious when they saw this. "G. Poland is really crafty. I have no idea what methods he pulled to ride on their coattails," someone jealously exclaimed. But G. Poland also knew that being called over to rehearse together was just an excuse. They just wanted to find out more about Fang Zhao. When the transport ship arrived on Planet Y, the cast and crew members were ferried over to the film studio complex by flying transport. Disembarking from the flying transport, the cast and crew were stunned. In front of them was a palace that stretched out as far as their eyes could see. Majestic and imposing, it seemed to have centuries' worth of history and culture ingrained within it. Everyone stood frozen in place, their mouths and eyes wide open. If it were possible, the entire place would have been littered with their eyeballs. Mocking words with a glacial tone dragged everyone's attention away from the palace. TSK, how ignorant. Everyone's attention turned to a person dressed in black with ghastly makeup and was wearing two sharp prosthetic teeth. He was disdainfully looking over the party that had just arrived. He had probably just came out from the place and had a few bodyguards and assistants with him. Due to the thick makeup, his appearance was indistinguishable, and nobody could recognize who he was. However, this person who dared to ridicule these few first-rate celebrities was probably not be an actor from Yenzhou. Watching the other person's arrogant back as SE walked away, all the cast and crew had the same thought. Who does this F***er think he is? But in no time, their attention returned to the place before their eyes. What the F***ck? This. Is this real? It isn't some projection or virtual thing, right? Let me touch. It is real. It's all real. It really exists. I heard that back on our Yenzhou mainland. This was the sort of place ancient emperors resided in. I feel that my new villa is nothing but a chicken coop compared to this, Gilisi lamented. Pillars made out of white jade, ash-colored brick roads, scarlet platforms on the ramparts, yellow ceramic roof tiles, vermilion walls. The ancient construct before them was a myriad of colors. It was both dignified and dazzling. The party followed instructions from the receptionist and walked in the direction pointed out to them. The more they saw, the more their hearts fluttered. For people of the new era, viewing these ancient sites was a rather great battering and shock to their senses. Strolling through the dusty gray brick roads one step at a time, they felt as if they had traveled back in time several millennia. Especially Gilisi, who was playing the role of emperor. At this moment, he was so excited that both his hands were trembling. This was the something he had never experienced before in all his years of acting. No other film set had ever given him this sort of feeling. Only those born within would know the aura of an imperial family. Only they would know absolute authority and glory. This was the glittering gem spoken about in ancient culture and seen in art, as in the information provided. The few leads had actually been given a lot of material and images about palaces, with the purpose of helping them assimilate better into their roles. Originally, it had been assumed that they were headed to Planet Y for sealed filming to avoid harassment from the paparazzi, but never had they expected such a pleasant surprise upon arrival. As these film stars walked on, they fell into character. When the director noticed the mannerisms of those few actors and actresses changing, he did not let anyone go over and disturb them. I don't know if anyone noticed, but just now, before we entered the palace gates, there was a stone tablet beside the gates that was inscribed with the name of the design team. A cameraman muttered quietly. Why didn't I notice? Are there any photos? Someone beside him asked. I have them. The cameraman selected the photograph he had taken just before they had entered the palace gates and enlarged the part with the stone tablet. On it were close to 100 names of designers and architects, probably arranged in order of importance. The first few people were renowned experts in the fields of history, archaeology, engineering, architecture, and a few others. Anyone not in the know could just search for their names on the internet, and there would be lots of related information. Some of the accomplishments on record were enough to dazzle the reader. But people among the cast and crew had not expected to see a name among the front 20 that would surprise them. Fang Zhao. Why is he everywhere? Is he the same Fang Zhao as the one we know? It is highly probable that it is him. I heard that Fang Zhao's history is really good, and that he is even a member of the advisory panel for Battle of the Century that Fiery Bird consults with. That means to say that the reason we came to film here might really have been because of Fang Zhao. If that is the case, we really have to thank him, the director exclaimed. Compared to film sets of ancient constructs, this sort of experience was something that many people in the industry had never come across before. It really is a large project. See, till now, which company had ever done what Silver Wing wanted to achieve? Filming such a large and extravagant period drama. Chapter 240, Flash Mob. The first building to go up in the film studio complex, besides the eye-catching palace, was a hotel, but it was a hotel with a retro design based on an ancient Chinese inn, not one of the skyscrapers that were ubiquitous in the new era. The cast and crew felt a sense of novelty staying at such an old-school hotel for the first time. This trip was worth it. This was what the members of the cast and crew were thinking. Even though they weren't used to Planet Y, there were many inconveniences, and they wouldn't see their families before shooting wrapped. As far as filming locations went, this one was decent. It was a form of alternative tourism. There were no tall buildings, and they were surrounded by lush mountains and pristine waters, as well as the faux ancient buildings that were being completed over time. All their anxiety had gone out the door. I have a hunch that this place is going to become a popular destination, the director predicted while standing on the second floor of the hotel. Just from initial appearances, you could tell that this wasn't just another run-of-the-mill investment. Silver Wing was in it for the long haul, not to mention the fact that there were investors from other continents. Just as the beauties, cast and crew settled into their hotel, Zero had returned to his turf on a neighboring mountain dressed like a vampire, his entourage in tow. He checked out the progress on Silver Wing's Imperial Palace every day, followed by a tour of all the neighboring projects. He was upset that construction on his own project was slow in comparison to the Silver Wing Palace. How come it's still not done? Silver Wing is about to finish their Phase 1. I visited their construction site today. They're getting ready to start Phase 2. How come our Phase 1 hasn't even kicked off? Zero's agent had no answer for his client's grievances. He had been working in earnest with their design team for days now. The complexity of the project had just become apparent. Who knows why Silver Wing is so quick? Maybe they prepared ahead of time. Everyone was overwhelmed with work. Only Senior Master Zero had the time to dilly-dally. Even though Zero's agent had opposed the investment initially, he had felt more reassured after meeting other investors when they had arrived on Y. He still believed there was a profit to be made. In which case, they had to do things properly. The design of their building had to be meticulous. This was the hardest part. Silver Wing is in a hurry because they need to start shooting their TV series, the agent added. Zero sneered. You mean that period drama you were talking about? I hear it's just about a bunch of women bickering and fighting. It's bound to flop. Haha. Zero's agent wanted to tell his client that this was a project handpicked by Silver Wing's CEO, that she had better taste than he did, and that her decision was most likely based on in-depth market research. But considering the obnoxiously confident look on Zero's face, he shut up. Anything he said would fall on deaf ears. In fact, they all knew there were few period TV dramas being made. Everyone was reluctant to make them because they were typically scrutinized by academics relentlessly and were derided as being historically inaccurate or having crappy props and special effects and whatnot. The number of period dramas that had won prizes at the major award ceremonies in recent years could be counted on one hand. Most were of the art house variety and didn't strike a chord with mainstream audiences. When Zero had first arrived on Y and found out that Silver Wing was shooting a new TV drama, he had felt that his company was obliged to follow suit. They were building a film studio, after all. Let's do it. Let's make a period drama too. But Lijo's historical sequence of events was different from Yinzhou's, both during the old era and during the ancient times prior to that. So Zero had done quite a bit of research and found out what other investors in the film studio complex were making. Wu Tianhao and his uncle were going to shoot a kung fu series with a lot of wire stunt work, and Barbara was going to remake a few children's plays from the old era. When he had visited her yesterday, Barbara had been ordering a pumpkin carriage and glass slippers from Earth. Zero had thought she was insane. After extensive research and intelligence gathering, Zero had decided on a genre, a vampire film. We're not going to make a typical vampire movie. Weren't there movies about vampire dukes and whatnot during the old era? I built myself a castle, so let's make a vampire duke movie. Have you decided on the cast? Zero's agent asked. The last leading man you picked didn't cut it. All he had to offer was a pretty face. What good does a pretty face do? It takes talent to carry a movie, Zero complained. Talent? What kind of talent do you mean? Like mine. Zero's agent went silent. From where does Zero's boundless confidence come? Zero had decided to star in the movie himself. That was why he was running around in a vampire outfit. In his own words, it was part of getting into character. I think I need to come up with a stage name for myself. The idea had struck Zero after chatting with a few of the Silver Wing actors today. Zero's agent didn't bother to lift his head. Celebrities use stage names when they join the industry to improve their fortunes or for other purposes, such as drawing attention. But from what I hear, more than 90% of the most influential actors don't use their real names. I think it's better if I come up with a stage name. Who knows, it might change my fortune and lead to major box office success. What do you have in mind? I asked around. Folks like to add syllables to their own names. My name is Zero. We can spice it up into Kaizaro or Pizarro or Bizarro. The agent silently cursed. Why don't you just call yourself Zero the Idiot? Or I could follow Wu Tianhao's lead and get rid of my surname. Zero continued. What difference does that make for you? Zero Renault minus the surname is still Zero. True. Then which name should I use? Zero's agent was in a ruthless mood. Forget it. You're too famous in Lijo, senior master. No amount of disguising will make a difference. Zero pondered the response and found himself in agreement. It's true. I only have myself to blame for being so famous in Lijo. This thought pleased Zero mightily. When will construction finish on our end? Zero asked. The design has to be meticulous. It's going to take a while. Silver Wing must have prepared in advance. Who knows how far in advance their planning started. And now they're in a hurry to shoot. You can understand why they finished construction quickly, but take a look at the others. Has anyone else finished as quickly as Silver Wing? Zero's agent asked. That's true. Wu Tianhao's uncle's Rooster Crown Palace isn't ready yet. It's called an amusement palace. Whatever. Our castle has to be completed before theirs is. The blueprint will be finalized in the next 2 days. Then progress will be quick. Send someone over from company headquarters first. And let them decide on the cast. Have them send the cast and crew over as soon as possible. Talk of the new film got Zero excited again. His underlings would also bring along his new costumes and props. The outfit he had on didn't feel aristocratic enough. Let's make the surroundings a bit spookier, Zero critiqued while examining the design. Zero's agent ignored him. I noticed Fang Zhao's name is among those engraved in the stone monument near the entrance to Silver Wing's palace that honors the designers. Remember to engrave my name on our monument. Zero barked before he left. Got it, Zero's agent said, but again, he was secretly cursing. Fang Zhao's name was included because he made an actual contribution. What have you done? All you've done is boss people around, even though you don't know Jack's *T. But of course your name has to be engraved, given your personality, and it has to be listed first. Well, let's credit you as the owner of the castle, not a designer then. On the internet, Silver Wing's official social media account posted another update. Epic Imperial Court drama Beauties kicks off shooting. Silver Wing's filmed entertainment department also posted 9 pictures. The first was a picture of the creative team, the backdrop being a grand imperial palace. The other pictures included stills of the palace and shots of the leading characters in costume. There were also pictures of the actors posing inside the palace in character. He Lizzie was resplendent in emperor's yellow, oozing imperial authority and presence. The female leads were decked out in elaborate costumes and accessories, looking either elegant and dignified or shapely and flirtatious. Because it was such a big-budget production, the creative team paid incredible attention to the wardrobe and accessories. The production had a completely different feel compared to the low-budget period dramas of the past. Add to that the good-looking and talented cast, and it was a mouth-watering prospect for eager fans. The last picture was an aerial shot of the Imperial Palace set. The caption noted the set was an exact replica of the actual palace. An actual 1:1 replica. No special effects. They built an actual ancient imperial palace on planet Y. No wonder they had to shoot on Y. Silver Wing built a friggin' palace there. I'm floored. Silver Wing has really gone all out. After the photos were posted, the reverberations weren't limited to Yenzhou. Fans from other continents were also blown away by the scale of Silver Wing's investment. Prior to Silver Wing, no one had actually built such a massive set on a foreign planet. Even if there were examples, the scale was smaller. The Silver Wing publicity team was also fanning the flames behind the scenes. In no time, news of Silver Wing's massive set dominated entertainment headlines in Yenzhou. Silver Wing got major global exposure as a result, just as fans were engaged in fervent discussion about Silver Wing's why set and pundits analyzed whether or not it was a wise investment. Film studios from other planets made their moves. Tongzhou's Legend Pictures issued the following social media update. Mountain of Immortals cast and crew head to Planet Y. The update was posted with a picture of the cast and crew posing for a picture at the entrance to a spaceport. Soon, Zero's wireless media from Lizhou posted an update. Vampire Duke cast and crew en route to Y for upcoming shoot. The accompanying photos showed a similar backdrop, another spaceport. In Lizhou, Cinderella Entertainment announced Cinderella cast and crew heading to Planet Y. The accompanying photo was also a group picture at a spaceport. The three updates were bombshells in the entertainment industry. Cinderella Entertainment? I've never heard of them before. Word has it the company is owned by Barbara Localina. Localina. Even if folks from other continents had no idea who Barbara was, the Localina surname gave her instant credibility. Is there a spaceport flash mob going on? They're addicted. These are all well-connected movie studios. Come to think of it, shooting on Y is suddenly the cool thing to do. I just want to know when these studios started investing in Planet Y. I'm curious what else is being built on Y. I'd like to check out Y for myself. I'll spare you the trouble. I'm looked into it already. You can only reach Y by freight vessel for now. None of these flights are open to the public. Is an S4 based on Y? Did they mention these movie sets during their live broadcasts? No. Wu Tianhao's got tight lips. Many folks were puzzled that the film studios had started pouring money into Planet Y and YY. The entertainment headlines were dominated by news of the new TV productions on Planet Y. As hard as the publicity teams for other new TV shows tried, they couldn't escape being overshadowed. Fans were obsessed. Every time they saw an announcement about a new TV series, all they asked was where the show was being shot and why it wasn't being shot on Y. Other competing entertainment companies were at a loss, their bosses bewildered by the headlines about the upcoming productions on Y. They had no idea when Silver Wing, Wireless Media, Legend Pictures, and the newly formed Cinderella Entertainment, studios that had previously had nothing to do with each other, had secretly joined hands for a new venture on Y. We got to get to the bottom of this. When did they form an alliance? What exactly are they up to on Y? Chapter 241, Appreciate. Everyone wished to know why these few entertainment companies had joined hands and when it had started, but no matter how much people dug, they could not find any concrete information. It seemed as if these companies had come together all of a sudden. A few entertainment reporters had gotten wind of Silver Wing's plans to film the new drama and even gone to the coastal city where Silver Wing had been constructing the set. In the end, when the information was released, they felt as if Silver Wing had made a fool out of them. Watching various casts and crews releasing photos and information every day to tantalize people's appetites, all entertainment reporters could do was scratch their cheeks in frustration. Renowned paparazzi from every continent were specifically targeted by netizens for abuse. What are the paparazzi kings from every continent even doing? Nothing but a bunch of trash. Stop fooling us with trivial matters from other drama series. What we really want to know are things concerning Planet Y. Whatever drama series, be it Beauties, Mountain of Immortals, Vampire Duke, or Cinderella, any of them is fine. Our expectations are not high. Just a few shots of those celebrities every day will do. Entertainment reporters viewing these comments could only feel bitter. This is called not having high expectations. If I could snap such a photograph, would I still have to be here doing this? Silver Wing and the other entertainment companies had a complete grasp of all information now. Unless they chose to release information, nobody would be able to dig anything up. Was protecting themselves against these reporters the reason they had chosen to film on another planet? Treacherous, how sinister. We can't allow this to go on. A middle-aged reporter cried out helplessly as he browsed the discussions online. All they could do was wait for information from Planet Y to reach them. What can we even do? It's not like we have a spacecraft to fly across the cosmos in. A young entertainment reporter said as he lay down on a chair. Maybe we can try sneaking on board a transport ship headed to Planet Y. Like a stowaway? My *SS. Are you tired of living? And being a stowaway, do you think the guns being wielded by those soldiers are toys? So your meaning is? Scout out what other drama's production team is headed to Planet Y and infiltrate the crew. After that, follow the crew over to Planet Y. That is the only way. Yinzhou, Wang Tai, considered by many the paparazzi king of Yinzhou, groaned as he saw the online abuse calling him trash. Very well, you people have gotten my blood racing. Isn't it just Planet Y? He would always find a means of getting there. He only feared Fang Zhao. Nobody else could make him afraid. And now that Fang Zhao was undergoing military service on Planet Baiji, Wang Tai did not have to be worried about encountering him. Each and every continent's paparazzi king was competing with the others. Now, using this matter as an excuse, they could prove who among them was the king among paparazzi kings. Without having to worry about entertainment reporters on Earth, celebrities in Y's film studio complex could film in peace. During their free time, they could even play to their heart's content without worrying about having their photograph taken. Only celebrities without much reputation wished to stir up news. Most of the celebrities that had come over did not need to self-hype. As long as filming was completed, their respective companies would help them stir up their popularity. All they needed to do was go about their filming conscientiously. After yet another scene was shot, the cast members had a short rest period. G. Poland sat aside summarizing his inadequacies. No wonder he Lizzie was a first-rate Yinzhou superstar. With just an action of lowering his eyebrows, he could make other people feel anxious. Just now, G. Poland's trembling had been a natural reaction, not him acting. He still had to work hard. Otherwise, he would only have the life of a supporting character. Moreover, he did not want to continue acting as a eunuch for future roles. However, following beside a first-rate superstar still had its perks. Lizzie had divulged some information to him. Beauties was a project their big boss had personally decided on, and their standards were high. Duan Qinji might seem rather mild normally, but that was on the basis that she was satisfied. If anyone displeased her, she would make sure that person did not have an easy time. Therefore, regardless of whether any celebrities had any conflicts or grievances normally, when it came to filming, all such things were set aside, otherwise they would be out of luck. Everyone had assumed that Beauties was a project the big boss had planned for a long time and regarded as very important, but according to the information Lizzie had revealed to G. Poland, this Imperial Palace drama was just testing the waters. If it was successful, there would be an even larger project to come. It would be a period piece as well, but on a larger scale and about a monarchy and a power struggle. Whether G. Poland could get into the cast for the next project would be up to his own ability. If he didn't act well this round, by the time the next project came along, he might have to pack his bags and leave. Of course, G. Poland did not want to leave. Taking part in the company's large film project here naturally brought about lots of benefits. Another reason was that, at this film studio complex, besides Yinzhou's Silver Wing, there were other film companies and production teams from other continents. Getting to know more people was always useful. Who knows, it might help him achieve global popularity that much faster. Thinking back to the stone tablet beside the palace gates, G. Poland sighed in his heart. Fang Zhao was really remarkable. Nobody knew what role Fang Zhao had had in this matter. All they knew was that Fang Zhao had participated in the investment of this film studio complex and was part of the design team. Those from other continents seemed to have connections with Fang Zhao. Someone from the production team had said that when he had heard Tongzhou's Wu Tianhao and Lizhou's senior master Zero talking, Fang Zhao had been mentioned. In the future, I have to stop by the virtual projects department more often, G. Poland thought to himself. Wu Tianhao watched the image captured by the camera. He was wearing a flowing snow-white Chong Pao and clutching a jade-handled fan. Elegant and graceful, the image portrayed a confident and handsome youth. Handsome, Wu Tianhao exclaimed as he stroked the long wig he was wearing, hinting to special dispatched reporter Tucker to begin. When the indicator lights of the live broadcast turned on, Wu Tianhao chose the angle he had meticulously picked out and put on an expression he thought made him look coolest. At the moment the live broadcast started, he made a half-turn and opened the fan with a swish. With a graceful smile, he faced the camera. Wu Tianhao, Mountain of Immortals. Tucker's cheeks twitched as he operated the camera. So freaking pretentious. However, Wu Tianhao's fans were lapping it all up, as S4's comment section had gone into a frantic whirlwind of discussion. Who cared about how excited Wu Tianhao's fans were? People who had other purposes for viewing this channel had their attention on something else. Does that mean he is acting in Mountain of Immortals? Is he starting to publicize it? I just want to see what's going on at Planet Y and why they are so secretive about it. Wu Tianhao simply did not care about what others were thinking. He just wanted to show off first at the start of the live broadcast. After showing off, he continued, I know that everyone wishes to ask about the happenings on Planet Y and wishes to see the surroundings. However, I'm sorry to say that, for the time being, I won't be able to answer all your queries. The best I can do is to show you around my dojo. Any news regarding the filming of Beauties, which had already started, could only be released by Silver Wing. This was something Duan Qianji had specifically discussed with him. He was not from Yenzhou and did not have to give Duan Qianji face. However, he needed to comply to the development agreement of the film studio complex. Not just Silver Wing, all other parties had the same opinion. Any information was to be released by the party themselves, not from any other sources. If anyone wished to release information through the live broadcast, they would naturally look for Wu Tianhao and discuss a collaboration. If not, Wu Tianhao would keep his lips tight. He also had to pay special attention to what the camera was filming so as to not accidentally reveal stuff. Anyone who broke the agreement would be kicked out of the film studio complex. This had been clearly stated even before the agreement had been signed. Even his own uncle's constructions had not been shown. The real sets of Mountain of Immortals, with temples with red pillars, green tiles, and eaves, was still under construction. His uncle had said that they still needed an air of secrecy, so Wu Tianhao had not filmed anything. Viewers were slightly disappointed, but even if they could not see other areas, they could still get to see the dojo Wu Tianhao was talking about. All the viewers of Channel S4 were still very curious about this. Oh, he built a dojo on Planet Y? Is it that sort of place where people in the old era gathered to practice martial arts? Is it also for filming? Hurry, 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 let us see what Tianhao's dojo looks like. Following that, as all the viewers were eagerly anticipating what was to come, Wu Tianhao showed them the foundations of a building. The audience, on the contrary, Wu Tianhao was in high spirits. Here is where the first dojo will be. Construction starts today. Following this, every day, we will get to see the changes and watch as the dojo comes to life. Wu Tianhao brought the audience around to admire the foundations of the dojo before saying, I know that many people are disappointed, but I have a surprise for everyone today. Viewers that were preparing to change channels widened their eyes momentarily and stared at the screen without blinking as they waited for the surprise Wu Tianhao had mentioned. Could it be a special appearance by a celebrity, or perhaps it was some other special construction? As they thought about it, the viewers' anticipation gradually built up once more. At the moment of unbearable tension, a ghastly white face with sharp fangs dripping with fresh blood and dark circles around its bloodshot eyes suddenly appeared and covered the entire screen. Arc, online audience. I was having my meal, and now all my food is on the floor. F***CK? This. *T. Your daddy was lying in bed watching the live broadcast. I was startled by it and knocked my head when I jumped out of bed. It is late over here where we are at. Now I'm totally awake. Who is this idiot? Speaking of idiots, I just remembered a person. In the live broadcast, that face that covered the entire screen backed away with a weird cackling laughter. As he wiped away the blood from his mouth, he said, Greetings, everyone. It is I, the vampire Duke Zero. Are you surprised? Are you glad? Ha ha ha. What you just saw was my berserk mode. I bet you were all frightened. Online audiences. Indeed, it is him. The moment I heard that wireless media was investing there, I just knew he would go over. I watched this sort of rubbish on Channel S5, so I switched to S4. Why do I still see him? Although viewers had been startled by Zero's frightful disguise, they were still very curious. Zero even brought them to take a look at his first castle and show off a great deal. In the days that followed, every day, Channel S4's live broadcast revealed some photographs and videos that each film company wanted to release. On a certain day, all the casts and crews that had arrived on Planet Y gathered for a group photo. The location tagged in the photograph was Y. Film Studio Complex. Why Film Studio Complex? Planet Y actually built a film studio complex. This sounds really impressive. A film studio complex, The few companies from Yenzhou, Tongzhou, Liizhou, Lizhou are all filming there, so the quality there must be really high. Teams from the companies involved had also made arrangements to jointly hype it up and publicize the Y Film Studio complex. Through the joint publicity campaigns, netizens had started to feel that, unless filming was done on Planet Y, it would not be considered a large investment. The Y Film Studio complex had made its mark. Especially in the film and television circles, it could be considered to be known by everyone. In photos released from the film studio complex, ancient constructs that had only appeared in history books had reappeared at full scale on Planet Y. It was not just one building or one street. Instead, it was extensive, and there were buildings from many different periods in time. Unique ancient architecture from every single continent, covering a wide range of different styles, communities, and methods had appeared before the people of the new era. Flavors of civilization, culture, and history. Not just those actors, even the masses wished to go over and see it for themselves. Many historical researchers also decided that they would make plans for a trip to Planet Y. This also became a criteria for fans when it came to considering a movie, shooting a period drama, and not heading to the Y Film Studio complex for filming. In that case, was the finished product watchable? Surely the quality would be about the same as those low-cost productions of the past. Too large an investment? No way. Could a heavily invested firm not head to the Y Film Studio complex? Upon knowing the thoughts of the fans, many entertainment companies also started having their own ideas. Ones that wished to invest in Planet Y started inquiring through contacts about purchasing land from the Y base and participating in the film studio complex project. Those wanting to invest in Planet Y were largely film entertainment companies or hotel and restaurant chains. Naturally, Hawaii had given very preferential rates to the first batch of investors, but for those that came after, he was no longer so kind. Since the reputation had already been built up and the planet's popularity was being stirred up, parties wishing to invest here would still enjoy some preferential treatment, but it would not be on the same level as what the first batch had received, and the land would be more expensive. In the future, as Planet Y's popularity rose even more, those wishing to invest in Planet Y would receive poorer rates the later they came. This was something everyone understood. Entertainment companies that had abundant resources contacted Y Base straight away to purchase land and start their own constructions, but entertainment companies that had various reasons for not purchasing land, such as the high investment risk, long construction periods, or troublesome planning phase, felt that it would be more convenient to rent those sets. Now that period dramas that touched on ancient history were all the rage, they also decided to ride the winds and engage in their own small-scale period dramas. When it came to filming, they would head to the film studio complex and rent a few suitable sets for filming. Over at the film studio complex, regardless of the location, rent would be calculated daily. Although the rent was not low, it had a much lower risk compared to investing. Some smaller companies and private teams felt that filming between 10 days to half a month was all right. The main motive was to borrow the hype of the Y Film Studio complex. On a whole, it seemed rather cost-effective. There were parties who said they would be heading over for filming, but in fact, they were just visiting the place. No sets would be rented, and they would just spend a few nights at the hotel and take a few photos to stir up news about themselves. After all, fans would not know whether they were really renting any sets for filming. Actually, lots of parties had the funds to rent sets in the film studio complex, but they just could not get a spot. How many entertainment companies across the 12 continents had the same idea of renting sets? There was a limit to area in the film studio complex. Even just renting a tavern required taking a queue. At Planet Baiji, Fang Zhao finished reading the latest financial reports sent over from Planet Y and continued to make amendments to the design plans. Construction of the palace was a collective effort by the design team. Such a large palace was not just an exact replica on the outside. The palace court, inner rooms, surroundings, roof sculptures, materials, and many other details, right down to a pot of bonsai, had gone through meticulous planning. Every single brick was being made with technology from the new era. Although it might seem very similar to those from the old era, they were much more durable. After all, the materials used for construction could not be exactly the same. For people of the new era, those old era constructions were way too weak. The bosses did not wish for the constructions they had so painstakingly strived to build getting ruined after only a few series were filmed either. Now, Fang Zhao was in the midst of drawing up the plans of the street and official residence. Displayed on a screen beside him were all sorts of materials and resources. These resources assisted him as he tried to recall the images buried deep in the recesses of his memory. Fang Zhao was different from other historians of the new era because his views and angles on these matters were different from those of others. He could view things from the angle of a person from the old era, while historians in the new era would miss certain things. Construction on planet. Why hasn't been completed yet? Kevin Lin asked as he dropped by. They had already moved into their new single rooms, which were much more comfortable. Kevin Lin had gotten excited from browsing through the news and did not feel like sleeping, so he had come over to chat with Fang Zhao about the progress of the Y Film Studio complex. Soon, there is still one more street. After that is done, everything will be complete. Fang Zhao put down his pen and looked at Kevin Lin. What news did you receive this time? Internal news. I heard that Planet Y has submitted an application for a film entertainment cultural base, but I have no idea whether it will be approved. However, if it is approved, those constructions that you people have invested in will no doubt appreciate in value. Chapter 242, Dual Function Base. S4 saw a rise in viewership, but S5 remained pretty much the same. Viewership did not drop by much as there were still many interesting events occurring on Planet Baiji and a lot of news. Every time Fang Zhao followed people from the outpost team to assist with construction, some thrilling or exciting scene was captured. The weird creatures and plants of Planet Baiji that could be both dangerous and violent. Also, sometimes Fang Zhao followed the outpost team and completed more dangerous tasks that were not convenient for Kevin Lin to follow. Thus, in these cases, Kevin Lin headed to the military district and did some interviews to help the masses understand the thoughts of the pioneer immigrants. This aroused the curiosity of the many viewers as well. The pioneer immigrants did not have as easy a time as others imagined. When they arrived here, they needed to adapt to all sorts of things. Physical acclimatization was still considered light. The main issue was psychological acclimatization. Fortunately, there were professional psychologists in the military district. The masses learned about all these through Kevin Lin's live broadcasts and video interviews. Kevin Lin also interviewed great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang. Probably due to them having similar experiences before, the two elders had not had many problems adapting after arriving at the military district. The people here were warm, friendly, and treated them well. As they loved the environment, the two elders would wait till Fang Zhao was discharged from the military next year before leaving together with him. Shanta allowed Kevin Lin to have more interviews with the two Fang elders. This was good publicity for Planet Baiji's immigration plan and told people that, among immigrants that came over, while there were some that did not adapt well, there were also others that adapted superbly. Now, network fees were slowly dropping as the communications network structure was upgraded more and more. People who had been unable to adapt at the start no longer had such intense reactions. Entertainment allowed people to divert their attention elsewhere. Beauties had already started airing with 2 episodes per day. Technological advancements had greatly shortened the time required for post-production. As long as filming was smooth, each episode could be churned out quickly. There were special effects, but they were all supplementary, unlike those older period dramas in which, besides the cast, everything else was made from special effects. Some companies did not even have physical casts and used virtual idols instead. The drama series that Zero had reckoned would be awful quickly became the hottest show on all the large internet video websites after it started airing. A large majority of viewers were females. Many people from the military district here also loved watching it, and immigrants gathered together to watch it and save on network expenses. After Beauties, other drama series, including Vampire Duke, Mountain of Immortals, and Cinderella, began rolling out. Although Zero might normally have seemed unreliable, this time, he had been triggered, and his acting had improved a lot. Lijo's audiences were all discussing what had caused such a big change in Zero. Zero's agent felt gratified when he saw the amount of clicks on the internet. Bringing Zero to watch Wu Tianhao film had had its upsides, and had provoked Zero into being slightly more serious when it came to acting. Why was it that Zero's performance this time seemed especially good? Because he had few lines. If Zero wanted to portray nobility, he could really do so. After all, he had been born into the Renault family and knew what it was like to be an aristocrat. If he was serious, he could really scare people. The only prerequisite was that he not speak. When this B***** opened his mouth, people would just feel like hitting him. During a discussion with the scriptwriter, to obtain even better results, Zero's agent had insisted that Zero's original lines be cut by 70%. Vampire Duke was popular among many youngsters. Ornamental silver crosses like the one that appeared in the series were bestsellers. Even garlic saw a rise in price. In addition, household items that appeared in the series with special characteristics, along with that especially pretentious black cape, were selling like hotcakes. Taking into account advertising fees, copyright fees, endorsements, and other sources of revenue, these drama series profited quite a lot. The money spent on purchasing land and constructing the castle was all recouped. The other drama series all had similar circumstances, and all the companies involved were very satisfied. Now, among very popular drama series, 9 out of 10 series were shot at the Y Film Studio complex. There were fairy tale romances, action thrillers, medieval fighting movies, movies about court power struggles, supernatural horror flicks set in ancient times, and slapstick comedies. There were films that adults loved to watch and films suitable for children. Having watched lots of interstellar conflicts, superheroes versus monsters, and explosive flicks, watching these films and dramas set in ancient times was a novelty for everyone. The popularity of these few drama series gave rise to a new wave of historical fads. Filming outdoors on Planet Y was also convenient. If it were to switch to Planet Baiji, if a group headed into the forests without a military squad for protection, nobody could say for certain whether anyone would return alive. Presently, Silver Wing was also filming another drama on Y, Warring States, which was set in ancient times and was about a power struggle. Many new constructions were added for the filming of this next series. Some Yinzhou celebrities that had opened their own studies made connections with Silver Wing and came over to Planet Y for filming. Earnings were secondary. These people came with other motives. First, they wished to know what the Y Film Studio complex was like, and second, with so many production teams here, there were actors, directors, and investment firms from continents across the entire world. Getting to know more people could help pave a few more roads in future. Many people seemed to soar in Yinzhou, but when put on the global stage, they were nothing more than infants learning to talk. Yinzhou alone was too small. Any actor or actress with ambition aimed to develop themselves on the global stage, and Y Film Studio Complex gave them such an opportunity. As Y Film Studio Complex was more or less fully developed and was being hyped up in the news, Y Base's commanding officer, Hui, submitted an application for a film entertainment cultural base. At the start, Hui had been rather apprehensive. After all, previous applications to be a major research base had been rejected multiple times. Now that he was applying to be a film entertainment cultural base, he had expectations, but he also made mental preparations for rejection. However, when he received the results and saw the words "application approved," Hui's hands trembled and he wanted to scream, but he restrained himself from doing so. Suppressing the billowing ecstasy in his heart, Hui sat in his own office the whole afternoon and carefully considered many things. However, when he returned to his senses, he realized he had not come up with anything. On the same day, Hui informed every investor that the Y Film Studio Complex had officially been named Y Film Entertainment Cultural Base. When a few companies and superstars posted new statuses on their social platforms, the tag location had already changed to Y Film Entertainment Cultural Base. Film Studio Complex and Film Entertainment Cultural Base. It was obvious from the names which of the two was of a higher level. Since approval had already been obtained, the original Film Studio Complex would surely continue to expand and development and would not be limited to the extent it was now. Planet Y could not be like Planet Baiji and bank on having high-grade power or to develop the planet. Y had to take its own special path, so Hui decided to build up the major research base and film entertainment cultural base. There was no need to compete with Planet Baiji. All that was needed was to compete with other planets that were of similar levels. The film entertainment cultural base being approved let a lot more people know about Planet Y. In the past, Even though there had been the influence of Project Starlight, not many people had understood Planet Y. Now, with the rebuilding of those ancient historical structures, a lot more people were learning of Planet Y. When investors that had adopted a wait-and-see approach saw this piece of news, a portion of them immediately made their choice, but the remainder continued to hesitate till Y Base had yet another announcement. Y Major Research Base had been approved. After the Film Entertainment Cultural Base had been approved, he had clenched his teeth once more and submitted the application for a major research base. From an economics point of view, there were many examples. For example, during the filming for the film Silver Wing had invested in beauties. Many of the plants within the palace had been transplanted from the experimental plots. Furthermore, with the extreme popularity of this series, a few of the bonsai plants featured inside had become highly sought after. Through these means, plants from the experimental plot had publicized their existence. This was something that had been discussed between Silver Wing and the relevant researchers. A few large wholesale vendors of the flowers and plants market had contacted Planet Y to place an order for a batch of these goods. With popularity and economic value, the probability of it being approved had been much higher. But even so, when He had received the results, he had not been able to control himself as tears flooded his eyes. Finally approved. A dual-function base. Double insurance. When the extent of the Film Entertainment Cultural Base and Major Research Base got even bigger, Y Base would surely be expanded. Y Base would still be a far cry from Baiji Military District when it came to power, benefits, and development rate, but it would still be much stronger than before. After the Major Research Base was approved, the ARC plan experiment was going to continue, and crops with high economic value were going to be resurrected from the stored seeds. As long as there was interest to provide the impetus, there would be sufficient plants for this research. In the past, whenever investors had heard about the plan to head for Planet Y, the first thought that had come to their minds was this: cough. Don't even think about tricking me into investing there. Now, although Planet Y was continuing to seek out investors, the rates were no longer as favorable as before. The prices of land here had increased many times over, and there were restrictions from other ends as well. For people paying attention to Project Starlight, they could not help but think about this. Among the 5 channels, first it was S5 that had triggered a planetary reform of sorts. Next, the planet S4 had become a dual-function base. Viewers couldn't help but wonder whether the remaining 3 channels could come up with any more big news. The people that had proposed Project Starlight were now beaming with pride. Hasn't it already changed the fates of 2 planets? On Planet Baiji, Fang Zhao read through yet another weekly financial report. In the past few weeks, both revenue and expenses had been rising, but on the whole, the financial situation was good. Now, more and more people were heading to Y's Film Entertainment Cultural Base for filming. Some only rented small sets, for example, a tavern and 2 shops. Kevin Lin browsed through the news and lamented. Now everyone knows the 2 must-sees on Planet Y. The first is the Film Entertainment Cultural Base, to admire every continent's ancient structures and styles and have a time-transcending experience. And the other is the Major Research Base's Peach Garden. I heard that the best time for admiring the peach blossoms is over. Next year, when the garden is flowering, I shall head over for a look. As he looked at Planet Y's sceneries and remembered the conditions on Planet Baiji, Kevin Lin felt that if Planet Baiji had not discovered high-grade power ore, its position on the development sequence would have continued to slide down as time passed by, not because its landscape was no good, but because Baiji was just too dangerous. The Y Film Entertainment Culture Base has so many celebrities. Perhaps one might even run into a few superstars when having a meal there. I really wish to go for a visit. Special dispatched reporters should have clearance, right? We aren't entertainment reporters, after all. Kevin Lin searched the web but did not find any definite regulations. All he found out was that there had been an increase in space flights to Planet Y. Besides transport ships, there were also other spacecrafts, but anyone heading there was required to go through a thorough inspection, and the number of troops garrisoned on Planet Y had been increased. If your company helps you apply for it, the probability will be even higher. If you apply as an individual, that side might not necessarily permit you on board, Fang Zhao replied. Kevin Lin muttered a few lines to himself. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly asked, "Hey, Fang Zhao, you will surely head over often after your military service, right? Moreover, Your company has a leading piece of land over at the Film Entertainment Cultural Base. You also invested in it as well. Perhaps you can even have a small role in a certain drama, just for fun. Nowadays, celebrities with some reputation are invited to cameo in films, just like that shooting champion from Majo Monsieur. He had also starred as a sniper hitman in a film. Having these sorts of small roles can raise your popularity. For what Kevin Lin saw, Fang Zhao getting a cameo or two, showing his face, and satisfying some cravings was good enough. There was no way he could have any important supporting roles, let alone play a lead character. Fang Zhao laughed, but did not say anything more. His communications device was ringing. Fang Zhao was astonished when he answered. Denzel. Fang Zhao, have you returned to the outpost? Denzel looked skinnier than the last time they had talked, and did not seem to be in good shape, as if he had not slept in a long time. I'm back already, what's up? Fang Zhao asked. Could you help me contact Planet Y? I wish to rent a body of water at the pole of Planet Y. All the paperwork and cultivation qualifications are all complete. If not for the fact that the bodies of water at the poles of Earth are not permitted for private leasing, I would have already successfully cultivated here. Denzel had heard from the researchers on Planet Y about Fang Zhao visiting Planet Y. Although he might have already left the Academy of Science, he still had contacts and could find out this information rather easily. The bodies of water at the polar regions were no longer available for lease. Denzel had prepared all the required documents and resources only to be told that they were no longer available. Denzel was awfully anxious right now, and had contacted many people for help, and he had found out from a few ex-classmates at the Academy of Science that the bodies of water of the polar regions on Planet Y were close to those of Earth's. But now, Planet Y's checks were really stringent, and they could not help him. But they mentioned that perhaps Fang Zhao could have a word with Hui. Now, Hui was full of confidence and could put on airs. Planet Y was no longer short of research projects, and the major research base had already been approved, so there was no need to let other research projects in. For these sorts of applications that requested claiming a body of water, Hui just browsed through and deleted them. Many people were watching Planet Y, and Hui was not willing to make any mistakes, so he would rather not accept any new incoming research projects. Now that a major research base was being developed, it would all get smoother in future. He could not afford to damage their bright future. There was no need him to personally vet through the applications anymore, as he had a professional team in charge of reviewing potential investors. All Hui needed was to just have a brief understanding. Therefore, Denzel had contacted Fan Lin and received word on the timing of Fang Zhao's duties in the outpost. After Fang Zhao had completed his duties for the day and returned to his room, Denzel had contacted him right away. If it is successful, I can give you a 30% discount for feed. Purchased from me. No, 50%. As long as you are willing to help, 50% off for feed. Is this all right with you? That hybrid sea slug eats a lot. I can't give the feed to you for free, but 50% off is already the best price. Denzel continued on. I don't require anything much, just so long as you just mention a word to Hui. Fang Zhao did not give a reply straight away, but instead asked, Are you just cultivating krill? Let me take a look at the electronic file. Denzel sent Fang Zhao a large file right away. The required files had long been prepared. If not for the fact that Earth's bodies of water were not for lease, he would not have needed to come running to Fang Zhao. Denzel was also feeling sullen. Originally, when he had found out about Fang Zhao's dog that was worth 100 million, he had decided to sell the feed to Fang Zhao at a premium. Unfortunately, before he had even been able to put the plan into action, he'd had to come looking for Fang Zhao again. Not only could he not sell it at a high price, he needed to give a discount. Fang Zhao briefly browsed through the file and nodded. I will ask first and inform you immediately if there is news. After ending the call, Fang Zhao went through the electronic file carefully. Denzel had already filed for patents for the technological procedures mentioned in the file, and so was not afraid of it being stolen. Otherwise, Denzel would also not having been willing to hand over the file just like that. After reading through it, Fang Zhao brought up a map of Planet Y that Hui had given him. The map was not complete, but it displayed the areas that could be purchased. After viewing the polar region's bodies of water, Fang Zhao spun the map around before suddenly stopping. He had spotted a place on the edges of a desert. He looked at the climate data displayed for that area. There, the relative humidity was low and there was little life. It was one of the few areas on planet Y that seemed to have an aura of death. Chapter 243, Revolutionary Project. Fang Zhao studied that area once more. There were mountains and valleys, but it suffered from low rainfall and had a desert climate. The surrounding were all sand and rocks, and there were very few species living there. Because of this, the entire area emanated an aura of death, unlike other regions. Even without personally heading over, he could tell just from looking at the map. Looking at the time, Fang Zhao contacted Hui. As Fang Zhao had been among the first batch of investors and had contributed greatly to the film entertainment cultural base, Hui gave Fang Zhao special treatment and let Fang Zhao contact him directly for any important matters. Recently, Hui had been very pleased, and it was written on his beaming face in the video call. Fang Zhao, what's up? Don't tell you are looking to invest somewhere. Fang Zhao selected that area on the map and showed it to Hui. Are you selling this plot of land? The area was slightly larger, and Fang Zhao did not have sufficient funds on hand to purchase it. His funds had been invested in the film entertainment cultural base and would not return so quickly. However, a loan was possible. He just wanted to make inquiries as to the price of this piece of land first. Hui was stunned for a moment when he saw the area Fang Zhao had brought up. Afterward, patting the back of his own head, Hui said, I almost forgot. That map has not yet been updated. You can forget about that area. Somebody has already bought it. Previously, I was so busy I forgot to update the map. I'll get somebody to update the information in a bit and show the areas that have already been purchased. Just wait a moment. Let me send you the newest version. Upon receiving the new map Hui sent over, Fang Zhao was even more astonished when he saw that area on the map. Not only was the area he wanted to buy taken, a large part of the surrounding areas had also been encircled. The entire area claimed was 3 times larger than the amount of land of every investor of the film entertainment cultural base put together. Fang Zhao was curious. The entire thing was bought by somebody. The entire thing? Who? It was reasonable to think that nobody would have noticed the area on the map. Right now, all Planet Y investors were looking for scenic locations and pleasant places. Exactly what sort of person would set their eyes on this sort of area? When Hui heard Fang Zhao's questions, he fell silent for a few seconds, and then he said, the Interplanetary Fund. Only a big player like the Interplanetary Fund had the power to claim such a huge expanse of land right when Planet Y's land prices were rising. Is it for building a city? Fang Zhao asked. I have no idea why the fund purchased such a large expanse of land, but it definitely isn't for a city. We have signed a confidentiality agreement regarding that area. In the future, regardless of whatever is built there, no questions will be asked. However, what I can confirm is that there are no immigration policy plans. Hui scanned through the map, feeling puzzled deep down. There were so many good areas on Planet Y. Whether it was for commercial or residential purposes, there were many better choices. Why did they view this area as important? The Interplanetary Fund seemed to be up to something mysterious. It was as though they did not want anybody to know what was going on there, and they had already assigned an engineering team to begin constructing a perimeter wall, preventing anyone from looking inside. If it had been anyone else, Hui would have long ago punched them in the face. Trying to put on airs? How can any area on Planet Y be out of Daddy's control? However, when the buying party was the Interplanetary Fund, Hui was terrified. He had climbed to the high position he now held with support from the Interplanetary Fund. Now he could not go against them. Besides, the Interplanetary Fund had said that his status on Planet Y would not change. As long as the Interplanetary Fund did not do anything that harmed Y, Hui would not ask any questions. Forget about that area. How about you pick another location? Hui suggested. Fang Zhao pointed to a body of water near the polar regions. Are you selling this area? Polar waters? They can be purchased, but what do you intend to do there? Hui asked. I'm asking on behalf of someone. Fang Zhao sent over a series of files regarding krill cultivation. Earth no longer permits cultivation at the polar regions, so he can only look for other alternatives. The waters at these areas of Y are similar to the ones back on Earth, and he wishes to purchase an area to cultivate krill. Hui browsed through the files that were sent over and noticed a brief mention that the purpose was to improve nutritional doses. This made Hui's heart skip a beat. That company manufactured nutritional doses, and that was something the base also needed. However, Hui did not immediately agree to it. Instead, he said. The auditing process for krill cultivation is even more stringent. The information and resources are in order. Let me take a look first. If there are no issues, the area will be available to purchase. Fang Zhao sent all the required information as well as audit reports to Huai. Huai then got specialists to verify it and confirm that it would not bring about any serious negative impacts to planet-wise bodies of water before returning Fang Zhao's call. With Fang Zhao's mediation, Denzel finally discussed terms and signed a contract regarding the purchase of a body of water on planet Y. However, this time, Huai did not personally attend to it. He left it to the relevant parties to handle. 2 days later, Fang Zhao received news from Denzel that Denzel had purchased the expanse of water he had been looking at. Soon, Denzel was going to bring along a batch of company workers and head for planet Y to begin krill cultivation. He would also make some of the special feed for Fang Zhao's hybrid sea slug, so Fang Zhao could get someone to collect it. On that day, Duan Qianji came over to Outpost 23. As Hong Lu was part of Baiji Military District, Duan Qianji was considered a family member and could live in the family district. However, as a boss, Duan Qianji was rather busy and frequently shuttled between Earth, Y, and Baiji. Every time Duan Qianji came, she also brought along some lifestyle accessories and higher quality foodstuffs for Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao did not keep them solely for himself, though, and called people from the outpost to share them. Although Duan Qianji could contact Fang Zhao through his communications device, she chose to visit him personally every time. Fang Zhao had helped Hong Lu, and Silver Wing had invested in the Y Film Studio complex because Fang Zhao had roped them in. It could be said that, compared to Yinzhou's other companies, Silver Wing had taken the first foray into the global film scene, and Fang Zhao's contributions could not go unnoticed. Visiting him personally was something Duan Qianji ought to do. Dun Qianji discussed matters about the newly constructed housing street over at the Film Entertainment Cultural Base. Duan Qianji regarded Fang Zhao's opinions and design plans highly and recorded everything down. In addition, certain details in the drama series that had gone unnoticed were spotted by Fang Zhao, and she recorded them down so as to prevent making the same mistakes in the new drama series. Duan Qianji did not stay at the outpost for too long. After finishing their discussion, as she was preparing to leave, she asked Fang Zhao, "Are there any other problems?" "Yes." Under Duan Qianji's puzzled gaze, Fang Zhao asked, "The revolutionary film project that kept being shelved, are they going to restart it?" On the global scale, there were only a few film projects that could be termed revolutionary. As for continuously being shelved, there was only one. Back when Fang Zhao had only been in the virtual projects department for a short while, Fang Zhao had heard Rodney, Song Miao, and the others mentioning this, a film project regarding many important characters from the period of destruction. The project had been raised many years ago but had kept getting shelved. That was a genuine blockbuster that would involve the film. Circles of all the 12 continents and all the respective aristocratic families, a revolutionary, groundbreaking film project. Duan Qianji's face changed, and her smile faded. With a grave expression, she said, "What news have you heard?" "Frankly speaking, I received information early on saying that the revolutionary film project might be restarted within the next few years, but that is all I know. A few days back, I took fancy to an area on planet Y and felt that it was suitable for scenes of the period of destruction. I originally wanted to purchase the land and build something like a period of destruction cultural park in the future. As you all know, I have an interest in all things regarding the period of destruction, but little did I expect that the area had already been bought." "Who?" Fang Zhao opened up a map and pointed to an area much larger than the film entertainment complex. "The Interplanetary Fund. This whole area was purchased by them. According to convention, for this sort of revolutionary film project, there was a very high possibility that the Interplanetary Fund would invest in it, and now they had bought that large area." Fang Zhao had asked Huai and a few researchers on planet Y and found out that there were no valuable minerals there, and that didn't have as much scientific value as other areas when it came to conducting experiments. As for planet Y's two distinguishing characteristics, one was the ARC plan, resurrection of stored seeds, and the other was film culture. Since the former was unlikely, what about the latter? Therefore, Fang Zhao had surmised that perhaps somebody also wanted to develop the area into a landscape similar to the period of destruction and use it for other stuff, such as filming. To get a better understanding of whether the situation was as he had guessed, Fang Zhao had asked Duan Qinji this question. Duan Qinji did not doubt what Fang Zhao had said. She fell silent for a bit before nodding her head. If that area was really made into a landscape from the period of destruction suitable for filming, then there is a high possibility of what you just said happening. That revolutionary film project might just be restarted. Many people had their eyes on this revolutionary project. When she had heard that the project could be rebooted in the coming few years, Duan Qinji had already started making plans and rushed to generate a few films and series that could capture the eyes of global audiences and promote the film stars in her own company. Choosing historical dramas could be considered a strategy. Regardless of the genre of any film, as long as their reputation and fame was put forward, that was good enough. If one series was no good, then 2 or 3. For such a revolutionary film project, forget about the company's A-list film stars. Even their S-rank first-rate superstars might not be able to snag a satisfactory role. As for other people, if they did not have enough fame or sufficient ability, they would not even be able to get a significant supporting role. Duan Qinji left hastily. She wanted to go over to Planet Y and scout out the situation. Fang Zhao browsed through entertainment news from every continent. Upon closer inspection, he realized that competition in the global film circles had escalated. Now, film companies from every continent were churning out large-scale productions in quick succession in order to tussle for viewership and popularity. It was probably as Duan Qinji had said. When everyone had gotten the news, they had rushed to promote their own company's celebrities and make them more noticeable, so when the time came, they would have even more firepower when it came to vying for roles in the revolutionary project. However, many people had not expected that the Y film entertainment cultural base was going to pop up this year and result in historical works becoming highly popular. This time, Silver Wing stars had successfully raised their global fame. Fang Zhao opened his own notebook and flipped to the last page. On it were plans he had recorded. Picking up his pen, he added a line to it. Who set the rule that only renowned actors could vie for roles in the revolutionary film project. After Duan Qinji left the outpost, she changed the course of her journey. Originally, she had intended to return to Earth, but now she decided to head to Planet Y to make discreet inquiries as to the situation. Following which, Duan Qinji gathered the company's few top film stars and agents for a meeting. As a second-tier actor in the company, Ji Poland did not have the qualifications to be called for that meeting. After completing Beauties, he had successfully managed to squeeze into a role for Warring States. Originally, Ji Poland had been rather satisfied. Although that role might be a little effeminate, it was still an important supporting role, wasn't it? He had already acted as a eunuch. Would he still be afraid of this? How many even wanted this role, but could not get it? But after the few big names had been called over by the boss for a meeting, Ji Poland discovered that their attitudes had changed completely. Their acting had always been very professional, but now, this bunch had a change in attitude, as though a fire had been lit in their bellies. Previously, Ji Poland had heard a few first-rate actors grumble during their mealtimes that the film schedule was too pressing and how they were exhausted and missed their homes and could not wait to return and rest. Now, though, even outside filming, even when they were extremely tired, these people seemed to have an inner fire. Ji Poland never heard them mention returning and resting ever again. Intuition told Ji Poland that he could not take it easy. Actors and actresses of a higher tier, even first-rate superstars, were all so hard-working. As a second-tier actor, how could he have the cheek to slack off? Furthermore, watching this bunch act up a storm, Ji Poland felt his own blood surging. What a great opportunity to learn. The changes on the set of Warring States did not capture the attention of too many people. There were now many production teams in the bustling film studio complex. Hoteliers here were making a windfall. Because there were many people and identities were all confusing, it gave an opportunity for people to take advantage. With his own superior disguises and the gift of gab, Wang Tai had successfully infiltrated the film studio complex. However, just as he was about to step into the palace grounds, he saw the tablet beside the gates. When he caught sight of Fang Zhao's name, he had no time to even think as his balls shrank. After making some inquiries, He felt that the name shown on the stone tablet had a high likelihood of being the same one as his greatest fear. Making careful considerations, Wang Tai decided to avoid Silver Wings sets and turned around. He headed over to other sets for a look. Every day, before he started work, he would first head online to check whether Channel S5 had any live broadcasts and whether Fang Zhao had appeared in them. Only after confirming that Fang Zhao was still on Planet Baiji would he set about his job in peace. On Channel S4, today's live broadcast was Wu Tianhao instructing martial arts to a bunch of tiger-eared monkeys. These animals would not hurt people on purpose because they did not have a hostile nature. Wu Tianhao's uncle had said that the mountains needed some live animals so the scenes would have more vitality. Since Wu Tianhao's mountain was not used for filming, a few of these animals had been released there. Wu Tianhao had proposed it, and the breeders had been more than happy to agree. On the second day, a group of tiger-eared monkeys had been sent over. At the start, these tiger-eared monkeys had still been quite guarded and had stayed away from humans. But gradually, they had discovered that getting closer to humans granted them even more delectable goodies. There was no need to worry about food and water here, and the food was much better than what the breeders had fed them. Now they wouldn't budge even if you chased them away. On a certain day, when Wu Tianhao was practicing his martial arts, a tiger-eared monkey had imitated Wu Tianhao's actions and movements. Wu Tianhao had found this rather amusing and had not chased it away. Who could have known that 2 days later his dojo would have a larger group of monkeys? Never in Wu Tianhao's wildest dreams had he expected that his first batch of disciples would be a bunch of alien monkeys. After the broadcast ended, Wu Tianhao received a call from his uncle. "What's up? Want to trick me into acting in a film again?" Hearing his uncle approaching him to act in a new drama series, Wu Tianhao had prepared to reject him, but the following words made Wu Tianhao halt. Excitement ran across Wu Tianhao's face as he asked, "That project, is it certain that it will be rebooted?" "Around 80% probability that it will be rebooted. Filming will probably begin next year, latest by the following year." "How about that? Do you wish to strive for it?" "You don't say?" "Of course I do." On another mountain, Zero's agent had just ended a call. He mulled it over for a bit before turning to gaze at Zero, who was bragging to some people at the moment. The assistant beside him felt that it was the sort of look a breeder gave a swine as he pondered how to fetch the best price for it. Chapter 244, Bookworm. Netizens were not really in the know when it came to the intense competition between large film companies and private studios, as there was just too much news and gossip about films, serials, and whatnot. While this was all going on, yet another new round of military enlistment began. There were 2 enrollment periods for military service, one in April and the other in October. Generally speaking, the April batch saw more enlistees than the October one. As near the end of the year, it seemed like Memorial Day was drawing closer. Many people would choose to wait and spend Memorial Day with their family, have discussions, and make preparations before applying for enlistment in April. However, the opposite happened this year. The number of applicants for this October's batch of enlistees exploded by a whopping 291%. This was the figure given in an official announcement. Even without looking at all these statistical figures, most people could have guessed that this October's batch would increase by a lot. Especially among people in universities, many students that had yet to serve had decided to enlist. Project Starlight was a success. It had brought about a zeal in youngsters for military service and brought about even more attention. To best support the enthusiasm and zeal of youngsters, this round, the top brass had decided that the 5 planets involved in Project Starlight would take charge of enlistees applying to their respective planets. This meant that anybody who wanted to apply for military service on these 5 planets could do so, and those that were approved would be sent there. Only after being rejected would these enlistees then be allocated to another location by the system. Youngsters looking to chase stars naturally chose the planets their idols were at for their own military service. Among Project Starlight's first batch, the planets S1, S2, and S3 had similar situations. They had more enlistees than previous years, but it wasn't too exaggerated. The exaggerated ones were the planets that channels S4 and S5 were on, planets Y and Baiji. Planet Baiji's position in the development sequence had shifted and was developing rapidly, which gave rise to a lot more people wanting to go over and strive to do their best, who knew if it could benefit them in their own future careers. Planet Y also received a similar number of applications to Planet Baiji because of the film entertainment cultural base. Military enlistees were mostly youths in their early 20s, with the majority being university students, and there were many that chased stars. The Y film entertainment cultural base had a strong appeal to these people, especially with entertainment news reports claiming that it was easy to run into a celebrities even when picking a random restaurant for a meal. These sorts of reports made these youngsters rub their hands in glee. However, there was a limit for accepting enlistees. Even though Planet Baiji and Y had both increased their quotas, the amount of applicants greatly exceeded their plans. Thus, they had to use the system to filter applications before filling up their quotas. That meant to say that for this round, the criteria that Planet Y and Baiji were using for accepting enlistees was much higher. If there were any stains on their personal files, any unsavory records, serious psychological illnesses, or other issues, that party would be filtered out. Especially for Planet Baiji, where they also examined the physical records of potential enlistees as well as the physical fitness examination results from primary school all the way to university. Applicants that were physically fit took priority. After the filtering process, the system then sent the results to the applicants. Applicants that received notifications that Baiji Military District had accepted their application were required to head to the allocated hospitals in their respective continents for a medical checkup and then head to the respective military districts for basic military training, just like Fang Zhao had done back then. After a month of training, they would then be sent to Planet Baiji. On the transport ship headed toward Planet Baiji, the young conscripts were full of nervousness and complex thoughts. When they could not fall asleep, they gathered together to chat. "Hey people, since we are all going to be comrades, brother, what specialty are you going for?" "Medicine. I specialize in veterinary studies." "Ha. Looks like we are in the same field, ha. It's different. Hey, what about the brother in front? What's your specialization?" "Me? I'm in network engineering." Under normal circumstances, if one wished to rise up in the military, generally, a whole lot of time was needed to grind one's way to the top. But right now, Planet Baiji was going through a period of rapid development and expectation, and this counted as special circumstances. Using this as a pretext, it was a really good opportunity to vie for meritorious deeds, so everyone had their eyes on Planet Baiji. Planet Baiji gave people from all professions a chance to strive forward for greater future prospects. But when these young conscripts finally arrived on Planet Baiji, they were welcomed with a bug feast. Baiji's commanding officer had said that the bug feast was a tradition. No matter how much Baiji developed, this tradition would be preserved, so every newcomer to Planet Baiji would remember the sort of harsh life people had had when they had first come here in the early days. We have to remember the unpleasant past and take delight in our present situation. However, even though it was the same bugs, now, when these new conscripts partook in the bug feast, it was still much better than how people used to have them in the past. At least now the bugs were no longer served half-cooked. Even so, many new conscripts were still tormented by the bug feast. On the second day, close to 60% of new conscripts had pale faces, as if their hearts were still reliving the horrors of the bugs. Some people were even starting to wish they had chosen Planet Y instead. Having grain on Planet Y was way better than having bugs. But very quickly, the doubts in these young conscripts' heads were replaced with newfound zeal at a commendation ceremony. This commendation ceremony was organized by Baiji Military District to honor outstanding conscripts and set a good example for the new batch. Naturally, Fang Zhao was among the awardees. Fang Zhao and the other conscripts of his batch had already undergone half a year of military service. Previously, when some people had seen Fang Zhao getting promoted, they had become really proactive. Throughout the military district, there were some conscripts and talents from different fields that had produced outstanding performances. These people had also rendered several meritorious services, and although they might not necessarily be third-class merits, with many contributions, Baiji Military District took the opportunity to take a few exemplary role models and made an exception to promote them and honor them specifically at this commendation ceremony. Previously, Fang Zhao had been a second lieutenant. This time, he was once again promoted to the rank of first lieutenant. In this half-year, he had followed the outpost team every day and completed assignments and missions and had rendered quite a bit of meritorious service. Everyone thought highly of his contributions and performance. He had saved people numerous times in critical situations, and having seen it for themselves, audiences watching the live broadcast did not have any complaints. A few experienced officers privately gasped in admiration. Whether it was his psyche or his natural ability, both were at truly extraordinary levels. If Fang Zhao continued to develop in the military, he would rise even higher in future. When chatting with the two Fang elders, many people in the military district had said that Fang Zhao not being in the military was such a pity. The two Fang elders naturally protected their own great-grandson in front of others, but they could not help but feel wistful in private. However, this was Fang Zhao's own choice. Everything was fine as long as Fang Zhao was happy. Besides, whenever Fang Zhao went on missions, the two elders didn't feel at ease. Watching those videos of Fang Zhao on those assignments, they couldn't help but feel fear and trepidation when they saw the numerous times the outpost team was caught in dangerous situations. Every time after watching it, great-grandfather Fang would get angry. It is just temporary military service. Why do you have to strive so hard? Everyone else just acts and pretends during their military service. Why do you have to be so serious? Can't you be more shrewd and avoid all this? Today, after the commendation ceremony, when Fang Zhao was having a meal in the family district, great-grandfather Fang could not help but start preaching. Veteran troops handle dangerous places. You new soldiers have too little experience. The next time you encounter those dangerous situations, just stay away. All right. In the past, if great-grandfather Fang had heard people speaking this way, he would have snorted in disdain. What he couldn't stand the most was spoiling children this way. However, when it came to himself, great-grandfather Fang became soft-hearted too. Although he kept nagging, when Fang Zhao left after having dinner, great-grandfather Fang could not help but smile foolishly to himself as he replayed today's honoring of conscripts at the commendation ceremony over and over. At the other end, Fang Zhao left the base and headed for the outpost. Due to the commendation ceremony, Fang Zhao had received a day off and was not following the outpost team out on a mission today. After returning to the outpost, he headed into his dormitory and engrossed himself in composing. Now, Kevin Lin was full of admiration. During the day, Fang Zhao was just a tireless, iron-blooded soldier. At night, he returned to being a harmless artistic youth and continued producing his works. Kevin Lin thought to himself that this was something he would absolutely be unable to do. The piece that Fang Zhao was composing was an accompaniment piece for a scene in Warring States. Before this, Fang Zhao had already made a number of accompaniment pieces for Beauties and Warring States. These works would be part of the OST1 for the 2 drama series and would be uploaded online. As he was writing away on his notebook, someone called on him. The visitor seemed to be of a similar age to Fang Zhao, but he had an air of class and the haughtiness of an elite. He seemed to treat people politely, but there was a sort of arrogance deep down. My name is Joseph, a liaison with the Interplanetary Fund. This is my name card. You may verify my identity. The other party put on a fitting smile as he handed over a golden card embossed with the Interplanetary Fund's insignia. Fang Zhao did not need to personally verify the information. Bi Liao, the outpost team leader, had already sent over Joseph's detailed information. Before entering the outpost, Joseph would surely have needed to go through a round of identity verification that was even more stringent. Therefore, Fang Zhao did not need to check on it personally, as Joseph's personal records were included in the information sent to him. There was no doubt of his identity. He was indeed from the Interplanetary Fund and was certainly an elite. Majored in economics from a famous school in Huanzhou, a doctorate in management, and had professional credentials in the areas of banking, medicine, engineering, art, and many more. It could be said that he was knowledgeable about everything, from astronomy to geography. When around people in the outpost team, he could chat with them about the latest entertainment gossip or discuss the direction of political reforms. At the bottom of the information Bi Liao had sent to Fang Zhao, he had added, "This liaison from the Interplanetary Fund is actually a bookworm." Joseph politely asked, "Sorry to bother you. Are you busy, Mr. Fang? I'm in no hurry, so we can chat after you are done with whatever you are busy with." Fang Zhao did not reject him, simply pointing to a sofa to the side. "You can take a seat there and help yourself to anything." The furnishings here were simple, and there were no customs here. Furthermore, Fang Zhao had gotten some inspiration a while back and did not wish to stop halfway. Joseph pointed to the bookshelf at the side. May I take a look at these books? When Fang Zhao had moved into his new quarters, he had purchased a bunch of electronic books and gotten the person in charge of printing at the base to help print them. Fang Zhao still liked to use paperback books and would bring a book with him during the day. During idle periods in between their missions, he would read them. At times when electronic equipment could not be used, paperback books were still very convenient. The majority of these books were on music, film, history, and architecture. Please make yourself at home, Fang Zhao replied. Thank you. Joseph gave his thanks and walked over to the bookshelf. He ran his eyes through the titles displayed on the spines of these books. They were all printed on Planet Baiji, and their dates were also displayed on them. Joseph took out a slightly thick book about history and flipped over the book. I don't understand. His real intention was not to read the contents of the book, but to view the notes Fang Zhao had written in the book. From there, he could find out what sort of person Fang Zhao was. There were many notes and markings on the book, and there were even a few pages of densely packed scribbles. However, Joseph could not understand any of these symbols. He flipped over to another page. Still don't understand. The polite smile on Joseph's face had disappeared. There were so many markings and annotations in this book, yet he couldn't understand a single symbol. A minority language? Didn't seem like it. Shorthand. Now that seemed a little likely. Looking at the strokes, it was probably shorthand. But why would he use shorthand when making notes in the book? A mental case. Joseph did not buy it. All these books had been printed in the last 3 months. There were close to 100 books here, and some were especially thick. There was no way he could have finished reading them all, and there was no way he used the same sort of method to make notes in every single one, right? 10 minutes later, Joseph sat on the sofa, as quiet as a mouse. Chapter 245, Fang-style cursive. Joseph sat silently on the sofa, having lost much of the arrogance he'd had in his heart. Actually, those symbols had not dealt him such a severe blow. Although he felt like he had hit a wall when he had tried deciphering those scribbles, what had given him a bigger shock were those books. Fang Zhao had actually finished close to 100 books in the space of 3 months. He still had some ability when determining whether he was being deceived. Even though he could not understand the scribbles, from what he had seen, the person had made markings and taken notes randomly and had read them seriously. All the underlines, notes, and remarks on blank spaces clearly showed that the person had read it really seriously and taken notes conscientiously. What sort of speed was this? Of course, reading books quickly did not mean much. His main objective was to see how capable this Fang Zhao person was. Recalling when he had investigated all the information regarding Fang Zhao, Joseph felt that it was best for him to maintain silence. Continuously staring at someone was an impolite gesture. Joseph could not bring himself to fix his gaze on and analyze Fang Zhao, so he stared at the bookshelf. He had wanted to ponder some questions, but as he thought about it, he found himself in a daze. Only when he heard a book being closed did he return to his senses and put on a polite smile once again. Fang Zhao placed the notebook into a drawer and looked at Joseph. Sorry for making you wait. This time around, Joseph was more humble. No, not at all. It's me who is being a bother. Whatever the case, Fang Zhao was someone worth admiring. Joseph noticed that Fang Zhao did not seem impatient, so he did not delve straight to the main topic and instead picked out the thickest history book from the shelf. I have a question I wish to ask, Mr. Fang. Are the notes inside written using shorthand? Yes, Fang Zhao joked. This is a shorthand I created, Fang-style cursive. 1 stroke per book. Actually, it could not be considered a cursive script one. Rather, it had gradually evolved from one. A few more complicated words inside had been substituted with other symbols, and that was how it had become Fang Zhao's own shorthand style. Fang Zhao could practically write a whole sentence with 1 stroke. It was just taking notes. He wrote it this way as it was for himself to read. If it were for others, he would write in the normal words that everyone knew. Just like when Fang Zhao was composing, the script was written in a code that only he understood. When it was for other people's eyes, he would change it to common musical notes. During the period of destruction, Fang Zhao had frequently used this sort of shorthand method for formulating battle plans and taking notes. When there had no longer been any use for those notes, Fang Zhao had destroyed them. Those times required being prudent, not just against the foreign enemy, but against Val characters as well. Thus, Those handwritten notes of a great man in the New Era Memorial Hall were actually nothing personal. They had been written for others to see and were not secret, so he naturally hadn't used Fang-style cursive. However, now the notes no longer needed to be destroyed and were nothing like the formulated battle plans that could decide the lives or deaths of troops and needed to be safeguarded. However, this was a habit that Fang Zhao continued to retain when he went out on missions. Idle time in between was shorter, so this method of cursive saved time and effort. Furthermore, perhaps due to his body's physical changes, Fang Zhao's current reading speed kept increasing and his brain thought faster. To best save time, Fang Zhao would write out all the thoughts in his head, regardless whether he was in battle mode or not. Using this, one stroke per book was the most appropriate. During the period of destruction, these sorts of shorthand note-taking methods had all been lost. So now, Fang Zhao had no fear of anybody else understanding it. So that's the case. Indeed, it was shorthand. Joseph asked a seemingly harmless question. All of these have been read by you. Yes, I'm almost done reading them, Fang Zhao replied. Actually, there were still around 10 more books that Fang Zhao had shifted away to make room for newly printed books when he had been tidying the bookshelf, as it had been too full. However, Fang Zhao did not feel that it was necessary to mention this. I never expected that Mr. Fang would still read so many books while undergoing his military service, Joseph said ruefully. I finally know why you know so much even though you only have a composing background. Fang Zhao wanted to say, one will never cease to learn as long as one lives. But he swallowed his words just before he opened his mouth. This proverb did not seem too appropriate. Noticing that Fang Zhao did not appear to be pleased or even have any other expression, Joseph did not mention it further. Straightening his face, he spoke about his motive for coming today. Does Mr. Fang know the revolutionary film project set during the period of destruction is on the verge of being rebooted? Joseph asked. Fang Zhao nodded. I heard about it. Although it has yet to be officially announced, certain entertainment companies in every continent have received news of the pending reboot, and it is indeed a reality. As the investors and one of the producing parties of this project, the Interplanetary Fund has nominating rights. Joseph seamlessly observed Fang Zhao, but did not notice any trace of impulse or excitement or any other expression on his face. Fang Zhao was still the same as before, maintaining his calm demeanor and listening attentively. Mr. Fang is contracted to Silverwing Media and is one of the members on the consultant team for Beauties and Warring States. You should probably know that for any dramas concerning history, a consultant team cannot be lacking. We have seen the 2-period dramas released by Silverwing, and they are indeed top quality. The consultant teams for these dramas are indeed capable. Today, I'm here on behalf of the Interplanetary Fund to give Mr. Fang an invitation and hope you will join as a member of the consultant team for the revolutionary film project that is about to be rebooted. When Joseph had first received this assignment, he had not understood why the top had a preference for Fang Zhao. As part of the film project's team, naturally, Joseph knew what the revolutionary film project was all about. Although this project had been raised long ago, filming had been continuously put off, as the parties that were investing in the production were always at odds. Besides the Interplanetary Fund, there were over 10 other co-producing parties that were large investors. These were all the famous families in each of the continents, and they had continuously argued, having opposing views on this actor or that, being unable to see eye to eye, and even arguing over the script. Parties would say that these were fabrications, slander, or over-exaggerations that were misleading. The script had also seen many years of adjustments and amendments, but with so many disagreements, the project had kept being shelved. Now, the Interplanetary Fund had increased their investment in this project and contacted the other investing parties with their decision to reboot the project. First and foremost was setting up a consultant team. For the revolutionary film project, the consultant team would naturally be huge. It could be said that consultant teams for past film and drama series could not compare to this film project's consultant team in terms of manpower and capability. Perhaps even many years into the future, there might still not be a consultant team that could compare with it. Every investing party had their own consultants they acknowledged. The Interplanetary Fund had put forward 2 expert professors renowned in many circles for their research on the history of the period of destruction. For the highly viewed online historical dramas Beauties and the currently airing Warring States, many people did not bother watching the tiny words in the end credits after an episode ended, but people from the Interplanetary Fund's film projects team paid attention to them. Many consultants in many historical dramas were nothing more than consultants in name only and were being dragged along just as a facade, leaving after perhaps having a meal or making some small talk, while having close to practically no use. Perhaps these titular consultants had not even watched the dramas in question, so there were lots of drama series that appeared with lots of inaccuracies. For these titular consultants, this would damage their reputation. However, many of these history consultants did not bother about their fame or reputation. They were more concerned about how much money they would get, and it was fine as long as they got paid. If the director did not need them, they were more than happy to relax. But when the completed Beauties and currently airing Warring States that were really popular were released, everyone could see the quality. The masses were not blind, and it was shown by the popularity of the two series as well as their rankings on online video sites. This was what made the Interplanetary Fund pay attention to the consultant team displayed at the end credits. Fang Zhao had already been eyeing this revolutionary film project. Having received an invitation, there was no way he would reject it. Fang Zhao discussed the terms for the contract with Joseph and was required to sign a confidentiality agreement. There was no need for non-disclosure about Fang Zhao signing on as a consultant. Rather, the confidentiality agreement was for the contents of the script he would receive. The script had not been completely set in stone and required the members of the consultant team to run through it. Probably only when the script was fully set would there be an official announcement on the reboot of this project. After signing the contract, Fang Zhao asked, "Who are the other members of the consultant team that have already been invited?" Since the contract had already been signed, they now had a working relationship, so there was no need for Joseph to keep this a secret. He handed over a list of people who were already included in the consultant team. These members have already been confirmed. There might be a few just like you who have been invited, but have yet to be recorded on the list. The list might not have been completed, but taking one glance through, Fang Zhao could tell right away why this was the consultant team for the revolutionary film project. This lineup was formidable, and past series could not compare. The head of the historical consultant team was the president of the Academy of Social Sciences, an esteemed and respectable historian. Following behind him, there were names of people from archaeology fields, historical research institute staff, and literature award recipients. All of these were famous names in the fields of history, art, and literature. Why did Fang Zhao recognize these names? That was because a third of books in his bookshelf were written by these people. Just looking at these names, Fang Zhao could tell that this project was absolutely of the highest quality. If this revolutionary film project was rebooted and the names on the consultant team released, that lineup was enough to make the entire film circle tremble. Compared to the names on the list, generally, as someone who did not specialize in history, Fang Zhao would not have received an invitation. With regards to advice and consultation, Fang Zhao's current status was a far way off from the others who had been famous for a long time already. But Fang Zhao's combat experience was strong. Consultant team member for Beauties and Warring States, design team member for the Silver Wing region of the Y Film Entertainment Complex, and a member of the advisory panel for Fiery Bird's Battle of the Century. These were actual examples displayed out in the open and could not be falsified. The most significant was Fiery Bird's Battle of the Century. The game had been set during the actual period of destruction, and Fang Zhao had provided many pertinent suggestions. From an investor's point of view, Fang Zhao's resume was no less valuable than that of few of these award winners. And because of this, the Interplanetary Fund had dispatched Joseph over to deliver an invitation to Fang Zhao. Even Duan Xinji would never have expected that. Through the two meticulously produced historical dramas, none of her actors had managed to secure a spot, yet the historical consultant team had already set their eyes on one of her staff. With his assignment completed, Joseph had no intention of remaining at the outpost for long and got ready to take his leave. Fang Zhao called out to Joseph as he got up and prepared to leave. "Please wait." Joseph raised an eyebrow. "Do you still have any doubts, Mr. Fang? Has the cast been confirmed yet?" Fang Zhao asked. "Not yet. Only after the script has been finalized will the casting be decided on." Joseph assumed that Fang Zhao was helping Silverwing make inquiries, so he did not find it strange. For this series, significant supporting roles and leads all require approval from many different parties. After that, a vote will still be required to finalize the decisions. This will be up to how the various companies go about their operations. I do not understand all these too well, but one thing is for certain. People without a certain degree of fame will not even have a chance. The fame that Joseph spoke about was not just being famous in one continent, but rather on a global context. Thank you, Fang Zhao replied. Welcome. As if suddenly recalling something, Joseph turned around to face Fang Zhao. Right, Mr. Fang is really talented in composing. I have also listened to the background music in the 2 Silver Wing drama series. They are very good, and I anticipate hearing more of Mr. Fang's works in the later episodes that will be released. After he finished, Joseph flashed a courteous smile and left. What he meant to tell Fang Zhao was this: get your company to do some work and promote you and expand your reputation. Perhaps it will get noticed by the relevant parties at the Interplanetary Fund. After all, this revolutionary film project would also require background music and accompaniment pieces for all sorts of scenes. Sure, Fang Zhao still lacked the qualifications for the opening and closing songs, but for short interludes of various scenes in the show, Fang Zhao might have a chance. Of course, Fang Zhao understood the underlying meaning behind Joseph's words. However, he had his own plans and would not do as Joseph had suggested. He still thanked Joseph for his kind intentions, though. After Joseph left, Fang Zhao studied the invitation letter on his table. After scanning it on his personal terminal, he gained access to a group discussion platform for the consultant team, which was really easy to manage. Shortly after entering, Fang Zhao received a few electronic files that were not related to the script. These were points to take note of for newcomers to the consultant team and to help newcomers adjust to the consultant team. A consultant was not all about advising and not asking, nor was it all about asking and not advising. Worst of all was doing none of the above. This series was not a historical documentary, and it had some artistic value to it. The pointers were to remind some less attentive consultants about where to set out from and which angle to take when asking questions. For a historical drama, it was first and foremost a theatrical piece of art, not a historical study. This art was expressed through film and music and had to be slightly larger than life. And for this art that had such a large investment, it naturally needed to arouse sufficient interest from audiences. Only then would there be greater returns. But as a historical drama, this art form could be excessive, but it still had to have a certain degree of authenticity. After looking through these files, Fang Zhao had a rough idea of what was going on. Being invited in now was just to report his attendance. When the time came, the contents of the script would be issued. Just as he was pondering which events would be contained in the script, Fang Zhao received a call from Jing. Having already completed his global lecture tour on music, Jing had just seen the video of Baiji Military District's commendation ceremony and had seen the portion where Fang Zhao was honored. However, besides showing concern, old Jing was also worried that Fang Zhao would walk down the wrong path. What if Fang Zhao decided to stay on with the military? Jing still had high hopes that Fang Zhao would undertake a greater pursuit of musical art and hoped that Fang Zhao would stay away from the military path. He wanted Fang Zhao to gain the recognition and approval of more people, especially the really fussy academics. If Fang Zhao did not walk down this path, academics would then judge Fang Zhao as having taken a low-end route. Fang Zhao described his daily routine. I go on missions during the day and compose at night after returning to the outpost. I'm now working on a piece for a certain scene in Warring States. Hearing all this, Jing's worry dissipated slightly, and he smiled a little brighter. That's good. The ancient-style background music for Beauties and Warring States is really good. I have seen your work. If you keep it up, given your ability, once your military service ends, you can begin planning for your own individual concert. My sentiments exactly. Jing was delighted at Fang Zhao's reply, and they chatted about a few other music-related questions before Jing reminded Fang Zhao to be careful and stay safe while out on his missions, and then ended the call. Fang Zhao remained silent for a while after ending the call with Jing before dialing a certain number. Yenzhou Military District's General Hospital. Yin Biao was undergoing a medical checkup. His prosthetics had already been fitted, and they were really expensive ones at that. The artificial limbs were nimble, and their functionality satisfied him. He had received a generous payout for his military discharge as well as bonuses. If he had not been discharged with merits and received particularly generous treatment and discounts, with just a normal discharge payout, he would never have been able to afford these sorts of prosthetics. Yin Biao was also astonished to receive Fang Zhao's call. He had been keeping contact with Fang Zhao, but it had just been through text messages. Undergoing half a year of treatment and rehabilitation, Yin Biao's body had already recovered, and he was in good spirits, probably anticipating what lay ahead for him. Furthermore, with the current levels of medical technology that were continuously improving, his recovery time had been much quicker than he had expected. Yin Biao had sent a message to Fang Zhao last week saying he had already been discharged from the hospital. His body was at peak condition, and he could start work at any time. Today, he had returned to the hospital just for a follow-up, and the results were all good. Reading through Yin Biao's follow-up results and confirming that there were no issues, Fang Zhao said, "Prepare to start work." Yin Biao brightened up, and his eyes shone with anticipation. "I have long been waiting for this day." After listening to Fang Zhao's instructions and ending the call, Yin Biao stood at the entrance of the hospital, sighing deeply as he stared at the sky. He had just started work. But before that, Yin Biao pulled up his trouser leg, looked at his lower leg, which had been replaced with machinery, and hesitated slightly. This would be his first job after being discharged from the military. To give everyone a good impression of him, should he color this leg gold? Maybe silver-plated? Or perhaps a lower-profile skin color tone? Chapter 246, Protection Fee Collectors. Gold and silver were too flashy. Plus, out of every 10 prosthetics at the rehab center, 3 were painted gold and 2 silver. Natural skin color? Yin Biao toyed with the idea and eventually shook his head. It was too pretentious. It was a freaking prosthetic. Why pretend otherwise? Yin Biao gave careful thought to what color he should paint his prosthetic legs, asking a whole bunch of folks for advice. After much consideration, he decided on the color his doctor suggested, titanium white. Most doctors preferred titanium white because first, as doctors they were biased in favor of white, and second, titanium white looked peaceful and less threatening. It was also the default color of most home robots. It was a color most folks in the new era were familiar and comfortable with. Titanium white was also nicknamed suntan-proof. Duh. If a prosthetic could get a tan, that would be spooky. During his rehab at the hospital, Yin Biao typically did the maximum number of exercises allowed by the doctor so he could be in the best shape possible, the kind that would enable him to engage in combat once he had gotten used to his mechanical legs. He was getting a substantial workout. Because of his long training sessions, Yin Biao preferred to work out outdoors and bask in the sun as long as it didn't rain. The gym was often too crowded. He wasn't used to the cramped quarters. Just as his name suggested in Chinese, Yin Biao looked a bit intimidating. Plus, he had gone on quite a few missions in the woods during his time on Baiji. His existing tan and the fact that he was working out outdoors every day now made him look like an ox. Yin Biao typically wore long shorts or capri pants during his training sessions, both for comfort and to allow his doctor to better monitor his prosthetics. Today he wore pants, but they came off as capri pants after his prosthetics were painted titanium white. Yin Biao even donned a pair of white sneakers to match the color of his new legs. His other limbs were heavily tanned, in strong contrast to his pristine white prosthetic legs. Zhuyu nearly burst out laughing when he saw Yin Biao. "What? Are you pretending to be one of those black horses with white hooves?" Fang Zhao had brought Zhuyu up to speed shortly after he had signed a contract with Yin Biao. Zhuyu had already visited several times during Yin Biao's hospital stay. He was free anyway and had loads of time to kill, so he looked up Yin Biao to shoot the breeze and hear a few stories about Yin Biao's life on Baiji. Even though they were competitive toward each other, they would both be serving as Fang Zhao's bodyguards from here on out. They were comrades now, so they also tried to get along. Zhuyu gave Yin Biao's titanium white mechanical prosthetics a glance and commented, "That color looks a bit girly." That said, compared to shiny gold, silver, any of those other weird, non-conventional colors, or the floral patterns with a dizzying effect, titanium white was okay. Yin Biao laughed and stomped his feet. He felt good about his new legs. He was used to wearing camouflage in the army. Now that he was retired, he no longer had to sneak around. It felt good to wear a different color. But he sidestepped the issue and instead asked Zhuyu, "You got the message from boss, didn't you?" "Got it." Zhuyu had reached out to Yin Biao after he heard from Fang Zhao, but when he had called, Yin Biao had been having his prosthetics painted and hadn't been able to talk. Zhuyu had asked where he was and had decided to track him down in person instead. "The next flight to Y is a week from now. The tickets have been booked," Zhuyu said. Yin Biao was blown away. "You actually managed to swing tickets?" He had looked online right after he had hung up with Fang Zhao. He had checked everything, be they freight vessels or chartered flights, anywhere he could secure seats. But all flights for the next month had been completely sold out. Y was drawing tons of visitors after the establishment of the Y filmed entertainment culture base. Most were the cast and crew of upcoming productions. The passengers were screened carefully, first when they bought tickets online and again prior to boarding. The tickets were also quite expensive, but that didn't stop the deluge of visitors. Many folks used their connections to land go for jobs on upcoming TV productions, so they would have an official cover to check out the legendary twin bases in person, the major research base, and the filmed entertainment culture base. But because of the limited number of seats, even production crews had to work their connections. Yin Biao had access to Y because he worked for an investor in the filmed entertainment culture base, but first he had to land a space transport ticket. "I'm no miracle worker. Boss got us tickets and sent me a message. The tickets were just issued," Zhuyu responded. Yin Biao fired up his tablet. Indeed, there was an unread message waiting for him. It was too noisy, so he had missed the reminder. He was used to using military-issue electronic equipment in the service and was still getting used to the new consumer electronic devices on Earth. Yin Biao made a mental note to buy a better tablet when he got his first paycheck. A week later, Yin Biao and Zhuyu boarded a space vessel bound for Y. The Y filmed entertainment culture base was now crammed with various productions that were renting space from the major investors. They had all signed contracts. There were quite a few production crews leasing plots from the area that Fang Zhao had bought. Fang Zhao didn't have the time to deal with the paperwork. Duan Qianji had assigned someone to help him out. But Duan Qianji was also busy and frequently delegated to her staff. The production crews paid their rent on time initially, but some tenants had started playing games when Fang Zhao's plot had started getting crowded. Tenants of the Silver Wing set were typically on time because they had dedicated staffers in charge of collecting rent. Meanwhile, production crews on Fang Zhao's plot had started owing back rent. These folks didn't dare take on Duan Qianji, but they thought Fang Zhao would let things slide. Fang Zhao was willing to let production crews write IOUs or pay in installments. But the bottom line was that they had to show they intended to pay. When he checked his books, he realized some tenants were messing with him this month. It wasn't a big deal, and Fang Zhao was clearly in the right, so he didn't take the issue to Duan Qianji or the Y military command. Zhuyu was ridiculously free anyway, and Yin Biao had recovered. This was something for them to do. A former special forces and a retired major, both armed, would send the right message. When Yin Biao and Zhuyu arrived at the film studio complex and laid eyes on the clusters of replicated ancient buildings for the first time, they were blown away. Even though they had seen footage of the structures online, the real thing was more impressive. Yin Biao took a look at his map and took a deep breath. "Wow, this entire plot belongs to boss." Zhuyu triple-checked and nodded. "Yep, that's the plot." Yin Biao was anxious to get started. "So let's go on patrol." Walking in the streets of these sets felt like traveling through time. No wonder folks liked working here. Filming on a proper set definitely helped you get in character. Those talented actors would feel the difference. "Let's go." Zhuyu started a quick trot. They were careful to avoid production crews that were in the middle of shooting. They spotted folks arguing and fighting when they walked past the replica of an ancient inn. Zhuyu scanned the surroundings. Are they acting, or is this for real? He didn't see any cameras, and the folks at the center of the fight were contrasting outfits. Some were in costume, and others wore modern garb. "It's a real fight," Zhuyu concluded. He asked, "Should we alert the soldiers stationed at the outpost nearby?" Yin Biao flexed his arms and told Zhuyu, "No need to bother the outpost over something minor like this. Let's keep track of what these folks damaged, and I'll take care of the rest." He darted toward the crowd, yelling as he walked, Hey, what's going on? Stop fighting." Followed by 3 punches, 2 kicks, and a slap that took down the most violent parties. The injured folks stayed down for some time. Their heads were spinning. The other folks retreated immediately after a quick look at the menacing Yin Biao and an approaching Zuiyu. Who are you? Us. Yin Biao's tanned face flashed a toothy grin. Debt collectors. Judging from their demeanor, the crowd quickly translated debt collectors as gangsters after protection money. This kind of shady *T is going down here already? So soon after the film studio complex opened for business? Isn't the military paying attention? But come to think of it, this was no surprise. Mobsters collecting protection fees were common around shops and film sets in remote locations on Earth, as well as stores on black streets. It wasn't far-fetched for criminals to branch out to foreign planets. Don't mess with us. We're going to alert the soldiers at the outpost. Someone who appeared to be a leader warned Yin Biao and Zuiyu while wearing a guarded expression. We're civil, law-abiding folks, Zuiyu responded. The surrounding crowd. That claim would have been more credible if the two former soldiers hadn't flashed the holsters on their belts. Within a week of Zuiyu and Yin Biao's arrival at the filmed entertainment culture base, Fang Zhao had collected all his back rent and received payment covering the damage the fight had caused. Yin Biao gave Fang Zhao a briefing by phone. Some folks think they can stir trouble because the landlord isn't around. Boss, just me and Zuiyu isn't enough. It is a big plot, after all. We can't resort to our guns when there are minor disputes. Using physical violence is also quite tiring. It's just the two of us, after all. Silver Wing has a dedicated team in charge of security. I paid them a visit. The team is made up of retired soldiers. We could put together a similar group, but we don't need that many people. Around 10 will do. Yin Biao continued. I know some former soldiers who retired for various reasons. Some of them were forced to retire because of injury, like I was, but I can vouch for their character. Fang Zhao had been pondering the same issue. He readily accepted Yin Biao's suggestion. Zuiyu should be able to recommend some folks too. Understood. Fang Zhao decided to send Yin Biao and Zuiyu to the film studio complex first to collect back rent. Second, he also wanted boots on the ground. As the film studios got busier, trouble was bound to happen. Conflicts between different production crews wasn't uncommon. After hanging up with Yin Biao, Fang Zhao checked his account balance. Between his savings, payment for the scores he had written for the TV shows, and rental income from the filmed entertainment base, Fang Zhao had plenty of cash. He planned on staging a concert after he finished his military service. In Yinzhou, there were 3 leading performance venues: 5 Notes, Vinyl Record, and Golden Age. The first 2 had strict standards when it came to choosing performers. The criteria was the number of prestigious music awards the performer had received. The concert halls typically refused to rent to performers who weren't up to snuff. That left the final option, which was the only venue that rented to anyone who paid: Golden Age. This was Fang Zhao's venue of choice. Golden Age was the venue where the widest range of artists performed. The age of the average performer was also lower than at the 2 other venues. It was an important stepping stone for many up-and-coming musicians. Xue Jing had also suggested Fang Zhao go for Golden Age. Lacking the requisite award wins, the other 2 concert halls were out of the question. Considering Fang Zhao's current status within the industry, given he hadn't won any top prizes, the only option was Golden Age. But Golden Age also scared off many potential performers, because it was prohibitively expensive. Fang Zhao checked the rates for Golden Age, then his account balance. He could afford the venue, although he wouldn't be left with much cash after renting it. But as long as he had endorsement deals lined up for after his military service, he wouldn't be totally strapped for cash. But precisely because Golden Age was available to anyone who could pay and its rates were exorbitant, it had a bad reputation. Purists refused to perform there, instead preferring to wait 10 or 20 years before renting the other 2 concert halls when they had accumulated the necessary accolades. To prevent Fang Zhao from overthinking the matter, Xue Jing had counseled that even though Golden Age didn't enjoy the greatest reputation, it was a great venue for a newcomer, an ideal training ground. Whether it was too mass market or not was in the eye of the beholder. As long as you maintain a pure heart, you will always come out a winner. That had been Xue Jing's advice to Fang Zhao. In fact, Xue Jing had no reason to worry. Fang Zhao knew very well that right now he needed a platform to showcase his talent. Joseph had suggested hiring a PR company to launch a publicity blitz, but Fang Zhao had vetoed the idea. If you didn't have the talent to back it up, a PR campaign could only get you so far. If you wanted the backing of major investors, that would be impossible, because they were all too smart to fall for such an act. They could detect a fraud from miles away. It all came down to ability. Chapter 247. Those things about great persons. Although the Golden Age Music Hall was pricey, there was no shortage of reservations. Browsing the official website's booking schedule, Fang Zhao saw that the hall was already booked all the way to February next year, and if he wished to make a reservation, he would have to make it for 3 months after that. The weekends from March to May were already reserved, and only weekdays were still available for booking. Fang Zhao would complete his military service and be discharged next April. Fang Zhao would continue producing music after his military service, and it was impossible for him to book it so early. Thus, Fang Zhao made a booking for a Saturday night in August. If there was not enough time, he could push his booking back, though his deposit would not be refunded. Outside of military service, other than Silver Wing's composing assignments, Fang Zhao still had to prepare his own works and handle matters relating to the consultant team. The consultant team's list of names was already more or less fixed, and the discussion platform had started to get lively. Every day, the team leader would raise a few questions to warm up and let everyone air their own views and suggestions on the targeted topic. The script had not been revealed yet, but everyone's enthusiasm in the group had already adjusted. As the script had not been set yet, the members of the consultant team could speak a lot more freely. These people had all been engaged by those big investors. Some of these people held positions of power and authority, but when they spoke, there were no qualms. On this day, the head consultant raised a topic about the character of founding-era leaders and their livelihoods and other aspects. Those people were heroes, but they had been humans too, not unfeeling killing machines. They had real feelings and emotions. This discussion was also for the sake of supplementing various elements of these characters' lives in the series and making these great people appear more well-developed. Well-known military campaigns during the founding era were all documented in historical records, and examinations would touch upon them. Therefore, students who studied history well knew about all of these. But for the actual temperaments, lifestyle habits, and other aspects of these leaders, a large majority of people had no idea. On a certain day, after Fang Zhao returned from a mission, he opened the discussion platform to find it bustling with activity, completely different from how outsiders might view an academic research topic discussion, serious and solemn. Currently, this bunch was talking about the gossip of those great people. However, only those big shots in the historical and art circles were doing the talking. After all, only people with their sort of status would dare to gossip about these great people. For those younger ones, or those who were underqualified, they just watched silently from the side. As a junior in these circles, it was not good for Fang Zhao to interrupt when these big shots were talking, so Fang Zhao just viewed silently, since he wanted to know what sort of awkward incidents these bunch of people had managed to dig up. A big shot who studied history seemed to be excited. Let's not talk about Wu Yan's mistress. The Wu family definitely would not let it be written in, but Wu Yan was afraid of dogs. This bit should probably be acceptable for the script. I'm warning you. Although the current Yinzhou governor does not have the Wu family name, random vilification will not be tolerated. We need evidence. The dominating and awe-inspiring great general Wu Yan had actually been afraid of dogs. Of all the creatures to be afraid, he had been afraid of dogs. If this information was released, nobody would believe it. I contacted people from Shizhou and, with great effort, managed to convince them to contribute a portion of Great General Lu Shi's handwritten notes. It was mentioned in the notes that Great General Wu Yan was actually afraid of dogs, so he had not had that close a relationship with Great General Su Mu. The others had their curiosity piqued and halted the discussion for the time being. What else was there in Great General Lu Shi's notes? According to the information provided from Shizhou, it was mentioned that Great General Lacalina's ancestor was an empress. That goes without saying. According to historical studies, Lacalina originally wanted to be an empress during the founding era. She even got a famed artist to paint a portrait of her titled Lacalina I. The painting is still on display at Lajou's museum. After that, the entire world changed its political system to having only a governor. However, over at Lajou, in private, the governor is still considered to be like a monarch. Hey, let me finish. The notes did not only mention Localina's royal ancestry, but also said that she had originally been a germaphobe. However, she gradually changed during the period of destruction. Germaphobe. After surviving through the period of destruction, even the greatest germaphobe can change. That's true. What else? Besides being a germaphobe, Localina also had trypophobia. For real? That's what was written in those notes. Whether it is true or false, only great General Liu she would know the answer. Or perhaps we could ask people from the Localina family. The Localina family would definitely not admit it. Actually, whether she was a germaphobe or had trypophobia, having survived through the many years of the period of destruction and having wielded such considerable power, it is obvious she overcame those a long time ago. There is no point in continuing to seek the truth in this matter. The focal points of the script will not be on this. Furthermore, the Localina family value their reputation a lot. Even if it is true, they will never agree to it being written into the script. Fang Zhao watched them as gossip about each of the founding-era generals was talked about in succession. Even the unlucky leader Fang Zhao, who had not managed to endure to the founding era, was discussed. Luckily, Lu Shi's notes did not have many awkward quirks about Fang Zhao, but it did record that Fang Zhao was a musician. That expert that had been fortunate enough to obtain copies of Lu Shi's notes verified what he was saying by posting some photographs of the notes. A live symphony orchestra lives inside Fang Zhao's brain. This was the original line written in Lu Shi's notes. After the discussion on gossip about the various leaders, the topic returned to the project. Seems like the great persons of the founding era were not so perfect either. Should these be written in? I think not. But all these are crucial snippets of their characters. Nobody is perfect. We are only human because of our flaws. All of these cannot be written in wholesale, but we can filter some out and embellish them a little. Sounds fair. Watching the chatter in the discussion platform, Fang Zhao knew now that the excited manner in which these big shots of the consultation team talked about gossip was like how entertainment reporters got excited when they talked about the private affairs of various celebrities. By watching from the side, Fang Zhao discovered that the person the head consultant worshipped the most was founding-era leader Fang Zhao. According to the contents of the script, founding-era leader Fang Zhao could not be considered a lead role, but he was an important supporting character that had a role in many crucial scenes. In the month of December, Fang Zhao received the first draft of the script and, together with the other members of the consultation team, began discussions on inaccuracies or misrepresentations of the various characters and other aspects and how to amend them. Toward the end of December, Yin Biao and Zuiyu arrived on planet Baiji. Fang Zhao had helped them handle the arrangements and procedures. This time, on his return to the Baiji military district, Yin Biao did not have the identity of a military personnel and so had to go through all the normal procedures. Yin Biao was filled with mixed feelings when he saw what planet Baiji had become. However, on the whole, he was happy to take a walk down memory lane and catch up with old comrades. Planet Y had been Zuiyu's first time leaving his home planet, and it felt like a tour for him. It was a novel feeling, patrolling the sets and watching others film. In short, Y filmed entertainment culture base's atmosphere was much more relaxed. As long as they did not create trouble, it was generally very harmonious. But Planet Baiji was a whole different ballgame. Before entering the atmosphere, Zuiyu could already feel a more solemn ambience. The military presence was much thicker here than on Planet Y. Over at the film entertainment compound, Yin Biao had recommended 6 discharged soldiers to Fang Zhao, and Zuiyu had also recommended 2. Currently, there were 10 personnel patrolling the streets of the Y filmed entertainment culture base. Even if Zuiyu and Yin Biao were not there were still 8 others guarding the place. This was sufficient enough, so there was no need to worry about any production teams causing trouble in the film entertainment compound. With supervision, production crews there that caused trouble in secret now knew their places. The matter of debts had also been reduced marginally. For some production crews that were unable to fork out a lot of money, Fang Zhao could give them some leeway as long as their attitudes were good and they had a certain reputation. On this visit to Planet Baiji, Yin Biao and Zuiyu also helped Fang Zhao bring along specialized feed for Fang Zhao's hybrid sea slug. Denzel also said that he will send you an electronic file when he sees you online. It's regarding the feed dosage, Yin Biao told Fang Zhao. As for the area of land that the Interplanetary Fund has encircled, Construction has already started there, but it is guarded heavily. I haven't gotten a chance to get close. Already there are people at the film entertainment compound making guesses about that area's use. A paparazzi went over to try and secretly snap photos, but was caught and thrown in prison at Y base. After that, nobody ever went close to it. There is no longer any need to keep watch on that area, Fang Zhao said. News about the revolutionary film project being rebooted would not remain concealed forever. Having joined the consultant team and as an internal member of the project, Fang Zhao had a much clearer idea of the process. For the time being, there was no pressing need to find out what was being constructed in the Interplanetary Fund's Golden Circle on Planet Y. Chapter 248. My idol is a man of many talents. Yin Biao did not spend too much time on Planet Baiji before returning back to Earth. Yin Biao appeared fine as they were leaving. He had gotten to meet his comrades and had been living well since he had been discharged. Although there was some regret and a slight reluctance to leave, people always had to move forward and look to the future. After adjusting his mentality, he felt more carefree. On the contrary, Zuiyu was really reluctant to leave. This foreign planet garrison was how he had always imagined it to be. These constructions in progress were where future immigrants were going to stay. He had not seen enough yet. However, as Memorial Day was approaching, Zuiyu could not continue staying on Planet Baiji either. He and Yin Biao had a scheduled space flight to catch. As Memorial Day drew closer, certain construction sites ceased operating, as the workers all wanted to return back to Earth and celebrate with their families. There were too many people and too few scheduled space flights. As the time drew closer, it would be harder to schedule a return trip, so it was best if they left earlier. Fang Zhao had given them a Memorial Day vacation. Recently, there had also been fewer production crews in the film entertainment complex, so not much manpower was required to keep an eye on things over there. Two of Yin Biao's old comrades would not be returning back to Earth, so they would stay and keep watch. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang had also decided not to return. After so many years, this was the first time they had gotten a chance to celebrate Memorial Day in a military district. This could very well be the last Memorial Day they would get to celebrate in a military district. In the future, as they aged, it might get inconvenient to travel far, let alone leave Earth and gallivant on foreign planets. Fang Zhao was different from the other outpost soldiers. He was only undergoing temporary military service, and generally speaking, conscripts had it slightly easier and got to enjoy a Memorial Day vacation too. The two Fang elders had already helped Fang Zhao tidy up his quarters so he could have a good rest on Memorial Day. This Memorial Day, the top brass had given conscripts a 3-day vacation. In the early morning of Fang Zhao's first day of vacation, he brought along the water tank containing the rabbit from the outpost to the base's family area. Kevin Lin also tagged along to the base. Given the nature of his profession, the base had arranged special quarters for him. However, Kevin Lin was very busy. He had already planned for a week-long military district Memorial Day program. This had also been the column's request. Now he just needed to let Fang Zhao show his face for a bit during the live broadcast every day, and Kevin Lin would not bother him after that. Even without having a daily mission, Fang Zhao did not stay idle. He brought out the second draft of the script, which had been distributed to the consultation team, and checked the contents for areas that might need amendments. As he looked through the script, as before, Fang Zhao connected to the internet and opened the consultation group's discussion platform. The bunch of big shots were still as lively and did not realize it was close to Memorial Day. When heroes of the period of destruction were mentioned, these specialists would get very engrossed in chatting. Fang Zhao had also been talked about many times. These bunch of people also knew that discussing too much about the personal affairs of the few great generals was not too good. If they went overboard, the big families of the respective continents would take issue, but for Fang Zhao, they did not need to worry about anyone looking into things. In any case, that leader did not have any direct descendants. Relatives? 500 years had already passed. Who even cared if you were related to him? During the initial stages of the new era, seeking favors through family ties had not necessarily brought about many benefits. Now, 500 years later, it was even more unlikely. Therefore, even if there was anyone put on the pretext of being period of destruction leader Fang Zhao's relative, it would do them no good. However, when some people mentioned unsavory rumors about Fang Zhao, Even without Fang Zhao himself saying anything, the old head consultant personally made a statement and listed some excerpts from the memoirs of Su Mu, Lu Shi, and the others to vouch for Fang Zhao's character. Today, as he watched these bunch of people getting exhilarated from discussing important leaders of the period of destruction, Fang Zhao did not interrupt, as per usual. For history of the period of destruction, Fang Zhao remembered those events that he had personally experienced, but regarding matters of the other continents, he might not know as much as these bunch of specialists who had studied the period of destruction. Even for Yinzhou's history, if Fang Zhao said too much or mentioned too many details, especially for things that were hard to find evidence of, it would arouse suspicion. After all, the setting for a historical drama differed from that of a game. The emphasis was also not the same. Thus, when Fang Zhao found stuff in the script that was not suitable and he could find evidence to back up his point, he put forward the examples. As for the rest, it was up to the screenwriters to do their part. Watching these people start to gossip once more, Fang Zhao found it really funny. Today, the style of the discussion platform had changed yet again. Today, this bunch of big shots were in fanboy and fangirl mode. My idol is well versed in art and warfare and has an impressive and imposing bearing, a historian from Jinzhou enthusiastically said. The person he was speaking about was Jinzhou's great general Chu Yuanjing. My idol is confident and elegant. His remarkable feats are unrivaled. A historical archaeologist from Tongzhou eyes lit up like a fan when he talked about his idol. He was talking about Tongzhou's great general Wu Tong. My idol is powerful, had bold vision, and was a natural beauty, a historical literature scholar said. The one mentioned was Lajou's empress, Lacalina I. Following these were proclamations of adoration for Su Mu, Renaud, and the others. Every founding-era great general had countless adorers. Even if many of these historians loved to unearth the private affairs of these prominent characters, choosing not to talk about these few great persons' personal affairs was doing an injustice to academics. But even after knowing that these people were not perfect, it still did not change their adulation for these great persons at all. In the new era, people viewed these heroic characters of the founding era with reverence and admiration. This was their conviction. Each founding era general went through a round of praise, and Mr. Head Consultant paused but could no longer hold it in. My idol is brave, a strong fighter, and a man of many talents. However, the moment Mr. Head Consultant said this line, a few others added. He was an impressive person indeed, but he had ill fate. Ill-fated. This was the evaluation these historians had of Fang Zhao. Having fought in Yinzhou for 90-something years, just as the fighting had been about to cease, he had fallen and had not even left behind a single direct descendant. When historians talked about Fang Zhao, they had the same enthusiasm they had toward gossip, but at the same time, there were sighs, and they felt sorry. Watching these people start to sigh about the ill-fated leader, Fang Zhao had rather complicated feelings. He had never expected that these people would feel this even more greatly than him. However, for this matter, Fang Zhao did not take it to heart. In his previous life, just before he had died, he had felt regret, but the regret had been that he would not get to see the day the fighting stopped. As for anything else, he hadn't worried excessively about it. Furthermore, he had obtained the chance of rebirth. This was something those old friends of his had never gotten. Laughing soundlessly, Fang Zhao continued reading. After he finished reading through the second draft, he marked the areas with problems and added words onto it before sending it to the head consultant. Back on Earth, Mr. Head Consultant had just finished chatting in the discussion platform. After he disconnected and was lamenting about Fang Zhao's bad luck with a few colleagues, he received a message notification. Looking at the sender's name, he could not help but laugh. Whoa, just as we were talking about him, that little fella appears. What? Your disciple? The person beside him asked curiously. You wish. It is a little fella from the consultant team. I heard that he was recommended by the Interplanetary Fund. He has a really firm grasp of history, Mr. Head Consultant said. What? Showing concern for the younger generation? There are so many juniors and young ones at the academy, but I have never seen you even say a single line of praise for them. This is different. Mr. Head Consultant glanced at the sender's name once more. It is rare for this person to not be inhibited by that name. The few people beside the head consultant gather around to look at the sender's name displayed on the screen and laughed. No wonder. Having the exact same name as one of the leaders of the period of destruction is not easy at all. If he isn't careful, he could easily be stifled by the weight of that name. Chapter 249, Idiot. Was it such an easy thing to have the same name as a period of destruction leader? Given the level of adoration most people in the new era had toward the heroes of the period of destruction, even if historical truths revealed distasteful news about a certain important character, fanatical worshippers would not be bothered. The line of thoughts of these fanatical worshippers was this: negative news? Flawed character? I won't listen. I won't believe it. In any case, my hero is always number one. How thick-skinned can you get, having the same name as my hero? When people with the same name as their heroes were spotted, piercing gazes of scrutiny were placed on them. This gave those people with the exact same name rather immense amounts of pressure. There were too many worshippers of heroes from the period of destruction. The numbers were not in the tens of thousands, but in the hundreds of millions. And for people who shared the exact same name as these martyrs, wherever they went, they would have to face all sorts of questioning gazes. There were still some worshippers who did not want to see others have the same name as their heroes, but had double standards for their own descendants, and have them named similar to martyrs in the hopes that their descendants would become great people just like their own heroes. However, for those people who shared the exact same name as martyrs, many could not handle the pressure and chose to change their own names. Those that could hold their own under this sort of pressure and could even make a name for themselves were generally not such simple people. This was what old Mr. Head Consultant meant by the line, "It is rare for this person to not be inhibited by that name." When he had first seen a young person who had the exact same name as his hero, he had been extremely astounded and had paid even more attention to Fang Zhao. Even old Mr. Head Consultant had the same sentiments as other worshippers and would unconsciously draw comparisons when he saw the name Fang Zhao and saw how capable the other party was. As the revolutionary film project consultant team head, when he looked through the suggestions and opinions of everyone, he especially paid attention to the articles Fang Zhao submitted and had high expectations. Up to now, every one of Fang Zhao's articles had had opinions that made him very satisfied. Old Mr. Head Consultant thought to himself, worthy of having the exact same name as my hero. But if Fang Zhao's performance had been poor, the old mister would surely have thought this. What a joke, to think he would actually share the same name as my hero. This was how these worshippers generally thought. Of course, Fang Zhao did not know what the old Mr. Head Consultant was thinking. After submitting his article, he browsed through the discussion platform to see whether there was any news he had missed. According to these people's discussions, based on Fang Zhao's experiences during the period of destruction, if he was written into the drama series, he would have a tragic supporting role. In truth, this was how Fang Zhao was written in the script. Compared to the founding era generals, Fang Zhao's impact was not as big. After 500 years, his deeds mainly appeared in history books, and people outside Yinzhou did not know much about him. Even in Yinzhou, besides studying their materials for examinations, most people would not voluntarily make an effort to understand him. What was the point of reading historical information? The past would be forgotten anyway. However, during every year's Memorial Day, the Cemetery of Martyrs commemorative painting vendors would remind everyone that besides the founding era great generals, there was still another important hero. Browsing through this year's painting styles at Yinzhou's Cemetery of Martyrs and seeing the new image of himself, Fang Zhao felt that it burned his eyes. He would not be purchasing any this year. He would rather paint them himself. On the second day of his vacation, which was also the actual Memorial Day, Kevin Lin came over to broadcast Fang Zhao's blessings to audiences live, and he left just as quickly. Kevin Lin wanted to let Fang Zhao appear more in the live broadcasts, but the column's chief editor had other plans. The column's chief editor had spoken to Kevin Lin in private. Fang Zhao is no longer important, he had said. What is important is how to get source material and take the opportunity during such a crucial time like Memorial Day to obtain more meaningful materials. Film those soldiers garrisoned here who do not have a high enough rank to bring their family members. Low-ranked soldiers who are unable to return home. And the new batch of wet-eared kids that from the October batch, they might not be adapting well, so film them too. This is also very good source material. In short, Kevin Lin was to look for more tear-provoking, gloom-inducing source material that would lead to passionate discussions. Since it was a suggestion from the top, Kevin Lin could only listen to it. He had tactfully told Fang Zhao about it, but since Fang Zhao had not seemed to mind, Kevin Lin felt more at ease and was able to focus on his own assignment. His colleagues from the other 4 channels were also rolling up their sleeves for battle. As they vied for views on this Memorial Day, Kevin Lin did not want to lag behind. After the blessings on the live broadcast, Kevin Lin left and Fang Zhao continued with his commemorative painting. Shortly after, great-grandmother Fang told Fang Zhao that there was a visitor. The visitor was Lu Yan, a major from the mining area and a subordinate of Edmund. He lived next door and normally helped out the 2 elder Fangs with some small chores. Thus, he was familiar with the both of them. He had also brought along some Memorial Day presents with him. Lu Yan passed the presents to great-grandmother Fang and saw the brushes and paper on Fang Zhao's table when he entered the room. Curious, he asked, "Painting?" As Fang Zhao had not yet completed it, Lu Yan could not tell who it was. Fang Zhao placed the brush down and asked, "Just for fun, is anything the matter?" Lu Yan felt a little embarrassed. Cough. "I do have a request to make." Requesting for help from others on Memorial Day was not too nice, but at the moment, he could not find anyone else and could only try Fang Zhao. Lu Yan explained his purpose in coming. It's like this. His wife was a doctor at the Baiji Military District Hospital. Before the military district had been established, she had been a military doctor here. Both he and his wife were veterans of Planet Baiji. Lu Yan's wife was pregnant, and the scheduled date for giving birth was not today, but a slight mishap had happened today, causing her to go into labor, and she had to be rushed to the hospital. As for Lu Yan, he was stationed to guard the mines from noon until his shift ended at noon the next day. He had looked for other comrades to swap shifts with him, but they were all busy. Requesting a change of shift required making a request 1 month in advance, and his comrades had all been posted out to different areas and were not able to help him out at a moment's notice. As time was of the essence, Lu Yan could not try his luck at going through his contacts in succession. When he had seen the live broadcast Kevin Lin had filmed for Fang Zhao, he had thought about asking Fang Zhao to lend him a hand. If it were anybody else, even a military personnel with a higher rank than Lu Yan, even if Lu Yan were able to get them to help out, it might still be troublesome. However, if it was Fang Zhao, Edmund would surely be easier to deal with. Hearing the situation, Fang Zhao nodded his head. No problem. He still had 1 more day of vacation tomorrow. Even if he was awake throughout the night, he would still have time to adjust tomorrow. Thank you so much. I really can't thank you enough. Lu Yan exclaimed emotionally. Since Fang Zhao had agreed, he immediately sent a request to Edmund. Edmund was a familiar face. Back when Fang Zhao had first arrived on Planet Baiji and headed to the mining area for his military service, he had gotten to know Edmund. Although Edmund was still the person in charge of the mining areas close to the base, the power source mining area had already seen upgrades and was no longer the same as before. Edmund's rank had also risen to Major General. Now Edmund's family had all moved to Planet Baiji, and he no longer wished to return back to Earth. As expected, the moment Edmund heard the request, he hesitated for a little before approving it. If it had been anybody else, Edmund would surely have taken longer to think and would have considered whether there were any shenanigans involved. He would have viewed this with guarded suspicion, but the person relieving Lu Yan was Fang Zhao, which dispelled any misgivings Edmund had. Although his military rank might be a little lower, Fang Zhao was still very suitable to provide emergency responses, which was reassuring. Stealing ore? That couldn't be, as the discoverer of Baiji, or the military district, had given Fang Zhao a lot of ore. Although he had not taken it out yet, when the military district had first been established, Commanding Officer Shanta had already signed the dotted line. That share of ore would be sent to Fang Zhao after his military service was completed. Fang Zhao simply did not need to risk all of his deeds and contributions just to steal a few pieces of ore. Having gotten the approval for the substitute, Lu Yan led Fang Zhao to the mining area's guard post to report for duty. What you have to do is very simple. You just have to verify the endorsed documents of anybody entering the mines against the system. If everything is in order, you can stamp the person's pass. At the side is a stamping machine. When the stamp is successful, an electrical current will pass through. If their documents cannot be verified, you just have to call the team guarding to settle the matter. You don't have to worry, though. This is just following a simple process, and there shouldn't be anything to worry about. If it had been anything too important or too complicated or something that might have some degree of risk, Lu Yan wouldn't have looked for Fang Zhao. Luckily, it was not a hard task, and Fang Zhao was an earnest and trustworthy lad, so Lu Yan had looked for Fang Zhao to stand in for him. Lu Yan made sure to explain or the important things to take note of. Oh right, remember to put on the working attire that is to the side. The energy fields over at the mining area are stronger, around 15 times stronger than the fields you experienced when you first came. You mustn't get careless even if you stay in the guard post. If you are exposed to it for more than an hour, the energy fields might affect your state of mind. After Fang Zhao had gotten a complete grasp of this assignment, Lu Yan thanked him once again before leaving. Fang Zhao had nothing much to do, sitting around in the guard post. Fang Zhao looked around his surroundings. Both the interior and exterior of the guard post had surveillance cameras, but Fang Zhao did not have any devious intentions, so he was not afraid of being captured by the cameras. While at the guard post, there was no way to connect to the internet or randomly contact others to chat. Thus, Fang Zhao just sat there and thought about the latest few tunes that he was in the midst of composing. An hour later, 2 construction workers came requiring stamps. Following Lu Yan's instructions, after Fang Zhao verified their documents, he used the machine at the side to stamp their passes. The sky gradually got darker. As the symphony orchestra in Fang Zhao's mind was playing, people once again appeared. 3 men wearing mining uniforms and helmets had come. The visors of their helmets were covered with blotches, and Fang Zhao could not see through them clearly. However, this sort of attire was very common here. Previously, the people who had come to get their passes stamped had looked the same. Fang Zhao ran through the documents and looked up to scan the 3 men standing outside the guard post before accepting and stamping their passes. An electric current flashed through the stamp, indicating that it had been successful. "Happy Memorial Day," Fang Zhao said. When they heard what Fang Zhao had said, they went blank for a moment before replying, "Thanks." The 3 of them picked up their stamped passes and left. When they had walked away to a less conspicuous area, while struggling to stifle his excitement, one of them softly said, "Ha, I told you getting the passes stamped is very easy, right? Those in the guard post are always idle and are unable to tell. He even wished us a happy Memorial Day. What an idiot." Another one of them sounded really delighted. "We have already received the stamps here. That ought to be all we need. We certainly will have no problems when leaving. Stealing right from under these people's noses feels great." Chapter 250, Swatting a Fly with a Baseball Bat. The trio returned to a storage facility with the stamped passes in hand. There were 5 others waiting. Next to them was parked a cart loaded with 6 large sealed boxes. The men sitting on the boxes blurted out, "How did it go?" "Well, we got all 3 stamps." The man holding the pass snickered. "The soldier on duty in the outpost who gave us the 3rd stamp even wished us a happy Memorial Day." "What an idiot. You got the 3rd stamp at the outpost?" "Was it Lu Yan who was on duty?" One of the men sitting on the boxes asked. "I don't know. He was in uniform. I didn't get a good look at his face," the man with the pass said. "He sounded quite young." "He didn't give you a hard time?" the man sitting on a box asked. "Lu Yuan is quite talkative. Sometimes he likes to interrogate folks." "Not at all. All he did was say, 'Happy Memorial Day.' Isn't Lu Yan's wife in the hospital?" "If I were him, I wouldn't be in the mood to interrogate anyone either. It doesn't matter whether it was Lu Yan or not as long as we got the stamps." The leader of the group pulled a mini scanner from his pocket and aimed it at the stamps. The stamps on the pass weren't visible to the naked eye. They would only illuminate when read by a special scanner. The 3 stamps were their ticket to the freight transport. The men relaxed when they saw the 3 stamps light up. "We're good. We got all 3 stamps. We're not missing any. So should we head out now?" "Yes. Everyone is taking Memorial Day off, so the mines won't be guarded. We should hurry. I wonder what they'll think when they realize 8 miners are missing, haha. What's so special about 8 miners? What'll be interesting is when they realize they're missing 5 tons of Baiji power or after the Memorial Day holiday. 5 tons of grade A power, or wasn't that much in the context of the entire mine, but it wasn't a small amount either. It wasn't a blip you could just write off. Some folks would probably be quite shocked by the discovery." After he tucked the pass away, the leader instructed the men sitting on the cart, "Let's ask around first to see if anything is out of the ordinary." The smuggling operation didn't rely on these 8 alone. They also had inside help. This was the result of 6 months of careful planning. All normal. Nothing out of the ordinary nearby. One of the men sitting on the boxes said. Then let's pack up and proceed as planned. Let's go. The 8 men changed into their minor uniforms and packed their things. Baiji Spaceport. After presenting all sorts of credentials to the guards at the spaceport, the 8 men entered the spaceport without incident. The spaceport was quite empty, probably because of the reduced traffic during Memorial Day. They parked their cart next to a freight vessel. Power or excavated from the mining district they belonged to were typically shipped to this transport, which in turn transferred the load to a larger spaceship near Baiji. But as long as they boarded this freight vessel, they would be good to go. They maintained their composure under the watchful gazes of the security guards as they approached the freight vessel with their cart and the cargo on it. The leader pulled out his pass and swiped it by the entrance to the vessel. Buzz. A bland beep sounded, and an access denied symbol flashed. Access denied. The 8 men tensed up and glanced at the security guards nearby. They were starting to get some attention. The leader of the group started frowning, but still managed to project a sense of calm. Maybe the swipe was incomplete. This time, he swiped the pass slowly so that all 3 stamps could be scanned. Buzz. Another beep, another bright red access denied symbol. The voice of one of the men started quivering. What's going on? He had already spotted security guards heading their way. One of the other men on the other side of the cart had a stern look on his face. He had already quietly gone for the gun hidden in his mining uniform. He was ready to blast open the door to the vessel, but in that case, a firefight with the guards was guaranteed. The leader was sweating profusely as he gritted his teeth and swiped his pass again. Beep. A green access granted symbol flashed on the display. Never had an electronic bleep sounded so lovely, an answer to their prayers. A few of the men secretly cursed. What a CR*PPY system. A simple swipe took 3 tries to complete. If that isn't a CR*PPY system, I don't know what is. The Baiji military district is so rich now. Why don't they upgrade their scanners? We were scared *+. False alarm. As they watched the door to the transport open, the men relaxed and started to smile as well. They had done it. But their smiles froze when they got ready to move their cart, and the door to the transport opened completely. On the other side were 8 soldiers wearing dark gray robotic exoskeleton armor. A cold glint reflected off to the armor, and the 8 gun barrels pointed at them. The 8 men. Are we busted? How come there are armored warriors here? Aren't they reserved for terrorists and beasts? All we did was steal a few power ore, and they actually sent armored soldiers. What? They ran out of places to deploy their resources. Why are they swatting a fly with a baseball bat? The fingers of the ringleader who was holding the pass started shaking. He turned pale and was sweating big time. Disappointment. Desperation. The carpet had totally been pulled out from under their feet. What to do now? Detonate a bomb. They were carrying small bombs that were easy to carry and conceal, but such lightweight explosives would barely make a dent in the exoskeleton armor, and yet they themselves might become collateral damage. Not to mention that they were no suicide bombers. They didn't have the guts to sacrifice themselves. They were quite scared of dying. They didn't even dare go for their guns. They had done their research on the preparedness of the Baiji military district, so they knew how ruthless these armored warriors that were considered the equivalent of military-grade weapons were. They had no intention of crossing these opponents. They had never thought that military-grade weapons would be used on them. And if they thought about going for their guns, the armored soldiers would fire before they could touch their firearms. Just one shot from the kinetic combat rifles the armored soldiers were equipped with would be enough to tear any of them apart. Into shreds, that is. These thieving flies simply quivered before these baseball bats. They didn't have the guts to fight back. The moment they were handcuffed, they still hadn't figured out what exactly had gone wrong. They had spent half a year plotting their route, devising a plan, bribing the right people, and obtaining the necessary paperwork. The operation had gone smoothly step by step today. They had even gotten their stamps. How come they had been ambushed at the very last minute? A flying transport landed behind them. From it emerged Major General Edmund, the officer in charge of the mines near the base. The 8 men were ghastly pale as Edmund stared them down. His cold stare was followed by a command uttered in a restrained grunt that belied the level of outrage bubbling underneath. Take them in. Let's let everyone get back to enjoying Memorial Day. The soldiers answered in the affirmative, gagged the 8 men, and led them away. The 8 men had come and gone quietly without so much as causing a ripple, as if nothing major had gone down. Ignoring the 8 arrested men, Edmund approached the cart they had left behind. The security guards had already opened the boxes. It's grade A Baiji power, or all right. 5 tons. It's all here, the captain of the spaceport's security detail said. They're quite bold to have stolen such a big load. Edmund was speaking in a calm tone, but anyone could sense the incredible anger he was suppressing. Edmund had been enjoying a meal with his family. It was the first time he had spent Memorial Day with his entire family since he had been posted to Baiji, and he had been in a good mood because of his recent promotion and rosy career prospects. He had even been drinking a little. The moment he had gotten word from Fang Zhao, he had felt like someone had slipped a cube of ice down his undershirt. His festive mood had evaporated, and he had sobered up immediately. 5 tons of grade A power, or wasn't a huge amount, but this was grade A energy, or they were talking about. Plus, the quality was good. Early estimates put their worth at more than 10 billion. Edmund couldn't possibly contain the fallout from losing $10 billion worth of power ore. He had worked so hard to get where he was today and enjoy a cushy position. So many people wanted to see him gone. If this had gone down, all his ambitions would have gone out the door along with the 5 tons of power ore. Thankfully, the thieves had been stopped in time. After taking inventory of the power ore, Edmund briefed Shanta. The interception plan had been Shanta's idea. Only Shanta had the authority to deploy the armored warriors. As far as Shanta was concerned, swatting a fly with a baseball bat was exactly his intention. That way it would be easier to follow up. You didn't tip anyone off, did you? Shanta asked. No. Everything is normal elsewhere. No one noticed the interception, Edmund responded. Good. Shanta wanted to keep the interception hush-hush, not only because it was Memorial Day, but also so he didn't alarm the collaborators of the 8 thieves. The fact that the 8 men had been able to smuggle so much power or so easily meant there were other bad apples. This was not a simple operation that took a day or two to plan. The mining companies that worked with the Baiji base would pilfer a few or at most when they were being transported. Shanta didn't bother to quibble with them over a petty few stones. An official investigation would take tremendous manpower and resources. As long as the stealing wasn't excessive, Shanta was willing to turn a blind eye. But this was completely different, and the amount smuggled was quite substantial. Did they think the commander was an idiot? I want a thorough investigation, a furious Shanta bellowed. After hanging up, Shanta was still panting. He had yet to find his composure. He sat in his office pondering how to clean house. But Edmund's briefing also had him intrigued. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shanta reached out to Fang Zhao. How did you know? Something was wrong, Shanta asked. By listening carefully, Fang Zhao responded. It's your hearing again? Shanta was reminded of Fang Zhao's reputation, dighting, godly ears, and all. I listened and observed. Body language and heartbeat are great indicators. The trio were quite nervous when they approached the outpost. They were feeling guilty. Plus, they might have been armed with lethal weapons, Fang Zhao explained. In fact, Fang Zhao could tell something was off just from his first-rate instincts honed during the 100-year period of destruction, but that couldn't be his official story. So you stamped their pass with an expired stamp. The stamps were updated every few days, but few knew that. All outsiders knew was that 3 stamps were required for passage. After the trio left, Fang Zhao had immediately alerted Major General Edmund, who in turn had briefed Shanta after confirming that something was wrong. The 8 men who had stolen the power or had failed to open the door to the flying transport twice because they had the wrong stamp. Their first 2 stamps were the right ones, but the third one was outdated. When the door had opened on their third try, it had been done manually from inside the transport. Thank God for your tip. I'll log this as a merit in your personnel file. The military was clear on merits and misdeeds. This wasn't a major accomplishment, but it wasn't a minor one either. After all, the power ore was worth some 10 billion. After hanging up, Shanta skimmed Fang Zhao's personnel file out of curiosity. His merits column was filled with accomplishments both big and small. Another promotion when his service period concluded was a sure thing. A kick-SS soldier. But Fang Zhao was a rarity among the conscripts. It was a pity he had decided to become an artist. What a waste of talent. Chapter 251, Spotted a Suspicious Person. On the first Memorial Day after Baiji Military District had been established, The entire military district was in upheaval. On the night of Memorial Day, well-informed people more or less received the news, but the majority were still in the dark. Only on the second day, when the news was spread, did they find out that the military district had arrested a gang of thieves last night, and that the thieves had nearly made away with was worth 10 billion. For most people, this was already a very large quantity and extremely costly. Were they caught last night? I didn't hear any activity. I didn't hear anything either. They were probably prepared so it didn't disrupt everyone's celebrations. Nonsense. If they made a lot of noise, how would they have caught the perpetrators? They are still catching others right now. I heard that even the mecha troops were deployed. What background do these perpetrators have? Terrorists? To think that mecha troops were deployed. I heard that a number of people were caught. Let's wait and see. They still have to catch some more people. To steal that much, or only a few people can accomplish that. With a rigorous investigation, some people are going to get really unlucky. Our military district's prison will have a use this time. At dawn, when Fang Zhao returned to the family district, he heard a number of people discussing this matter. Originally, he had been scheduled to end his shift at noon, but because of the mining area's strict investigation, Shanta and his subordinates had acted and implemented other actions, allowing Fang Zhao to return early. As the person in charge of the mining area, ever since Major General Edmund had appeared last night, nobody had returned home and had instead investigated through the night, simply not giving those people any chance to forge data or cover their traces. Even now, the investigative inquiry was continuing, and Edmund and a few other important personnel of the mining areas had gone over to give Shanta a report. As before, they were met with a round of Shanta's spittle on their faces. Inside the prison, the mine thieves that were detained inside looked extremely exhausted. They didn't feel like saying anything. They had already been interrogated numerous times, and now their leader had not yet returned, so the others were wondering if their boss was undergoing some cruel punishment. The thought of torture made them tremble uncontrollably. At the moment, one of the perpetrators sitting on the floor was pondering. They had planned and made preparations for half a year, had taken advantage of Memorial Day when many people were in festive moods to make their move, and had found everything was going smoothly. What exactly had gone wrong? He made an effort to calm himself down and carefully recalled every step of their plan and realized that the part where they were most likely to have screwed up was the part where they were getting the third stamp, when they were at the guard post. Now he recalled the person at the guard post wishing them a happy Memorial Day. Simply venomous. The guard had even wished them a happy Memorial Day. On Memorial Day next year, it would be the 1-year anniversary of their time in prison. Yes, it had definitely gone wrong there. The more he thought about it, the more he reckoned this was the case. But who was the person who had helped them stamp their passes? Was it Lu Yin? When he tried remembering the guard's voice, it sounded a little different. If it was not Lu Yin, then who was it that had substituted for Lu Yin? As he thought about it, their boss, who had been dragged out for interrogations, returned. He did not seem to be in good shape, but there were no visible wounds or injuries on him. How was it? Did they use violence? A few people asked. Following this question, the man who had just entered flew into a rage and sent a fist flying into an asker's face, dislodging a few of his teeth. Are you King moron? Why didn't you properly check who was manning the guard post before we went to get our passes stamped? For the third stamp, the person there wasn't Lu Yin, it was Fang Zhao, that Fang Zhao. The Fang Zhao with the rumored godlike hearing ability. He clearly could hear that there was something wrong with you guys. Just a bit more, and we were actually foiled at that step. In the small cell, the loud roaring was ear-splitting, but the other 7 weren't bothered by this. Rather, they were shocked by the bit of information their boss had brought back. Fang Zhao? That Fang Zhao who had many rumors about him? Why would he have appeared at that place? They had surveyed and made careful plans before the operation. They had investigated Lu Yin and had caused some trouble for Lu Yin so that he would be distracted. Never had they expected that Lu Yin would actually get Fang Zhao to replace him. For the 3 stamps, the process of obtaining them was in decreasing difficulty, with the first having the most stringent checks. It could even be said that the third stamp was nothing more than a straightforward process that would have no problems. They had never expected that a problem would occur at the easiest part of their plan. Was that Fang Zhao just like how the rumors had described him, being able to detect truths and lies and everything else just from his hearing? These were the thoughts of the 8 people locked up in the prison and everyone else who knew about this matter. In their hearts, Fang Zhao's ears had already achieved divine status. Shanta had said it himself. Fang Zhao's godlike ears had rendered a great service in this incident. Shanta was being rueful. He had not expected that his subordinates would take his words and overly visualize it. However, Shanta did not pay much attention to how his subordinates evaluated Fang Zhao's ears. Following the interrogation results of these 8 and their investigation results, another bunch of people were caught. Shanta was very pleased with the arrests. After strict investigations, those that deserve to be imprisoned should be thrown in jail. Because of Shanta's attitude here, parties trying to secretly pull tricks in the mining areas curbed themselves. Fang Zhao had no idea his ears were the topic of discussion. After returning to the family district for a bit, he went to the hospital to visit Lu Yan and Lu Yan's wife, as well as their new daughter, who had been born on Memorial Day. Lu Yan was very grateful. "Thank you, Fang Zhao. This time, I really cannot thank you enough." Today, after hearing about the incident at the mining district, Lu Yan felt extremely glad. Fortunately, he had managed to find Fang Zhao to relieve him. If he had been the one manning the post yesterday, perhaps as those perpetrators had predicted, because of him being preoccupied with his wife's impending birth, he might have hurriedly checked through their papers and given them the stamp. If that had really been the case and the matter of the theft of 5 tons of grade A power or were revealed, the progression in his military career might have come to a halt then and there. Lu Yan even suspected that his wife's mishaps had been purposely done by those or thieves. Whether that was really the case, he would investigate it personally. When he thought about that possibility, a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. However, when he heard Fang Zhao asking about his newborn daughter, warm tenderness returned to his eyes. "Ha ha ha, my little baby is healthy and very beautiful. She is named in Ku1. Hopefully she has a safe and peaceful future. Come take a look, isn't she cute?" Fang Zhao looked at the baby wrapped up in infant clothes, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. "Really cute." Lu Yan appeared a little stiff hugging his child. He was about to hand it over to the nurse beside him when he paused and pondered for a moment. He faced Fang Zhao and made a gesture to hand his child over. "Hey, benefactor, come and hold her." Fang Zhao. Like this. Place your hands here to support her. Hey, don't learn from me. I'm also a newbie. Look, you see that nurse over there? Just hold her the way the nurse does." Lu Yan corrected Fang Zhao's posture from the side as he jokingly said to his wife beside him, "Look at all these little youngsters. They are just so nervous. Look at how tensed up he is, just like a rock. He is even more nervous than me." Fang Zhao was completely rigid from head to toe. Looking at the little thing in his hands, he could not help but feel all tense. He had used guns and fought battles. He could compose just by picking up a pen. He could play games well and could drift while driving. But when he held a baby in his arms, this was simply an S-rank task. It was rare for the Fang Zhao that was always calm and collected to actually be nervous. Fang Zhao really had no idea how to handle this sort of frail little creature. In his previous life, he had seen many newborns but had not had much contact with them. He always felt that these newborn lives were too frail. He was used to fighting beasts, but handling little beings like these, he was really not accustomed to it. Fang Zhao held the little life in his arms as it was bathed with warm light. With his hearing ability, he could hear the soft breathing of the infant circulating around his ears. Watching her sleep peacefully in his arms, Fang Zhao did not feel calm at all inside. It was as though the sounds of a violin's strings being drawn and the striking of piano keys were resounding in his head like a flowing stream. This was a child born on planet Baiji. She would start her life on planet Baiji. Perhaps she would be different from children growing up on Earth. She might be bolder and have to face even more challenges, but her pace would get more steadfast as she grew older, and the path she took would get wider and wider. Her parents hoped that she would have a safe and peaceful life, and Fang Zhao also hoped that her future would be warm and radiant. Luckily, Lu Yan was uneasy letting Fang Zhao hold his child for too long and took her and handed his daughter over to the nurse. At this point, Fang Zhao exhaled a large breath of air. This manner of his was joked about for a while by Lu Yan. However, it was all in the name of fun. Just before Fang Zhao left, Lu Yan and his wife once again sincerely thanked Fang Zhao from the bottom of their hearts. thanking Fang Zhao for substituting for Liu Yun and helping them foil a disaster, and for all he had done for Baiji Military District. After bidding the couple farewell, Fang Zhao went downstairs but did not leave right away. Instead, he went behind the hospital to the garden and sat down. This little garden was where patients and family members could stroll around. Fang Zhao sat on a bench at the corner, took out the notebook he always kept with him, and started writing at a tremendous speed. A nurse who was wheeling a patient on a wheelchair passed by and noticed the strange person seated there and made a mental note. The person's head was hanging down, so his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, the nurse could see that the page his paper notebook was flipped to was filled with many scribbles, but she could not understand a single one. She had not meant to pry into another's secrets and only had given a passing glance to clear her doubts. Today, the hospital had received news. The head nurse had informed everyone to maintain a high vigilance and take precautions against any abnormal situations. This nurse felt her heart beating faster as she quickened her pace, and after wheeling away the patient, she immediately contacted the hospital's security team. I just spotted a suspicious person, and he was writing in some strange language or perhaps a secret code. The moment the security team heard this situation, they went on high alert. Today, the entire base was in upheaval. Last night, the security chief had been called over for a meeting regarding the situation and had brought his team to guard the hospital for the entire night. Shanta wanted to catch the thieves, so the security team needed to maintain guard in case certain people tried anything funny. As such, the security chief had not managed to rest one bit. Now that the perpetrators had mostly been caught, the chief could relax a little and had intended to take a nap. He had barely shut his eyes when he heard that a suspicious person had appeared at the hospital. All hints of sleepiness were gone, and he sprang up, overflowing with killing intent. Where is the suspicious person? These sorts of people deserve to be taught a lesson. If we don't beat them up and throw them in jail, they won't learn. Look, I'm not. Chief. A security team member had a strange expression on his face. Having been interrupted, the security chief was not happy. Speak. This was definitely not him being grouchy from being woken up. The security team member used his fingers to bring up a screen. From the nurse's information of the person's position, I have already adjusted the surveillance cameras to target that area. However, Chief, the person captured on camera seems a little familiar. Is there some sort of misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? The security chief took large strides over and glanced at the image displayed on the screen. Isn't this? This is Fang Zhao. I thought so too. The security team member agreed. Just at that moment, Fang Zhao seemed to sense something and looked up toward the camera, letting the entire security team see his face. It really is him. The security chief's inner rage was completely extinguished. After looking straight at the surveillance camera, Fang Zhao dropped his head back down and continued writing at a tremendous speed. Cough. Inform that nurse not to go and disturb Fang Zhao. I reckon that little fella is composing tunes. The security chief scratched his head and decided to return to his nap. They all knew that Fang Zhao could spread out his notebook and write song scores in a weird code that nobody understood anytime and anywhere. When they saw this behavior, they found it odd but understandable. After all, he dabbled in art. All of them knew about Fang Zhao's quirks and had been informed by the top that should they encounter this sort of situation, unless it was an urgent matter, they should not disturb Fang Zhao. After all, Fang Zhao could also be considered a benefactor to all the stationed troops on Baiji base, and they should not disrupt this composer's flow of inspiration. Over at the hospital, that nurse who had kept watching vigilantly from a distance did not see any security team coming over to catch the suspect, but she did receive a call from the security team asking her and her colleagues not to disturb that person. What the hell? Normally, the security team were efficient. Why were they terrified this time? The young security team member patiently explained, "You are new and might not know him, so it's fine." The nurse was curious. Who is he? That is Fang Zhao. Which Fang Zhao? Which other Fang Zhao is there in our military district? No, I should say on planet Baijit. Oh, it's him, huh? Sorry, I didn't see his face. I didn't know that was Fang Zhao. The rookie nurse was red in the face and felt ashamed. But why is he seated there, and what is he writing? You wouldn't believe me, but he is composing. Nurse. Chapter 252, Ear Value Rising Again. Due to the security team's verification and reminders, Nobody went over to disturb Fang Zhao after that. Only in the evening, when the sun was starting to set, did Fang Zhao's attention finally leave his music scores. Looking at the progress he had made today, he finally shut the notebook. Fang Zhao felt rather satisfied with this piece of work and decided to place it among his concert pieces. A little growl from his stomach indicated that he was hungry. Fang Zhao looked at the time. It had been so long since he had sat down. His inspiration had been overflowing, and he had composed non-stop and lost track of time. Getting up, he stretched his arms and prepared to leave. He had only walked a few steps when he heard footsteps approaching him. "Please wait." Fang Zhao turned toward the source of the sound and saw a nurse briskly walking over. Fang Zhao remembered that it had been this nurse who had kept a wary eye on him, although it had not been long before her gaze had vanished. That nurse's face was bright red, and she was so nervous her tongue was in a knot. Hello. Are you? Fang Zhao. In the security team office, the security person watching the surveillance feed rolled his eyes. Why must she ask the obvious when she is just giving a greeting? Fang Zhao was a little surprised. That's me. At the moment, the young nurse in front of him did not have the slightest bit of wariness in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with excitement and admiration. Any more, and her eyes would be shining brightly. Could I trouble you for an autograph? As she spoke, the young nurse fished out a card. This was a Memorial Day greeting card that she had not used and had kept in her locker. Now she had taken it out. Fang Zhao smiled and didn't reject it. The nurse had forgotten to bring her pen, so Fang Zhao took out his own pen that he took notes with, signed his name on the card, and added Happy Memorial Day. Thank you. The young nurse had not requested Fang Zhao write anything else. After thanking him, she quickly returned to the hospital building and then posted a photograph of the greeting card with the autograph in the Military District Hospital's internal chat group. I saw Fang Zhao in the little garden behind the hospital a while back. Previously, she had not mentioned in the chat group that she had seen Fang Zhao in the little garden behind the hospital, as she had been afraid that there would be too many curious people and it would disturb Fang Zhao's composing. But now that Fang Zhao was already done and she had successfully managed to obtain the idol's autograph, of course she had to show off a little. In the evening, there were off-duty staff that normally did not say a thing, but when this message appeared, the chat group buzzed to life as many lurkers appeared. Fang Zhao? That famous Fang Zhao from our military district. Where is he? Can I still make it to get his autograph? I want to go too. Ever since I arrived at the military district, I have never gotten to see him in person. I'm busy on duty. Anyone going to get his autograph? Please me get one too. Two senior nurses shook their heads as they saw the discussions in the chat group and sighed while laughing. These bunch of young ladies are just. Don't you frequently praise Fang Zhao? Don't you want his autograph? Someone else asked. Cough. How can I stop other people at the hospital and ask for their autograph? I also think. I dropped by his place in the family district and even took a photograph together. Little did Fang Zhao know that the bunch of nurses were passionately talking about him. After he returned to his residence in the family district, he received an incoming call from Shanta. Shanta told Fang Zhao that for this incident, those that deserved to be punished had been punished, and those that deserved to be rewarded would not be excluded. Fang Zhao's service had already been reported to the higher-ups, and news would be released. This incident could not be kept under wraps. Many people in the internal loop already knew about this. The rumors flying about concerning Fang Zhao's ears were becoming even more and more divine. This could not be helped, though. As Planet Baiji lacked entertainment facilities and gossip, how could the people miss out on such a chance? Furthermore, many people felt that Fang Zhao's ears were really mystical, and they could not stop discussing his ears. Shanta's intention was this. Since it couldn't be covered up, then it just had to be publicly commended. Why should we cover up a good deed? What Shanta meant was that as long as there were merits, they deserved to be publicly commended. Also, it didn't have anything to do with terrorists, just the arrest of a gang of thieves, so why should the person who had actually rendered service be hidden? For what reason? Shouldn't those people who harbored errant thoughts be the ones hiding instead? Thus, during the official announcement where Fang Zhao's service in this matter was commended, Shanta also had some words to say. Anyone who dares to try and take revenge against Fang Zhao over this matter, us at Baiji Military District will never let them off. Not only Fang Zhao, from now on, in similar situations, anyone's meritorious deeds would be publicly commended, and if anyone dared to retaliate, Shanta would return the favor with added interest. Thus, in no time, more people on Earth got to know about the matter of Fang Zhao relieving duty on Memorial Day and foiling a criminal gang's or theft plans. Furthermore, in the news that Planet Baiji officially released where an account of incident was described, there was a line that especially emphasized Fang Zhao heard that something was not right. This line gave rise to a round of heated discussion. He can even hear that? How far is the range of his hearing? Really, Diding? Although the previous rumors were slightly over-exaggerated, there was indeed reasoning behind the online circulation about those divine ears. Am I the only one that is focusing on the mecha troops being deployed? If I was one of those thieves, I would have crumbled. To actually be faced with mecha troops just from stealing some, or they probably didn't even have the courage to resist. Ha ha ha. Those thieves never expected that Shanta would be so ruthless. He simply did not waste any time with them. I have pondered deeply and analyzed this quite a bit. Shanta's decision was the right one. By making such a ruthless move, he sent out a statement. I believe there will be less people who try to steal, or in the future. Rubbish. Anyone can tell this from one glance. Do you still have to ponder deeply and analyze it? I just received news that a firm that manufactures protective ear equipment has decided to look for Fang Zhao for an endorsement deal. Why did I hear that it was a company that sells sound equipment that is looking for Fang Zhao to be an ambassador? I don't know about others, but till now, Fiery Bird is the only one confirmed. The new model of earpieces that is going to hit the market in May is set to be endorsed by Fang Zhao. I heard the contract was signed some time back. This is internal information, so it should be true. Only Fiery Bird has such foresight. Hasn't the value of Fang Zhao's ears appreciated once again? The fees for approaching him as an ambassador are surely at a premium. Fiery Bird were indeed rejoicing. They had already discussed the contract for endorsing the new model earpieces, and the fees had already been fixed. If they were to negotiate a contract now, they estimated the fees would be 30% higher. Originally, the plan had been to wait till Fang Zhao had completed his military service. If his popularity fell, they would roll out some PR operations to hype it up. Unexpectedly, there had never been any need for them to make a move. Fang Zhao's ears had once again become a hot discussion topic, and their value had risen once more. Watching the value of Fang Zhao's ears soar, Fiery Bird wondered whether they should get Fang Zhao to endorse the company's many other sound and stereo equipment. At the same time, having found out about the incident's entire timeline, Kevin Lin sighed in his heart. He had known that letting Fang Zhao go out would cause him to miss big news. If he had followed Fang Zhao to the guard post on that day, perhaps he might have gotten to film quite a bit of big news. During this time, Kevin Lin had followed the Memorial Day program planned out by the column's editor-in-chief, and there had been nothing really spectacular. Channels S1, S5 were all virtually the same. It was not that they were bad, just that the special programs were all in the same style of stirring up emotion, and audiences did not pay them much mind to them when they were over. Furthermore, military service was not something new and had been around for many years. There had been many such videos filmed in the past for special programs, so online audiences were already immune to such scenes. Naturally, there was one person whose heart felt really uneasy as he watched the piece of news officially released by Baiji Military District. Wang Tai, who was currently at the Y Filmed Entertainment Culture Base, was secretly taking snapshots of a certain big-name celebrity. When he saw that piece of news, his first reaction was this. Perhaps the reason Fang Zhao was able to see through my disguises is because he heard through them. Wang Tai searched the internet for related information and legends of the mythical creature Diding's hearing ability and found out that the Diding was said to be able to hear truths and lies. When considering his own circumstances, the more Wang Tai thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Regardless of what other people thought, Wang Tai had a mental Diding label stuck to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao did not read online evaluations of himself, but he found out about them from Kevin Lin. The value of his own ears had risen, so much so that people suggested insuring his ears. From his earlobe to his eardrum, his ossicles, and his cochlea, every bit of his ear should be insured. Fang Zhao himself had no idea that his ears would actually be raised to a divine status, but he had no explanation for it. Besides, if he explained it, he would have to give many other reasons, and there were some things that Fang Zhao could not disclose. The more he said, the more doubts would appear. His body had too many secrets that others could not know about. In the days that followed, Fang Zhao continued with his military service, regardless of how others went about their lives. Fang Zhao's daily routine was roughly the same. The only difference was that Planet Baiji had started publicly announcing the merits of soldiers and specifically started a topic about the meritorious services of this bunch of youngsters that were undergoing military service. From this, Fang Zhao's name often appeared in front of people's eyes. And when people saw news relating to Fang Zhao, their evaluations also changed. Fang Zhao has rendered a meritorious service. So impressive. It's simply hard to believe. Is it exaggerated? Don't the media just love to blow things out of proportion and create things out of nothing? Even if it is true, it's surely over-exaggerated. It's probably to set a benchmark. This is probably to complete their political duty. Fang Zhao has rendered a meritorious service again. What? Another one? Are you sure it's real? Are there videos? This little fella is really hardy. This time it really isn't exaggerated. Fang Zhao has rendered a meritorious service yet again. Impressive. There are so many opportunities on Planet Baiji. Now that Fang Zhao has once again received a merit, given his record, he can probably get promoted, right? I'm so envious. Fang Zhao will be my idol from now on. Fang Zhao has rendered meritorious service once more, as expected of my idol. Fang Zhao has garnered yet another meritorious deed. Has he been promoted yet? Don't call me if he hasn't been. I'm gaming. Fang Zhao has garnered meritorious deeds once again. Oh, afterward, whenever Fang Zhao rendering meritorious service or deeds was mentioned by Baiji Military District, unless it was third-class merits or the like, it rarely even created a splash. Only some idle audiences would lament about it. Furthermore, Fang Zhao's fans were rather unperturbed. They had already classified Fang Zhao under the category of an abnormal person. The image that my idol is a mythical creature was already firmly etched in their hearts. Thus, small matters like this would not excite them. For a mythical creature, these kind of small matters were nothing more than simple effort. Was there a need to be amazed? The number of Fang Zhao fans was also continuing to increase. However, there were also many people who could not understand Fang Zhao's actions. What was a conscript who was only undergoing temporary military service striving so hard for? You aren't even a career soldier. Yes, you can strive for merits over at Baiji Military Service and rise up the ranks. But even if you reach an officer rank, the bonus you will get after ending your military service is not even a tenth of the revenue you earned just from composing one tune. It was said that those who could use their brains didn't need to use their hands. Why did Fang Zhao have to use his brains and also use his hands? That just wasn't worth it. What was he trying to prove? Chapter 253. Who to play the role of Fang Zhao. For Fang Zhao, military service was a really special experience. This was the first time he had gone into outer space, and the first time he had personally seen the large strides humanity had taken in space travel. Battlefields would not just be limited to a single planet. In the future, even if planets with immigrants had conflicts or disputes, humanity and civilization would continue moving forward and expanding even farther into space. Should a catastrophe occur on a planet, there were other planets that could provide refuge for humans. There was no need to worry about a calamity like humankind being nearly wiped out during the period of destruction ever happening again. And during the course of his military service, Fang Zhao had gained even more inspiration for his compositions. In short, Fang Zhao was very satisfied with his own military service experience. Many people advised him to stay on in the military, including Shanta, who had mentioned it multiple times. As long as Fang Zhao chose to remain at Baiji Military District, he might even rise to the rank of general in the future. But Fang Zhao still rejected this notion. In his previous life, it could be said that he sacrificed a lot for the great cause of surviving, so much so that he was unable to endure until the founding era. In this lifetime, Fang Zhao just wished to enjoy as much as he could, although many people would not be able to comprehend his sort of enjoying. After Memorial Day passed, the batch of conscripts who had started their military service together with Fang Zhao all started to get restless. Whether they wished to remain on planet Baiji or return home after military service, these people all started making plans. Given planet Baiji's development, They no longer had to suffer what Baiji conscripts of the past had gone through. That is, being isolated from the world. Now, the amount of time they could go online had increased, and on days off, they could still head to the newly constructed places of entertainment and have fun, even if those weren't all open yet. After Memorial Day, the entertainment circles were also shaken up. News of the revolutionary film project being rebooted broke out. Media firms, reporters, and paparazzi from every single continent felt that their own springtime had come. How many topics could be generated just from this revolutionary film project? How many livelihoods could it feed? The chance to strike it rich was right before their eyes. A short while back, it had been reported that a certain paparazzo had dirt on a certain film superstar. That superstar had spent tens of millions to purchase the incriminating information from the paparazzo to protect his reputation. Therefore, promotions, pay raises, and perhaps an overnight fortune were not out of the question. It all depended on who had the ability to seize such big news. However, well-informed parties had already started their preparations a few months earlier. Now all they were waiting for was the official announcement and the information that would be laid out for the public. For the sake of snagging a satisfactory role in the revolutionary film project, big-name film superstars from every continent had started to move. The teams behind them had already prepared a series of publicity-boosting plans and campaigns. Over at Silverwing's side, Duan Xinji had already used the historical dramas shot on real physical sets to give a popularity boost to the company's few big-name superstar actors and actresses. They still could not afford to relax, though. This was not a competition within Yinzhou alone. This was a competition between all the entertainment circles on a global scale. There were only so few roles, and there were so many actors and actresses. Anyone who studied history knew what sort of characters there were. At this sort of time, superstars of every continent saw their value depreciating. Only each continent's first-rate megastars with global appeal would be able to vie for the lead roles. Normally, Fang Zhao would also have paid attention to entertainment news and any trending news regarding this revolutionary film project. The script was still being discussed, and the consultant team and screenwriters were exchanging thoughts and views, but it was approaching the end stage and was close to being finalized. Fang Zhao's military service was also coming to an end soon, and Shanta had informed him beforehand. Before your batch is decommissioned, there will be one more large commendation ceremony, and you will be among the recipients. When the time comes, you will be promoted one rank, and the bonus when your service ends will increase as well. However, have you really decided not to stay on? I have already made plans for a concert performance at a music hall, Fang Zhao replied. All right, then I shall wish you all the best with your concert. You are welcome back anytime. Shanta really wished he could retain the services of Fang Zhao. Not even mentioning Fang Zhao's rumored divine ears, he didn't want to let go of Fang Zhao's combat ability. What a pity that Fang Zhao had actually chosen to be an artistic youth. After speaking with Shanta, Fang Zhao discovered that an entertainment news company had set up a survey through a voting system to see which superstars the masses thought should play the roles of the important leaders during the period of destruction. Below every founding-era leader's character, there were over 10 listed big-name film stars from every continent. What attracted Fang Zhao's attention was the role of that Fang Zhao, where there were also more than 10 film stars listed. What was interesting was that for the role of founding-era leader Fang Zhao, there was a lot of discussion. Fang Zhao saw some of the comments of netizens. For sure, the roles of the founding-era great generals will surely be played by members of their own families. If not, those roles will be selected by them. However, for this sort of revolutionary film project, playing a minor role in it is enough for someone to brag for half his lifetime. I just took out my secondary school history e-textbook for a read. This character, Fang Zhao, had a rather important role during that period, but was unfortunate enough to pass on a little early. Now there aren't even any aristocratic families with the family name Fang. Since this is the case, I feel that the film emperors of every continent will be vying for this role. The ill-fated leader of Yinzhou was actually called Fang Zhao. Why don't they let Fang Zhao play the role? Yeah, the one I'm talking about is that mythical beast with the pair of really expensive ears. Ha 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 ha, that sounds feasible. Let Fang Zhao play the role of Fang Zhao. They should try it out. Stop joking. Fang Zhao's gaming in Battle of the Century is rather impressive, sure. His actual combat ability is legit too. After all, He has garnered so many military merits, but he might not necessarily be able to act. He isn't an actor, after all. The online voting activity was little more than a means of generating discussion and conveniently obtaining statistics of the masses' opinions and which stars they felt were most appropriate for which role. The final results would also give the investors of the revolutionary film project some data to consider. Of course, there were huge profits to be made for this voting activity, because for the voting, there were two choices. For every role, everyone had a free chance to vote, and besides that, they could also place a wager. The latter choice added an element of fun to the voting, and the market was huge. After all, every one of these listed stars had a large following of fans. Even if only 1% of these fans placed a wager, it would still be a massive figure. The number of people who had placed a wager and how much they had placed were not displayed. After voting, one could only see a bar chart showing the support that each star had. Fang Zhao looked at the comments and the bar chart. Online audiences that did not know anything and were purely joining in on the fun had made him the most voted option. Let Fang Zhao play the role of Fang Zhao also became a topic for laughs. Sometimes, people would say one thing, but in their hearts, they would be thinking something else. For example, some people said this: that person might not necessarily be able to act, but in their hearts, what they were thinking was this: if not him, who else can do so? And now, although these people were saying to just let Fang Zhao play the role of Fang Zhao, he has the exact same name and can even fight beasts. In fact, their hearts were laughing. If Fang Zhao can act for such an important role, then even pigs can fly. While Fang Zhao was viewing the voting activity, there were also many people paying attention to it on Planet. Why? Zero was currently filming the third season of Vampire Duke. With technological advancements, as long as filming was smooth, the time taken to manufacture an episode had been greatly shortened. Since he had seen that the sets were really good, Zero's agent had suggested Zero continue filming. After the first season was complete, the second season had followed immediately after. Reception for season 2 had not been bad, so they had taken advantage of it and filmed a third season. During idle times while filming, Zero had come across the online voting activity. Naturally, his attention went to the role of Li Zhou's great General Renault and the possible candidates for this role. Sweeping through the list of over 10 actors in the voting options, Zero found out that he was among the candidates on the voting list for the role of General Renault. Zero was elated. This was the delight of being acknowledged. However, this joy only lasted for a short while. When Zero went through the discussions, his face became one shade darker. Especially after reading the top few comments that had obtained the most likes, Zero was no longer able to maintain his good mood. Why is Zero in the choices for the role of General Renault? Zero can act? There's no choice. Who asked him to be born with the Renault family name? Furthermore, he acted in a really popular TV series. That cannot be denied. This, Li Zhou's smiling angel, should just go do some charity. Don't act anymore, Sharo. He wants to vie for leading role in that revolutionary film project with his sort of acting skills. I have watched the highly popular series Vampire Duke, and it was rather ordinary. All he did was pull a long face and act cool to trick some young ladies. It's better for him not to disgrace himself in this sort of revolutionary film project. Honestly speaking, Zero does have the status and basis. If he doesn't open his mouth, his acting can be considered decent, but when he talks, everything just falls apart. Under the performances of those kings of the silver screen, he will experience being crushed by a tank. Letting him play the role of General Renault would just be letting people from other continents laugh their heads off. Reading these few pages of comments, at the start, Zero was filled with a burning rage, but it slowly turned into self-doubt, as there were just too many such comments, over 10 pages worth. Zero tilted his head toward his agent beside him and asked, "Is my acting really that bad?" Zero's agent fell silent for a few seconds as he considered the question, then replied, "There is room for improvement." Then his agent added, "It has improved greatly." Zero's expression changed. He seemed pleased and, following that, brought up his own performances in Vampire Duke, Seasons 1 and 2, and the currently airing Season 3, and watched them. The more he watched, the more pleased he was. Where can you find this sort of acting? How? Can this even be called acting cool? No, acting cool also requires skill. Those people online are just blind. Zero then checked the views and profits of this drama series. It's impossible not to be popular. Returning to the slew of vicious comments directed toward him, Zero silently pondered for a bit. Combining facts and theory, he came to a conclusion. These people are definitely blind. Zero's agent shrugged, indicating he didn't wish to say anything. Zero did not even look at his manager's expression. He voted for himself and placed a wager. This was how much faith the great Zero of Liuzhou had in himself. After voting for himself, Zero was feeling contented and went to check on the other roles to vote for candidates that satisfied him. Fang Zhao? There was a leader during the period of destruction called Fang Zhao? Oh, seems like there was one. Zero clicked to enter this page and read through the introduction of this period of destruction leader. After reading through this character's introduction, Zero clicked his tongue. Weak. This person was really weak. However, he was not really interested in all this. He quickly went to check the list of candidates in the voting pool. The first option was actually more good-looking than himself. Not pleasing to look at, not voting for him. The second option had too many awards. The photo of him even had a close-up of those awards he had won. Are you afraid that nobody will know that you have won awards? So, pretentious, I can't stand looking at him. No votes. Third option. Didn't this be asterisk starred already appear on the voting list for another role? Who placed him here? The editor must be retarded. No votes. Fourth option. More than 2 meters tall. What did he grow so tall for? To snatch rebounds in basketball. No votes. Fifth option. Sixth option. Zero went through them one by one right till the last option. Fang Zhao? That Fang Zhao from Yenzhou? The one undergoing military service on planet Baiji? Why is his name here? Isn't he a composer who plays games? Which idiot nominated him? He can't just be added to this list because his name is Fang Zhao. This bunch of editors are really no good. After browsing through all of them, Zero looked through the voting options in the list once again. Zero then placed a vote for Fang Zhao and conveniently wagered a little on him too. This was a totally an instinctive reaction, and the agent beside him could not have stopped Zero in time if he had wanted to. After placing the wager, Zero realized what he had done. He had not really intended to place a wager on anyone other than himself, but he could not bring himself to admit his mistake and reluctantly said, "Cough, just a little investment in Fang Zhao. Take it as me supporting that fella. After all, he did help us out, didn't he? He was the one who introduced the projects at the film entertainment complex to us. As people, we should know how to be grateful." Zero's agent felt that from his understanding of Zero, given Zero's idiotic IQ and pettiness, his choice of voting for Fang Zhao was definitely not being grateful, but a load of hogwash. Faced with the list of those actors displayed on the screen, perhaps Zero had only found Fang Zhao a little more pleasing to his eyes than the rest. Why was this so? Because among all the superstars on this list, only Fang Zhao's status in the film entertainment circles was lower than Zero's. When it came to a person who was beneath himself, Zero would definitely find him more pleasing to the eyes. Chapter 254, Transferring Duty. Being a hot topic online, people on Baiji were frequently heard discussing it. Whether they were conscripts undergoing military service or workers from construction teams, even seasoned soldiers from the military district spoke about it with their comrades in their free time. In the past, they might have been cut off from the world and would only receive limited military news, but now they could access the internet, and their surroundings were much more lively, so people would participate in idle chatting. Not all people belonged to the category of star chasers, but they would still have actors and actresses they liked or who seemed pleasant to them, so they would also cast a vote. However, when the majority of garrison troops on planet Baiji saw the option for Fang Zhao, they immediately voted for him. If it hadn't been for Fang Zhao, planet Baiji would still be a poor and destitute place. Perhaps they might still be racking their brains to try and get others to lend some assistance even now. Therefore, if they didn't vote for Fang Zhao, who else could they vote for? Not an actor? They didn't care. In any case, when they saw the option of Fang Zhao, they just had to cast their votes. A year's military service was coming to an end, and the military district had allocated a time for the large commendation ceremony. In the past, Planet Baiji would definitely not have set up this sort of thing. They did not have the money or inclination to host farewell parties, commendation ceremonies, or any such events. This year, they were making it especially formal, and were even preparing an extravagant farewell party. Why? In light of Fang Zhao's contributions to Planet Baiji, the military district also had to show their appreciation. Of course, Baiji Military District would also use this opportunity to reveal to the public how the military district saw this bunch of youths who had undergone military service, and they would conveniently answer the call from the top brass to promote these exemplary models so that even more youngsters would not choose to avoid military service. During the large commendation ceremony, over 100 conscripts with exceptional performances were conferred medals, which were handed out personally by the military district's highest-ranking officer, Shanta. As the first official commendation ceremony, Shanta attached a great deal of importance to it. Besides inviting a few reporters and media, the entire ceremony would be broadcasted live. There were too many people to commend, so it was impossible to list out every contribution belonging to every single person. During the awards presentation, the majority would only have their biggest meritorious deed mentioned. Fang Zhao was the last recipient. This time, Shanta listed over 10 meritorious deeds in one breath. These deeds were the more typical cases. There were some that were confidential and could not be released publicly, such as the deeds during the terrorist attack. Saying so much was to show off Fang Zhao as a role model. Last year, when Fang Zhao had first discovered Baiji, it had caused a large commotion. Not long after, he had rendered meritorious service during the terrorist attack and had even shot 2 important terrorists. Exceptions had been made for him to be promoted, and he had obtained lawful gun ownership rights for after his military service ended. Half a year after that, at a mobilization meeting in front of the new batch of conscripts that had arrived in October last year, Fang Zhao had been promoted from the rank of 2nd lieutenant to 1st lieutenant. Now, when his 1 year of military service was reaching its end, at the military district's General Assembly Hall, in front of online audiences watching the live broadcast, Fang Zhao's military achievements once again resulted in him getting a promotion. Fang Zhao was promoted from the rank of 1st lieutenant to captain. Although there were other outstanding individuals from the same batch, the only one to rise up the ranks so quickly was Fang Zhao. However, nobody had any objections, including netizens that were watching the live broadcast. In this 1 year, all the meritorious deeds publicly announced by Baiji Military District were real and true, to the point that even Fang Zhao's fans had already become immune to hearing about them. Although there might have been some political agenda here where they needed a role model and benchmark, if that person was Fang Zhao, everyone had no qualms. Tears streamed down great-grandfather Fang's face as he watched his great-grandson on stage. He was very gratified. Beside him, others once again told the 2 elder Fangs to advise Fang Zhao to stay on with the military. However, the 2 of them only returned faint smiles. They also hoped that Fang Zhao would stay in the military, but they also respected Fang Zhao's own aspirations. If he doesn't want to stay on, then he won't stay on. Whatever Fang Zhao wants to do, he should just go ahead and do. All that matters is that he is happy. Being an artist is also rather great too. This was what the 2 elder Fangs had decided when they had discussed the matter in private. All the meritorious services and deeds were a result of Fang Zhao's own striving. Whatever he wished to do, however he went about it, the 2 elder Fangs would not interfere. Audiences watching the live broadcast of the commendation ceremony also felt somewhat rueful. He underwent military service for a year, yet could obtain an officer rank. After he is discharged, he can still carry arms. How great is that? With Fang Zhao and the others as examples, there were even more people who wished to apply for their military service on planet Baiji. Furthermore, it was predicted that as time passed, it would get more difficult to apply for planet Baiji. Fang Zhao was actually promoted to captain. If it were me, I would surely stay on at Baiji Military District. Such a great opportunity, what can he achieve by leaving? The person above, do you know how much Fang Zhao earns from his compositions? The person before me, do you know how much Fang Zhao earns playing games? Do you know how much the 10th generation console he owns is worth now? A sky-high premium. Reselling it would bring one an overnight fortune. How envious. The brother above, do you know much Fang Zhao earns from endorsements? Can he earn so much in the military? The few above who posted seem like they are quite young, short-sighted, and lack any understanding. If Fang Zhao stays on at Baiji Military District, that is where there will be unlimited possibilities for future prospects. Those are things that cannot be calculated in terms of money. Returning is the worst possible choice. In 1 hour, the comments section went from admiring Fang Zhao's promotion to discussing whether Fang Zhao should stay on with the military. Kevin Lin looked at the comments online and could not help but take delight in this. When the person involved is quiet, these people will defend his interests. As one of the reporters present, Kevin Lin had been allocated to a good spot and had managed to capture many photographs and videos of the commendation ceremony. While browsing through the online comments, Kevin Lin sent a message. He wanted to interview Fang Zhao on his thoughts about his promotion and pending discharge. However, he never got a reply from Fang Zhao. After the ceremony ended, Fang Zhao was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Kevin Lin asked a few people he recognized over at the military district and found out that Fang Zhao had been called over by Shanta for a talk. He guessed that Shanta was surely trying to persuade Fang Zhao to stay on with the military. However, Kevin Lin had only gotten it half right. Shanta did try to persuade Fang Zhao, but he'd had another reason for summoning Fang Zhao. It is certain that you will be transferred to reserve duty, but I have already submitted an application for you as a reserve duty officer. According to regulations, for people with outstanding contributions during their active military service, when they are transferred to reserve duty, their rank can still rise by 1 grade. That means to say, if the application is successful after you have been discharged and transferred to reserve duty, your reserve duty rank will rise to major. The position of a reserve duty officer had already been brought up, and the military district needed time to discuss this matter. As it had not yet been confirmed, this information had not been revealed during the commendation ceremony. For people like Fang Zhao, Yin Biao, and other discharged soldiers who had lawful gun ownership rights, they were all transferred to reserve duty. Normally, people in reserve duty did not do anything, but should a war break out, these people would receive an enlistment notice and could be speedily converted to active duty to participate. Reserve duty personnel were registered under the continent they were from as well as the place they had served. In most cases, the system generally listed the home continent in front. Shanta had pulled some tricks, though. During the registration, he had moved the place Fang Zhao had served to the top. That was to say that if there were any wars or special circumstances that required reserve personnel be activated, and both Yinzhou Military District and Baiji Military District tried to draft Fang Zhao at the same time, Baiji Military District would have priority. 2 days later, the position of a reserve duty officer was fixed and his rank was confirmed. Shanta called up Fang Zhao, reserve duty major. Although you don't have any real authority or power, that rank isn't just for show. The higher the rank, the more responsibility you bear on your shoulders. In the future, if you receive an enlistment notice, regardless of any other reasons, make sure to report promptly to the appointed location. When one was given the right to wield guns, they would have to fulfill their obligations. Although he may never be called up, the moment he received an enlistment notice, unless there was really no way of responding, he would have to rush to the designated location as soon as possible. Otherwise, would it have been so easy to obtain a gun permit? Fang Zhao took a look at the military uniform that was sent to him. The reserve duty uniform's buttons, rank, and design were similar to the active duty one, only the color was different. On the day that they were officially discharged, people from the same batch were wearing all sorts of clothing. However, Fang Zhao and others that had been transferred to reserve duty were still wearing military uniforms. Kevin Lin swept his eyes over Fang Zhao's epaulette. The heck? It's only been a few days. How have you gotten promoted again? Baiji Military District is really generous to you. Kevin Lin was only joking lightheartedly. He knew about the regulations when transferring to reserve duty. Fang Zhao bade farewell to his comrades and the construction teams and researchers of Outpost 23 and carried the water tank with the rabbit as he left. Great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang also said their goodbyes to the people in the family district they had grown close to. Together with Fang Zhao and the batch of conscripts who had completed their military service, they boarded a transport ship headed back home. After the space flight, the transport ship arrived at a space station orbiting Earth. Here, all conscripts who had completed a year of military service would ride a shuttle back to their respective continents. Here, Fang Zhao, the 2 elder Fangs, and the other Yinzhou conscripts would board shuttles back to Yinzhou, but the 2 elder Fangs would be on a shuttle for civilians, while Fang Zhao and the other conscripts who had completed a year of military service would board a military shuttle. The destinations of the two shuttles were also different. Online, news of returning conscripts after their year of military service had been announced. Look at Fang Zhao. After completing his military service, his reputation has gotten even higher. Have you ever seen a celebrity who was even more famous after military service? If military service could raise one's fame, would any celebrity try to skip military service? Before his military service had started, at most, Fang Zhao could have been said to have some fame in the entertainment circles and had banked on gaming to gain a temporary boost in popularity. Many people had seen Fang Zhao choosing to enlist in the military at the time his popularity was soaring as a huge mistake. Now, the Fang Zhao who was even more popular than ever had returned back to Earth. After all, there were limitations in the gaming circles. Furthermore, during Fang Zhao's military service duration, he had appeared in both entertainment news and political news, with Baiji Military District's official news being the main driving force. How could he not be popular? With reports from many angles, this was not something limited to just the gaming circles. There were lots of people who did not pay attention to gaming or even the entire entertainment industry who had now heard of Fang Zhao. Of course, Fang Zhao's ears were another popular discussion topic among people. There was also the online voting activity. Not even mentioning those film emperors. Even these younger generations of aristocratic families who filmed movies and TV series just for fun had representative works. In the lists of stars, only Fang Zhao did not have any prior films. Therefore, every entertainment media outlet wished to interview Fang Zhao on his thoughts regarding the revolutionary film project's voting activity and ask him about his thoughts and feelings from his time undergoing military service. Although netizens were only light-heartedly joking about voting for Fang Zhao, they were also very curious as to Fang Zhao's own thoughts. Why did this person who was able to brave storms and hardships during his military service give up the chance to remain at Baiji Military District and instead come back? And what are his future life plans for after this? Kevin Lin did talk about it in a live broadcast, but he never talked about the main points. Forget about military reporters. They won't even touch anything related to entertainment. Then which entertainment reporter should interview him? Speaking of that, we rarely get to see secret snapshots of Fang Zhao in the news. In the past, it was because Fang Zhao was not popular enough. Besides that, entertainment reporters and paparazzi pay less attention to the private lives of celebrities in gaming circles. However, now that he has returned, the amount of entertainment reporters eyeing him should increase. I believe that secret snapshots will appear soon. We have to leave it up to Yinzhou's paparazzi and entertainment reporters. Fang Zhao has already returned from his military service. Yinzhou's entertainment reporters and paparazzi, hurry up and get your *Cs over to the airfield. Who is Yinzhou's paparazzi king? I heard it was someone called Wang Tai. Wang Tai, you piece of trash. Where are you? Wang Tai, who was far away on planet Y. Why am I being abused again? I will never go even if I get scolded. Whoever wants to can go ahead. Chapter 255, Blackmail. Wang Tai was afraid of Fang Zhao, but given his reputation as the top paparazzo and the king of paparazzi in Yinzhou, he couldn't state the obvious. That would be the equivalent of career suicide. He had been planning to play dead, but given the amount of discussion online, Wang Tai decided to respond directly. Instead, Wang Tai posted a long spiel on his social media account, more than 100 words. In summary, the message was this. This mofo is onto a big scoop at the Y-filmed entertainment culture base. Who cares what's going on Earth? There are so many paparazzi journalists out there. Let them have the story. Stop bugging me. The Y-filmed entertainment culture base was now the focal point of most entertainment news outlets. After news had broken of the reboot of the revolutionary film project, paparazzi photographers and entertainment journalists started infiltrating the Y base. They had discovered a construction site that they suspected was where the revolutionary project would be shooting. Given that it was a blockbuster project, considering how things were developing, an elaborate set was likely. Geologists and historians also pointed out that the geological makeup of the construction site was quite similar to the terrain of many places during the period of destruction. This prompted a deluge of A-list actors setting up camp on Y so they could get used to the climate. What if they were cast in the revolutionary project? It would be an utter disaster if they couldn't acclimate then. If they couldn't even get used to the weather and local diet, what were they good for? So being prepared was the way to go. They couldn't go wrong with renting a spot to shoot another project on Y and acclimating at the same time. That was also why, after the brief respite, during Memorial Day, the Y filmed entertainment culture base became bustling again. With the revolutionary film project as a major attraction, the number of visitors skyrocketed. Real estate and rental prices doubled. Rents at the film studio complex were spiraling out of control. And yet, despite the crazy rent, there was a waiting list. The early investors in the film studio complex made a major killing. Now that Wong Tai had announced that he was chasing a scoop on Y, entertainment news junkies had nothing to say. They started turning their sights to other famed entertainment journalists and companies. That was why it was a busy day at Yinzhou Spaceport. This was the time of the year when conscripts who had completed their military service returned home. The spaceport typically dedicated a special passage for the soldiers where their parents could pick them up in person. But the Yinzhou Spaceport was exceptionally crowded. There were parents picking up their kids, people greeting their friends, local journalists, entertainment reporters, and fans. A student from a neighboring university wanted to get Fang Zhao's autograph. Little had he expected the arrival hall to be so crowded. After surveying his surroundings, he asked the folks next to him why they were there. "I'm a gamer. Fang Zhao is the perennial champion in my mind," one person said. "I'm a soldier. He's my idol," another answered, pointing to the sky. "I'm a musician. I attend Fang Zhao's alma mater. He's our senior alum," a young fellow said enthusiastically. I'm here to check out the spectacle." Suddenly, someone started screaming. Look, they're here." 2 flying transports landed, but they descended into different areas. One landed on the civilian airfield, and the second on a military airstrip. The jam-packed arrival hall was near the military airfield. The crowds gathering in the arrival hall craned their necks. Soon, passengers started emerging. After a year of military service, many conscripts had gone from pale to thoroughly tanned and had bulked up. They still smelled like their barracks. Thankfully, the conscripts frequently stayed in touch via video conference, so their parents were at least able to recognize them. The long-awaited reunion gave rise to cheers and laughter. Many parents felt that military service was a rite of passage and that their children had come out the other end more mature. Meanwhile, the journalists were scrambling. "Where's Fang Zhao? Anyone see Fang Zhao? Kid, did Fang Zhao come out with your batch?" A journalist asked a young man who was greeting his family. Most of the conscripts were university students, so kid was an appropriate way to address him. The young man laughed. "You're not going to catch him. He boarded a transfer flight for Yinzhou's military headquarters." Fang Zhao was grouped together with about a dozen other conscripts, all exemplary soldiers from the same batch of conscripts. They wore the insignias of majors-in-waiting. After landing in Yinzhou, they had boarded another military transport bound for Yinzhou's military HQ right away, so they could get straight to the paperwork for transitioning to reserve duty. The computer software for switching service status was available online, but there were certain procedures that had to be handled in person. The journalists from Yinzhou's military newspaper were already on the transfer flight. They would continue filming Fang Zhao and company as they traveled to HQ, where they would conduct a short interview with the soldiers. The questions were perfunctory and had been given to them in advance. The soldiers knew the kinds of answers the top brass was looking for. Word spread quickly among journalists that Fang Zhao and company had headed to Yinzhou's military headquarters. "We're not going to get him here. Let's move on. Are we really going to stake out military HQ? Military HQ is not somewhere you can just waltz into. Before you know it, you'll be shot dead on account of being suspected criminals. Then what should we do next? Set up near military HQ? No, I have a better idea. Let's send someone to Silver Wing, and we'll go to the retirement home for former officials in Yanbei." Conversations like this also happened elsewhere. Yinzhou's military HQ being off-limits, the entertainment press corps started thinking on their feet. They were experts at stakeouts. If one place didn't work, they would move on. The entertainment journalists had missed Fang Zhao and company, but the group was tailed by reporters from Yinzhou's military newspaper who posted quite a few photos and videos online. Readers glued to their devices weren't happy. The journalists didn't catch Fang Zhao. He actually left straight for military HQ. "I don't want to watch the coverage from the military newspaper." The returning conscripts say the same thing every year. This year there's Fang Zhao. so they have to make a big deal out of him. But he himself is going to give the same politically correct spiel again. Lord knows how many times he has made the same comments on Baiji. I'm so sick of them. I only want to watch the interviews conducted by the entertainment journalists, not the bullsh*t that the military reporters generate. What they wanted to hear wasn't effusive praise about the conscripts and their performance and hard work, but, rather, interesting anecdotes, details that had never been reported. Wait, didn't you notice the insignia on Fang Zhao's shoulders? F***CK? Is that the insignia of a major? Isn't he a captain? I could have sworn he was promoted to captain at the commendation ceremony. If you take a closer look, the color is a bit different than a typical major's insignia. That's the insignia for a major in waiting, not a serving major. It's not just Fang Zhao. The others were promoted one rank too. The previous batch of conscripts from Yenzhou didn't produce this. Many officers. There's also a distinction between active and reserve officers. You can get promoted even when you become a reserve soldier. This rule was among the latest revisions to the military code during the new era. The top brass decided to allow conscripts to be promoted when they become reserve soldiers to encourage military service. Folks hadn't paid attention to the new provision because they resented having to serve in the military. In addition, there were so many conscripts who served every year, and only a minority were promoted to officer rank upon completing their service period. The provision hadn't been widely promoted either. So many members of the public were clueless. Meanwhile, after signing in at military HQ and completing his media interviews, Fang Zhao headed to the retirement home for former officials in Yanbei. His pet, Rabbit, had already been delivered to his home in Qian by courier post, so he was traveling light, carrying a single backpack that contained his notebook and gun, his two most treasured items. When Fang Zhao arrived at the retirement home, it was still business as usual, but shortly after he arrived, he got word that journalists were en route to stake him out. Great-grandfather Fang asked a security guard to send him surveillance footage of the press pack gathering outside, and he lectured Fang Zhao. You have name recognition now. There are people who admire you and want you to do well, but there are also those who curse at you and will tear you down, especially your competitors in the entertainment industry. So many of them are just waiting for you to stumble. So pay attention to your behavior and language when you're in public. Don't give your enemies any ammunition. I know. Fang Zhao made sure his two great-grandparents had returned from Baiji in one piece and were in good health, then got ready to leave. Great-grandfather Fang asked him to hang on. Wait, there are quite a few journalists out there. Some of them have even tried to sneak into the retirement home. They won't be able to make it to the residential wing, but there's a considerable distance between the residential compound and the parking lot. There have got to be reporters staked out there. Even if you lose them, you'll be trailed by cameras, so I suggest you steer clear of both the front and side entrances. Let me show you an obscure detour that will bypass the journalists. You'll see a door and an outpost at the end of the path. The door is typically closed, but the outpost is usually staffed. I'll give the guard stationed there a heads up to open the door for you. Great-grandfather Fang pulled out a map of the retirement home and circled the spot. There it is. There's a small path here that cuts through the woods. Fang Zhao nodded, memorized the route, changed into plain clothes, and left the residential wing where the two elders lived. He followed the route great-grandfather Fang had traced. Soon he saw a small cluster of trees. The path was buried among the woods beneath the thick foliage, which made it hard to detect. But Fang Zhao noticed that he had company. Two men were hiding behind a bush by the sheltered path, one a cunning-looking middle-aged man, and the other a young man who struck Fang Zhao as a fresh university graduate. Sure, Fu, you were spot on. There's Fang Zhao. The young man hiding behind the bush blurted out in a whisper after spotting Fang Zhao through his binoculars. At the end of the day, us locals have an advantage. We know the layout of the retirement home better, the middle-aged man said, flashing a conceited grin. He had consulted a few former classmates who covered finance and politics. They frequently interviewed former officials at the retirement home, so they knew the layout of the compound. The classmates told him that the old geezers loved to avoid journalists by using this detour. The other journalists were staking out the hallway leading to the parking lot. The entrance and side doors were also covered. What a shame they were clueless about the existence of this obscure path. It wasn't visible from the air because it was covered by a thick layer of leaves and branches. The retirement home compound was also huge, and this was a far-flung location. The detour was impossible to discover unless you were an insider. The middle-aged man was quite upset. How come he's all alone? What he wanted was to shoot Fang Zhao with a few other companions, regardless of whether he could recognize them or not, be they kids or elderly folks. As long as there was a second person in the frame, he could make up a story. Some dirt would be ideal, like a family feud, some form of hypocrisy, or a messy personal life. He could spin a tale out of nothing by extrapolating from a shady-looking picture. Let the image speak for itself. I want you to ambush him with those questions we prepared when he passes our spot, the middle-aged man mumbled. The young man was reluctant. Sure, Fu, is that a good idea? He's a major, after all. The questions his senior colleague had prepared were quite pointed and touched on Fang Zhao's personal life. You're still green. He's a major in waiting, which doesn't mean Jack*T. He might as well be a civilian. He doesn't have any real authority. We have nothing to be afraid of. The young man was shivering. But he's a military officer, after all. He's authorized to carry a gun. What if shoots us both in a fit of fury? Word is he's a decent fighter. What if he drags us to a corner and executes us? Have you been watching those lame-ass TV shows again? How many times have I told you? Those shows make you dumb. Cut down on those silly shows and use your brain. Think about it. He's been touted as such a positive role model, and he's a major in waiting fresh from his military service. Would he dare use lethal force with this much public attention focused on him? After peeking into his binoculars again, the middle-aged man continued. I figure he'll pass us in about 2 minutes. When he does, go confront him. Don't forget the questions we prepared. If he tries to blow you off, do your best to cut him off and pester him. If there's a scuffle, drop to the ground and yell, "He's hitting me." The young man was a bit embarrassed by the questionable tactics. Isn't that kind of fake? Then drop dead once he makes a move and hurt yourself somehow. Pretend that you're injured. Soldiers who have earned merits like him. They could paralyze me with a single blow, no? Don't worry, he won't attack you for real. Just confront him. What if he attacks me for real? That's even better. That would be big news. How considerate of you, Shifu. Look at you. And you call yourself a man? You're even more timid than your female cohort. I should have brought her instead. Fang Zhao attacks woman. That's an even better headline. Don't underestimate me. It's just that this is my first time doing something like this. I'm not used to it. The middle-aged man didn't mind at all. You'll get used to it. People who were too generous and honest were destined to fail as journalists. You know what, Shifu? I'm still not comfortable with this. The stars should be aligned for such a confrontational approach. We don't have a strategic advantage here. Look around you. There's nobody. No one will see the fight. Even if someone is drawn to the ruckus, this is a retirement home for former officials where Fang Zhao's elders live. They're all on his side. They will close ranks against us. The retired officials will definitely side with Fang Zhao. We're outnumbered. Tisk, you've been watching too many period dramas, haven't you? This is the new era, the high-tech era. Everything will be recorded. As long as we have video evidence, we have nothing to fear. We'll adjust our camera settings to upload the video to an online drive and make 10 copies. He won't be able to wipe out all my copies. If he attacks you, even better. Let's con him with a huge medical bill and we'll offer to sell him the video of the attack. Let's blackmail the hell out of him. Engrossed in their exchange, the two journalists failed to notice that the silhouette they had spotted in their binoculars had disappeared. When they felt that it was time and stopped chatting, they realized their target had gone missing. Where is he? Did he spot us? The young man was incredulous. That's impossible. It's all your fault. You were talking too much. He must have overheard us. The two men felt a sudden breeze sweep their backs, and they shivered. It was as if someone had hovered over them briefly. Alarmed, the middle-aged man looked around. As a veteran entertainment journalist, his senses were well honed, but all he noticed was the wind and the resulting rustling of leaves. Nothing out of the ordinary. The middle-aged man thought to himself, I'm probably just too nervous. A minute later, still no sign of Fang Zhao. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour had passed. The young man was ready to give up. Shifu, there's no sign of him. The middle-aged entertainment journalist frowned. That's impossible. Did Fang Zhao really spot us? Are his godly years for real? It isn't a load of bullshit after all. He went online and didn't find any updates from the other journalists staking out the retirement home. The middle-aged man remained unconvinced that he had let his mark slip. He gritted his teeth and said, Let's stick around. 5 hours passed. Dusk loomed. The two journalists got a message from their colleague. Get online. Fang Zhao was photographed entering Silver Wing Tower. Silver Wing Tower was located in Qian. The retirement home was in Yanbei. The two journalists examined the pictures and videos posted online and were dumbfounded. When on earth did Fang Zhao leave? Chapter 256, Brother Zhao. Qian City. At Silver Wing Tower's ground floor car park, Ji Poland emerged from an inconspicuous car. He was wearing a baseball cap and very ordinary clothes. He was having a short vacation that was very hard to come by. The previous day, he had secretly gone out with a few friends to have fun all night and had only returned home at dawn to sleep until now. Today, he had not taken a company car, but had borrowed a friend's car instead. He had driven to the company's public car park in an inconspicuous fashion, so as to not attract any attention. In a bit, he would take the elevator straight to the film department. Headed toward the elevator were two others who had gotten out of another car. They were two newcomers that had been signed by the company's film department. The two newcomers were talking in hushed tones. When they looked up and saw Ji Poland, they wiped the smiles off their faces and greeted Ji Poland. Greetings, senior. MMHM. Ji Poland gave a faint smile and nodded his head. His expression was a little aloof with a slight hint of haughtiness, and he didn't say anything else. Now, although Ji Poland was still a second-tier actor on a B-grade contract with the company, Beauties and Warring States had let him show his face on a global scale. During the promotional activities back on Earth, Ji Poland had visited all the different continents. Although he still couldn't be compared to the company's other top-tier stars, compared to other second-tier actors, his popularity was way greater. He finally knew why everyone wished to develop on the global scene. Just Yenzhou alone was too small. If at any time there was a revolutionary film project or something similar, stars that were only famous within Yenzhou would simply have no chance to land any good roles. People in the film department all knew that Ji Poland was on the right path. Although his roles in the two popular drama series were slightly awkward, at least they let people remember him. How many people regretted not fighting for that role? Ji Poland's slightly cold attitude did not bother the two newcomers. In their minds, stars with fame and ability were just like that. The three of them stepped into the elevator. The two newcomers also did not have the nerve to continue chit-chatting in front of Ji Poland and fell silent. Ji Poland was thinking about some information his manager had sent him. Now, his manager was working hard to help him fight for an opportunity to show his face in the revolutionary film project. He wasn't qualified to snag an important role, but he was willing to be a minor character as long as he got a chance to participate in it. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Ji Poland's eyes lit up. The two newcomers watched as Ji Poland's hand shot out to press a button and reopen the closing elevator doors. Ji Poland voluntarily took a step back to create space. Yet another person entered the lift. Ji Poland's attitude did a big 360. Brother Zhao. His previously cold and indifferent manner was no longer anywhere to be seen. Now a bright and warm smile was all over his face. This sudden change in attitude stunned the two newcomers. When they saw Fang Zhao, they could recognize him right away. After all, they had seen him frequently in news reports, and their own company was putting lots of effort into giving him publicity. But what astonished them even more was that Ji Poland, a second-tier actor whose stock was on the uprise, actually had this sort of attitude toward Fang Zhao. They had still been wondering which top-tier superstar had come over. Fang Zhao had not expected to run into someone he recognized immediately after entering either. He had driven over from Yanbei City in a publicly shared car and had parked at the public car park below the company's tower. As it was a publicly shared car, it would not be nice of him to park it on the 50th floor, so he had left the vehicle at the public car park and was going to take the elevator up. Ji Poland. When Fang Zhao stepped into the lift, he noticed the two newcomers and nodded his head toward them. He did not have the sort of cold indifference Ji Poland had had, but he made the two newcomers feel even more nervous. The aura that Fang Zhao emitted gave them a sort of constricting feeling, making them afraid to even speak. It's me. Brother Zhao. You have returned back to Qian City so quickly. I watched the news in the afternoon and heard that many reporters were camped out in Yanbei City for you. Ji Poland had really not expected that Fang Zhao would be back at the company at this time. I just arrived from Yanbei City. As Fang Zhao chatted with Ji Poland, the two newcomers stood to the side without so much as letting out a squeak. The elevator arrived at the 50th floor virtual projects department. Fang Zhao left, while Ji Polan and the other two continued on their way up. The moment Fang Zhao left, Ji Polan returned to his cold and aloof manner. The two newcomers watching were extremely curious and were waiting for Ji Polan to dispel their doubts. But when they reached the film department's floor, Ji Polan stepped out and left. He simply had no intention of explaining anything to them. He had no choice. When someone was popular, they had to be a little careful. Toward these newcomers, before he understood their characters, Ji Polan would not say much. After Ji Polan had left, the two newcomers exhaled sharply. That's my first time coming close to Fang Zhao in person. His aura is really strong. But isn't Ji Polan older than Fang Zhao? Why did he call Fang Zhao Brother Zhao? In our entertainment company, age doesn't equate seniority. Makes sense. At the other side, when Fang Zhao entered the virtual projects department, Zhu Wan and the others were already waiting to welcome him. All of them had been keeping their eyes peeled to the internet. Someone had taken a photo of Fang Zhao at the car park below when he had arrived. But looking at the angle the photograph was taken from, and then further considering the security measures the company had improved over the last half a year, the photograph of Fang Zhao entering Silver Wing Tower had probably been intentionally leaked by the company itself. However, whether it was the company's own publicity operation or not, the moment Zhu Wan and the others saw the news, they immediately moved to welcome Fang Zhao on his return. The Virtual Projects Department and Gaming Department had both recruited some newcomers. The gaming team had also recruited a few team members. First, Fang Zhao got to know the newcomers and spoke to the department staff before heading to the top-floor office to speak with Duan Qianji about acting. At night, the staff of the virtual projects and gaming departments gathered for a meal to welcome Fang Zhao back. After that, Zhu Wan gave Fang Zhao a ride to his Qian City residence before leaving. First, Fang Zhao went to the luggage depository to collect his rabbit and bring it up. Looking at the data being displayed on the water tank's monitoring system, the water tank's vitality readings were still strong, and there were no signs of any abnormalities. It seemed like its endurance for long-haul space travel was decent, and it was adapting very well. After Fang Zhao returned to his residence, he received messages from Yin Biao and Zuoyu. The two of them were on their way back from Planet Y and had already arrived at the space station. The film studio complex had seen an increase in traffic flow. Fang Zhao had recruited 2 additional men, so when Zuoyu and Yin Biao were not at the filmed entertainment culture base, there would still be 10 people to guard the sets. At the space station, Zuoyu received a new message from Fang Zhao and raised an eyebrow. Noticing Zuoyu's reaction, Yin Biao asked, "What are the instructions from boss?" Zuoyu laughed. "We are to head to Muzhou first to fetch a dog." Muzhou's annual sheep herding championship was already underway. However, this year, Curly Hair was not taking part. Since the year Curly Hair had represented Dongshan Farm as a competition dog, lead Dongshan Farm to the championship, and clinched the title of Most Valuable Dog. He had repeated both successes once more in the previous year. It was said that over at Muzhou, Curly Hair's value had swelled up once more. However, at the start of the year, Muzhou's sheep herding championships had changed their rules to only permit registered Muzhou competition dogs taking part. As Curly Hair was considered Fang Zhao's pet and was registered under his name, he did not belong to Su Ho's Dongshan Farm. Fang Zhao was a Yinzhou person. Curly Hair followed his master and was considered a Yinzhou dog. This change of rules had given rise to heated debates. Medium and small farm owners' thoughts were that they finally did not need to compete against that curly-haired dog. On the other hand, large farm owners were wondering whether or not they should purchase that curly-haired dog. If they managed to purchase it, wouldn't it become a Muzhou competition dog? And outside Muzhou, when people from other continents saw this new system, all they had were laughs. There is even a register for dogs. Does it add to the population? Then does my family's pet fish have to be registered? Muzhou is slightly special. Dogs have a high status over there. Only in Muzhou are dogs able to set a high value for themselves. For example, that dog said to be worth over 100 million. If it was placed anywhere other than Muzhou, would it be worth that much? But what's with changing the rules? Is this to prevent foreign competition dogs from competing? Could it be that after having the finals Most Valuable Dog award stolen by a Yinzhou dog 2 years in a row, they were not able to stand it and came up with a solution to bar that curly-haired dog from participating? I felt like that is the case. This is Muzhou people not having enough faith in their own Muzhou dogs. This is just called being a sore loser. There were many people online ridiculing Muzhou's new competition rules. In actual fact, the reform of Muzhou sheep herding competition rules had been raised a few years back, but it had never been implemented. Now, because of curly hair as the trigger that had caused some large Muzhou farm owners to sustain losses, they had pushed for the competition rules to be chance. Otherwise, that curly-haired dog would still be participating this year. Thus, Dongshan's lineup this year was missing curly hair. However, given the progress in the last 2 years, Dongshan Farm's competition dogs had all been trained up, and there wouldn't be a situation where they had no competition dogs. Fang Zhao had seen this year's competition. Without curly hair in Dongshan Farm's sheep herding team, although their performance was a little worse, on the whole, it was still considered an outstanding sheep herding team. Previously, Dongshan Farm had been hot favorites to be the champion. Now, Dongshan Farm's sheep herding team was merely considered a contender. Although they were now just contenders, at least their strength was still being acknowledged. Many people thought that curly hair would surely be dejected and in low spirits. Many netizens complained about the injustice toward curly hair. Dogs also have self-respect and feelings. But when Yin Biao and Zuoyu went over to pick up curly hair, that little thing had just caught a wild rabbit close to its own size. He had not even stopped to catch his breath and was preparing to hunt a second one. The wild rabbits of Muzhou in the new era originated from domestic breeding and rearing. After that, a bunch of them had escaped into the wild. Given the impressive breeding ability of those rabbits that had escaped, their numbers had expanded exponentially, and they had slowly come to be known as what people called wild rabbits. And these wild rabbits in the new era were even bigger than those of the old era. Their hind legs were much more powerful, and they could run rather fast. In places with fertile soil and lush vegetation, wild rabbits grew especially large. Now, curly hair had caught a similarly sized rabbit and was in good spirits. Hearing Zuiyu's calls, it came bounding back. Zuiyu laughed as he watched curly hair's joyous enthusiasm. Oh, he seems to be in a rather good state, unlike what the internet says. Suho shrugged. Ever since the competition rules were changed, he can only catch all these other creatures. However, he doesn't run off too far, at most around the boundaries of the farm. Currently, there are many people in Muzhou eyeing him. I also feel that sending him back to Yanzhou is the best option. Over at Muzhou's side, some people thought this way. Can't afford, can't purchase, then how about stealing? Even if it can't be used as a competition dog after stealing it, he can still be used as a breeding dog. Any dog with championship-winning blood in its veins surely can't be bad. Perhaps it can produce a batch of outstanding puppies every 2 years. Suho knew about these people's thoughts, and that was why he was worried. If a championship-winning dog like curly hair was stolen, there was a high possibility it would never appear in the eyes of the public ever again. Currently, he was busy with the competition and could not always bring along curly hair when he was participating. There were surely times when curly hair was neglected. Having been worrying and on the edge, Suho had kept waiting when Fang Zhao had told him that he had arranged for someone to pick curly hair up. Only after he had seen Zuiyu arrive had he felt more at ease. This was Yin Biao's first time coming close to the dog worth over 100 million. He could not see anything really special about this small little thing. There were many such dogs in cities outside of Muzhou. How on earth had its price risen to over 100 million? Not just curly hair. Even other star competition dogs were worth tens of millions. Yin Biao could not understand it. All he could say was that Muzhou people were crazy. After Yin Biao and Zuiyu picked up curly hair from Dongshan Farm, they flew to Fang Zhao's Qian City residence. Having not seen Fang Zhao in a year, curly hair was especially excited and was whimpering like a spoiled child, until he saw the rabbit in the house and his attention was drawn away. Woof! Curly hair looked at the rabbit in the water tank, then glanced at Fang Zhao before turning to face the rabbit. Woof woof woof. Chapter 257, Stealing the Show. Regarding a strange creature that had suddenly appeared in his territory, Curly Hair was very angry. During his time at Muzhou's Dongshan Farm, whenever any field mice, wild rabbits, or large wild animals entered the farm, he ate them up right away. Now that he saw that a strange creature had appeared in his domain, he wasn't pleased at all. Although the thing inside the water tank looked similar to the wild rabbits it had eaten before, it had a strange, foreign smell. However, his IQ was higher than a normal animal's, so he sounded out Fang Zhao's bearing. As long as Fang Zhao said that he could eat it, Curly Hair wouldn't show any mercy. Fang Zhao's short sentence made Curly Hair give up all hope. No eating. Fang Zhao was indifferent to the matter of Muzhou's sheep herding competition, barring foreign competition dogs from participating. Even if the rules had not been changed this year, Fang Zhao had previously made up his mind not to let Curly Hair participate this year. There was no meaning. Curly Hair's IQ was continuously rising. Furthermore, his body had secrets and could not be compared with normal dogs. There had been no choice but to let him take part in the first year, and the second year had just been for fun, but there was really no need for him to take part in a third consecutive year. It was just like an adult taking part in a children's competition. Wasn't it meaningless? He had gotten enough of the limelight already. When it was time to withdraw, it was best to do it decisively. If Curly Hair continued to remain in Muzhou, he would just become a target for more and more people, and many things might be revealed. Fortunately, Muzhou's sheep herding rules had been changed, so Fang Zhao could borrow this excuse to bring Curly Hair back with him. Patting Curly Hair, Fang Zhao said, "Take a look at your new kennel." The previous kennel had been given by the advertising company when he had filmed an advertisement, but Curly Hair had torn it down. Afterward, he had been sent to Muzhou, so a new kennel hadn't been bought. After returning, Fang Zhao had once more ordered a kennel manufactured in Muzhou made from natural materials. This one was the same model as the one Curly Hair had had in Muzhou. This time it wasn't torn down. Returning to his study, Fang Zhao received a call from Duan Qianji asking him whether his pieces for the concert had been prepared. Following that, she told him the recent tasks that had been scheduled for him. Don't forget about the two talk shows I mentioned. One is Prairie Fire, the other is Star of Tomorrow. Both are interview formats, so be sure to make preparations. Taking the opportunity to boost your popularity now would be beneficial for your concert, Duan Qianji said. Prairie Fire, which had a very strong presence in Yenzhou's entertainment circles, had had a good relationship with Silver Wing in the past year and had not publicized much negative news about Silver Wing celebrities. This was probably due to the fact that there was already an imbalance in power among the big three entertainment companies. Silver Wing had momentum that had already surpassed the other two. Thus, a few Silver Wing celebrities' interview sessions had already been scheduled. As long as Silver Wing was informed of the private questions they wished to ask, there would not be any awkward questions that would stump the interviewee during filming. However, the Prairie Fire talk show was not the important point. What Duan Qianji regarded as important was the interview session with Star of Tomorrow. Star of Tomorrow interviewed mainly youngsters below the age of 30, and according to statistical data, 80% of Galaxy Supernova Award winners had appeared on the Star of Tomorrow talk show. In other words, people who were invited on a Star of Tomorrow were people they fancied and viewed as potential Galaxy Supernova Award winners. Inviting Fang Zhao meant they felt Fang Zhao had the ability to vie for a Galaxy Supernova Award. This was also a rather good opportunity for Silver Wing. Furthermore, the headquarters of Star of Tomorrow were not in Yenzhou but in Huangzhou. It was a program that had a global reach. They had had two forms, live broadcasts and delayed broadcasts, but in most situations, they chose live broadcasts. This time around, the program hopes that you can have a live broadcast interview. We have yet to give a reply and are waiting for you to make a choice, Duan Qianji continued. Then let's go with a live broadcast. Fang Zhao also knew which choice would have a larger impact, and he made preparations for any questions he might be asked. Audiences were not stupid. Having watched so many delayed telecast programs, they knew that delayed telecasts filtered out some crucial points, so audiences were more inclined toward live broadcasts. Even if the program was longer and there was a long intermission midway through for a break and some advertisements, audiences were willing to wait. An hour later, Duan Qianji came back with news. I have spoken with that side. They wish to select your study as the location for the broadcast. The other side's intention is this. Generally, places like studies and offices seem private yet formal and serious. If you decide this is all right, you can make preparations first. What Duan Qianji meant was for Fang Zhao to tidy up and remove any items that should not be seen by the public at the live broadcast location. Also, If there were any awards or medals he wished to show off, he could bring them out and display them in the background. Besides making preparations for Star of Tomorrow, during the live interview, don't forget to mention your concert. Duan Qianji reminded him. Fang Zhao was signed on with Silver Wing as a composer. He could work on other aspects on his own, but for the concert, he still had to discuss it with Silver Wing. However, Fang Zhao had spoken to Duan Qianji about this some time ago. The operations team had suggested striking while the iron was hot, taking the opportunity before his popularity faded to give an official announcement of his concert and start advanced ticket sales. The planned date for Fang Zhao's concert was in August. Although it was only April now, once 3 or 4 months passed, there was no guarantee that Fang Zhao would still be fresh in everyone's mind. By talking about the concert and announcing advanced ticket sales, it would at least help mitigate people losing interest in Fang Zhao and deciding not to purchase tickets. On the night that the interview was arranged, Silver Wing and the Star of Tomorrow program team officially announced news of Fang Zhao being invited on Star of Tomorrow, as well as the details of when the interview would take place. Star of Tomorrow? Isn't that the program that invites people who have the ability to vie for the Galaxy Supernova Award, that interview talk show? It's just vying for an art award. Does Fang Zhao have that ability? I feel that his works are just SOSO and are not as good as everyone says they are. It's not for you to decide how good they are. The market does that. Speaking of the market, anything too commercialized has no rights to be compared to art. Cough. Given your salty tone, I guess you haven't been doing too well yourself. Fang Zhao still doesn't really have the qualifications when it comes to artistic music. He hasn't even held a proper concert yet. This new piece of news gave rise to a lot of discussion, but regardless of their different points of view, everyone set aside their time. On the day of the Star of Tomorrow interview, Fang Zhao sat beside a round wooden table in his newly arranged study. There was another chair on the other side. A program team staff member had already set up the equipment. Looking at Fang Zhao and seeing him nod his head, the staff member made a hand gesture and started counting down. 3, 2, 1, action. A projection of a youthful lady appeared on the originally empty chair beside Fang Zhao, the Star of Tomorrow host, Grace Qian. Grace Qian might have seemed young and beautiful, but she was much more mature than most recent graduates. From her attire and her words and actions, she seemed like someone of class and poise. After all, she was a highly popular host of a globally broadcasted talk show and wasn't just a nice-looking flower vase. The projection seemed very realistic. During the live broadcast, it seemed like Grace Qian, who was in Huangzhou's Star of Tomorrow headquarters, had suddenly arrived in the study. Right at the start of the program, Grace Qian expertly set the mood with a lively ambience, dispelling the originally overly serious atmosphere. The number of online viewers was increasing at an extremely rapid pace. People in the music world and gaming circles, and other people who were interested in Fang Zhao, all came online quickly. Grace Qian first asked Fang Zhao about his experiences in his 1 year of military service. Fang Zhao, having just returned from military service, can you briefly share with us your thoughts on your past year of military service? Grace Qian asked with a smile. Fang Zhao replied, I gained a lot. It was worth it. Grace Qian's smiling expression did not change. She only blinked when she heard Fang Zhao's reply. People who knew her well knew that this was the reaction Grace Qian gave when she was surprised. She had not expected that Fang Zhao would really briefly reply. MHM, 7 words. That was indeed brief. Following that, Grace Qian talked about Project Starlight. Probably because she had received instructions from the top, she praised Project Starlight in the interview to make it convenient for next year's second batch. However, Grace Qian also acted appropriately and managed the time well, not making it too deliberate. She did not separate the important from the trivial. After talking about Project Starlight, Grace Qian then said, because of Project Starlight, we were able to see the arduous conditions of military service. I believe that everyone has seen some of the videos Kevin Lin filmed back then. Although you were taking refuge when those beasts were on the other side of the door and were extremely close. As Grace Qian spoke, a window appeared to the side and displayed a snippet of a video. It was a part of the video Kevin Lin had filmed during the terrorist attack. According to some of the videos recorded then, we know that the outpost you were at suffered numerous bombings and was then invaded by terrorists. At that time, When you knew about the terrorist attack, were you afraid? The host asked. No. Grace Chen laughed, but did not ask whether Fang Zhao was speaking the truth. When you saw those savage beasts in the game become reality, what were you thinking about at that moment? Killing them, Fang Zhao replied. In more detail, perhaps? Completely obliterate them. Grace Chen blinked once again, her face still displaying a slight smile, indicating she understood and was still in control. Faced with those savage beasts and battling them and facing terrorists, this is something many youngsters around your age would have a tough time imagining. When faced with that sort of situation, they would most likely be at a loss. So, Fang Zhao, how were you feeling at that moment? Would you be so kind as to share with us what happened then? After all, in the videos that Mr. Kevin Lin recorded, we have no way of knowing what happened outside. Fang Zhao was aware that his previous words had created an awkward silence and gave off a pretentious image. However, after adjusting, he knew how to reply already. This was not a Silver Wing internal project, and there were no scripted answers prepared beforehand, but he could still tackle it calmly. Fang Zhao said whatever he could. For stuff he was not allowed to disclose, he did not say a single word. Grace Chen also knew that the military had confidentiality agreements, and she did not probe too much into certain things. As the interview was in progress, Curly Hair, who had been sleeping in the corner of the study, awoke. In a familiar environment with familiar people, he wasn't bothered by the surrounding sounds. Now that he'd had his fill of sleep, he got up to move about. Stretching his body, Curly Hair circled around Fang Zhao, whimpering around Fang Zhao to tell his master that he had woken up and to make his presence felt. Probably noticing that Fang Zhao was busy with something, Curly Hair walked away after a round. He didn't leave the study, but instead washed the water tank on top of the cabinet. However, Curly Hair's round after waking up had caught the attention of audiences watching the live broadcast. Isn't that dog we just saw the golden competition dog that compelled Muzhou to change its sheep herding competition rules? That is the golden competition dog said to be worth over 100 million? It isn't even gold in color. The golden in golden competition dog refers to its worth, not the color of its fur. The F***CK that dog is Fang Zhao's? To the brother above, isn't this old news? Does your household pay their internet bills? I have seen news reports concerning it, but I didn't remember the owner's name back then. I only realized it now. Fang Zhao's popularity on the global scale was really high right now. People who had never paid attention to this matter in the past remembered Fang Zhao's name now. They had not expected that Muzhou's rule change a while back that had been discussed passionately had been caused by Fang Zhao's dog. During the interview, Grace Chen had already stopped asking Fang Zhao about his military service and was now talking about stuff that many people in the gaming circles wished to know. You have already been away from gaming for a year. Now that you have returned from military service, are you still going to return to gaming? I will still play the game, but only in my leisure time. I won't be a professional gamer. Fang Zhao had just finished his sentence when a series of barks resounded. Woof, woof, woof. Separated by their screens, online audiences also heard the dog barking. The cameraman in charge of filming slightly changed the angle of the camera so the scene at the cabinet entered the frame. When they heard Fang Zhao say, "I won't be a professional gamer," many gaming fans were feeling sorry and regretful. That means to say that Fang Zhao won't rush up the global individual leaderboards once again. That means we will not get to see the crazy point-sweeping demon ever again. If Fang Zhao gives up on the individual leaderboards, that means that Ma Xier will surely not return either. Without those two, what meaning is there to the individual leaderboards? But there were also other people jubilantly celebrating. Luckily, Fang Zhao wasn't playing anymore. However, whether it was despair or delight, everyone's attention was drawn to the sound of barking. Watching the image shown on the screen, Curly Hair was facing the water tank and barking. Yet another series of barks. Woof, woof, woof. Fang Zhao did not turn his head back. His gaze not deviating, he tapped his fingers on the study table. Curly Hair no longer barked, but as before, he still bared his teeth at the water tank and paced around. Following that, he stopped. From his manner, it seemed as if he had decided to leap up. When online audiences saw this scene, they lamented, that dog is so obedient. Just a tap on the table, and it no longer barks? I just tried the same thing on my dog at home. It continued barking even more excitedly. Wait a minute, Your focus is all wrong. That dog looks like it is going to leap up onto the cabinet. It's fine. This sort of dog cannot leap that high. This comment had just been posted when online audiences saw the dog in the live broadcast easily leap up a 1.2-meter tall cabinet without even a running start. Online audiences, everything went haywire in the talk show's comments section. Brother Zhao, look behind you. Your rabbit and your dog are about to fight. Aren't many sea slugs venomous? Some sea slugs sold as pets have their toxin glands removed. However, many wild ones are venomous. The foods they normally eat usually have toxins. These sea slugs can store these toxins for their own use. Fang Zhao got his from Planet Baiji, so it probably has toxins. Does that mean it's not poisonous? It's rumored that the poison from this sea slug caused one of Zero's bodyguards to collapse. Only idiots believe in rumors. Those above, that isn't the main issue right now. Obviously, I'm very interested in what Fang Zhao has to say, but I just cannot keep my eyes from watching the top right corner of the screen. Is this dog a scene stealer? This is totally stealing the show. Chapter 258, Golden Paws. Upon hearing the commotion and to prevent Curly Hair and the rabbit in the water tank from fighting, Fang Zhao flashed an apologetic look to the host before getting up and lifting Curly Hair, who was about to put his paw into the tank. The cameraman felt a little disappointed. Actually, he had also wished to see the golden competition dog worth more than 100 million go head-to-head with the extraterrestrial hybrid sea slug. He wondered who would win in a fight. Would the golden competition dog bite the extraterrestrial hybrid sea slug, or would the extraterrestrial sea slug poison the golden competition dog? How unfortunate. Why had Fang Zhao interfered at the moment this exciting battle had been about to start? Not only was the cameraman disappointed, online audiences were also feeling regretful. When Fang Zhao had not turned around, all the viewers had been spamming the comments section asking Fang Zhao to get up, and when he had done so, they were all regretting not getting to see the rabbit and dog battle. Outside the study, Zuiyu and Yin Biao were chatting. The study was soundproof, so their chatter would not affect what was going on inside. At the same time, they wouldn't be able to hear anything from the inside. Yin Biao was complaining about how his personal terminal bracelet wasn't good to use, and he wished to change it. Bracelets functioned as a computer, mobile phone, and storage for credentials, and they had identification purposes. In the new era, bracelets had already become a basic item for everyone. It was only natural for Yin Biao to want to switch to one that was easier to use. Are there any bulletproof ones? Yin Biao asked. Of course, but it all depends on how much you pay. Different grades of bulletproof ones have different prices. Zuiyu showed Yin Biao a few models. The better the quality, the higher the price. Smacking his lips, Yin Biao said, "When I have saved enough wages, I will buy one that is easy to use." Recently, to publicize their new products, Fiery Bird is hosting a bunch of activities. Among them is a lucky spin. Old members get 3 chances, and newly registered members get 5 chances. I guess you haven't registered as a member with Fiery Bird, right? Since I don't see you use many Fiery Bird items, and you don't play games. Yeah, I haven't registered yet. There is a lucky spin? What prizes are there? Yin Biao leaned over to look at the screens Zuiyu had opened. Of the prizes displayed on the lucky spin wheel, there were points, game equipment, physical prizes, earpieces, stereo equipment, game consoles, and a personal terminal? Since when does Fiery Bird manufacture personal terminals? Don't they manufacture game consoles? Yin Biao asked. They even manufacture mechas. Zuiyu joked. Indeed, the 10th generation console had been used as a mecha in Muzhou some time back to save Su Ho at Dongshan Farm. After that, it had been coined by netizens as a game console inbuilt in a mecha and a fighting machine inbuilt in a game console. During crucial moments, it could be used as a suit of machine armor to protect oneself. This personal terminal is being manufactured as a collaboration between Fiery Bird and another company. From what I hear, it is not bad. However, in this sort of lucky spin, don't bother dreaming about drawing those high-quality items. My expectations aren't high. I just wish to draw a red packet. The 10,001 will do. As they were speaking, the door of the study opened and Fang Zhao carried Curly Hair out before pointing at Curly Hair, indicating Zuiyu and Yin Biao were to keep an eye on him and make sure he didn't cause trouble around the house. Zuiyu nodded his head and silently mouthed, "Understood." After placing Curly Hair outside, Fang Zhao shut the door and the study was once again isolated from the outside. However, Curly Hair was a little moody, and he whimpered and scratched the study room door. Observing his mood, Zuiyu brought Curly Hair further away. Master Curly, don't scratch the door. It's just a rabbit in the water tank. You can go back in after boss is done. If you keep scratching the door now, you might not get anything to eat. Curly Hair stopped at once and lay down and kept his silence. Zuiyu picked up where he had left off with Yin Biao. I spun the wheel once and got some points. What's your situation like? I'm still registering. I say 100 would be good enough. Forget about 10,000. As for my personal terminal bracelet, I think it's better for me to save up. However, thinking about it, our wages aren't low either, but we don't have a lot of things to do. Since we returned, all we have done is head to Muzhou to fetch a dog. Us bodyguards really have too much idle time, Yin Biao said. As Fang Zhao's bodyguards, after some time, you will realize that bodyguards are nannies, Zuiyu lamented. In the past, I was basically just a driver and a sparring partner. Sparring partner? Yin Biao could understand the part about being a driver, but a sparring partner? What sort of sparring? Fighting? Marksmanship? Or something else? Yin Biao was curious now. As he had seen Fang Zhao's performance during the terrorist attack, his curiosity was piqued. How exactly had Zuiyu sparred with Fang Zhao? Yin Biao himself had exchanged pointers with Fang Zhao before, but he felt that he wasn't on the same level as Fang Zhao. Even his marksmanship could not be compared to Fang Zhao's. Others, Zuiyu explained. In-game sparring. Let me tell you something. Silver Wing's current game department was established by Boss. The moment he heard in-game sparring, Yin Biao wanted to laugh. However, when he recalled what Fang Zhao had been like during the terrorist attack, he couldn't bring himself to laugh. He swallowed the words he had wanted to say. When I saw Fang Zhao instantly killing those mutated beasts, I felt my 20 years of life in the military had been fed to the dogs. Noticing Curly Hair raise his head and look at him, Yin Biao immediately said, I wasn't referring to you. Curly Hair returned to lying down. Under Zuiyu's guidance, Yin Biao opened Fiery Bird's Lucky Spin webpage and saw a 5 displayed beside the spin wheel. Without wasting any time, he clicked on spin. On the first try, he received a $10 red packet. Yin Biao was satisfied. Wasn't $10 still money? Receiving a red packet was already not bad. A good beginning and a good omen. Second try, in-game equipment. A gun that wasn't considered exceptionally good or terrible in Battle of the Century. Yin Biao felt it was alright. He had already made plans to try out the game in his free time. Third try, discount coupon. Worthless. Fourth try, points. *T. Yin Biao laughed helplessly. Typical. All typical and scrupulous business tactics. Duh, what else did you expect? On Zuiyu's second spin, he had also received a discount coupon. Just one chance remaining. Zuiyu raised his hands when he spotted Curly Hair spread out on the ground out of the corner of his eye. He squatted down and waved for Curly Hair to come over. Come, Master Curly, let's play a lucky spin game. Curly Hair's sensitive ears pricked up when he heard the words play and game. Come, let's win a large red packet. Zuiyu enlarged the spin wheel, took Curly Hair's paws in his hands, and used it to click on the spin button. Yin Biao raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, idiot. Dogs playing games, and even helping you win a prize? Are dog paws more valuable than human fingers? But in a moment, Yin Biao realized that Zuiyu's eyes had widened, and his gaze was fixated on the screen. Taking a second look. What the? On the screen at the web page Zuiyu was on, a large open red packet was displayed. Below was a notification. Transferred to account. Zuiyu checked his bank account, and his widened eyes became slits as he laughed. Ha ha. First time getting a cash prize. And it's a large red packet. Master Curly, you have golden paws indeed. As he spoke, Zuiyu even stroked Curly Hair's front paw, which he had used to spin, like a crazed person. Yin Biao sneered in his heart. It's just luck. What has it got to do with the dog? Lucky be *starred. Yin Biao returned to his own screen and was prepared to click on his own spin button. However, when his fingers were almost touching the screen, he paused. This isn't right. Lucky bastard. Dog. Turning to look at Curly Hair, who had laid down once again at the side, Yin Biao was at a loss. Finally, he decided to learn from Zuiyu and said, Cough, Master Curly. Let's play a lucky spin game? Curly Hair raised his head but didn't move. He remembered that this person's attitude toward him had not been that great. Even if his IQ wasn't yet up to the level of a human's, he could still clearly feel how fond people were of him. Zhuyu happily breathed at the side. You haven't even cleared his sh*t before, yet you wish to get the same treatment as me? This little thing, cough, Master Curly Bear's grudges. You have to show some sincerity. Genuine sincerity, understand? Dogs are animals with souls. Yin Biao was a rational person and stared at Curly Hair. Man and dog stared at each other for half a minute. Yin Biao surrendered and rubbed his face, putting an effort to make his expression seem as apologetic as possible. Please, Master Curly. He walked over, squatted down, hung his head, and raised an arm. Yin Biao then enlarged the wheel and pointed to the personal terminal. Kneeling was not possible. He had his own dignity. Zhuyu curled the corner of his lips. It was just a lucky spin, but Yin Biao was really taking it seriously? Actually, in his heart, Zhuyu felt that he had gotten lucky himself. He had just coincidentally used Curly Hair's front paw to click on it. Was what Yin Biao was doing necessary? In the old era, this was what people then had known as superstition. At the other end, perhaps because he felt Yin Biao's attitude was not too bad, or perhaps because he himself was curious, Curly Hair raised his paw and pressed the spin button. After that, Yin Biao kept his eyes peeled to the needle on the spinning wheel. Zhuyu also wished to see what good stuff Yin Biao would win by using the dog's paw. Watching the spinning wheel slow down, Yin Biao and Zhuyu got more and more tense as they watched the needle inch over toward the large prize. Personal terminal, terminal, terminal. Yin Biao mouthed the words silently in his heart and prayed that the needle would not be too quick or too slow. Beside the column for the personal terminal bracelet, on one side was a discount voucher for purchases, while on the other side were member points. Forget about discount vouchers. Yin Biao did not have anything he wanted to buy. As for member points, why would he have any need for them? As the pointer got slower and slower, the two men held their breaths and watched as the needle passed member points and finally stopped on personal terminal. Watching the results of the spin land on Fiery Bird's newest personal terminal, alongside the special effects with confetti and celebratory pops, so you could only say this. What the F** kitty F** CK. This time, Yin Biao nearly knelt down. Staring at the prize for a while, he finally said, I finally know why he has such a high value. These paws of his are really gold. Inside the study, the interview progressed as the host and Fang Zhao talked about interesting incidents during his military service, his own experiences, his professional plans, life goals, and many other things. Fang Zhao also did not forget to mention his concert at Golden Age Concert Hall in August. For composers, their concerts were different from a singer's or performer's. A composer's concert would exhibit one's own personal works. Fang Zhao's plans were to invite a symphony orchestra to perform. These sorts of orchestra performances had more feeling when heard live. Silver Wing had considered the possibility of Fang Zhao's popularity dropping by August and the venue not being filled. Thus, they had let Fang Zhao take the opportunity while his popularity was fresh on everybody's minds to announce information about his concert and advance ticket sales, so there would be more people who purchased them. However, Fang Zhao also knew how to show restraint. After mentioning his concert, he did not say much else. Just 2 lines were enough for audiences to clearly comprehend it. Too much would cause audiences to be put off. After the interview ended, Grace Qian let Fang Zhao show off his merit medals and the gun he had brought back with him. Following that, the camera shot a close-up of the water tank on the cabinet, which contained the only extraterrestrial hybrid sea slug in the world, to satiate the curiosity of the audience. Although the size of sea slugs had increased after the period of destruction and some large varieties had been specially bred for the ornamental aquatic pets market, they were not the same as the one in Fang Zhao's study. If it could be placed on a hand, it was rather large, about the size of a real rabbit. After the interview concluded and the live broadcast was cut, Fang Zhao opened his study room door. Stepping out, he saw Zhuyu and Yin Biao. One was combing the dog's fur, and the other was shopping for dog food online. Fang Zhao was puzzled. When had these two people become so proactive? Chapter 259, Unspeakable Secret. After sending off the staffer from Star of Tomorrow, Fang Zhao listened to Zhuyu and Yin Biao recount their good fortune. Zhuyu couldn't wait to relate it all to Fang Zhao. Boss, you have no idea. I actually thought my luck was good enough, but a $10,000 red packet. I have taken part in this sort of draw since I was young, but this is the first time I have ever won this sort of large red packet. But Yin Biao's luck is even better. He actually won a big prize. Fiery Bird's personal terminal bracelet, even though it's just the normal version and not the luxurious one, is still worth at least 5 figures. Actually, that's wrong. It wasn't our luck that was good. It was Curly Hair who was the lucky one. We let Curly Hair spin the wheel on our last tries. He is really worthy of being a golden competition dog worth over 100 million. Yin Biao's face was glowing. For this sort of draw, forget about big prizes. He had rarely even hit any small prizes, and this sort of special prize had been even more impossible. He had never expected to actually win it. Right now, he could not help but be all smiles. This simply a change in fortune. However, the last draw had been with the help of Curly Hair's paw. Even if Yin Biao felt that he had experienced a change in fortune in front of his boss, he still had to give merit to Curly Hair. Whether it was really because of Curly Hair having won the large prize, Yin Biao was in a good mood. This time, he had saved quite a bit of money and time, so he had bought some high-quality dog food online. In the past, he definitely would not have bought such high-quality food just for a dog. Did the interview go smoothly? Zuiyu asked. It was all right. Fang Zhao felt it had gone rather smoothly. At the start, he might not have adapted and might have made it a little awkward. Having just returned from military service, he still had some lingering habits from his time with the forces. His first reaction had been to give the most crucial information in the shortest time possible. During the years of the period of destruction, because of the fighting that could have occurred at any time, whenever he had spoken or given instructions, most of the time he had spoken briefly and concisely. However, when he had realized this problem, Fang Zhao had also quickly adjusted and had not continued to let the host feel stumped. This way, there wouldn't be an awkward pause. Were you guys playing the Fiery Bird Lucky Spin game? Fang Zhao asked. Yeah, every time Fiery Bird releases a new product, they have this sort of giveaway, but new and old members have a different number of chances. Boss, you have already registered as a Fiery Bird member, so you will only have 3 chances. How about you try it? Zuiyu was also anticipating this and wished to know what Fang Zhao's luck would be like. Yin Biao had also stopped what he was doing. He was also curious and full of anticipation, so he energetically urged Fang Zhao on. Boss, you can let Curly Hair help you do the spin. His paws are really golden. It's very effective. Lucky without a doubt. Fang Zhao had opened the lucky spin page, and after confirming this was the page, he was in no rush to spin it. He instead talked to Zuiyu and Yin Biao about the upcoming arrangements and sent them back to rest. Zuiyu and Yin Biao met each other's gaze and smiled as a tacit understanding came to their minds. They felt that Fang Zhao surely cared about his image and wasn't willing to do the lucky spin in front of his 2 bodyguards. He would lose face if his luck wasn't good and he got a lousy prize. Curly Hair's golden paws were not verified, and there were only 2 chances. Who knew if he was originally lucky or whether it had been coincidence? Or was he really that effective? After Zuiyu and Yin Biao left, and there was nobody else around, Fang Zhao checked around the house and made sure the program staffer had not left any monitoring or recording devices behind before he called Curly Hair over and pointed to the gaming room. Let's go in and talk. When Curly Hair saw the gaming room, he became more energetic, as he thought Fang Zhao was bringing him to play games again. After Curly Hair had returned, he had not been inside the gaming room yet. The 10th generation console had been brought to the office before Fang Zhao had left for military service. Placing it aside was a waste, so he had lent it to the gaming team. Most of the time, it had been the current gaming team captain, Jinro, who had used it. After military service, Fang Zhao had also inspected it once. The console had been maintained well and was in good shape. There were no problems, so he had not brought it back. When he got busy, he would not have much time to use it. Thus, at present, there were only a few simple pieces of gaming equipment, along with a gaming helmet, in the gaming room. However, for Curly Hair, it was more than enough. Curly Hair excitedly rushed into the gaming room and was about to bury his head in the gaming helmet when he spotted Fang Zhao's grave face, and his ears drooped instantly. Curly Hair did not know where he had gone wrong, but every time this sort of expression appeared on Fang Zhao's face, it meant that Curly Hair had definitely done something wrong. Curly Hair no longer cared about the gaming console and his wagging tail drooped down. He looked up at Fang Zhao nervously. Fang Zhao looked at Curly Hair, but did not say anything. Instead, he downloaded a spin wheel minigame. This was the sort that everyone in a household would play. Prizes and points could be set by the user. In the options, Fang Zhao set up 10 columns. He decided to use this as an experiment, so he did not need to make it complicated. The prize columns only displayed a number from 1 to 10. After he had set this up, he disconnected the apartment's internet and waved for Curly Hair. "Come over." Curly Hair looked at the similar-looking spin wheel displayed on the screen, and his eyes had a blank look, but he still came over obediently. "Did you help Zui Yu and Yin Biao spin the wheel today?" "Woof." It wasn't a loud bark, as though he was just replying. "You spun it twice?" Fang Zhao asked again. "Woof." Fang Zhao stared straight at Curly Hair. "Did you influence the spin wheel results?" Curly Hair no longer made any noise. He probably knew which matter had made Fang Zhao, but he could not understand why Fang Zhao was angry. Wasn't it just a lucky spin? Weren't Zui Yu and Yin Biao very happy? Faced with Fang Zhao's stare, Curly Hair let out a low whimper. This meant that it was just as Fang Zhao had said. Fang Zhao let out a low sigh. So that was the case. He just knew that both Zui Yu and Yin Biao striking a prize could not have been so coincidental. It wasn't impossible, but the probability of them both having a burst such of great luck was really low. Anybody not in the know would surely think that these two were overflowing with luck and had experienced a change in fortunes, or if they saw it from a fun way, it was as Yin Biao had said about having dog sh*t luck, golden paws, or whatever, just for a laugh. But the moment Fang Zhao had heard that Curly Hair was involved, he had realized something. He just hadn't shown it on his face. Now, there was nobody else in the house. Fang Zhao had already disconnected the internet, and he pointed to the spin wheel displayed on the screen and told Curly Hair, "Spin a 9." Curly Hair had a look of suspicion, but he still listened to Fang Zhao's instructions. He lifted his paw and hit the spin button. The spin wheel started spinning rapidly but then slowed down, and the pointer needle came to a stop in the middle of the 9 column. Fang Zhao did not say much but continued, "Now spin an 8." Curly Hair complied. Just like the previous time, when the wheel came to a stop, the pointer needle was right in the middle of the 8 column. Following that, Fang Zhao continued letting Curly Hair continue to spin the wheel. Whatever number Fang Zhao called out, Curly Hair was able to accurately land on that column. 10 times, 20 times. After 30 times, Fang Zhao finally let Curly Hair stop. After 30 rounds of tests, there was no doubt about whether Curly Hair could influence the spin's results. Fang Zhao walked in front of Curly Hair and said to him seriously, "In the future, be more prudent when it comes to this sort of thing." Fang Zhao wasn't trying to scare Curly Hair, but this sort of thing required some sort of caution, and it was better not to have it next time. Fang Zhao also didn't want to let Curly Hair win him a large prize, just to be safe. There were always shenanigans of some sort involved in these sorts of online giveaway activities. Large prizes were not that easy to hit. Once or twice could be reasoned as chance or perhaps a problem with the system. But if it occurred too many times, it would attract unwanted attention. And Fang Zhao knew that. He and Curly Hair were different from others. Curly Hair's IQ was still increasing, but he was still just like a human child, unable to properly and prudently determine what things he should go about. Without proper guidance when he made a mistake, the consequences were still unknown. Fang Zhao did not know what sort of level Curly Hair's IQ would increase to, but he felt he needed to watch Curly Hair a little more. After making Curly Hair aware of his mistakes, Fang Zhao then explained to Curly Hair why he shouldn't do such things. He knew that Curly Hair could understand him now. The moment people found out that a dog was behind the Lucky Spins prize anomaly, it would surely blow up, and Curly Hair would surely be taken away to be experimented on. After 5 minutes of lecturing, Fang Zhao saw that Curly Hair was getting listless, so he pointed to the gaming helmet to the side. "Go play some games, but no going online." "Woof." Fang Zhao looked on as the listless Curly Hair immediately livened up, expertly buried his head into the gaming helmet, changed the displayed image on the screen, and started playing his whack-a-mole game. The entire screen was filled with the special effects of fireworks from adding points. Looking at the points on the side rapidly rising, it was very hard to imagine that it was actually a dog playing. Even if a highly skilled gamer were the one playing this game, he might not be able to achieve this level. If one was to just look at the screen and the rapid speed the points were increasing at, their first thought would be that the computer was playing by itself. Probably only a computer was able to achieve this sort of standard. Fang Zhao recalled back to when he had received the surveillance footage from the Black Street. In the video, there had been a point where almost every internet connection and all the surveillance footage had been disrupted at exactly the same time. Something that nobody knew about had to have happened at that instant. Curly Hair was a native dog, that was certain. When he had just been reborn, Fang Zhao had brought Curly Hair to the drugstore, and the boss of the drugstore, Ai Wan, had run some blood tests and genetic analysis on Curly Hair and had even speculated what sort of breed Curly Hair's ancestors were. This dog was odd. That had been Fang Zhao's guess. Fang Zhao had even pondered whether his rebirth had something to do with Curly Hair. Otherwise, why had it only been him who had gotten a chance at a second life? What exactly are you? Fang Zhao watched Curly Hair immersed in the game over to the side, and a doubt appeared in his heart. However, he had no way of getting answers now. Whatever the facts were, one thing was for certain. This couldn't be made known to anybody else. He had an unspeakable secret, and other people could not find out about Curly Hair's secret even more so. Both of them had secrets that they absolutely could not let others know about. Making notes on this matter, Fang Zhao started making preparations for his concert. The concert venue and advanced ticket sales were being handled by Silverwing's side. All Fang Zhao needed to do now was complete the pieces that would be played at the concert and to instruct the symphony orchestra on how to perform each piece perfectly. However, unbeknownst to Fang Zhao, he had once again become a trending topic on the internet. Chapter 260, Concert Ticket Advance Sales 1. Fang Zhao's answers to the questions in the interview had caused quite a lot of reactions, especially within the gaming circles. For the gaming circles, a person like this who had such absolute strength that he could dominate the leaderboards actually deciding not to return as a professional esports athlete elicited lots of sighs and some secret satisfaction from lots of people. There were also people discussing the incidents during his military service and the golden competition dog that had appeared midway through the program. Some people reckoned that after Fang Zhao had accepted the interview, he had intentionally revealed the golden competition dog on-screen to generate more buzz and discussion. How devious, using this interview to show off the dog that was driven out of Muzhou. That dog isn't considered a big deal after leaving Muzhou. Of course he wishes to get rid of it. If he sells it now, there are many nouveau riche Muzhou farm owners willing to spend big bucks to buy it. As time passes and the dog ages, its competing ability will deteriorate and its value will drop. That's so funny. If Fang Zhao wanted to sell the dog, he would have sold it long ago. Why would he have dragged it out till now? And even to generate buzz? Does the person who said this have a low IQ? Fang Zhao's dog forced Muzhou to change their rules. Saying driven out is just inappropriate. Even if he wasn't trying to hype up that dog, perhaps his motive was to show off that hybrid extraterrestrial sea slug. Whether he is generating buzz intentionally or not, we just have to wait a few days for the answer, right? If he really has the intention of hyping them up to sell, he will surely reveal some intent to do some transactions in the news. If he doesn't have that intention, all of you are just making baseless claims. Ha ha ha. My focus was different from all you people. I thought I was the only one, but it turns out there are also many others just like me. To all those who say that Fang Zhao is just generating hype, let me send you a sticker. Completely obliterate them. The completely obliterate them sticker at the end of the comment had been taken from a portion of Fang Zhao's replies during the program. Someone had taken 2 of Fang Zhao's replies from when he had been asked about the terrorist attack and mutated beasts at the start of the interview and had cut them off to create audiovisual stickers. One was kill them, and the other was completely obliterate them. For example, when that netizen had posted the completely obliterate them sticker, in addition to seeing Fang Zhao's face, everyone had heard Fang Zhao's reply that was 30% domineering and 70% laced with killing intent. Completely obliterate them. Fans just love to take their idols' videos and turn them into stickers that they would use every day and at any time to let more people see them. If they went a day without using the stickers, they would feel uncomfortable. Generally, these did not directly involve commercial benefits, so it was fine to use them. When other people saw it, they felt that it was rather interesting and saved it right away. Thus, very quickly, in all sorts of discussion forums and comment sections, this sticker appeared. Especially in the gaming community, It was like a virus that had an extremely rapid infection rate. Have you completed your homework? How dare you play games before completing your homework? Completely obliterate them. F*CK? Somebody stole our medpack. Brothers, follow me and attack. Completely obliterate them. This territory belongs to us. Anybody who dares to come. Completely obliterate them. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Another wave of monsters is coming again. Completely obliterate them. Even if one didn't see the sticker, just hearing that audio would jolt the person's memory into replaying the expression of Fang Zhao when he had said that line. Fang Zhao had just stepped out of his study when he received Zhu Wen's call. Boss, do you know that your interview video has been made into a sticker pack? Zhu Wen exclaimed excitedly. Fang Zhao was stunned. Sticker pack. It's true. Let me send it to you. Zhu Wen sent the two most widely used stickers created by netizens to Fang Zhao, kill them, and completely obliterate them, as well as some screenshots of discussions and entertainment news regarding this topic. One of these was entertainment news concerning the gaming circles and gave an analysis on why these two stickers of Fang Zhao's were trending. If it had been any other star, it might not have been to this extent, but in the gaming circles, Fang Zhao had once held a stranglehold on the throne for first place, and some of his in-game videos had been called scriptures and were frequently taken out by people to study. Fang Zhao's spot in many gamers' hearts was also different. According to certain gamers, every time they used Fang Zhao stickers, it was as if were energized by a holy ring of light. Fang Zhao was somewhat astonished. Everyone had created a sticker pack from his cold and awkward replies at the start, but had not taken any from the latter half, where he had replied to the interview questions normally. However, seeing netizens creating stickers of himself, Fang Zhao found it novel. As long as it did not result in a negative impact, Fang Zhao saw it all in good fun and would not put a halt to it. Oh right, boss, about your concert, publicity has already started. Our department has also been allocated tickets, so we will be there to root for you when the time comes. Zhu Wen said. Technical staff like them rarely went to live concerts, especially this kind that was held at a music hall. They always felt it didn't suit their tastes, and tickets were expensive, so even if they were interested, they could only watch videos online after the concert. This way was much cheaper. Zhu Wen had checked ticket prices for Golden Age Music Hall, and if it had been 2 years ago, they wouldn't even have been able to afford the cheapest tickets. Although they were able to afford it now, there still wasn't much interest. However, because it was Fang Zhao's concert this time around, even if the company had not given them tickets, they would still have personally bought tickets to show their support. After ending the call with Zhu Wen, Fang Zhao headed online. Indeed, the direction online had changed. It was rather obvious that the publicity team had started their campaigns to direct everyone's eyes over to the concert. Fang Zhao might have had lots of fans, but there were not many people who were willing to purchase concert tickets. For example, people in the gaming circles or those interested in military affairs tended not to have much interest toward music, and people who could appreciate music might not necessarily be willing to spend money to purchase tickets. Now, the staff of the publicity team wanted to divert people's attention to the concert. Regardless of whether it was for a concert, television series, film, or game, the work of the publicity team was very important. Advertising, public relations, even the gaming team under the flag of Silver Wing all came out to lend a hand. Yinzhou's Golden Age Music Hall? If I didn't check it out, I wouldn't have known. The tickets for this sort of concert hall are too expensive. Purchase tickets online. Streaming passes are even cheaper. How are streaming passes cheap? It's still at least a few hundred. Compared to live tickets, they are way cheaper. After all, it's one of Yinzhou's 3 big concert halls. The sound quality is really good. I think I'll forget about it. This money can be spent to purchase enough gaming equipment for someone to last for a long time. Tickets for concerts at music halls were divided into live tickets and streaming passes. Live tickets were unequal. The prices depended on the position, and ticket holders would experience the concert life. On the other hand, streaming passes were not really that much different from live broadcasts, since ticket holders could tune into the music hall's frequency to appreciate concert at the same time as people who were physically there. However, for a music hall with the status of Golden Age, to guarantee the best sound quality, streaming passes were also limited. Generally speaking, for musicians that were not famous globally, during their live performances, they would not reach full capacity, and streaming passes would have even more blanks. Such concerts were different from the concerts of singers. For concerts of this nature, it was not within the mainstream tastes, just like Zhu Wen and the others who might suddenly have a little interest and just search for videos online to satisfy themselves. But Fang Zhao was an exceptional case because this person's steps had been just too huge. The publicity department had taken the opportunity while Fang Zhao's popularity had not dipped to do a round of promotions. If originally only 100 people would have wished to purchase tickets, after a round of publicity campaigns, perhaps there would be 200 or 300 people wishing to buy tickets. Looking at things, the operating cost would be too much. Whether it was publicity expenditures, booking of the music hall, or internal ticket purchases, all of this added up to a lot. As a business-minded company, since Silver Wing had invested this much, they naturally expected a larger return. A concert at a music hall was not just a stepping stone for a composer, it was also a platform to display a composer's own works. Letting more people listen to their works would provide a chance at selling the copyrights at a high price. Selling the copyrights, this was Silver Wing's final goal. As a deputy chairman of Yinzhou Music Associate, Ming Song would naturally receive tickets from Silver Wing. Every time people held a concert at a music hall, people of his standing would normally be given tickets. Whether they chose to go or not, the decision lay firmly in their hands. This time, after Ming Song received his ticket, he did not ask Silver Wing for 2 additional tickets, instead personally wanting to fork out cash to purchase tickets for his wife and son to accompany him to Fang Zhao's concert. After successive days of publicity and promotion, the day of advanced ticket sales arrived. Fang Zhao had applied for Hall Number 1 in Golden Age Music Hall. Hall Number 1 had a seating capacity of 2,000. Besides Silver Wing's own internal purchase of 500 tickets, there were still 1,500 more tickets for sale. Silver Wing Tower 50th floor, inside the Virtual Projects department. Today, nobody had other matters to attend to, and they were staying in the department to watch the sales situation of concert tickets. Although it was not their own concert, they were even more anxious than Fang Zhao. Quick, take a look. How many have been sold? More than 600. Besides the 500 internally purchased, an additional 100 have been sold. That's also too little. Too little? Sales have only just started. Besides, this sort of concert would not normally sell a lot. It's only April now, and the concert is in August. When the time comes, as long as it exceeds 1,500, everything will be fine. The venue will also seem more filled, Peng Pusong said. He was the only one in the department that actually went to live concerts. Before he had been contracted to Silver Wing, Peng Pusong had always wanted to enjoy concerts at those celebrated concert halls, but he had been embarrassingly short of money during those times. Now, his bank account was in much better shape, and he had been to quite a few concerts, so he knew a bit about those sorts of places. Even if the venue was unable to hit 1,500 people, Silver Wing would fork out some money to purchase the tickets and make the venue more abundant. How about we buy some tickets too? A newly signed newcomer in the department suggested. However, his voice wasn't too loud, and he spoke a little half-heartedly. As a newcomer, his finances were still a little tight, but when he had seen everyone displaying their support, he had felt that he needed to follow the team closely or he might get the feeling of being excluded. Besides, this was a chance for some asterisk SS kissing. After all, this was Fang Zhao, the boss of the Virtual Projects department. The gaming team's main members would be going, and the core members of the Virtual Projects department had all been allocated internal tickets. However, these new hires did not enjoy such good treatment and had not received any tickets from Silver Wing, as they were not qualified enough. Zhu Wen palmed his forehead. I nearly forgot. You guys don't have to buy them. Boss has said that anyone in our department who wishes to go just has to leave your name, and he will submit an expense claim. Are you guys going? Yes, yes, yes. Even if they had no interest in music, this sort of opportunity was too good to give up. Zhu Wen added up the number who were going and submitted the list of names to Fang Zhao. Although the department had new staff, the total figure did not even add up to 20. After sending the names to Fang Zhao, Zhu Wen once more refreshed the webpage. Whoa, live ticket sales are already reaching 900. Not bad, it's going steady. We don't have to worry too much. On the day of the concert, it will surely exceed 1,500. Chapter 261, Concert Tickets Advance Sales, 2. Pang Pusong cried out in surprise as he was browsing the web. Hey, Qian Academy of Music just announced that they have purchased 100 live tickets. Let me see. It's true. Not only have they purchased 100 live tickets, they bought an additional 100 online streaming passes, saying it's a reward for outstanding students, Zhu Wen said as he scrolled through the web. Actually, they could have guessed what Qian Academy of Music's motive was. As an exceptional graduate of Qian Academy of Music, the school naturally had to show their support and let their students know a bit more about their senior Fang Zhao, who was doing really well. At the same time, they were also telling Fang Zhao, "We are supporting you this time and helping you out. Make sure that when you climb even higher, you don't forget about the support your school, teachers, and juniors have shown you." Indeed, 100 tickets when considered against the total capacity of the music hall was a number that could not be ignored, and no one could deny this fact. Qian Academy of Music's actions were praised by many people in the industry. Take a look at the Qian Academy of Music, buying 100 tickets in a short while. Why doesn't our school do such things to support us? A graduate of a certain music school grumbled. Other people's school. Think about it. On a global scale, the Qimu posse is comprised of a tight-knit group of graduates. Even at Huangzhou, where competition is so great, Qimu's members are able to carve a niche for themselves. That is no coincidence. Fang Zhao is still but a newcomer in the music circles. Does Qian Academy of Music have to support him so vigorously? Fang Zhao isn't the only capable one. Among Qimu graduates in the last few years, Fang Zhao's reputation is the greatest. Regardless of what means Fang Zhao used, his fame and reputation are genuine. Now, he might lack qualifications in the musical aspect, but for this music hall concert, he has an institute backing him and a large commercial company vigorously running publicity campaigns. This first step that he is about to take is really solid. Look at how much publicity there has been over the past few days. How much money has been spent. However, as long as his works are of a certain quality, they won't have to worry about selling the copyrights. Once the copyrights of the pieces performed during the concert are sold, their investment will have been recouped. People within the industry analyzed this from a professional viewpoint, while those outside of the music circles watched on for the excitement. How many tickets have been sold? Nearly 1,000. With this momentum, will the advance ticket sales be sold out within a day? The heck, I see celebrities showing off their e-tickets. Makiaduo, Wen Shengyi, He Lizi, and the others are sharing screenshots of their e-tickets. Don't tell me they are also fans of Fang Zhao. After the two globally popular drama serials, Beauties and Warring States, had been broadcasted, those first-rate and super first-rate stars of Silver Wing had seen an increase in reputation on the global scale. Now, their activities and social platforms were watched by even more people. However, there were some fans who saw through everything. They are all contracted to Silver Wing and are just helping advertise. One look and you will know it is a company assignment. Everyone, just take a look, but don't fall for it. It's rare for my idol to help advertise for others. After all, Fang Zhao is in the music industry and not the film industry, so there is no competitive relationship between them, huh? However, this time, fans were mistaken. Silver Wing had prepared some internal tickets, but had not forced these first-rate and super first-rate stars to help advertise for Fang Zhao. These stars had personally asked for these tickets, and the publicity had been done by them voluntarily. From what He Lizi and the others saw, Fang Zhao owned such a large piece of land in the filmed entertainment culture base. In the future, even if they left the company to start their own studios, it would be unavoidable to have dealings with Fang Zhao. Over at Planet Y, Fang Zhao was on good terms with the people of Y Base. If they were on his good side, that could pave the way for future development. Besides these film stars, Silver Wing's Jinro and other gaming stars also helped advertise. Compared to others, the gaming team members' efforts were much more heartfelt. On social platforms, Ming Song also vigorously showed his support for Fang Zhao's concert and posted a screenshot of 3 tickets for the live concert. Dina, who was also a deputy chairman of the Yinzhou Music Association, and others also expressed that they would be attending the concert. Shui Jing, who was doing an academic exchange in Huangzhou, had forked out his own money to purchase 10 live tickets. Silver Wing had actually sent him tickets, but to support Fang Zhao, he had gotten 10 tickets and sent them to a few old friends, inviting them to join him for Fang Zhao's concert in August and root for Fang Zhao. Very quickly, news of another 2 bulk purchases spread. Y Military District had purchased 100 online streaming passes. After all, Fang Zhao was among the first batch of investors in the Y Film Entertainment Complex, and Fang Zhao had played a large role in the development of the Y Filmed Entertainment culture base. If it had only been him and Wu Tianhao, the base request might not even have been approved. Thus, as a way to show his thanks and support Fang Zhao, as well as publicize their own Y Filmed Entertainment culture base and make people remember their presence, Y Base Commanding Officer Hua Yi had sanctioned the purchase of 100 online streaming passes. Online streaming passes also depended on distance. Prices of streaming passes for people not on the same planet were more expensive. Streaming passes with high sound quality were not cheaper than live tickets. The cost of long-distance network communications was already high, and it was even higher for high sound quality transmissions. These sorts of long-distance online streaming passes were much more expensive than streaming passes on the same planet. 1 streaming passes was the most that Hua Yi could approve. Y Base's large spending gave rise to a lot of discussion, but this news was quickly engulfed by even bigger news. Baiji Military District had made a bulk purchase of 1,000 long-distance online streaming passes and a hall-grade streaming pass. Hall-grade streaming passes were even more expensive than live VIP tickets. Baiji Military District's large spending led to much more discussion, and on a larger scale. However, Baiji Military District released an official statement saying that many of the pieces that would be performed for Fang Zhao's concert had been composed during his military service, and given his deep sentiments and close relationship with Planet Baiji, supporting him was what they ought to do. Whether deep sentiments was true or false, the purchase of these streaming passes was real. People tended to have a nosy nature, especially people who paid close attention to military affairs. When they saw a party buy so many tickets, they could not remain calm. Even a military district bought tickets? Should we buy online streaming passes too? Let's just buy one to support Fang Zhao. A certain film company. Fang Zhao, the fella who has recently been all the rage. Having just ended his military service, the company managing him hyping it up is understandable. But Fang Zhao is even holding a concert? He isn't a soldier anymore. Having listened to his previous pieces, Fang Zhao's style actually fits our requirements. Let's purchase a streaming pass. When the time comes, we can consider selecting a piece to purchase and place it in the new movie we are investing in. Given Fang Zhao's influence in the music world, he was still not big enough to be worth traveling all the way to Yenzhou's Qian City for a live concert. Over at Marisizu, professional shooter Massier had gotten his assistant to book a live ticket. He was not taking part in any competitions in August and would go over to Fang Zhao's concert for a listen. As the second-ranked person on the game's individual leaderboards back then, Massier felt a little regrettable that he could no longer compete with Fang Zhao in game, but they could still have some friendly competitions in reality. Massier also rather admired the younger Fang Zhao. He rendered so many meritorious deeds during his military service, and his marksmanship has surely seen some improvement. I'll head to Yenzhou in August to support that little fellow and at the same time have some friendly competition with him, Massier said. Massier's assistant immediately booked the tickets and noted down the time and place. He would arrange it closer to the date. Despite having the same role, Zero's assistant had a very different life. At this moment, he was making his own presence even less conspicuous. Senior Master, I have helped you book a ticket for Fang Zhao's concert in April. When the time comes, you should go over for a listen, Zero's agent said. A concert? Not interested. It isn't as fun as playing games. It helps cultivate one's mind. Besides, given our friendship with Fang Zhao, we ought to go and support him, Zero's agent continued. Zero considered it for a bit, and his eyes glimmered. Clapping his hands, together he said, "You are right. I ought to go. Book a ticket immediately. I want a VIP seat." When he finished talking, Zero picked up his communications device and contacted someone. Lajo. Barbara was letting someone painting her fingernails while listening to soothing tunes. She had shut her eyes to ponder over some matters. Currently, she had gotten addicted to filming shows. Not only could she make money and increase her fame and reputation, she could also satisfy her craving to be a princess or empress in the shows. As she was thinking about what movie to shoot next, the sound of ringing startled her. ruining the fingernail that was being painted. Everyone nearby watched as Barbara's face rapidly turned frosty, and they kept quiet out of fear. Looking at the name of the caller, Barbara impatiently accepted the call. "Barbie," Zero said excitedly. "Talk," Barbara said coldly. Zero nearly smashed his communications device. In the past, Barbara would still have said, "If you have anything to say, get on with it." Now, one line had been shortened to a single word. Simply arrogant. Zero cursed silently in his heart. However, in order for Barbara not to reveal the black mark of Zero chasing a debt everywhere, just for 5 million, Zero sighed deeply. How had he gotten involved with such an unreasonable idiot? That's right. From what Zero saw, the point where he lacked money and had to chase his debts was a dark stain in his history. How could the great Zero of Lijo face anyone if this sort of thing were leaked? Zero had already warned everyone else and was only left with Barbara. Back in Planet Y's film entertainment complex, if Zero had not reacted quickly to cut Barbara's words off, Barbara would have already said it. Zero wasn't sure who had said it, but he had heard that the people of Lijo loved concerts. So when his agent had mentioned it, he had thought that if he invited Barbara to listen to a concert, the matter could be written off and would never be brought up ever again. Taking another deep breath, Zero said, "I'm inviting you to a concert in August. Yinzhou's Qian City's Golden Age Music Hall." Barbara reacted very quickly. "Fang Zhao. Yeep, it's him. The one who asked us to Planet Y to invest in the film entertainment complex." Sure. However, Barbara was thinking to herself, does an idiot like Zero even know how to appreciate music and art? All right, I will contact you when the time comes. But Barbara, there is something we need to talk about. Zero and Barbara discussed the conditions so that Barabara would never reveal Zero's black mark. Zero's agent took a step backward from Zero. Idiotism was contagious. He had to stay further away from Zero. As for the reason why he had suggested that Zero attend Fang Zhao's concert, it had not been because of our friendship with Fang Zhao. Friendship my asterisk SS. He saw this as a chance to hype up Zero. He wanted to increase Zero's fame and reputation by letting Zero use the concert as a means of visiting Yinzhou and generating buzz for himself. Although Zero was very famous in Lijo and had some reputation worldwide, in Yinzhou, his reputation and fame right now could not be compared to Fang Zhao's. His motive was to let Zero freeload off of Fang Zhao's popularity. If his global fame went up, only then would he be more confident in securing a role in the revolutionary film project for Zero. At this time, Fang Zhao did not yet know that his concert was being eyed by people with all sorts of motives. Chapter 262, Dieting Series. With the aggressive publicity campaigns, many people knew about Fang Zhao's concert. However, as it wasn't a mainstream concert and Fang Zhao could only be considered a rookie in the music circles, naturally, he could not be compared to those singers with lots of experience and fans. However, as someone involved with military affairs, gaming, and music, Fang Zhao had quite a lot of fans as well. On the first day of advanced ticket sales, live tickets were completely sold out and 70% of streaming passes were sold. Previously, the problem of the venue not filling up that many had worried about would no longer occur. At the current rate, even streaming passes would be sold out within a few days. As one of the 3 main music halls, Golden Age had a limit to its streaming passes. Regardless of what methods other business-minded concert halls used, Golden Age would only release a maximum of 10,000 streaming passes. Thus, for many people who had adopted a wait-and-see approach, the moment they saw that live tickets could no longer be purchased and streaming tickets seemed to be selling out fast, they quickly went and booked a streaming pass, thinking that even if they didn't wish to go when the time came, they could still resell it to others. After all, it was better to get it first and decide later, thus preventing future regrets. It was also at this time that Fang Zhao went for an interview with the other media organization that had arranged for an interview. Previously, Silver Wing had helped arrange for Fang Zhao to appear on 2 interview talk shows. One was Huangzhou's Star of Tomorrow, which had already concluded, and the other was Yinzhou's reputable media outlet, Prairie Fire. The location of the interview was set at Prairie Fire's headquarters in the heart of Qian City and was not too far from where Fang Zhao stayed. Fang Zhao's 2 bodyguards, Zui Yu and Yin Biao, displayed their usefulness this time around and obstructed a few entertainment reporters that were already camping in the area. This interview was different from the live broadcast of Star of Tomorrow. This time, it would be a recorded interview. After filming, Silver Wing personnel would go through it once, and if there were no problems, it would then be broadcasted. Having experience from the previous interview, this time, Fang Zhao no longer made the interview awkward at the start. Furthermore, this time around, the interview's atmosphere was more relaxed, as the style of Prairie Fire was different from that of Star of Tomorrow. It was more entertainment-oriented. The important points to be covered in the interview had already been set by Silver Wing, and they centered around the concert that would be held in August. Matters about his military service and gaming had already been talked about in detail during the Star of Tomorrow interview. Thus, for today's interview, while these topics were briefly touched upon, but there was no need to ask about them again. The host laughed and asked, "What will the duration of your concert in August be like? Will it be similar to other concerts, between 90 minutes and 2 hours?" Fang Zhao nodded. "More or less. I would have thought it would be slightly longer. After all, it's all your own works. A symphony orchestra will perform the pieces. You don't have to perform them personally, right? It shouldn't be as tiring as those singers' concerts. I won't be tired, but the orchestra members will. A live performance isn't pre-recorded. Furthermore, I have only set 10 songs, and there will be time for breaks, introducing the backgrounds behind my compositions and other information. So, adding all this up, the time won't be too long. I hear that the pieces prepared for the concert are all related to your military service? I have also seen a year of Channel S5 live broadcasts and heard Kevin Lin mention many times that you spend a portion of time composing at night. All of them are pieces composed during my military service. Every song is related to my experience during military service." The host faced the camera and made a sighing expression. Taking a look at others' military service and then remembering my own military service experiences makes me feel like I have wasted away some years of my life. The host again asked, "That means to say that these 10 songs are pieces that have never been made public before?" Yes. Actually, he had said 10 songs, but he would surely have prepared a few extra songs beforehand in the event of unforeseen circumstances. This was something everyone in the industry knew, not just for orchestra concerts at music halls. Even at those singers' large-scale concerts, if they were set to perform 15 songs, they would prepare at least 18 to 20, and sometimes even more. Inside Fang Zhao's notebook, there were not just 10 completed songs, and for uncompleted songs, there were even more. The symphony orchestra had 12 songs to practice, but the 10 songs that Fang Zhao had chosen were works he felt were most representative of him, and they were the 10 songs that he was most satisfied with. The interview progressed according to how Silver Wing had planned it. After the recording was done, more stuff would be added during post-production. For example, special effects and inserting certain videos. Of course, there was also a raffle where a barcode would be displayed. Viewers could use their personal bracelets to scan the barcode to see whether they won a prize. For this interview, Silver Wing had provided 1 live concert ticket, 10 online streaming passes, 20 small ornaments that had been made from Baiji ore, and a few cards with Fang Zhao's autograph as prizes for the raffle. Therefore, even people who had no interest in this interview also had a chance to test their luck. Generally speaking, for these sorts of Yenzhou interview talk shows, the audience was mainly people from Yenzhou. Foreigners generally would not watch them. However, when this interview was broadcast, in a certain senior management office in Fiery Bird's Huangzhou headquarters, there were a few people watching this interview. "We have only signed Fang Zhao for the endorsement of the new model of earpieces?" the person seated at the head of the table asked. "Yes, it's the model of earpiece dubbed the Diting. Aren't Fang Zhao's ears called divine ears? Back then, shortly after the discovery of Baiji, we approached him for a contract." The person seated at the head of the table fell silent, and the entire room became quiet. Several minutes later, the person at the head of the table drummed his fingers on it, making everyone turn their attention to him. "Increase the endorsement." The other people in the room had astonished faces. Shouldn't we exercise more prudence and consider this some more? After all, Fang Zhao is still considered a rookie in the music circles. The person at the head of the table did not get angry. "Voice your opinions. Fang Zhao is, after all, a newcomer in the composing circles. Although his first concert seems amusing and he has accumulated popularity from his military service days and the publicity of the company behind him, if the concert doesn't turn out well, won't we experience the repercussions as well? Even if his concert results aren't up to scratch, as long as his ears are good, we can still continue to generate buzz. From what I know, a few reality singing shows were already considering looking up Fang Zhao even before he discovered the Grade A power or on Planet Baiji. The deals probably have not been sealed yet, since Fang Zhao is putting all his effort into preparing for the concert. Furthermore, behind Fang Zhao stands Silver Wing. Given what Silver Wing's publicity has shown, they surely won't give up on Fang Zhao. Although it was not known how Fang Zhao's concert would turn out, they had selected Fang Zhao mainly because of his ears. Divine ears, Diding, and other sorts of nicknames given to his ears, which were much more effective than a normal human's, were things that everyone would still acknowledge in times to come, regardless of how his concert turned out. With Planet Baiji's development now, some science books had already published new editions crediting Planet Baiji's Grade A or's discovery to Fang Zhao. Also, the new element, ZH, or Zeoium, had already been recorded down and was timeless. This was something that other global stars did not have. This was the advantage that Fang Zhao had. Back then, wasn't this the reason they had picked Fang Zhao out of so many other candidates? There were no idiots sitting here, and their minds started pondering. From the things that the head of the table had pointed out, everyone here now understood. They were letting Fang Zhao endorse earpieces and other sound and stereo equipment. With the primary focus on listening, there was nobody more suitable than Fang Zhao. So what you mean is, just an earpiece endorsement is being wasteful. We should create a series. The person at the head of the table had a burning gaze and stared at the blueprints displayed in front of him. On the blueprints was an abstract drawing of the mythical beast Diding. Originally, the plan had been to use it as the decorative design on the model of earpieces that Fang Zhao endorsed. Every series rolled out by Fiery Bird had an individual characteristic. This had been Fiery Bird's style all along. After the meeting ended and everyone else in the room left, the person who was seated at the head of the table picked up his internal comms device and contacted the deputy head of the sound effects department, Huali. He remembered that Huali had talked about Fang Zhao before. A more important scene in Battle of the Century had made use of a piece composed by Fang Zhao. Huali, do you still remember Fang Zhao? I remember him, all right. As a matter of fact, I still keep in contact with him. I even received live tickets for his concert from him. When the time comes, I will surely be there. Why? Do you also want to attend the concert? Huali was curious. Besides people from their sound effects department, other people in the company did not have this sort of interest toward music, and among those in their department that often went to concerts, only a few truly enjoyed it. Most of them only went to raise their artistic style and as a way to package themselves better by being pretentious. I don't have much interest in concerts. Even if I wish to listen to it, I would purchase a streaming pass. I called to ask you something. According to what you have seen, do you reckon Fang Zhao's concert will be a success? Huali paused and did not give an immediate reply. Instead, he asked, tell me what you mean by your concept of success? An evaluation from an academic? Or the points of view of fans and the masses? We are a business-oriented company. With this sentence, Huali understood. What the other part meant was Fang Zhao's commercial value. Viewing it in terms of pure commercial value, the most simple and straightforward way to judge whether the concert would be a success was whether the copyrights of the pieces brought out by Fang Zhao to be performed could be completely sold out, and whether they would fetch high prices. Pondering for a bit, Huali replied, I have only listened to Fang Zhao's previous pieces. Whether his style has seen any changes in his 1 year of military service or what the quality of his pieces will be like, I have no idea and can make no assumptions. However, making a guess from what I know about that little fellow and taking reference from his older works, I feel that his concert will be a success. That should be enough. The tone of the person in the office sounded more relaxed. He did not understand Fang Zhao, but he understood his old colleague Huali. Since Huali had said this much, it verified that the probability of Fang Zhao's concert being a success was really high. This was more than enough. After ending the call with Huali, he instructed his subordinates, contact the Yenzhou branch. Get them to contact Fang Zhao regarding increasing his endorsements. Although there was some risk in deciding now, if they waited till after the concert ended and commenced talks in August, that would be too late. He still wished to borrow the traction of Fang Zhao's concert to promote some specialized earpieces for listening to concerts and for other stereo equipment. Even when watching recorded videos of Fang Zhao's concert, specialized earpieces would sound much better than normal ones. His plan was to create a series. The Dieting Series. Chapter 263. He is my older bro. Headquarters' decision was conveyed to the Yinzhou branch, and the staff at the Yinzhou branch contacted Fang Zhao to discuss matters about the endorsement. When Fang Zhao received the news, he was surprised. He had not expected that Fiery Bird would actually want to increase the endorsement deal. When Fang Zhao visited Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch, he got a detailed grasp of the situation and understood Fiery Bird's intention. Dieting series? That means to say you want me to endorse an entire series. Fang Zhao looked at the information the other person had given him. He knew that what Fiery Bird viewed as important was not his musical talent, but rather his ears. Now, Fiery Bird headquarters had had a new notion because of Fang Zhao's upcoming concert and wanted to increase the endorsement deal. However, this notion of Fiery Birds, which had suddenly been proposed by Fiery Bird headquarters, was not something that Fang Zhao would reject. An increase in endorsements was also a good thing, and it was also something he needed at the moment. Previously, he had only signed an endorsement deal for the new model of earpieces, but now, the endorsement deal would be improved on and would include the endorsement of stereo equipment. Furthermore, Fiery Bird was very detailed on this aspect. Solely talking about earpieces, they were divided into gentle and rough uses. Gentle use was mainly used to appreciate art. They were used when one needed calm or when sitting down, walking, around, or even when sleeping. Rough use was generally used for competitions and the like. Various aspects, such as being shockproof and waterproof, were emphasized, and for these, they were further divided into ordinary and specialized grades. Besides earpieces, for this series, there were speakers, vehicle-mounted stereo equipment, and acoustic systems for home use, office use, bedrooms, and many others. Quality-wise, even though the words Fiery Bird on the earpieces, speakers, and stereo equipment were a stamp of quality assurance, Fang Zhao still wished to inspect them personally. After negotiating the contract and signing it, Fang Zhao freed up 2 days of his schedule to stay at Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch to shoot a commercial. Among all these products, a gaming sound equipment series was coined the Dieting Infernal Flames series and was relevant to Battle of the Century. On the package box was an image of Fang Zhao's Alive After 500 Years avatar with a Battle of the Century backdrop, but instead of the original emblem on his team uniform, it had been replaced with the logo of the series, a blazing red mythical beast, the Dieting. Although the background was the period of destruction's chaos and ruins, there was an additional ball of fire blazing upwards. Under the dark, gloomy backdrop, the brilliant red luster appeared to be blazing up from the infernal depths of hell, a purifying fire that seemed to be frantically extending outward. It was as if anybody looking at it could hear a bellow laced with killing intent. Fiery Bird valued Fang Zhao's ears, but because Fang Zhao had once held a stranglehold on the #1 spot on the global leaderboards, even though Fang Zhao had retired from the professional esports circles, he still held considerable influence there. The Dieting series was mainly targeted at youngsters and had an even bolder style. The design had been meticulously planned out as well, and the abstract design of the mythical beast Dieting was this series' logo. With a customized logo, it meant that the series would be the focus of Fiery Bird's promotions this year. Every time Fiery Bird promoted a series, the advertising would be omnipresent. This was also the reason many celebrities spent time wishfully dreaming about obtaining a Fiery Bird endorsement deal. Fiery Bird always chose their ambassadors carefully, and most of the time, nobody understood Fiery Bird's selection process. Thus, since the hype about Fang Zhao's concert's advanced ticket sales was over and there was some time till August, many people thought that the buzz about Fang Zhao would die down and fade into obscurity. But they realized that they were seeing Fang Zhao's image appearing frequently on tall buildings or on advertisements on vehicles when they were on their way to work, school, or even traveling abroad. Why is he appearing everywhere? Something strange is going on. I just saw his advertisement on a billboard at the previous station. Why do I see his image at this station too? The Dieting series earpiece was being advertised at the previous station. The advertisement here is for the Dieting series speakers. Earpieces and speakers. How does he have so many endorsements? After. Another station. Why is it still him? Billboards at stations shouldn't repeat so frequently, right? This time it's an inbuilt sound system for vehicles. The F***CK? How many things is he even endorsing? Online. What the F***CK? Fang Zhao is endorsing a Fiery Bird series. An entire series. For real. It has already been rolled out. So how can it be false? One person monopolizing an entire series? There isn't a second person. Just look at the name of the series, and you will know that Fang Zhao is endorsing it on his own. Dieting? Oh right. Even since the start of the founding era, I think Fang Zhao is the only person who has been coined dieting. This was not the first instance where somebody had completely monopolized the endorsements of an entire series. However, in the past, every single person who had endorsed an entire series had been a superstar with very high global acclaim. Although Fang Zhao could be considered to be known throughout the world, he had only made a name for himself in the last 2 years and was being hyped up at the moment. Who knew whether all of this would die down next year? Given the rate of entertainment news being refreshed daily, at that time, Fang Zhao might not even be as popular as he was now. What exactly is the reason for this? Isn't it reasonable to say that he doesn't have the qualifications to endorse an entire Fiery Bird series? To the previous commenter, open up your dog eyes and take a look at the series' name. According to my analysis, Fiery Bird probably values Fang Zhao's ears highly. Phew, Fang Zhao's ears are really valuable. Yet another group of people had their focus elsewhere. When they saw Fiery Bird selecting Fang Zhao to endorse an entire series, and then thought back to Fang Zhao's upcoming concert that had been all the rage the past couple of days, even if they had previously decided not to attend, after spotting these advertisements, their hearts were tempted. If they didn't believe in Fang Zhao, they ought to believe in Fiery Bird, right? But when they went online to check, these people were dumbfounded. Live tickets have already been sold out. What about streaming passes? Streaming passes are actually all sold out as well. There were too many people who'd had the same intention, and those that had been a step slower could no longer obtain tickets. Ticket scalpers with keen noses that had reacted quickly had already swept the tickets and resold them at a higher price. Some people were unwilling to purchase tickets from ticket scalpers, so they visited Golden Age Music Hall's official website to suggest increasing the number of streaming passes. However, as one of the 3 major music halls in Yinzhou, Golden Age also had their own attitude. When faced with many suggestions by the public to increase the number of tickets, all they gave was a cold reply. Not possible. Their music hall's online live broadcasts were not the same as those normal live broadcasts that were just playing around. Sound quality had to be maintained. Furthermore, even if they were able to maintain the sound quality and open up additional broadcast channels, they still wouldn't do so. In order to uphold their high-end and prestigious image, they had to set themselves apart from all those random subpar concert halls that only cared about profits. Silverwing Virtual Projects Department. Zhu Wen felt secretly pleased as he read some of the discussions online. Fiery Bird's global ambassador selection had already changed. Over the past year, Fiery Bird had gradually removed virtual idol endorsements and added in more real celebrities. In the past, real celebrities had only endorsed hardware equipment. But according to reliable statistics, in the past 1 year, under the Fiery Bird banner, the amount of endorsements by real celebrities had increased. 2S Esports Club and those other people who can't stand it are probably going mad with rage. Zhu Wen still remembered what those others had said when their Polar Light team had snagged the endorsement deal to get the Treeman Polar Light to be an ambassador for Battle of the Century. Back then, what those people had meant was that Fiery Bird's strategy had been changing and they would be adopting a new approach in selecting ambassadors, so virtual idols would gradually be phased out and they would select new ambassadors from gaming stars. However, now, not only had Fang Zhao snagged a Fiery Bird endorsement, he was endorsing an entire series. Zhu Wen really wished to sneer at those people who had ridiculed them back then. Even if there are no more virtual idols, you people still won't get the chance. At a certain university in Yinzhou, Fang Yu was browsing the internet in his dormitory and discussing Fang Zhao's endorsement of the entire dieting series with his roommates. Fang Yu was the elder son of Fang Zhao's second uncle. For his military service, Fang Zhao had been the one who had helped him arrange his military posting. Back then, When people had mentioned enlisting in the military, everyone had wanted to take the easy path, but places that were more comfortable had limited spots. People with money would spend large sums to get a posting, and those who had connections would try to use them. Fang Zhao had helped Fang Yu obtain a posting then. To not attract the attention of others, Fang Yu and his family had kept a low profile and had not divulged too much about their relationship with Fang Zhao. After Fang Yu had returned from his year of military service, Fang Zhao had had an even higher reputation. His mom and dad had exhorted numerous times not to use his cousin Fang Zhao's name to cause trouble outside, so Fang Yu had never told his roommates about his relationship with Fang Zhao. Thus, all the roommates knew was that Fang Yu's idol was Fang Zhao, and on the wall of the dormitory was a large poster of Fang Zhao's virtual versus reality image, which had been trending in the gaming and political circles back then. The image was comprised of two halves of Fang Zhao. In one half, he wore Planet Baiji's military uniform, and the other featured his in-game avatar. All four in this dorm were gaming fans and worshipped Fang Zhao, especially because of the incidents that had happened during his military service. From time to time, the four of them would discuss this stuff. If only I had enlisted a little later, it would have been great if I could have headed over to Planet Baiji with Fang Zhao. This was what they all had thought after the matters on Planet Baiji. In the past, they had all followed the crowd and thought of ways and methods to get posted to a more safe and comfortable place, but then they had seen Fang Zhao, who had straightaway applied to undergo his military service at an arduous place. What was even more unexpected was that he had discovered Grade A power or there and propelled Planet Baiji's spot in the development sequence toward the front. That was just too awesome. When they had found out about Fang Zhao's concert, they had wanted to attend, but live tickets had just been too expensive, so they had only purchased an ordinary streaming pass to support their idol. The four members of the dormitory had pooled their money together to purchase one pass and would watch it together. Their equipment here was limited and definitely could not compare to that of a rich family's. The four also weren't that crazy about music and weren't in the music industry, so just listening to it was good enough. Luckily, we were quick enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get the ticket. Ticket scalpers have increased the prices by quite a lot. Many people have raised the issue with Golden Age, asking them to increase the amount of streaming passes, but unfortunately, Golden Age is unwilling to do so. Hey, Fang Yu, what are you looking at? Why are your eyes on the verge of popping out? At the moment Fang Yu wanted to hide it, the image displayed on the screen was spotted by the person beside him. That person's eyes widened as he asked, "What is this?" "Concert tickets." Fang Yu had just received a message. He had also not imagined that Fang Zhao would send him a ticket. This was a pleasant surprise to him, but he had not been quick enough at hiding it, so one of his roommates had seen it. "Live tickets!" that roommate exclaimed. With a whoosh, the other two roommates gathered over and looked at the message displayed on the screen, then simultaneously looked toward Fang Yu, their eyes green with envy as they asked, "Is there something you aren't telling us?" Cough. Fang Zhao is my older bro, the kind where we share the same grandparents. Chapter 264. Intrusion. The dorm room went silent for a split second after Fang Yu's response. What followed was an explosive roar that scared the living daylights out of the students' next door. The neighbors opened their door and glanced sideways. They were just getting ready to head over and investigate when the door to the room in question slammed shut. What went down next door? My vast experience tells me that odds are they lost as a team in an online game. The others nodded in agreement. That sounded like a plausible reason. They listened carefully. Nothing. It wasn't a fight, so they didn't probe further and instead went back to what they had been doing. Meanwhile, in Fang Yu's room, Fang Yu had scrambled to shut the door after his roommate's exaggerated response. "Hush." Fang Yu signaled his roommates to quiet down. "Please keep this a secret." Before he could finish his sentence, he was already being lifted by his three roommates. "You sly bastard. Fang Zhao, it's really Fang Zhao. Where's his autograph? Where's the picture of the two of you? Boy, can you keep a secret. If it were me, the whole campus would know by now." Fang Yu's roommates finally put him down after an extensive interrogation. He caught his breath and said, "I'm under strict orders from my mom and dad not to be a burden to him. I never planned on telling anyone. You're the only people who know. Please keep it to yourselves." "No problem, but you'll have to buy our silence." "I'm not greedy. Oh, just a dozen or so signed photos will do," one of the roommates said with a sinister smile. "Concert tickets." Right, right. We'll keep this a secret, but as our roommate, you gotta help us out too. Deliver the goods. Fang Yu gave a resigned smile. Okay, I'll do my best. The concert was completely sold out. Fang Yu couldn't possibly ask Fang Zhao to produce a few tickets. His 3 roommates were just posturing. Even if Fang Yu agreed, they would be too embarrassed to accept such expensive tickets from Fang Zhao. The 3 roommates weren't even related to Fang Zhao. They weren't that thick-skinned. But in terms of autographs and pictures, they would undoubtedly badger Fang Yu for a healthy supply. And if they could tag along when Fang Yu gamed with Fang Zhao, that would be even better. Yanbei, the retirement home for former officials. After dinner, great-grandfather Fang made his rounds, showing off the concert tickets Fang Zhao had sent him. It just didn't feel right if he didn't brag a bit. When he was in his room, he repeatedly watched the TV commercials Fang Zhao had starred in every day. TV commercials had never looked better. He'd brag about those too. There were video billboards inside the retirement home compound as well. After his evening stroll, great-grandfather Fang would sit down in the pavilion closest to the billboard and jabber away at someone. Whenever Fang Zhao's ad came on, he would start boasting, "Look, that's my great-grandkid Fang Zhao. He gave up a military career for the arts. He quit the army just to become a professional musician. There was no stopping him. P** said the hell out of me. He's about to hold a concert at that Golden Age concert hall. Don't leave. Let me show you the concert tickets I just received. They're completely sold out. Let me show you his emoji pack too." Great-grandfather Fang's fellow residents at the retirement home were mighty jealous about his extended stay on Baiji. Several of them also had a grandkid or great-grandkid assigned to Baiji for military service, but those kids weren't yet of a high enough rank to be allocated family quarters. They still had to pay their dues. Not everyone could enjoy the perks Fang Zhao had. He was the discoverer of the grade A power, after all. But if Fang Zhao had chosen to remain on Baiji, his military rank would have been sufficient for him to receive family members as guests. When they had learned that Fang Zhao was about to stage his first concert, great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang had wanted to do their part too. They had bought a bunch of online streaming passes with their savings. They had bought 2 for themselves and had given away the others to their friends in the retirement home. Lo and behold, Fang Zhao had sent them tickets to the live show. The 2 elders planned to attend with Fang Yu's family. So the 2 elders also gave away the 2 online streaming passes they had saved for themselves. Silver Wing had allocated to Fang Zhao a portion of the tickets it had reserved for internal use. Besides his immediate family, Fang Zhao also invited close friends like Su Ho and Su Feng from Muzhou. After completing the media interviews and shooting the TV commercials, Fang Zhao shifted his full attention to preparations for the upcoming concert. Fang Zhao was scheduled to work with an orchestra owned by Silver Wing. This was a professional orchestra, not a ragtag army. It was the same orchestra that had performed on Polar Light's debut Period of Destruction series. Pang Pusong had been part of the backup vocals for the Period of Destruction series, but this time, he was excluded. The orchestra did everything in-house. The priority back then had been to promote Polar Light, but this gig was different. But just as Fang Zhao was busy rehearsing with the orchestra, he was approached by the Silver Wing executive in charge of the concert with a suggestion. Silver Wing was taking Fang Zhao's debut concert seriously. There were many details that needed to be attended to, but at the end of the day, Silver Wing was a diversified entertainment company that did not specialize in live concerts. They could bring in paid consultants, but what if those consultants weren't good enough? So the Silver Wing executive suggested that, as much backup as the company could offer, Fang Zhao had to take matters into his own hands and perhaps consult a veteran performer or 2. This was an issue that Fang Zhao had thought of too. The first person he thought of was Xue Jing, but Xue Jing was stuck in Huangzhou and had a few important conferences to attend. When they had last spoken on the phone, Xue Jing had said that he wouldn't be able to return to Yanzhou for another 10 days or so. He would answer any questions that Fang Zhao had then. If it was urgent, he could be reached by phone. But Fang Zhao didn't end up bothering Xue Jing. Xue Jing was quite old, after all, and the conferences kept him busy. 10 days wasn't a long time to wait. Now that Silver Wing had brought up the issue again, Fang Zhao reconsidered the matter. If Xue Jing was still out of town, he could consult another veteran performer first. He couldn't necessarily trust a senior musician that didn't know him well, but apart from Xue Jing, There was another respected elder in Yinzhou he could turn to, Ming Song. So, that afternoon, after leaving rehearsal, Fang Zhao checked the course schedule at Qian Academy of Music to see if Ming Song was teaching or attending any conferences these next few days. He followed up with a phone call. Ming Song was at home chatting with Ming Yi. The doctor had said that frequent interaction with Ming Yi would facilitate recovery, so whenever Ming Song was free, he stayed home with Ming Yi. When his bracelet sounded and he checked the caller ID, Ming Song immediately answered with a smile. Fang Zhao. Teacher Ming, are you at home right now? Are you free? Do you mind if I intrude? Even though Ming Song was no longer president of the music academy, he still lectured there from time to time, so the teacher honorific was appropriate considering Fang Zhao's current status. The smile on Ming Song's face grew. Of course. No need to be so polite. It's no intrusion at all. You're close by? Come over now. Ming Song's wife entered the room with a plate of fruit. She picked a piece and handed it to Ming Yi before, in a rather impatient tone, asking Ming Song who was on the phone. The couple had been receiving an increasing number of calls the past year. People who had never kept in close touch had started reaching out. Who knew what the future held? Ming Yi's condition was improving, and he might fully recover soon. When Ming Song and his wife returned to their careers, they were bound to scale new heights. They would wield even greater influence than before. Take Ming Song, for example. He had resigned from the presidency of the Qian Academy of Music because of Ming Yi. Now that Ming Yi was better, he might assume the presidency again when the incumbent's term ended. Plus, considering Ming Song's seniority, it was simply a matter of time before he became chairman of the Yinzhou Music Association. When they had been struggling, some people had stayed away. Now that they were back in the game, the same folks shamelessly befriended them again. That was why Su Tong was upset. Ming Song responded to his wife with a broad smile. Fang Zhao is coming over. I think he wants some advice for his concert. When she heard it was Fang Zhao, Su Tong's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. She enthusiastically said, Terrific. He has a driver. Or rather, a bodyguard, no? Forget it. I'll just prepare more dishes. It's not early. Why don't we keep them for dinner? Oh, what are some of Fang Zhao's favorite dishes? I have no idea. You don't know? And you consider yourself his teacher? Ming Song responded with a resigned expression. That's not fair. What does being a teacher have to do with it? I've only had limited contact with Fang Zhao. We usually just speak via video conference. I've only visited him at home once since he returned from military service. His schedule was so tight, I only stayed half an hour so as to not be in his way. These are a young man's most productive years. We can't let him waste his time on unnecessary social calls. If we do, we would just be dragging him down, not repaying the debt we owe him. Full of excuses, Su Tong ended the conversation with her husband and started ordering groceries online. Fang Zhao arrived half an hour later carrying a box full of fresh produce from Muzhou recently harvested from Dongshan Farm. He had just received them yesterday, just in time to bring Ming Song's share over today. Ming Song didn't offer any pleasantries like, no, you shouldn't have, but after accepting the gift, he said, no need to bring this much stuff next time. Wasn't Fang Zhao tired from hauling such a heavy box over? He had trouble just handling the box when he took it from Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao responded with a laugh. His gaze bypassed Ming Song and his wife and landed on Ming Yi, who was standing not far away. The young man knew who Fang Zhao was, and his expression suggested surprise and curiosity. Ming Yi was 15 years old, but the Hull virus had stunted his growth, so he was smaller than his peers. However, Ming Yi's physical development would resume once his condition had receded. He had already grown significantly taller during the past 2 years of treatment. He had looked even more petite 2 years ago. Ming Yi appeared to be in better spirits than before, but he was still a quiet boy. While not completely expressionless, his face was hard to read. That was normal, considering the fact that he had not fully recuperated and he still had to recover from all those years of being in a vegetative state. He never cried or laughed, but sometimes he grinned and wore other subtle expressions, which was already a major improvement. Chapter 265, Advice. Looks like he's almost fully recovered, Fang Zhao said. Almost. There are still some challenges we haven't resolved, but the doctor said he will get over the hump in about half a year and fully recover in the next 3 to 5 years. Ming Song and his wife now beamed when they spoke of their son's prospects. The huge weight that had nearly crushed them had been lifted. Both Fang Zhao and the Mings had been busy, so Fang Zhao had never had the chance to learn about Ming Ye's treatment in detail. This visit was the perfect opportunity to catch up. He was personally very curious about the treatment process as well. Ming Ye's treatment plan had never been made public, and Fang Zhao had only read updates in medical journals. Now he could hear firsthand from Ming Tsang and his wife. After an extended chat, it was dinner time. Xiaofang, did you bring your driver? Ask them to join us. It's just a casual meal, Su Tong said eagerly. You can ask Teacher Ming for advice about your concert afterward. After being summoned upstairs, Yin Biao and Zuiyu did their best to keep a low profile, especially Yin Biao. Zuiyu had joked that Yin Biao projected the aura of a gangster and might spook young children. If this had been any other occasion, Yin Biao would have blown him off, but now he reined himself in. After dinner, Yin Biao and Zuiyu rested in the living room, their faces tired from all the smiling in response to Su Tong's generous hospitality. Tea or juice? Su Tong asked. No need, no need. We'll just have some water. We'll help ourselves. Why don't you go about your business? We'll just wait here, Zuiyu said. Noticing that Yin Biao and Zuiyu were a bit stiff, Su Tong didn't insist on serving them. She led Ming Yi to his bedroom for a chat. Yin Biao and Zuiyu finally relaxed when they were alone in the living room. The two bodyguards could put themselves at ease in front of thugs and businessmen, but they were at a loss as to how to behave before such a cultured family. They didn't even feel comfortable speaking up. Hey, Zuiyu, let me ask you a question, Yin Biao whispered, wearing a curious expression. What kind of illness did that Ming Yi, Professor Ming's son, contract? Did boss's music really cure him? Yes and no. Yin Biao didn't like the answer he had gotten. Either yes or no. What do you mean? To draw an analogy, Boss's Period of Destruction series was like the key to a crucial door. It pointed researchers in the right direction. The rest was up to the researchers. It was a matter of finding the right direction and making a critical breakthrough. Ming, you didn't necessarily have to listen to the series repeatedly. Sounds like a straightforward matter, but without a clear direction, any amount of time, manpower, and resources would simply go to waste. Yin Biao finally understood why this couple treated Fang Zhao so well. Ming Tsang and his wife had not stopped smiling since the moment they had entered the apartment. Putting himself in the couple's shoes, Yin Biao thought he would do the same. While Yin Biao and Zuiyu were gossiping in the living room, Ming Tsang was in his study, giving Fang Zhao pointers about the upcoming concert. Ming Tsang was rather conflicted when it came to live concerts. The most respected figures in the music industry despised big money and crassness, but they also wanted performers to put on classy shows. They seemed to prefer venues that were super expensive but had limited seating capacity, thinking that only concert halls of that category were a match for their level of artistry. In short, the senior figures in the music industry only respected the three main venues in Yenzhou. Even though they looked down on venues like Golden Age that were open to the highest bidder, saying these venues reeked of gaudiness, they still acknowledged the status of these concert halls. This was a major contradiction in the music industry these days, a big shortcoming. But as a single person, Ming Tsang had limited influence. Even though he took issue with the trend, all he could do was play by the rules. That was the message Ming Tsang delivered to Fang Zhao. If you couldn't change the status quo, you had to conform first. Ming Tsang also zoomed in on details regarding the lead-up and aftermath of the concert that were often neglected. He pondered some more and added, "Why don't we do this? You've never been to a concert at one of the three major venues. Let me check their schedules. No amount of advice I give you can substitute for the actual experience. I get quite a few complimentary tickets. Let's pick a show and check it out." Ming Tsang was a former president of the Qian Academy of Music, after all, and the current deputy head of the Yenzhou Music Association. Folks like him were regularly invited to concerts of all sorts. Typically, both Ming Tsang and his wife were invited, but because of Ming Ye's illness, the couple skipped most of these concerts except the more important ones, and when they went, only one of them attended. The other stayed home to take care of Ming Ye. The tickets arrived in a steady stream. It was up to them whether or not to attend the concerts. Fang Zhao watched Ming Tsang sift through the electronic tickets on his tablet. He had already passed on the upcoming shows of several up-and-coming musicians in Yenzhou. Noticing Fang Zhao's puzzled expression, Ming Tsang explained, You can't trust what you read online. You know how it works at big companies like Silverwing. Even the weakest performer can be packaged as a master with the right backup. What he meant was that performers like these seemed competent, but in reality, they were being inflated by their promoters. There was no point in watching their shows. It was a waste of time. Too many people view their concerts at one of the 3 major venues as a mere stepping stone. Not to say that there's anything wrong with that, but it's quite disappointing to me if they don't even bother putting together proper pieces, or if they offload composing duties to others. The whole thing becomes a career move and the purity of the show is lost, Ming Tsang lamented. Veteran musicians like himself could tell instantly if the performers put any thought into their pieces. Oh, here we go. Hawan. This student is quite competent. He's a talented arranger, too. His concert should be decent. Ming Tsang pointed at the 2 e-tickets and told Fang Zhao, he's one of my former students, and Annie Sue's as well. An arrangement major. He may not be that talented of a composer, but he's a very strong arranger. The date of the concert was the day after tomorrow. Are you free? Ming Tsang asked. Yes, Fang Zhao responded. He had no conflicting engagements. He could definitely spare the night after the next to check out a concert picked by Ming Tsang. Once they had confirmed their plans, Ming Tsang asked Su Tong to join them so she could send Fang Zhao her e-ticket. Ming Ye's medical team will be visiting him for a checkup the day after tomorrow, so Su Tong is going to stay home for that. I'll join you for the concert, Ming Tsang said with a smile. It's just a routine weekly checkup, it's okay. Last week, Su Tong had to attend a conference for a few days, and I was the one who stayed home with Ming Ye. This time, it's her turn to stick around. We can go to the concert together. Su Tong didn't take issue with the plan. She even asked Fang Zhao if she should send him more tickets. Ming Tsang cut her off. There are quite a few concerts that you can pass on. Watching them will actually affect your performance. When I have time, I'll sift through them again and send him a few more. Su Tong pondered her husband's response and agreed. She only forwarded the ticket to the Hawan concert. The day of Hawan's concert, Ming Tsang briefed Fang Zhao on his former student's background in the car en route to Golden Age. This concert at Golden Age is a big step forward for Hawan's music career. It's in Concert Hall number 1. He's been preparing for this concert for some 2 decades. Hawan was in his 50s. His debut concert was happening much later than those of fellow Chian Academy of Music alums who were even younger. Hawan had started preparing for his concert soon after graduation. If things had gone smoothly, he would have staged his first concert in Golden Age's Concert Hall number 1 5 years after graduation. Alas, that was not what had happened. Hawan's family business had had a major crisis, so he hadn't had the time or money to spare for his concert. Those had been his toughest times, but thankfully, he had survived the dark days and could finally stage his debut concert. Hawan's musical style is completely different to yours. His music is mellower, the underlying emotions a bit more subtle. He's charted a different course, so just use him as a reference and draw from his experience where you can, Ming Tsang said. Ming Tsang started giving Fang Zhao pointers from the moment they arrived at Golden Age, from the entrance all the way to Concert Hall number 1. Fang Zhao had plenty of help from Silverwing for his first concert. There were many details that he didn't have to worry about this time. But what about next time? What if Fang Zhao decided to leave Silverwing and go solo? The more knowledgeable he was, the easier it would be for him. So Ming Tsang left no stone unturned. Fang Zhao also paid close attention, remembering every single point. A minor slip-up could sour audience perception. This was not the occasion to behave like a know-it-all and offend all the veteran musicians who would attend his concert. Ming Tsang and Fang Zhao found their seats. A program the size of a piece of A5 paper was placed on each chair. It looked like a paper bill, but in fact, it was a tablet stored with the full rundown and Hawan's biography. Fang Zhao also noticed each of the 10 songs in the program was tagged with an empty circle at the end. He knew what the symbols meant, that the songs had not been sold yet. A song that had been sold was indicated by a solid circle. There was still some hushed chit-chat among the audience, but it died down when the concert started. Hawan didn't seem that old. Someone in their 50s in the new era was the equivalent of a young man in his 30s in the old era. He was a bit chubby and had a kind face. Perhaps he was more easygoing because of the adversity he had overcome. He gave a good first impression. After a brief opening speech for acknowledgments, it was time for the first piece, which was a new version of a folk song for children from the founding era, and was performed by harmonica. The harmonica was truly an out-of-fashion instrument in the new era, but it was a good fit for this newly arranged children's folk song. The melody was mellifluous and tinged with innocence and purity and the warmth of emotion. The first song was followed by pieces that featured rearranged scores performed by the violin, the flute, the classical guitar, and other instruments, either in solo or in combination. For professionals, music was the best way to vent emotion. Concerts were an opportunity not only to showcase your work, but also to convey personal feelings. And veteran musicians could tease out the emotion in every piece without reading the program notes. Each piece was followed by a break during which Ha-Wen introduced the next piece and briefly explained what the composer was trying to convey. Fang Zhao noted the structure of the rundown, the 10th song, and also the final piece of the concert. The backdrop turned deep blue, and small spotlights meandered. The projection complemented the mood of the concert nicely. The 10th song was a piano piece performed by Ha-Wen himself that was adapted from a piece written by a famous composer some 200 years ago. Fang Zhao had heard Nada Wuzi perform the piece on an electric guitar. The original was fast and lighthearted, while the electric guitar version was wild and unkempt. Ha-Wen's rendition was neither. Ha-Wen was in the zone. The melody progressed slowly, filled with tortured emotion. The original was about 4 minutes long. Ha-Wen's version was 8 minutes, about double the length, yet it didn't feel protracted. Instead, it conveyed the full extent of the composer's sorrow beautifully. It was as if time had stopped, like a dead pool of water. A gentle breeze swept by, and the human heart fluttered, the occasional bubble marking the passage of time. With everything that had gone down, it was important to remember one's initial dream. Honor the past by preserving one's purity of purpose. This was not the best version of the song Fang Zhao had heard, but it was definitely among the top 3. Stunning. It was undoubtedly a high-quality rearrangement. No wonder Ming Tsang had suggested this concert. Someone who could rearrange a classic from 200 years ago in this way was an indisputable talent. His love for music also shined through. As Ming Tsang had pointed out, Ha-Wen remained passionate about life and music despite having been dealt a cruel twist of fate. He had endured the kind of adversity that few had overcome, weathering major ups and major downs as he had gone from wealthy to poor to wealthy again. Such purity of purpose was hard to come by. An epiphany struck Fang Zhao, and he smiled. He realized why Ming Tsang had picked Ha-Wen's concert. Ha-Wen was undoubtedly talented. People who performed at the Golden Age weren't all pretenders. There were actual talents too, but out of all the shows, Ming Tsang had picked Ha-Wen's. Ming Tsang's choice was a subtle message to Fang Zhao not to be blinded by his current fame and fortune. The entertainment industry was too unpredictable and ever-changing. No one knew what would follow after a moment of glory, more glory, or a slump. There were no guarantees. It would be great if Fang Zhao's August concert was a big success, but if it wasn't, he shouldn't get too down on himself either. Look at Ha-Wen, this senior musician in his 50s. Didn't he make it after all? As Fang Zhao had figured, Ming Tsang was worried that the pressure was too much for Fang Zhao. Silver Wing was a business, after all. All they cared about was making money. Everything else fell by the wayside. The media scrutiny, the pressure to turn a profit for Silver Wing, the public reaction, all these factors could work against Fang Zhao's development as an artist. Ming Tsang wanted to tell Fang Zhao that even if his concert failed or didn't meet expectations, he shouldn't give up. He should stay mentally strong and not back down. He was still young and had plenty of chances ahead of him. Chapter 266, Paving the Way. After the concert ended, Ming Tsang did not immediately leave. He wanted to introduce Fang Zhao to Ha-Wen. This would be beneficial to both Fang Zhao and Ha-Wen. Ha-Wen strode over quickly. Teacher Ming. Ming Tsang and his wife had both taught him before. After Ha-Wen had sent out the invites, he had found out that Ming Yi would be having his weekly medical examination. His concert had coincidentally fallen on the same day, so he had expected Ming Tsang to stay home and look after Ming Yi. He had never expected that Ming Tsang would actually come over. Ha-Wen knew about the hardships Ming Tsang had been through over the past 10+ years. He had also helped Ming Tsang, but back then, he had been at a low point in his career, and the help he had been able to provide was limited. After he had finally overcome his own difficulties, when he wished to help Ming Tsang more, he had heard that a treatment had been discovered and had felt happy for Ming Tsang. For this concert, Hawen had guessed that Ming Tsang might not show up due to the matters with Ming Yi. Although he had felt a little regretful, as the father of 2 children himself, he could understand where Ming Tsang was coming from and had no complaints. During his time at the Qian Academy of Music, besides Hawen's own talent, Ming Tsang's teachings had been very important as well. Even after Ming Tsang no longer taught, they still kept in touch and maintained their student-teacher relationship. Every time they spoke would end up being beneficial to Hawen. The reason Hawen was able to sit in front of a piano once again was also because of Ming Tsang's encouragement. When he had found out that Ming Tsang was here, Hawen had been moved, placed other matters aside, and rushed over. After Ming Tsang had introduced Fang Zhao, Hawen smiled at Fang Zhao and said, "I know you, a really impressive junior indeed." As graduates of the Qian Academy of Music, calling one a junior displayed a sense of closeness, and the praise he had given was not because Ming Tsang was there, but rather because of genuine admiration. Although they specialized in different styles, they could still hear the skills from other composers' works. From what Hawen saw, despite Fang Zhao being only 20-odd years old and having come from a family without a musical background, his accomplishments were already extremely impressive. "Are you done with all your stuff? Go settle all your own matters first. We will just wait for you here and have a chat later." Ming Tsang waved Hawen off, letting him sort out his own matters first. Hearing Ming Tsang say this, Hawen nodded. Although his concert had ended, there were a couple of things he still needed to see to. "All right, then please have some tea over here first, Teacher Ming and Junior Fang." Hawen got somebody to bring Ming Tsang and Fang Zhao to a lounge. He couldn't let his guests stand there and wait for him. After Hawen left, Ming Tsang explained to Fang Zhao, after a concert, he must send off old classmates, teachers, and friends who came to cheer him on, as well as parties interested in purchasing song rights. That might take a while longer, but it won't be more than an hour. Let's have a chat over there first. Seating himself down in the lounge, Ming Tsang continued, "You did well signing with Silver Wing and having their teams help you out with the social niceties, but you still can't leave everything to the teams behind you. There are always some social interactions that you ought to attend in person." Ming Tsang was reminding Fang Zhao that although he might seem on fire now, if his powerful backer Silver Wing left the picture, he could not even be compared to others who were from influential families. There were some things that couldn't be completely left to others. Some people were arrogant and haughty but had the capital and resources to back it up. Fang Zhao was still a long way from that level. A student had once told Ming Tsang that, having come from a basic background, the pressure he had felt was much more than what others felt. There were times when he had wanted to escape a predicament but had not been able to rely on contacts, so he had only been able to struggle as if his life depended on it. Although Fang Zhao did not have an influential background, he had ability and luck, and the path he had traveled was smooth, so he had not needed to struggle and strive to survive. Thinking about the series of experiences Fang Zhao had had after graduating, in his heart, Ming Tsang sighed at Fang Zhao's good fortune. But he did not know that Fang Zhao had experienced a period where he'd had to struggle just to live, and Fang Zhao had spent close to 100 years in that sort of hell. Sure, Fang Zhao's current body had been strengthened during the mysterious process of his rebirth, but having the experience from his past life of living through the period of destruction had given rise to the current Fang Zhao in everyone's eyes. Otherwise, if it had been any other person who had been reborn, even if they'd had golden fingers, they might not necessarily have accomplished what Fang Zhao had. The experience from his past life was cast inside the current Fang Zhao. What others saw as luck was actually his experiences that could not be revealed to the world. As for Ming Tsang's worry, there wasn't really any need for it. When it came to his mental state and character, Fang Zhao was really strong. Furthermore, Fang Zhao also wasn't a person with a low IQ or EQ. After around 40 minutes had passed, Hawen hurriedly returned with a beaming smile on his face. He was clearing excited. His selling of song rights had probably gone really well, and evaluations from people within the circles were quite high. He had truly completed his first concert, a major stepping stone in his life. Ming Tsang chuckled. Looks like the results were not bad. He had already gotten some evaluations of Hawen's concert from some people in a group chat, and most of them were full of praise. Hawen's eyes had turned to slits on his slightly round face. "Ha, not bad, not too bad." Ming Tsang once again introduced the two of them to each other. this time a little more formally. Then he said to Fang Zhao, "If you have any queries or doubts about arranging, you can look for Ha1. Right, I might not be as impressive in other areas as Junior Fang, but arrangement is my specialty. Although I can't compare with the teachers at Chimu, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Oh, I nearly forgot. Let's exchange contact information. Your concert is coming soon. If you need help in any areas, don't be afraid to ask," Ha1 said. In his heart, Ha1 knew that although Fang Zhao was still considered a newcomer and junior in the music circles, no one took him lightly. Ha1 had also seen from recent news that there was a lot of attention being placed on Fang Zhao's concert, even though there was still some time before it. Interacting more would be beneficial to the both of them. The three of them spent an hour chatting in the music hall's lounge. Ming Song had not performed here in a long time, and his suggestions were only from his point of view, while Ha1, who had just completed his concert, provided suggestions that were more applicable to Fang Zhao. That night, after Fang Zhao had returned home from Golden Age Music Hall, Fang Zhao tidied up and recorded down all the knowledge, suggestions, and insights he had gained from Ming Song and Ha1 in his notebook. The concert was in April, but time would pass very quickly. Fang Zhao regarded his first concert as quite important. Just as Ming Song had said, if he was not satisfied with the status quo in the circles, he could only adapt to it until he had sufficient capability to change it. In the new era, for people who were in this industry, holding their first concert at one of the three major venues was like an extremely important examination in one's life. When old Xue Jing returned back from Huangzhou, he started helping Fang Zhao prepare for his concert. He was an old man, and his energy was limited, so he could not help out too much, but from the attitude he showed, he was telling people in the circles this: "I regard this little fellow really highly. Do not deliberately nitpick." As for Ming Song, there was no need for him to say anything. Everyone in Yinzhou's music circles knew that Ming Song was standing on Fang Zhao's side. Ever since Fang Zhao's 100-year period of destruction series had been released, everyone had been able to see Ming Song's stance. Also, Ming Song had not hidden the fact that he had brought along Fang Zhao to Ha1's concert. Thus, people within the circles knew that for the newcomer Fang Zhao's first concert, there were two old hands paving the way. As long as the quality of the pieces produced wasn't too bad, on account of these two, nobody would give too poor an evaluation. Can't stand it. Jealous of Fang Zhao? Of course there were such people. But what could be done even if they were jealous? Before finding out the quality of Fang Zhao's pieces that would be showcased at the concert, people could only keep their opinions to themselves. If they said too much, besides offending others, it would only show that they were petty, and it was not beneficial for them. Thus, when critics in the industry were interviewed, when Fang Zhao, a little junior within the industry, was mentioned, their evaluations of him were guarded. They might have wanted to grumble about Fang Zhao in their hearts, but they could only wait. The moment Fang Zhao failed, they would bring out their grievances without the slightest hesitation. Everything was judged in terms of quality. Even with Xue Jing and Ming Song's support, if the quality wasn't there, they couldn't blame others for not showing mercy. Actually, there were many people doubting the quality of the pieces Fang Zhao would be putting up. After all, he had been undergoing military service for the past year, and all 10 songs of his have been composed during that time. Fang Zhao had also frequently gone out on missions during his military service days, and there hadn't really been a lot of time to spend on composing. And that wasn't even taking into account his mental and physical exhaustion after missions. In that limited amount of time, had he been able to create quality 10 works? There were also people who had bought tickets for Fang Zhao's concert off other people at high prices in order to get first-hand news at the earliest possible time. As days passed, August drew closer. Fang Zhao did not participate in any activities, did not play games, did not accept interviews, and did not do any live streams, but Fiery Bird's advertisements were still there. Online, his sticker packs were still in circulation, and Silver Wing's publicity teams were not being idle. Thus, even though Fang Zhao did not participate in any activities, his image never went out of sight, and people were instead reminded of Fang Zhao's concert from time to time. The concert was arranged for the first Saturday of August. On the eve of the concert, Fang Zhao was brushing curly hair's fur as he talked with Xue Jing through a video call. Xue Jing was worried that Fang Zhao would be too nervous. He had not expected that. When the call went through, he would see Fang Zhao brushing curly hair. Seems like you are in a decent state. That's good, keep it that way. Rest early today, and make sure your energy levels are up. Don't concern yourself with me tomorrow. I'll be heading there with a few old friends. Shui Jing was very satisfied with Fang Zhao's current state. Seeing that Fang Zhao did not need counsel, Shui Jing did not bore him with incessant chatter and just exhorted once or twice before ending the call. After the call, Fang Zhao removed a thick layer of curly fur from the brush and placed it in a box. The box was filled with curly hair's dropped fur. In May, someone had looked up Fang Zhao, asking him to endorse a household cleaning robot. Especially for households with pets, the focus was on cleaning the furs and hairs of pets while not damaging the floorboards. That person had said a lot, but Fang Zhao had ultimately rejected them. Why? Even though curly hair shed excessively, it wasn't that serious and there was no need for a cleaning robot. Fang Zhao patted curly hair's head. Go and play. As soon as he had said it, curly hair flew into the gaming room like the wind. Turning off the lights, Fang Zhao stood in front of the windows as he gazed out at Qian City's bright nightscape. To say that Fang Zhao did not even have any feelings at this point would be a lie, but Fang Zhao was not anxious like Shui Jing and the others were, nor was he worried. Instead, he had a sort of excitement, like he was impatient to get on with it. As a composer, Fang Zhao was definitely willing to let his pieces be heard by even more people. In his past life, he had not had the qualifications. And forget about a concert. Back in the old era, there hadn't been anything like this. This was something wonderful. Fang Zhao could not bring himself to be worried at all. Chapter 267, Gathering Together. August 5th, the first Saturday of the month. At 6 p.m., there were already many reporters stationed in the vicinity of Golden Age. Their target wasn't Fang Zhao, nor were they truly concerned with the quality of Fang Zhao's pieces. Today, they were stationed here with the motive of catching any celebrities attending the concert. Silver Wing was not a reputed entertainment company for nothing and had done everything to reap the most benefits. For example, Silver Wing had gotten their well-known celebrities to generate buzz for the concert today, using the concert as an excuse to stir up news and let their celebrities show their faces. There was a red carpet covering the 20 or so meters of road at the entrance. It could be said that before the concert started, this would be their showcase. Outside the concert hall, the place was glistening with stars. Even if only a portion of Silver Wing's stars were here, it was enough to send those entertainment reporters into a frenzy. There were also other celebrities, first dash, second dash, and third-rate celebrities, and even celebrities who were not much better than the average person, with all sorts of reasons and purposes for attending. Nearby, there were fan groups of certain stars making themselves heard as layers and layers of security personnel watched on. The concert had not yet started, but pieces of entertainment news erupted in succession. There were Silver Wing's official announcements, which were more reserved. On the red carpet in front of Golden Age's main doors, He Lizzie and other Silver Wing celebrities strike a pose. There were others, such as XXX's stunning red carpet attire and XXX beauties on the red carpet. One look, and it was obvious that the companies behind them were taking the opportunity to hype up their own artists. Besides the film stars, there were also members of the gaming team. Silver Wing's side had already made preparations for Jinro and the others. There were also people from other continents who had no intention of stirring up anything themselves. For example, Monsieur, who, not wanting to run into any reporters, had entered Golden Age through another entrance. His purpose was the concert, not to generate news about himself. However, those wanting to keep a low profile were but a small minority. Zero belonged to the category that loved the attention and limelight everywhere he went. Dressed in a suit of the same style that nobility of the old era wore, and with his air of haughtiness, he still seemed rather intimidating. On the 20-meter red carpet, which would take 30 seconds to cross, Zero stopped after every 2 or 3 steps to strike a pose and let reporters snap till their heart's content. After finally entering the doors, Zero's haughty and intimidating air dispersed in a flash. Impatience showing on his face, he asked his agent, "Why hasn't that idiot arrived?" Zero's agent calmly answered, "I just checked. She has arrived in Qian City and is currently changing her outfit. Her and her trifles." Bored, Zero went online and watched Silver Wing's live broadcast of the red carpet outside. Noticing there were still many people talking about him in the comments section, his gaze skipped through those negative comments about him and focused on the comments that praised him, making him feel pleased. Who cares about those celebrities? Look, this is the charm of the great Zhao of Lijiao. After Zhao had entered, the reporters outside could no longer take photos of him, so they discussed in private. This Zhao is indeed really pretentious. If I did not know what he is normally like, perhaps I would have been fooled by that image he projects. But before everyone could continue discussing Zhao, an even more pretentious person than Zhao appeared. A pumpkin car full of individuality, a gorgeous princess skirt, and the gait of a noble woman. She was even toting an umbrella. The moment the silhouette of this person appeared, immediately, reporters diverted their attention away from other celebrities and all focused on her. Barbara, the one from the La Colina family? She's also here. This was simply an unexpected surprise. Entertainment reporters got even more excited and frantically snapped away. But when Zhao saw the comments section being flooded with comments about Barbara, he fell into a bad mood and grumbled. It's already dark. What's she doing with an umbrella? Idiot. Indeed, many reporters had misgivings about this. The weather over the past few days had been fine. There was no rain and it was night now. So what was the point of an umbrella? But in the next moment, everyone knew the answer. Click. Whoosh. Barbara lifted her hand, and the umbrella automatically opened. On the umbrella were a bunch of glittering gemstones that were blinding the mass of reporters. So it was an umbrella spotlight. Indeed, it was dazzling enough. Nobody would sparkle brighter than her tonight. Perhaps she would be on the headlines of news being published later on. Zhao was discontented and groused. She's cheating. She actually brought equipment. His agent stood to the side and kept his silence. After Barbara stepped into the main doors, Zhao grumbled. Did you not have dinner tonight? You are walking too slowly. This time, because Zhao had invited Barbara to the concert, he had booked a VIP booth and so went in together with Barbara. There was still a distance to go from the main doors to hall number 1, and a short distance away from Zhao and Barbara, an entertainment reporter who had purchased live tickets was waiting to secretly snap some shots. When he spotted Zhao and Barbara walking together, and they apparently seemed to be talking, his eyes lit up in a flash. Look, what have I managed to catch? Indeed, a costly live ticket was indeed worth its price. Over at that side, Zhao had found the VIP booth he had booked. Before a concert began, every VIP booth was in a sealed mode, providing an even more private space, making it convenient for guests to talk before the concert started. Zhao was mulling over how to talk to Barbara about the black mark in his history, while Barbara was being fussy and looking through the song list and information about the composer. All she knew about Fang Zhao was that he was really impressive at playing games and creating waves during his military service. She did not know much about Fang Zhao's achievements in the music world. Zhao's agent sat in the corner browsing the internet, looking at who else might show up today. Some people were already present, but had not given any notice that they would be coming. He had seen a few special people entering through another entrance and was wondering if his eyes had been playing tricks on him. As he refreshed, more news appeared. As he looked at the contents at the top, his hands trembled. Shock. La families to be joined by marriage. Zhao and Barbara appear at Golden Age Music Hall, seemingly intimate. New romance. Zhao with industry beauty, yet he does this. Zhao's agent looked up toward Zhao and saw Zhao's facial expression change as he was browsing the news. In his heart, he thought, it's over. He is going to explode. Indeed, in the next instant, Zhao shot up as quick as lightning. My *SS. Seemingly intimate? Are their eyes full of *T? And even joined by marriage? Who said all this? Investigate. Daddy will sue them till their pants fall off. Barbara had also seen the news. Her assistant had forwarded it to her, and she looked as though she had just stepped in poop. Zhao no longer wished to talk to Barbara about the black mark in his history. He had not yet resolved that black mark when even worse news had appeared, and now he had flown into a rage. Now he no longer wanted to sit with Barbara and listen to the concert anymore. The thought made him angry. Thinking back, surely he had walked too close with Barbara when they had entered, and they had been photographed by those idiot reporters who were making up stuff. Go book another booth. Zhao shouted at his agent. Zhao's agent felt his head ache. Live tickets were already all sold out early on. There aren't any surplus VIP booths either. Zhao raged on. I don't care. spend a little more and get the neighboring booth to scram. Zero's agent wasn't willing to do so. Would people who were able to book a VIP booth care about that little bit of money? Furthermore, there might be people of influence in Yinzhou. As an agent, an employee, would he dare to smash money in another's face to get them to leave? Besides, this was in Yinzhou. They were not in control over here. It wouldn't be good if news of this broke. But a red mist had descended on Zero as he read through the news. Seeing his agent using all sorts of excuses, he waved his hand. Stand aside. I will do it personally. Zero took large strides over to the neighboring VIP booth and pressed the bell. His agent advised against this. Senior Master, this isn't appropriate. Zero once more brushed his agent aside. How is it not appropriate? I know you don't have much guts, so stand aside. Seeing someone open the door of the VIP booth, he no longer bothered about his agent. With a confrontational tone, he said to the bodyguard that had opened the door, "You all." Just 2 words had come out from his mouth when Zero stopped, as if somebody had suddenly tied a noose around his neck and strangled him. He had seen the crest displayed on the breast pocket of that person. It was the crest of the Interplanetary Fund, and it was not just a general crest. It belonged to the internal department of the Interplanetary Fund, which held an even higher status. Zero was a spoiled brat and normally did not act reasonably, but he could actually discern clearly which sort of people he could afford to offend and which he could not. Furthermore, he was very clear that his family had beneficial ties with the Interplanetary Fund. Now, under this sort of circumstance, stomping on the face of the Interplanetary Fund was no different from sabotaging his family's business. If he returned, he would definitely be in trouble, and even a severe beating would be considered a light sentence. At the present situation, Zero knew to be prudent. Thus, when Zero saw the crest, even using the little IQ that he had to weigh the pros and cons, he was terrified. You all, good evening. I hope you enjoy the concert, ha ha ha. After a few awkward laughs, Zero turned around and returned back to his room, no longer possessing the brashness he'd had a few moments ago. Compared to offending people he couldn't afford to offend, Zero decided to endure the humiliation and share a VIP booth with that idiot Barbara. What was the worst that could happen? He could just pretend she wasn't there. Zero's agent's face had turned ghastly white at that instant. He had been worried that Zero would have met the Interplanetary Fund's personnel head-on. Luckily, Zero's brain wasn't entirely mush, and Zero had stopped in time. Wiping off the cold sweat on his forehead, Zero's agent thought to himself, indeed, those special people I saw before were from the Interplanetary Fund. I didn't see wrongly. However, if the higher levels of the Interplanetary Fund are actually here, Fang Zhao is really an impressive person. Fang Zhao had no idea what was going through the minds of those people present in the audience. At the moment, he was replying to messages. We have already arrived. Don't bother about us. Concentrate on your preparations. This was what great-grandfather Fang had sent. Zuiyu and Yin Biao were fetching them, so Fang Zhao was at ease. There were also other people he was familiar with who had sent him messages, including Ji Polan, who had just graced the red carpet and had sent a message to Fang Zhao after entering Hall Number 1. Brother Zhao, you can do it. Best of luck. Hope everything goes smoothly. Before the concert, there were Silver Wing personnel to receive the guests. Fang Zhao did not need to do anything. Old Xue Jing had also arrived with some of his old friends. He even specifically came backstage to see Fang Zhao. He only left after he saw that everything was going smoothly and there were no abnormal situations. The Silver Wing personnel in charge of backstage arrangements saw Fang Zhao sitting over there in silence and came over. Everything is in order. Just follow the plan and everything will be fine. Don't worry. Although there was no need for Fang Zhao to perform, he still needed to give a thank you speech during the opening sequence of the concert. The Silver Wing personnel was worried that Fang Zhao would freeze up when he went on stage. That would be quite awkward. Fang Zhao replied to a message and looked up and smiled. I'm really not nervous. Chapter 268, Concert 1. As the time zones at various places were different, even though it was night at Qian City, other places were not necessarily the same. On planet Baiji, in the military district area, it was noon. Shanta and other high-ranking officials sat in the screening room. The sound and projection equipment here was of the highest quality, and the hall-grade, online streaming pass Shanta had purchased would be relayed here. Everyone can take the opportunity to relax. The chance to get to watch a concert is hard to come by. How many years has it been since we've had one? It brings back memories. Shanta had been to music halls when he was younger, but back then, he had only tagged along to join in on the fun and act a little pretentious. Later on, after he had joined the military, he had no longer gone to such concerts. After he had been transferred to Planet Baiji, there had been no places for entertainment, let alone any music halls. Although they weren't able to attend the concert venue, listening to it live was still a decent experience. Previously, Shanta had sent a few videos and images to Fang Zhao for him to select some background scenes to play while the concert was officially in effect to set the mood. Besides Fang Zhao's contributions toward Planet Baiji, Shanta also had other motives for showing so much support for Fang Zhao. Although he might not have a great eye for business, when he had seen Silverwing stirring up news about Fang Zhao's concert and Fiery Bird seizing the opportunity to promote a bunch of sound equipment, Shanta had also wished to take the chance and have a round of publicity. For the masses, the style of official military publicity might not be what they liked. After Project Starlight had ended, there had been a noticeable drop in attention placed on Planet Baiji. Now, Planet Baiji no longer lacked investors, but Shanta also wished to have the attention from more of the normal masses. After considering for a bit, he had decided it was best to borrow Fang Zhao's matter to let their presence be known once more. Back then, the bulk purchase of tickets had caused quite a commotion, and Shanta had been rather satisfied. Today, on the date of the concert, Shanta had specifically let news be released to let people know that today, in the military district, many areas would be focused on the concert. Back when news about the military district buying so many online streaming passes had come out, they had received criticism saying that they were spending wantonly and wasting military funds. Those that had criticized them had even included some military officials of a similar rank from various military districts. But Shanta had not been bothered. Only later on, when he had taken part in a high-ranking official meeting between various military districts, had he directly met these criticisms. Head-on. How can this be considered spending money wantonly? Us old soldiers on Planet Baiji are overworked all year, and how many of us have never gotten the chance to return home in decades? In the past, when communications were poor, it was so hard to find time to even see our family through videos. Now that conditions are better, we can't just have a small entertainment activity? Just because they are my own soldiers, I can't care for them a little? Military districts back on Earth frequently invite stars over to perform. For us at remote and faraway locations, so what if we watch a concert through the internet? The money spent this time might not even be comparable to the money you people spend every year to invite celebrities. Besides, the concert is Fang Zhao's. Do I need to remind you people who Fang Zhao is? The discoverer of Grade A power on Planet Baiji and a reserve duty major. He isn't anybody with a suspicious identity. Shanta was mocking certain military districts that had invited celebrities to perform in the past. It had been revealed that there were certain organizations at work behind this, which had nearly caused a big stir. Before you talk about our Baiji military district, please wipe your own buttocks clean first. After Shanta had spouted this during the video conference, he had snorted in his heart. Comparing these, all we did was just sparingly spend a bit to watch an online concert. Why do we have to endure criticism? Furthermore, what we are doing is gaining some publicity. How can this be wrong? After seeing Shanta flip out during the video conference, not many others dared to press this matter any further. Actually, for people of their rank, attending a concert was just considered a small matter. This time, their criticism was because they were unable to stomach the recent limelight Shanta had been getting. Speaking about the concert, actually, Shanta had another idea. Planet Baiji wanted to film a documentary, different from those short films and publicity films of the past. This time, it would be even more formal. Other than it being broadcast, it was to be stored in records. In the future, in Shanta's own personal record of achievements, this documentary would be placed as a realistic account. Filming for the documentary had been started a while back and was already in production, but Shanta had not officially announced it yet. Every year, they produced a few episodes to record the changes on Planet Baiji. For the documentary, there naturally was a need for accompaniment music. The military district had recommended a few people, but they were all masters who specialized in creating background music for military documentaries. Shanta had not yet rejected the notion. For this sort of important documentary, every production personnel, including composers, had to go through a thorough identity screening. However, whenever Shanta saw a piece that might be suitable for the documentary, if there were no problems with the composer, he would also purchase it. Thus, Shanta felt that if there were any pieces among the 10 songs showcased at Fang Zhao's concert that satisfied him, he would select a few of them for purchase. Shanta had the authority to use some of the funds on hand. Compared to the amount of military funds he had available, an accompaniment piece wouldn't cost much. When the time came, he could just consider it as a publicity or production expense. Qian City, 7:30 p.m. The atmosphere outside the concert hall had already quieted down. Reporters stationed outside were starting to regret not purchasing live tickets at this point. How great would it be if they could be inside? Perhaps they could have managed to take photographs of those people who had kept a lower profile and had not graced the red carpet. Now, it was those reporters that had tickets and were inside who released some on-site news from time to time, such as which certain great master or celebrity had been spotted. In Hall Number 1, the concert formally began. As the composer of this concert, Fang Zhao went on stage to give his thank you address. Faced with the completely filled hall, Fang Zhao smiled. A very warm welcome to everyone who is in attendance at my concert. This is the very first concert that I have held in my life. Many people who held their concert for the first time looked exhausted, as if they had been unable to sleep, as they stood here and pretended to be calm. However, Fang Zhao was not like that. At this time and place, he looked particularly refreshed and had an expression of excitement. He seemed to be emotionally moved, as if he had accomplished a cherished dream. In both his past life and his current life, this was the first time he had held his own concert. He was not a singer, nor was he specifically performing, but as a composer, just like many other creators, he liked to use this method to let even more people hear his sounds. Fang Zhao expressed some of his thoughts and thanks, and gave a brief introduction on the background of the 10 pieces that were to be performed tonight. Before, Ming Song had told him that the people who came were here to listen to Fang Zhao's songs, not his stories. Even if he wanted to say more, he should also wait till after the concert had ended. Also, he had been told that the opening address for the concert should not be too long. Nowadays, people did not have too much patience. After the opening address, Fang Zhao returned backstage. The white-haired conductor of the orchestra about to perform gave a nod to Fang Zhao, telling Fang Zhao that there was no need to be worried. The conductor was only 80+ years old and wasn't considered particularly old for a conductor, and he did not have too many white hairs. He had dyed his hair himself, as he felt that he would appear even more imposing with a full head of white hair. The lights dimmed, and the audience fell silent. The sealed modes of the VIP booths were also raised, but there was still a special curtain in between the booths. Only the silhouettes of their neighbors could be seen. Zero turned his head over to look and made out 4 or 5 figures in the room next door. That was all he could discern. Who exactly was in the next room? Zero was preoccupied with making guesses. Barbara was chatting with a friend from Lajo. It was inconvenient for voice calls, so she was using only text messages. Ha ha ha. Since when have you been together with Zero? People from Lajo had also seen the news from Yinzhou's entertainment magazines, and it had caused quite a ruckus over at Lajo. Barbara didn't even want to talk about this matter. She sent a swift reply. Bad luck. Her friend also knew that entertainment reporters loved to create news of this sort, and she understood what Barbara was like. She had just mentioned this as a passing joke and would not talk about it further, as Barbara's temper was not something to trifle with. Thus, Barbara's friend stopped herself from going too far and instead asked, Aren't you at the concert? How are you still free to chat? It hasn't started yet, Barbara replied. Will you be purchasing anything? Your future drama serials still require accompaniment pieces, right? Purchase one if you like it. Generally, most pieces that are showcased at concerts are of high quality. We'll see how it goes. When Barbara had been reading through Fang Zhao's information a while ago, she had listened to the 100-Year Period of Destruction series and felt that Fang Zhao's style wasn't really too suitable to her own dramas. Barbara had come because that idiot Zero had said there were matters they needed to discuss. Barbara herself had never come to Yinzhou before to attend a concert and was a little curious, so she had accepted. She had decided to give it a listen, and if the quality wasn't up to scratch or if it was something not suited to her tastes, she would head online to look for others. Just as she was chatting, an exquisite and slow piano melody began to flow, accompanied by a layer of cushioned string tones. This brought about an indescribable mood, as if there was some frustration and longing, Yet there was some calm gratification. Barbara subconsciously sat a little straighter and put on a look of seriousness. The few old folks sitting together with Xue Jing scrunched up their eyebrows at practically the same time. In their hearts, they were astonished. On the song list, the first piece was titled Empty. The backdrop displayed on stage was an azure blue planet in the boundless cosmos. In the introduction of this piece in the song sheet they were holding, this piece was created from Fang Zhao's thoughts and feelings as he left Earth and headed for his military service destination. Evidently, Empty was very different from what they had expected, especially for people who had listened to the 100-year period of Destruction series and had seen the background for the creation of this piece. For the first song, Empty, the first half was mainly led by a piano and supplemented by a string ensemble. The simplistic melody had hints of peacefulness and an ethereal vibe. Following that, the string tones sounded like flowing spring water, and the slow piano melody became quicker. A series of continuous chord changes was like the many different moods and feelings within the heart changing. Toward the middle, woodwind tones gently slipped in alongside drum beats that got progressively heavier. An amalgamation of different sounds converged to form an interweaving and modulating melody, as if people were watching attentively but, in their hearts, a frantic upheaval was occurring. Restrained feelings bubbled and struggled to be contained before erupting like dazzling fireworks, surging with passion. Soon after the outburst, it changed back to the calm gentleness of the boundless cosmos, splendid yet mystifying, appearing as if there was nothing, yet at the same time, possessing everything. An old friend seated beside Xue Jing stared, fixated, at the image displayed in the background where azure blue collided with obsidian black. Looking at the azure blue planet, he apparently saw hope and romance. As the last note faded, his originally constricted brows unfolded, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This was totally different from the epic styles of Fang Zhao's representative work. The 100-year period of destruction series. The 100-year period of destruction series embodied an obvious narrative style in each of the movements and carried a grand and stunning epic saga. As for this song, it could be said that this song was less forceful, like incorporating warmth into an epic. Chapter 269, Concert 2. After the first song was over, Xue Jing glanced at his friends beside him. When he saw their expressions, his slightly anxious heart eased. Although he had seen the score sheet of the first song before and had faith in Fang Zhao's ability, he had still been a little worried about the quality of Fang Zhao's official concert. But now, it seemed that it differed from his expectations. Very good. The few old folks that had come along with Xue Jing had also started some muted discussions. One of them laughed as he said to Xue Jing, "If the coming songs are as good as this, your apprentice will be all settled." Xue Jing immediately put his hands up. He's not an apprentice, really. He can at most be considered a student. When it came to composing, he had not taught Fang Zhao much, only giving a few pointers from time to time. He had given Fang Zhao support and helped push him forward so Fang Zhao's development could proceed even more smoothly. The term master was still a long way off. For people like them, apprentice and student had very different characteristics. Anyone that had been taught before could be considered a student, even. People who had just listened to one of their lectures, but an apprentice was kept close and would personally receive their knowledge, ideology, theories, and much more. Having an apprentice meant one intended to produce a successor. Therefore, Fang Zhao could only be considered a student, not an apprentice. However, even if he was just a student, there were different categories. Everyone in the circle knew about Xue Jing's attitude toward Fang Zhao. It was even better than the attitude one would have toward an apprentice. Xue Jing sounded pleased as he talked to the old man sitting beside him. "How's this, old Lin? This student of mine ain't half bad." The old man beside Xue Jing was a few years younger and had once been Huangzhou Music Academy's president. He was a Huangzhou person over 150 years of age and was Xue Jing's apprentice. This time, he had been dragged by Xue Jing to attend this little junior Fang Zhao's concert. Lin Sun drew his gaze away from the backdrop on stage and pondered for a bit before saying, "This little fellow is not what I expected." After stepping into outer space for the first time, many young composers love to use woodwind and string to continuously change and raise the key while composing, expanding to fit the scale of the performance and increasing in volume to express the vastness and mysticism of the cosmos. At first, when I read the background inspiration behind this composition, I expected that he would use this sort of method to express it. I never expected that he would not do so, instead placing an emphasis on the evolving feelings inside of him. It was not that it was impossible, but rather, it wasn't easy. Many newcomers might not be able to bring out this aspect, but what came to their minds when listening to Fang Zhao's piece was one word: seasoned. Totally not like something a newcomer to the industry could produce on his first official concert. Fang Zhao's piece gives a very strong story-like feeling. Listeners might not be able to discern the meanings inside the piece, but it will give them such a feeling. A really impressive little fella, Lin Sun exclaimed. Originally, Lin Sun had been thinking about the review he would write after attending the concert. On account of Xue Jing, he had been planning to be a little tactful, but now, Lin Sun actually felt that there wasn't really much to criticize. People with the sort of status they had in the industry generally did not incessantly praise younger generations for their concerts. Normally, reviews would be written without any bias, from an objective point of view. Strong and weak points would both be pointed out, whether good or bad, but the emphasis would be on pointers. What a headache. Besides the song list in Lin Sun's hands, there was a notebook used for recording down his thoughts while listening to the concert. After the concert ended, he would arrange the notes and send it out as a review. During the concert, there were brief intermissions between every song. This was also to make it convenient for seniors within the music circles to evaluate and jot down their notes. But at the moment, the notebook in Lin Sun's hands only had a pitiful handful of words. He felt like he wanted to write a lot, yet he didn't know what to write. Next song. Then, I'll write more for the next song, Lin Sun thought to himself. Over at Barbara's side, after the first song ended, she realized she had flashing alerts signifying new messages. As she had set her bracelet to silent mode, it was only notifying her of messages but had not produced any sound. Checking it out, there were over 10 messages. 3 minutes ago. Hey, Barbara, I will probably head over to Planet Y for a leisure trip next month. When I get there, I'm going to find a few celebrities to visit the Peach Blossom Gardens and have fun. 3 minutes ago. What do you think of the suggestion I just gave? 2 minutes ago. Barbie, 2 minutes ago. Is it inconvenient for you right now? Scanning through her messages briefly, Barbara closed her chat window and beckoned for her assistant with her hands. Her assistant, who had been waiting at the side, hurriedly scurried over and handed Barbara a notebook. This was a special notebook Barbara used when she listened to concerts. Although Barbara loved being pretentious, she was more serious toward concerts. As long as it wasn't a genre she disliked and the concert's quality wasn't really bad, she would make a record at every concert she attended. What she did was different from Xue Jing and those other artists. She would analyze it both based on her own preferences and from a commercial viewpoint. This concert of Fang Zhao's had exceeded her expectations. Although this musical style was different from what she normally listened to, she still found it acceptable. It did not have the thick, bloodthirsty aura or the heavy historical flavor that the 100-year period of Destruction series had. Barbara did not really like music that was overly thick and serious. She preferred bright, upbeat music or music that was expressive, emotional, and refreshing, the sort that made people feel happy. Whether it was classical or modern, whether the tempo was fast or slow, as long as it wasn't too poor, she would find it acceptable. As for the song Empty, it fell within her acceptable range. Perhaps she would really purchase a song at this concert? Just as she was preparing to write something down, she spotted something from the corner of her eye. Raising her head to look over, she saw Zero extending his neck to look over. Zero wanted to see what Barbara wanted to write purely out of curiosity, but he did not get to see anything except Barbara rolling her eyes. His mouth twitching, Zero sat back down and said to his agent, "Taking down notes while at a concert? Lunatic." He was someone who had not even taken notes during his student days. Listening to a concert was for enjoyment as a pastime. What need was there to take notes? Disappointing. Zero's tastes differed from the style that Barbara liked. Zero just loved the sort of grand and stunning music from the 100-year period of Destruction series, the sort that made it seem like there were bloody battles and killing intent, the sort that made one energized just listening to it. It was fine if there was some emotion as long as it was not too overly emotional. Zero wasn't an industry professional and could not evaluate from a professional viewpoint, nor did he have any intention of looking at it that way. His opinion was that if he found it nice to listen to, that was enough. Who cared how others saw it? As long as he liked it, even if industry insiders criticized and roasted it, he would still buy it all the same. For songs he didn't like, even if it was praised to the high heavens, Zero wouldn't give it a passing glance. At today's concert, the first piece was still within his acceptable scope. Hey, I feel that this piece isn't too bad. After the concert ends, purchase it, Zero said. Zero's agent replied, it just started. Continue listening. Perhaps there will be pieces you like even more. Zero thought about it for a moment. Makes sense. Looking at the song list, the second song was titled ZH. What does ZH mean? Zero asked bemusedly. Why is it that artists just love being so deliberately mystifying? Why can't they just give it a simple name that is easy to understand? Zero's agent lowered his voice and answered. It is written in the information about the composing process for this song. ZH is the chemical symbol of an element, the one found in the grade A power or discovered on planet Baiji. The element is named zeoium. Listening to the exchange between Zero and his agent, Barbara snorted in her heart. Idiot. Not only are you artistically illiterate, but you are blind as well. The lighting changed, signifying that the second song was about to begin. Barbara no longer bothered with chiding Zero. The venue once again quieted. The moment the prelude started, Barbara's face changed. Interesting. A woodwind tune picked up, seemingly like a gust of wind from the outside entering the interior of a cave. A series of slow striking piano notes sounded. At the end of every short period, the piano notes repeated, sounding like an echo. Inside the music hall, it gave listeners a surreal and dreamlike feeling of echoes bouncing off the walls. Listening to it abruptly brought about a sense of trepidation, as if the body was being chilled by a blowing wind. But as one continued listening, the rhythm gained a sort of implicit charm. Midway through, the tempo changed to a pure and lively clarinet tune paired with a string melody. It was as though a crescendo had risen from the beginning to the end. The rhythm control was highly accurate, just like that of a pulse or the rise and fall of one's breathing. It brought with it a classical feel with some sense of mysteriousness to it, like an uncrackable puzzle of many layers, just like the background image of a deep crevasse leading to an otherworldly abyss where no light shone through. A passionate yet romantic female voice cried out softly, as if calling to the birth of a sparkling star from the mysterious world beneath the surface of the rock. Seated beside Xue Jing, Lin Sun stared attentively at the huge image displayed in the backdrop of the stage, his face rigid with concentration and maintaining his listening posture like he was trying his hardest to hear even more. All the way till the song ended, he did not even give the notebook in his hands a passing glance. When it ended, he sighed. How spiritual. It was not known whether he was talking about ZH, the song that had just concluded, or Fang Zhao, the composer. Another old person among the group appeared to have thought of something as he laughingly asked Lin Sun, Old Lin, doesn't that song have a style akin to a spiritual journey? Someone else shook his head. No, I don't think it does. The song that just played lacked an elegant feel, but it had a sort of penetrating force. The other old folks also joined in the discussion. At the 20-second mark, where the clarinet provided the impetus for the sudden change in tempo, I just felt like giving him high marks. An old man who had a preference towards strings instruments and especially loved the violin disagreed. Unlike you, I suddenly felt a rousing feeling at the 45-second mark. The sounds of the violin really enhanced this piece greatly. Hearing the discussions of his old friends, the smile on Xue Jing's face deepened. He wished to let his old friends understand more about Fang Zhao and hoped that Fang Zhao would gain the acknowledgement of these people. This would greatly aid Fang Zhao's development. Previously, when people in the music circles mentioned Fang Zhao, they would bring up the 100-year period of destruction series, but Xue Jing wanted others in the industry to know that Fang Zhao was capable of even more. Fang Zhao could produce hot-blooded fiery pieces, but he could also create gentle and exquisite melodies. However, after Lin Sun had said 2 sentences, he fell silent, as if pondering an important matter. Roughly half a minute later, Lin Sun sent a message. Recently, he had been invited by a Huangzhou geography channel to produce accompaniment music for an educational science documentary. Among the series, there were more than 10 episodes that focused on mining, and Lin Sun had not composed anything satisfactory yet. Previously, he had not been able to find anything suitable, but now, he felt that he could recommend Fang Zhao's Zage song. Coincidentally, this song of Fang Zhao's had been composed with the discovery of the new or an element as inspiration, and it complemented the main focus of those episodes. Lin Sun felt that this was an excellent piece of work, and that if a commercial company purchased it, that would be too much of a waste. If it were to be placed inside a commercial film or television series, it might appear for a while, but it would not be heard again after the second year. But an educational science documentary was different. This sort had a later expiration date and would be recorded in high-quality cultural archives. Various science and educational channels throughout the world would broadcast it every year. Schools would also use excerpts as teaching material where the piece would be heard. Just like how scholars hope their own literary works could withstand the test of time and circulate for all eternity, every single composer also wished for their own compositions to exist for the longest possible time and not fade into oblivion the year after they appeared. In the new era, where news and information refreshed at such a rapid rate, these sorts of chances were few and far between. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was a pity. Thus, Lin Sun immediately sent the production team a message of recommendation. Seeing the notification that the message had been successfully sent, Lin Sun felt a little more at ease. Chapter 270, Concert, End. Elsewhere, Zero also told his agent, "Hey, this song isn't bad either. It's rather meaningful. Make a note. Perhaps I can use it in a future film and television series." Zero's agent didn't say a single word. This was only the second song. Was Zero going to change his mind again later on? In any case, Zero's agent wasn't going to let Zero squander money. Zero's agent could see the quality of the concert from the first two songs. Just as Xue Jing and the other seniors of the industry had said, as long as his following pieces were not too far off from the first two songs, this concert would be settled. Following that was the third song, titled The Power of Life. Fang Zhao had gained inspiration for composing this piece when he had witnessed the germination process of the arrow sunflowers at the experimental plot at Planet Baiji's Outpost 23. The start had a monotonous, repetitive rhythm, yet there was a hushed, murmured beauty about it, as though something was unfolding as the song progressed, carrying with it some tension that drew in listeners to the artistic concept being created. Amidst the unfurling harmony, an impetus started to slowly push its way forward. The silence, the struggles of life as it muddled along a track, the explosiveness of breaking through the soil, a rallying cry, and finally, emergence. This was a piece with a powerful finale able to invoke intense feelings and cause listeners to resonate with these emotions. Then was the fourth song, Enemy Attack, the fifth song, Counteroffensive, and then the sixth song, Legion. When it got to this point, many fans who had listened to the 100-Year Period of Destruction series slowly smiled as they reminisced. Still the same old familiar recipe and that same fond flavor. Similar to the styles of the four movements of Period of Destruction, Enemy Attack had layer upon layer of the keyed-up tension of a crisis. It made listeners feel as if their nerves were frayed. Counteroffensive showcased the power and grandeur of strings and woodwinds, creating a thick and heroic feel. Just by solely listening to the sounds produced from the stereo equipment, one was able to feel the mind-numbing killer intent hitting them straight in the face. And Legion was an ever-fashionable march advancing step by step, an upbeat tune that stirred up the will of the people. Listening to these songs brought about a really pleasant feeling, like having a steam-hot pot on a cold winter day. Satisfying. Although these three pieces had completely different tunes than the movements of the 100-Year Period of Destruction series, people listening could tell right away that the songs had been created by the same composer. If these three songs had played at the start, many seniors in the music industry would surely have thought, Fang Zhao is still relying on his old methods and only has this style. However, after listening to the first three songs and then appreciating the ones that followed, all they could do was sigh ruefully. This little fella is really remarkable indeed. But the piece that totally changed people's opinion of Fang Zhao was the ninth song, the second to last. Piece for the concert, Encore / and Coup 1. Encore? An additional song? Zero bemusedly looked at the title of the ninth song shown on the list. Noticing Barbara looking over, he hurriedly said, "Oh right, I think it has something to do with the significance of life." After he spoke, Zero thought that he had been intellectually profound and felt particularly pleased with himself. In the end, all he saw was a look of disdain from Barbara. Could he have been wrong? Unconvinced, Zero flipped through the electronic song list and read the information on the inspiration behind this piece. A name? Encore is a person's name. Zero mumbled to himself as he wore a befuddled expression. Behind him, Zero's agent sighed soundlessly. "This is the result of opening one's mouth without knowing anything. You big idiot." In hushed tones, Zero's agent explained, "Senior Master, the title on the song list and the representative person's name are written differently." Zero flipped the song list back to check the title of the ninth song. Indeed, the words used were different from the song title. However, Zero was thick-skinned and did not feel embarrassed at all. On the contrary, he acted as though he had just discovered a big secret. That means to say this song was written for a newborn baby girl? According to the background description, that seems like the case, Zero's agent replied. Stage lights alternated. This time, there was no concrete image that appeared. Yellowish-orange ripple-like patterns appeared in the background. The strumming of a zither could be heard. The prelude was gentle. Simple, crisp piano notes leaped around in the hearts of listeners. A violin created an auspicious and peaceful vibe, like the first ray of sunlight emerging from the clouds in the early morning after a night full of heavy showers and warming the depths of one's heart. From the tranquil concerto of violin and piano, a billowing surge emerged. Continuous string tones were like a gust of wind flitting across a stream at dawn, rushing through the forests and gradually clambering up. With some bumps, it finally steered clear of the mountain tops and flew over the wilderness, finally soaring in the boundless sky. This was a tune of majestic freedom. It felt as if something was passing very quickly, but it wasn't time. It wasn't very fierce, nor was it heavy. It embodied warmth and radiance, like anticipating an answer that had been brewing over time. To explain it generally, this song was like an unseen spring water, carefully and continuously permeating into the heart, and when one regained their senses, the heart was already crammed full. The music contained too many emotions, yet when these emotions seemed to be on the verge of overflowing, they were suppressed. Even Xue Jing had a flabbergasted look on his face after listening to it. This was composed by Fang Zhao. Listening to the other songs and then listening to this makes me very surprised. It sounds a little similar to the style of that Ha Wen we heard a few months ago, that student of Ming songs. No, it is different from Ha Wen's. Ha Wen's music style was like a thin, never-ending stream, warm, gentle, and exquisite. On the other hand, Fang Zhao's diverged from this sort of tranquility with a splendid halo. It was seemingly clear and simple, yet it had a stunning effect that could not be described in words. As soon as the song ended, Ha Wen clapped vigorously, laughing while shaking his head as if he had seen something unimaginable. Turning to his wife beside him, he praised Fang Zhao. A really impressive junior. He really is remarkable. Over in the VIP booths, Zero was also sighing emotionally. When my own children are born, I will also get him to compose a song. As he thought about it, he felt wronged. Why hadn't his own father gotten someone to compose a song for him when he had been born? After lamenting, Zero habitually glanced over to see the situation in the room next door, but he realized that the people there were pacing about. This puzzled Zero. Before, the room had been slightly quieter, and even when there had been movement, it had only been one person walking about, probably a bodyguard or assistant serving tea or something. But now, it seemed as if they had something they needed to do. Could it be they can't hold it in any longer and want to head to the washroom? Zero thought to himself with his warped sense of humor. As for Barbara, after listening to the ninth song, she had a blank expression on her face. Afterward, she picked up her notebook and wrote down 2 lines before stopping, as though she was hesitating. Finally, she resolved herself. She had decided to purchase this song. Beckoning her assistant over, Barbara issued her instructions. Contact. She had only said the first word in the sentence when she broke off. Barbara stared at the electronic song list. On it, Behind the title of the ninth song, Encore, the originally hollow circle had become solid. A hollow circle was a mark that meant the copyrights of that particular song had not yet been sold, while a solid circle meant that the rights had already been sold. How long has it been since the ninth song concluded? Has it even been a minute? Who was it that stole my target? If not for the fact that she had to uphold her elegant, aristocratic image, Barbara would have flipped the table in front of her right now. Preposterous. To dare steal my goods. However, right now, the matter had already reached this point. Barbara forcibly quelled the raging fire in her heart and put on an icy cold face as she continued sitting there. After the concert ended, she would check it out. She wanted to see who exactly it was that had such quick fingers. The concert's 10th and final piece was titled Expedition. The image in the backdrop was of Baiji Military District's airfield. This was one of the images that had been carefully handpicked by Shanta and sent over. The opening 3 notes of Expedition were like the low-frequency warnings of a foghorn. It was as if the entire music hall was engulfed and jolted thrice. This established the song's main key. Domineering, shocking. That sort of warning sound was actually being simulated by instruments in the performance and was slightly different from an actual warning horn. Yet every person who had served on Baiji knew that it signified that large numbers of transport ships or spacecraft nearby or within planet Baiji's airspace were prepared to take off or descend, and that all unrelated personnel should clear the area. The drum beats, nimble vibrations of the zither, and imposing blares of the trombone that were rousing up the audience's spirits converged to form music and, together with the image in the backdrop, made listeners feel as if they could see the countless flying crafts, both big and small, ascending and descending in planet Baiji's airspace. It was as if the audience could see the massive expeditionary force on the faraway planet of Baiji. With the music provoking the senses, each nerve seemed to be abnormally agitated, creating a rush of blood that seemed to boil over and turn to steam, spurting out from the open pores throughout the body. Even when one shut their eyes, they could still feel that majestic spectacle. It was like an icebreaker, a combination of hard work and science charging straight ahead, and smashing through layer upon layer of thick ice as it broke through and took a foray into space. From one planet to another, from one galaxy to another, our military, fiery and passionate, advancing bravely, conquering the unknown sea of stars. At Baiji Military District Base Headquarters. Bang! Shanta slapped his palm forcefully onto the coffee table beside. Laughing heartily, he said, "This is it. Get it?" Actually, when the 3 instrument-simulated warning horns had sounded, Shanta had already wanted to slap his hand on the table. However, he had felt that, as the Grand Commanding Officer, he could not act too impulsively and had held himself until the end of the song before bringing his hand down. "Contact Fang Zhao." Considering it again, Shanta said, "Contact Silver Wing." "Forget it. Hong Lu, you go speak to your wife." Hong Lu, who was seated beside Shanta. Silver Wing was the managing company for Fang Zhao's concert and was handling the operations and sales of copyrights. Anybody wishing to purchase the songs would have to contact Silver Wing for negotiations. Thus, Shanta wanted Hong Lu to contact Duan Qianji. Directly liaising with the big boss was much more efficient, and they might be able to get a preferential rate. Hong Lu sighed. He didn't have a choice, so he returned to his own office, picked up the communications device, and called Duan Qianji. Of course, he knew roughly how much Fang Zhao's works were worth on the market and also knew that if Baiji Military District wanted a song copyright, Duan Qianji would surely give a discounted price, mainly because he, Hong Lu, was here. It wouldn't be good to offend Shanta. It was better to go along with Shanta's wishes. It wasn't that they were afraid of Shanta, but rather that there wasn't any need to cause tension. On a larger scale of things, one song score was just a small matter. This time, Duan Qianji would have to earn less of a profit. At present, Duan Qianji was looking at the evaluations industry insiders were giving for Fang Zhao's concert. Seeing their acknowledgement of the concert, she was glad. She was happy for Fang Zhao and delighted at the pieces that would be sold off at decent prices. After this, Fang Zhao's status within the industry would once again swell. It was at this moment that Duan Qianji received the incoming call from Hong Lu. She wondered why Hong Lu was contacting her at this time. Could it be to congratulate her? Accepting the call, Duan Qianji saw Hong Lu's guilt-ridden face. Hong Lu said, "Dear wife, I'm sorry." Duan Qianji's hands trembled slightly, and the smile nearly fell off her face. The moment she heard the end of his sentence, Duan Qianji knew that he was talking about the last song in Fang Zhao's concert tonight. Expedition. Silently exhaling, Duan Qianji cursed in her heart. "I thought you'd had an extramarital affair. Your Baiji military district wishes to purchase it?" Duan Qianji asked. "Mmhm. Shanta has said he wants to get the last song." "All right, got it. The price will be negotiated later on. Let me first make a note." As she spoke, Duan Qianji changed the hollow circle behind expedition to a solid one. At the same time, people in the music hall holding the electronic song list realized that even before the curtain call, yet another song had been reserved. Chapter 271, Idiot Companies. After completing the final piece, Fang Zhao and the orchestra stood for a curtain call. Fang Zhao took a deep bow toward the audience. The concert was finally over. He hoped that his first report card had pleased his audience. It was his first concert and comprised 10 original compositions, 10 of his own stories. What the audience had heard were stories that came from his heart. Many fans might have first come across Fang Zhao through the 4 movements in the Period of Destruction series, but those weren't Fang Zhao's own stories. They were built around the virtual idol Polar Light. The feelings and thoughts he had conveyed through music and visuals were part of Polar Light's journey, not his. Any outstanding work of art was based on a compelling story. Now, whether they had watched in person or tuned in via live webcast, people knew the background that informed these 10 pieces and the stories they represented. It was a dream come true. Fang Zhao hoped it was just the beginning. He was delighted. Shortly after retreating backstage following the curtain call, Fang Zhao got a call from Duan Qianji. "Did you see the updates on the rights on your song list?" Duan Qianji asked. "Yes." Fang Zhao was carrying a copy of his electronic program. 3. No. Now 4. Songs were tagged with solid circles. Another circle had been filled while Fang Zhao was on the phone. In other words, 4 of his songs had been sold. Maybe not sold per se, but potential buyers had already placed their orders. 4 of your 10 songs have been reserved, Duan Qianji said. Fang Zhao was signed to Silver Wing as a composer, so Silver Wing was his agent in charge of handling copyright issues for his works. Duan Qianji didn't have to call in person to notify Fang Zhao of the sale of the 4 songs. Fang Zhao's contract with Silver Wing included a supplementary clause that allowed him to sign off on all sales of his songs, including the 10 pieces performed at the concert. He had the right to veto any sale if he took issue with a potential buyer. Barring exceptional circumstances, if a potential buyer was eyeing one of Fang Zhao's songs, they had to get in touch with Silver Wing and get Fang Zhao to sign off before the sale would be official. But in this case, 4 of Fang Zhao's songs had been sold without his final approval. Fang Zhao knew Duan Qianji was someone who kept her word. There had to be a reason behind her decision to proceed without consulting him, hence the phone call. So Fang Zhao wasn't mad. He just wanted to hear what Duan Qianji had to say. "Shanta wants to buy Expedition," Duan Qianji said. Fang Zhao could figure out from that comment alone why Duan Qianji had changed the status of Expedition before getting his okay. In fact, that was what Fang Zhao had expected. He had figured that Shanta would express interest in Expedition, and he did not object. Even if Duan Qianji decided to sell the rights of the song to the Baiji military district at a low price, he was okay with it. At least the Baiji military district was bothering to pay this time. When the Yinzhou military district had wanted to use songs from the Period of Destruction series, they had just gone ahead. Seeing that Fang Zhao was not objecting, Duan Qianji continued with her spiel. The Interplanetary Fund bought Encore. It was the first song that was ordered. They approached us during the concert before the song had even finished. They made an offer too good to refuse. The price they offered was higher than we expected. They also said the song would be used for charity. So as a result of their strong lobbying, I changed the status of Encore as well. The Interplanetary Fund worked with social welfare organizations, local governments, orphanages, and so on. They shot a series of public interest announcements for these partners every year, twice a year, once in each half. The senior managers at the Interplanetary Fund wanted to use Encore as the score for their first public interest ad next year. Fang Zhao nodded. Understood. Fang Zhao couldn't find fault with the Interplanetary Fund's offer either. He even would have agreed to a heavy discount. But the Interplanetary Fund wasn't poor and had no intention of lowballing him. ZH was the third song sold. We were approached by Huangzhou Geography Channel. They want to use ZH in a documentary about minerals. Their offer was fair too. This is a good thing for you. Good for your career. As I understand it, the documentary they are making is quite meticulous. It will be widely distributed and archived. It will have a long shelf life. Chances like this are hard to come by. This was also an offer that Fang Zhao couldn't refuse, but he was still curious as to why Huangzhou Geography Channel had reached out so quickly. He remembered that Xue Jing had mentioned bringing a few old friends to the concert, so he made a mental note to ask Xue Jing if one of his master musician friends had suggested the song to the channel. Why else would the snobs there pick his piece? As for the third song, The Power of Life, it was bought by the Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute. I think they were referred by Professor Fan Lin at the Academy of Science HQ. This year marks the 400th anniversary of the institute. The song might figure prominently in their celebrations. The Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute was a spin-off of the Academy of Science HQ. It was also an important research body. Fang Zhao couldn't find any reason to oppose the four sales Duan Qianji had just mentioned. These four buyers weren't for-profit businesses, so they would make sure the four songs were used in a meaningful way. Oh, that's right. Hua Li, the team leader of Fiery Bird sound effects team, expressed interest in the first song. Are you okay with that? Duan Qianji said with a chuckle. Yeah. Fang Zhao received a text from Hua Li while Duan Qianji was completing her sentence. Hua Li just wanted to give Fang Zhao a heads up that he was interested in the first song, Empty, and was in negotiations with Silver Wing about the sale. Having received Fang Zhao's consent, Duan Qianji changed the empty circle after empty to a solid one, indicating to everyone browsing the program that the song was taken. Many folks who attended the concert noticed before they even left hall number 1 that half the 10 songs in their electronic program had already been sold. Such efficiency. That level of interest in the works of a composer in the early days of his career was indeed unexpected. Perhaps spurred on by the speed with which the 5 songs had been sold, the remaining 5 didn't go unclaimed for long. Soon, all the empty circles became solid. A furious Zero stormed out of the venue as soon as the concert ended. His companion, Barbara, wasn't in a great mood either. Why? They hadn't managed to snag a single song. Zero had been paralyzed by indecision. His agent had told him that their funds were limited and that there was no need to pick several songs. One was enough. Zero was interested in the music itself, but his agent was different. His agent had been performing a cost-benefit analysis. Zero's agent considered the cost of one song as money spent on a publicity push for his client, which was his goal for the trip to Yenzhou. Zero had lingered and taken his time, so by the time he had decided, all the songs were gone. As for Barbara, she hadn't faced the same dilemma. She had only gone for the song she liked, Encore, but someone had beaten her to it. She hadn't even had the chance to place a call to Silver Wing. She had tried to outbid the original buyer of Encore, only to find her offer politely rejected by Silver Wing. Barbara came from a well-connected family, so to avoid ending up on her sh*T list, Silver Wing had revealed the identity of the buyer. That was also why Barbara couldn't vent her frustration. The Interplanetary Fund. The Interplanetary Fund had important business dealings with the Lacalina family. Even an idiot like Zero knew when to back down. Naturally, Barbara knew what the smart thing to do was. All that pent-up anger. Barbara hadn't felt this way in a long time. They kept a lower profile when they left the concert, avoiding the press pack. If the entertainment journos snapped Zero and Barbara together, they would be revitalized enough to concoct another 800-word bullsh*T story. But their main concern was that they were in a bad mood. They didn't want to deal with the media in a bad mood. The couple exchanged glances. They both looked like they had stepped in dog poop. Let's go, let's go. Let's get out of here. I don't want to stay in Yenzhou any longer, Zero said as he sped up to a trot. Barbara waved her hand for some time, as if fighting a bad smell, before gesturing with her chin to the assistants and bodyguards by her side. Let's head back. Like Ha1, Fang Zhao couldn't leave the venue immediately after his concert. He had to stick around while Silver Wing negotiated with potential buyers of his songs. Only one official remained from the Interplanetary Fund Party to discuss the fine print of their contract. The others had already left. Negotiations went smoothly. Duan Qianji would take charge of the negotiations with the Baiji military district. Fang Zhao didn't have to worry about that. The negotiations with Fiery Bird also proceeded quickly. Again, the fine print in the contract could be handled by their relevant staffers. Hua Li and Fang Zhao discussed the composer's creative process, the former expressing interest in collaborating with the latter again in the future. Fiery Bird had acted decisively. Even if they didn't use the song now, it might come in handy later. Fiery Bird was in the video game business, but even if they didn't use the song in a game, it could be placed in an ad. With their wide range of products and their corresponding ad campaigns, Fiery Bird made a point of building a substantial song library. Hua Li maintained the practice of buying whatever he fancied. In contrast, Fang Zhao spent quite a bit of time entertaining Xue Jing and Xue Jing's friends. Ming Song wanted to grab Fang Zhao for a chat, but when he approached, he noticed Xue Jing introducing a bunch of veteran musicians to the young composer, so he decided not to intrude. He said a quick hello and offered his congratulations instead. Fang Zhao, this is Lin Sun. Professor Lin is an old friend from Huangzhou. He's the one who recommended ZH to the Huangzhou Geography Channel. You should thank him properly, Xue Jing said while pointing toward his companion. Quality is my only criterion. I only recommend works that are worthy. Good job, young man. Lin Sun broke his serious demeanor with a grin. Fang Zhao's concert program was quite diverse. There were tender pieces, subtle ones, and epics. There were dark, roundabout expressions of regret and explosive displays of passion. Fang Zhao had managed to strike a balance between raw energy and attention to detail. Every single piece was of good quality. You could tell that Fang Zhao was a serious composer. The combination of the aforementioned factors was why industry elders like Lin Sun were so impressed. Lin Sun and others were quite willing to give a promising junior musician like Fang Zhao a helping hand. Xue Jing and his close friends might have had different personalities, but they shared the same approach to and values. About music, they wanted to see even more outstanding young composers emerge. So what if they themselves were eclipsed? This was a good thing for the industry as a whole. It proved that the composers of the current generation were an improvement from the previous lot. The other professional critics who had attended the concert started to issue their reviews as well. The consensus was that this was a high-quality concert. Even Lin Sun, who was typically a harsh critic, gave a positive review, even though his praise was restrained. Xue Jing was happy with the outcome. He was happy for Fang Zhao, happy that the young composer had taken this critical step in his career. On Baiji, Shanna was pleased to see Silver Wing's response. Not only had he gotten free advertising from Fang Zhao's concert, he had managed to snag a song at a discount. Still, he wasn't an asterisk shoal who milked his advantage for everything it was worth. Considering the fact that Fang Zhao had taken a loss on this song, he made a mental note to offer the young composer a discount on Power or in the future. Elsewhere, folks who had been holding their breath and trying to catch flaws in the concert weren't in a very good mood. After listening to the first song, they had felt there wasn't much to take issue with. Even if the song didn't belong to a genre that such critics preferred or specialized in, the pundits were still competent enough to appraise the piece. So after listening to the song, even if they didn't like the style, they couldn't trash it. If they criticized for the sake of criticizing, they would only lose face. Next song then. We'll scrutinize the next song. And then the next, and the next, and the next. Before they knew it, all 10 pieces had been performed. Critics who were paid to write negative reviews got together to brainstorm. Okay, let's discuss what we can start our critique with and what position to take. How could they write their reviews so that they didn't come off as paid hacks? As hard as they tried, they couldn't find any major flaws in the concert, but they had to go through the motions at the very least. After all, they were professionals. They had to satisfy their clients. Yenzhou, the offices of a film production company whose staff had just finished watching Fang Zhao's concert online. Okay, let's have a brief meeting to discuss which songs to buy. I think there are a few that fit in the movie we are making. I think quite a few are decent, especially the ones that resemble the style of the Period of Destruction series. They would fit in nicely in our movie. We have to single one out, then rearrange it into 3 versions so we can use them both as the score and in the trailers. When we've decided, Let's negotiate a good price. We might even get some free publicity for our movie out of the concert, some early marketing. Check out all the hype before the concert. It's a pity none of it touched on our production, but judging from the entertainment headlines in Yenzhou right now, the hype around the concert hasn't ended yet. Who knows, maybe we can catch this train in the nick of time. The meeting ended half an hour later. A song was agreed on. Shaoli, get ready to reach out to Silverwing. Shaoli was staring at his tablet screen. What's up? They're all gone. What do you mean? I mean, none of the songs are available anymore. He passed his tablet to the others. All the circles at the end of the 10 songs in the program had turned solid. In other words, all 10 songs had been sold. The staffer nicknamed Shaoli scratched his head. Half of the songs were sold before you started your meeting. The other half were sold during the meeting. The others were incredulous. That fast? This isn't Silverwing's doing, is it? Have they announced the buyers yet? Shaoli browsed several news websites and checked Silverwing's official website. He couldn't find any announcements. He shook his head and answered in the negative. He noticed an update right after he finished his sentence. Wait, here we go, Shaoli blurted out. Silverwing just issued an official statement saying all 10 songs have been sold. It wasn't just the potential buyers who were blown away. Fans who were following developments online were even more surprised. Just half an hour after Fang Zhao's concert had ended, Silverwing issued an official notice saying all 10 songs performed during the concert had been sold. There were all sorts of thanks and pleasantries at the end of Silverwing's statement, but that was of no interest to the fans. Their focus was whether Silverwing was telling the truth about the sale of the 10 songs. My classmates are Fang Zhao fans. They bought online passes to the live broadcast of the concert. I just finished watching with them. It was okay, but was it that good? I heard that newcomers at most sell 1 or 2 songs after their first concert, and that selling the whole program takes months. Fang Zhao is different. He has a foot in various industries and has lots of fans. It's possible his songs were snapped up by nouveau riche tycoons. Hasn't that happened in the past quite frequently? I just want to know how much the songs sold for. For most curious onlookers, the most straightforward way to judge the quality of Fang Zhao songs was by their selling price. The prices won't be disclosed, but word has it that all the songs fetched high prices. You can't trust rumors. It's all hype. Definitely hype. It's just rigging. They bought their own songs so they could brag about the sales. It's not like Silverwing hasn't done it before. I've seen these kinds of underhanded tactics before, pushing up prices and then conning idiot companies into buying the songs. I wonder which idiot companies were conned. Another 20 minutes passed. Here come the idiot companies. A photo came with the status. Update. The picture the fan posted was an update Silverwing had just issued via its social media account announcing the buyers of the 10 songs. F***CK? The Interplanetary Fund, Baiji Military District, Fiery Bird, Huangzhou Geography Channel, and the Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute. My dad is asking why I'm reading the news on my knees. Shit. These idiot companies are quite high class. If these companies are considered idiot companies, then what about the others? Are they parasites then? I can understand why the Interplanetary Fund, Baiji Military District, and Fiery Bird might be interested in the songs. But what's with Huangzhou Geography Channel and the Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute? This makes me want to watch his concert. D***MN. If only I had bought tickets. Among the buyers were also several production and gaming companies that had global reputations, even if they weren't as famous as Fiery Bird. They were capable of generating plenty of discussion on their strength alone, but all eyes now were on the first 5 song buyers. Just like Barbara's appearance on the red carpet before the concert had stolen the limelight, it was a level of attention that others could only dream of. The first 5 buyers were such prestigious brand names that readers ignored the rest of the pack. But say what they may, the other 5 buyers weren't idiot companies by any measure. Soon the tides turned in online sentiment. Most professional critics gave good reviews, but for the masses who were clueless about music, all they cared about was whether the reviews were positive or negative. Then they would move on to the gossip and spectacle. Footage of the concert wouldn't be available online right away, so folks who had missed the concert could only rely on online news reports. In Yenzhou, many reporters were working through the night editing their copies. There were also journalists still out in the field reporting. It was already past 10 p.m. in Yenzhou, quite late, but the night was still young in many hotspots. One reporter was lingering near a cluster of university campuses. He was responsible for interviewing university students in the area. Did you catch Fang Zhao's concert? No. I just woke up after crashing following 3 days of group gaming. I need to grab a bite. Have you heard of Fang Zhao? Yeah. We used to listen to his Period of Destruction series before exams. After conducting several interviews, the journalist overheard a few students discussing Fang Zhao's concert. Further questioning revealed that the group had watched Fang Zhao's concert online, followed by a bit of web browsing in their dorm rooms. They had gotten hungry and had decided to venture out for a late-night snack. The reporter asked the students for their thoughts on the concert. I was still in secondary school when I listened to the Period of Destruction series. It was right before my university entrance exams. I listened to the songs while working on mock exams. The concert tonight was great too. I enjoyed Expedition the best, one student said. I liked Encore. Who knew Fang Zhao could produce a song of that style? Another student said. The reporter shifted his recorder to a third student, who was a bit shy, probably because it was his first time being interviewed. Me? I liked Enemy Attack, Counteroffensive, Legion, and Expedition. They make for great background music while working on mock papers. I got quite excited listening to them. The reporter thought to himself that the kids sounded interesting, and the reporter followed up. Excited? What exactly did you feel when you listened to the songs? Or to put the question in other terms, what thoughts and feelings did the music provoke? Thoughts and feelings? It's hard to say. I don't know how to describe them. I'm not good with words. I don't know how to organize my thoughts. Just in simple terms, in your own words. In simple terms, listening to the songs felt like. The reporter threw the student an encouraging glance. Keep going. The high you get when you wake up after a super long nap. Chapter 272. Pet Archives. The next day, many entertainment media outlets reported on Fang Zhao's concert. Yinzhou's most authoritative music media, Voice of Yinzhou, and the global authoritative periodical Worldwide Music had lengthy features. Introducing Fang Zhao, the young composer who had finally taken his first step. When people like Xue Jing and Lin Sun wrote their reviews, those reviews would appear in Worldwide Music. As for reviews written by Ming Tsang and others, those would be shared on Voice of Yinzhou. Other entertainment media outlets had commercial objectives, but Worldwide Music and Voice of Yinzhou focused more on artistic aspects. Many artists within the industry, both new and old, paid attention to them. Voice of Yinzhou and Worldwide Music were not really in touch with the needs of the masses. Most audiences naturally preferred reading reports that were more interesting and understandable, reports with a larger focus on entertainment. Whether it was the matter of all 10 of Fang Zhao's songs being sold off within an hour of the end of the concert or the identities of the buyers, these became topics that were discussed by everyone. SSS. This Fang Zhao really seems like a capable person. To be able to get those parties to fancy his pieces, surely the quality is decent. He's rich. Fang Zhao is earning big bucks this time. This was what many people were thinking. High-quality professional undertakings like the Huangzhou Geography Channel and Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute, which sounded like prestigious scientific branches, gave people a stronger sense of novelty regardless of how much had been spent. Commercial companies were a dime a dozen, so these sorts of organizations interested the masses much more. For these sorts of high-level professional organizations and research institutions, even if someone was a great master, these organizations still might not approach that person. Even if the works were of an excellent quality, the works still had to be in line with their intentions. Furthermore, it was only through recommendations and combining various factors that these organizations would consider purchasing something. Thus, this was the reason why Duan Qianji had said that Fang Zhao was very lucky this time. Normally, these sorts of chances were hard to come by, but Fang Zhao had gotten 2 in one go. After the concert ended and Fang Zhao returned home, he made time to contact Fan Lin, who was still cultivating arrow sunflowers at Outpost 23's experimental plot on Planet Baiji, to thank Fan Lin for recommending his song to Huangzhou's Life Sciences Research Institute. They really bought it. I only mentioned it once to get them to take a look at the quality of your work. Getting them to select it is all thanks to your own ability. Fan Lin did not feel that he had done a lot. When he had been watching the concert online with the other people in the outpost, he had thought that the song the power of life, was not bad, and that the inspiration was from when the arrow sunflowers he had been cultivating germinated. Coincidentally, he had been invited by Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute to participate in the end-of-year celebrations for their 400-year anniversary, so he had mentioned it to them. Every 100 years, the Huangzhou Life Sciences Research Institute would produce a large-scale documentary to be saved in the archives as a record of the important achievements and research results of the last 100 years. It was a grand affair, and they wanted to find a great master to compose an accompaniment piece for them. As this song had been selected, Fan Lin was also delighted. Although it had been composed by Fang Zhao, the inspiration behind this had been his arrow sunflowers. How glorious! The documentary would surely not just contain one song, but Fang Zhao's song being picked was a stroke of luck. Fan Lin chuckled. My experiments here are concluding soon. I'll return back at the end of the year and won't be leaving Earth for the next couple of years. When the time comes, let's have a good chat. Without Fang Zhao at the outpost, Fan Lin had felt like he had lost a good listening ear. Although Fang Zhao had not spoken much, his words had always pointed out the important parts. Furthermore, Fang Zhao's insights weren't narrow-minded, and Fan Lin was very happy discussing matters with him. Since Fang Zhao had been discharged, Fan Lin had felt rather lonely. After ending the call, Fang Zhao looked through a few reviews from various authoritative music magazines and browsed a few of the comments online. Fang Zhao could roughly tell what sort of evaluations he would get from within the industry just from his conversations with those old people Xue Jing had brought along. As for others, Silver Wing teams would steer the direction of online audiences. Currently, the overall evaluations were not too bad. After disconnecting from the internet, Fang Zhao received a call from Duan Qianji's top secretary, Zhu Zhen. You can take a nice little break now. Contracts have already been signed for the song copyrights, and the buyers have paid up already. Currently, it's all being processing internally. It'll be transferred to your account next month together with your wages. Oh, right. Will you be attending Fiery Bird's event on the 18th of August? While Fang Zhao had been undergoing military service, Duan Qianji had assigned Zhu Zhen to the Virtual Projects Department to handle things. Now that Zhu Wen had been promoted to take over the Virtual Projects Department, Zhu Zhen had been transferred back to Duan Qianji's side to manage other matters. Jinro told me that Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch has sent me an invitation letter. At that time, I will be attending as a special invitee, Fang Zhao replied. Zhu Zhen had wanted to let Fang Zhao attend it alongside the gaming team, but she had not expected that Fiery Bird would send out a special invitation just to Fang Zhao. But after considering matters, it made sense. Fang Zhao endorsed an entire series of products and had collaborated with them in the past. Receiving a special invitation was perfectly reasonable. All right, that's good. I don't have to inform you about the details then. Zhu Zhen's objective had been to remind Fang Zhao about Fiery Bird's event on the 18th and inform him of the progress of the copyright sales. Now that she had said her piece, Zhu Zhen did not have anything else to bring up. Actually, in Fang Zhao's composing notebook, there were still 2 completed songs that had not been taken out. The first was Peach Blossom Garden, and the other was Arkansas. The sources of inspiration had been obtained when he had been sent on assignment to Planet Y, which could not be publicly announced. It would be hard to explain why he had been to Planet Y during his military service duration. Thus, those 2 songs had been not featured in the concert. Duan Qianji's intention was for the company to purchase them and use them for serials shot in Y's Film Entertainment Complex. Although it was an internal purchase, price-wise, not only were they not cheaper, they were actually slightly more expensive to compensate for Expedition being sold at a lower price. These 2 would be settled together with other works that were sold. After finding out that all of Fang Zhao's copyrights this time around had been sold, and he was going to earn a fortune, the members of the Virtual Projects Department and gaming team and a few close friends and family members were going to let Fang Zhao treat them. Fang Zhao continued to reply to messages from friends and family before resting. As for the Virtual Projects Department, Fang Zhao had decided not to hold any position there, as he had other plans and did not wish to just occupy the post and collect wages. He also did not want to deny those youngsters with the capability the chance of getting promoted. Zhu Wen had grasped this opportunity for himself. He believed they would bring the virtual projects to even greater heights. Early in the morning of the second day, Fang Zhao had just finished breakfast when he received a personal message. The sender's information was the world's most authoritative pet magazine, Pet. It was a corporate account. The contents of the personal message mentioned establishing a record in the archives for the pet that Fang Zhao had reared, Curly Hair. Pet had its own pet archives set up by their specialized teams. Pets that could establish a record in the pet archives were considered special. Some people would think up all sorts of methods to get a record in the pet archives, because any pet in the pet archives would not have a low price and its reputation would increase. However, to reduce commercial hyping, Pet had very strict requirements when selecting pets for their archives. But while there were people willing to establish records in the archives for their pets, there were also people who were unwilling to do so. For example, people like Fang Zhao. Previously, Pet had contacted Fang Zhao numerous times, not mentioning the contact they had made. 2 years ago, just this April, when Fang Zhao had just returned, he had been contacted by them. However, then, Fang Zhao had given the excuse that he was preparing for his concert and had rejected them. Now, the moment after the concert had ended, Pet had immediately sent their request. Fang Zhao could also choose to reject them once again, but Curly Hair still had some reputation in the pet circles. Furthermore, the competitions in Muzhou had increased his status considerably. Continuing to hide and conceal it might have negative consequences. Looking at Pet's modus operandi, if Fang Zhao continued to drag it on, they would persist in sending request after request. Continued rejections would cause people to suspect that Fang Zhao was hiding something. However, Fang Zhao did not agree to it immediately. He instead asked, "Are blood samples required for the archive records?" Previously, Fang Zhao had asked some people and found out from that when a record was established for Pet's archives, the pet staff would come and run some tests on the pets. However, Curly Hair was too special, and Fang Zhao needed to be somewhat prudent here. The other party apparently seemed to have been waiting. After Fang Zhao sent the message out, he received an immediate reply. No. Please believe me, we have the reputation of being the world's most authoritative pet magazine. We wouldn't secretly take blood samples of any pet without their owner's permission. We won't even touch a strand of hair without explicit permission. Blood samples, hair, and other such things might contain too much information, and many pet owners were unwilling to let this information be divulged, especially certain high-value pets with gene defects. Owners absolutely did not want this information to be known to outsiders. Even if the pet was healthy, owners were still unwilling to allow such samples. Therefore, when Fang Zhao had asked this question, the person over at Pet had hurriedly guaranteed that they never ever did such things that infringed on the owner and pet's privacy and secrets. The checkups they did on pets were just for better records and an estimation of the value of the pet. That's right, Pet would make an estimation of a pet's value for its archives. These records would not remain unchanged either. Every year, Pet would provide at most 3 free inspections for pets in the archives, and then update a new record in the archives based on the pet's condition. A pet's value might also see changes. When Curly Hair had won the championship in Muzhou for the first time, Pet had already wanted to make a record, but Fang Zhao had been difficult to contact. When they had finally managed to reach out to Fang Zhao, he had rejected them. During that time, Fang Zhao had been investigating the videos taken from the Black Street and had discovered the strange circumstances surrounding their rebirth. He had not wanted Curly Hair's abnormalities to be known by even more people. Su Ho and the team could be considered insiders, but it would be difficult to say the same for Pet. If Pet investigated and found some issues, Fang Zhao would not be able to hide it. When Pet asked again in the second year, Fang Zhao had rejected them using military service as an excuse. This year, Pet still had not given up. This time, having gotten Fang Zhao's approval, people at Pet were extremely excited. "All right, Mr. Fang, thank you so much for giving us such an opportunity. During the checkup, you can supervise from the sides. May I ask when you will have time?" "Today and the next 2 days are fine," Fang Zhao replied. "You can choose a place to conduct the checkup. It can be at your home, or you can bring your pet over to our Yenzhou branch. It's not too far away, just in Qian City." At home, Fang Zhao did not wish to send Curly Hair to Pet's Yenzhou branch. They had to be more passive in another's domain, so choosing his own place would be better. "Great. May I trouble you for your address? We will send someone down today. Please do not worry. Pet was established 200 years ago, and we have an excellent reputation. Under no circumstances will we take your pet's genetic information without permission. After arranging matters, Fang Zhao was preparing to disconnect when he heard the other person say, "Please wait. Mr. Fang, we still want to ask you something. For your other pet, is it possible to establish a record for it in our pet archives?" The sea slug, Fang Zhao asked. Yes. That hybrid sea slug that you brought back from a foreign planet. May I ask whether you would permit our staff to make a record? Don't worry, our evaluating staff were transferred over from headquarters and are very professional. They have veterinary backgrounds and definitely will not harm it. In the past, these sorts of creatures carrying extraterrestrial genes could only be brought back to Earth after obtaining approval from research institutions. In recent years, these restrictions had been relaxed, but all sorts of certifications were required, and there were many procedures that had to be cleared. Thus, even with the lessened restrictions, there were still very few people that raised pets with extraterrestrial genes. Pet also had their eyes on it because it was special due to its extraterrestrial genes. Fang Zhao mulled it over and then replied, "Sure. Thank you so much for your trust in us. Our evaluating team will be immediately dispatched towards Yinzhou's Qian City. I will forward his information to you in a bit." 2 minutes later, Pet had decided on the team to be dispatched to Yinzhou. 5 people, 2 veterinarians, one specializing in handling dogs and the other in sea slugs, 2 professional archivists, and a cameraman. To guard against imposters, Pet sent images of the 5 members, along with their work IDs and their contact details, to Fang Zhao. Pet headquarters were in Marsizu. The 5 of them boarded a flying transport in Mazhou and headed straight over. Knowing that people would be coming over in the afternoon to make a record for curly hair, Zuiyu and Yin Biao were very curious. They did not really know much about this field. Searching the internet, they had expected that curly hair's value would also be placed in the top 3. However, when they saw the pet charts, the top 10 most valuable pets on the list had values above 100 million. Placed first was a lion. It was rumored that, way back when, a laboratory had been trying to resurrect animals from the old era, this was among the 5 lions that had been successfully bred. The other 4 were all in a zoo over at Huangzhou. Only this one had been bought as a pet. A person who could own a lion as a pet would definitely not be ordinary. Estimated value: 300 million? Just an old-era lion is worth 300 million. Yin Biao found this inconceivable. Curly hair could still take part in competitions, and his value was genuinely a result of his efforts in Muzhou. What about this first place? What could it do? How could it be worth 300 million just like that? On the contrary, Zuiyu did not find it hard to accept. The rarer something is, the greater its value. There are only 5 in the entire world. Furthermore, there are regulations regarding the resurrection of old-era animals, and there are quantity restrictions on these sorts of large wild beasts. Furthermore, from a commercial perspective, in order for it not to devalue, after the estimation, it can't undergo more appraisals. Meanwhile, curly hair is a dog. Regardless of how many championships he has won, he is still a dog, and dogs are not uncommon at all. Yin Biao pointed at the water tank in Fang Zhao's study. Then what about that? The rabbit inside carries extraterrestrial genes, and it's the only one of its kind in the entire world. According to your criteria for evaluation, shouldn't it be 5 times that 300 million? Zuiyu choked up. I have no idea. These evaluators have their own criteria. How would I know how much they will estimate it's worth? Chapter 273, Extremely Fierce. In the afternoon, the 5-member team arranged by Pet arrived. After displaying their ID cards and the verification information, the 5 had looks of eager anticipation on their face as they prepared to enter. However, they were stopped by Zuiyu and Yin Biao as soon as they stepped through the doorway. Zuiyu wore a polite and formal smile as he looked at the 5 who had just entered. "Sorry, can everybody open up their suitcases for a brief check?" Yin Biao also had a solemn expression. Finally, they had some use as bodyguards. When strangers came to their boss's place, checking inventory was a must. Most people with status or fame would require the same. Zuiyu and Yin Biao had expected the 5 to show some dissatisfaction, yet the person in front did not show even a hint of hesitation and handed over the suitcase in his hands. The passcode is 666. As soon as he handed over the suitcase, he did not even look at the 2 bodyguards and entered, throwing a radar-like gaze all around as if searching for something. Little cutie, where are you, Just like someone hoping to see their treasured darlings. His final syllable was dragged out. Zuiyu and Yin Biao both felt a chill across their back as goosebumps appeared on their arms. Especially at the floating at the end. Yin Biao felt like hitting someone when he heard it. If anyone in the outpost had dared to talk like that, he would have communicated with their faces using his fists. However, since this was not the military, he had to get used to it. Twitching his mouth, Yin Biao cursed in his heart as he checked through the equipment that these people had brought and made sure they had not hidden any hidden cameras or any such items. However, he still placed 30% of his attention on the 5 people as they entered the house, being cautious at every moment, maintaining their alertness, and guarding against people other than their boss were their duties as bodyguards. Although the other 4 were slightly slower, they voluntarily put down and opened their suitcases. They had encountered these sorts of situations too often and had long ago gotten used to it. The few of them curiously looked at Curly Hair, who had just run out from the study. This is that golden competition dog. Indeed, it isn't ordinary at all. One of them clicked her tongue in admiration. Look at this fur. Look at those lively eyes. They are so pretty. Zuiyu and Yin Biao, who were going through the contents of the suitcases, were bewildered. They had been with Fang Zhao for a long time and had seen Curly Hair for so long. Even though he had the hallowed title of Golden Competition Dog, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? These few were praising him straight in his face, but they also shouldn't do so blindly. However, Curly Hair was not on friendly terms with these strangers and stood 3 steps away, baring his teeth and growling. This was a warning to the people who had come. This was also not the first time these people had come into contact with dogs. They could tell the intentions of a dog from its actions, so they stood 3 steps away from Curly Hair and observed him from there. Noticing that Fang Zhao had come out, the youth at the front put on a warm and amiable smile. Good day, Mr. Fang. I'm Hua Caning, the person in charge of the team here to help establish a record for the 2 pets at your home. You can also call me Wawa. This here is my partner, Mudo. The rest are. Hua Caning introduced his partner, who was also a vet, and the cameraman to Fang Zhao. After exchanging pleasantries, they wasted no time and immediately went straight to the main issue. To these people, nothing had more appeal than pets, even if the person standing before them was a Yinzhou teen idol, who was a hotly discussed topic and had been hogging the recent limelight. May I ask if we can start the recording? Hua Caning asked. Fang Zhao did not know that Hua Caning's assessment of him was teen idol. Hearing the question, he nodded. Sure. Can we get closer to examine him? Hua Caning meant that they needed to come into contact with the pet's body and hoped that the owner, Fang Zhao, would cooperate. Fang Zhao made eye contact with Curly Hair, who was crouching, and said, All right, he won't bite anyone now. Not biting anyone now didn't mean that Curly Hair wouldn't bite humans any other time. Hua Caning and the others were considered old hands and could understand what Fang Zhao meant. Furthermore, they could judge from experience whether a dog would bite or not. However, when they saw Curly Hair standing there obediently to cooperate with the examination, Hua Caning and the others could not be bothered to think about anything else. Eyes gleaming, they carried the equipment case over and put on thin gloves. Mudo had already turned on an electronic board and had started recording information. Name, Curly Hair. Hua Caning looked at Fang Zhao. Certain. Seeing Fang Zhao nod his head, Mudo filled in that section of the form. In their hearts, Hua Caning and the few others did not approve of such an ordinary name. However, the person who decided a pet's name was its owner. Even if the few of them had any objections, they could only keep those objections to themselves. Hua Caning studied Curly Hair attentively while reporting the information that needed to be recorded. Build small. Curly Hair's height, which slightly exceeded 40 centimeters, would barely have been enough to be considered a medium-sized dog in the old era. However, in the new era where the average height of dogs was over 80 centimeters, he could only be considered a small-sized dog. This was also the reason why people had not considered Curly Hair a sheep-herding dog when they had first seen him. In Muzhou, there were no fully grown sheep-herding dogs that were this small. One of the reasons many Muzhou people felt ashamed was because, despite having so many sheep-herding dogs, they had all been crushed by this little thing. Hua Caning continued reporting the information. Some of the information was furnished by Fang Zhao. Sex male. Date of birth unknown. Age 3 to 5 years. Occupation dog. After all, Curly Hair was a stray picked up from the Black Street, and there was a lot of information that was unknown. Although his age was unclear, test results taken in Muzhou back then could be used to give a rough estimate of his age, which did not exceed 5. Human lifespans had increased in the new era, as had the lifespans of dogs. A 5-year-old dog was not considered middle-aged. Curly Hair was still considered young. Hobbies. Hua Caning asked Fang Zhao. Games, Fang Zhao replied. Hua Caning looked at the toy ball for dogs lying in the corner and understood. This was indeed a dog that loved to exercise. If this dog could not be herding sheep on the pastures, he could only play games with his owner every day. Perhaps frisbee, fetch, or other such small games. Hua Caning carefully extended his hand to touch the fur on Curly Hair's back while observing Curly Hair's mood and reaction. Fur color. Fur color? Gray. Unevenly distributed gray, Yin Biao answered. He thought to himself, fur color ain't simple, and I can't see any regular patterns. It has a sort of a messy feel, but the wording I just used should sound quite refined. However, the 5 people from Pet glanced at Yin Biao as though they were looking at a country bumpkin before minding their own business and continuing with the recording. Gradual layers of gray. The base layers are ash gray to silver. Back, ears, tail are covered by a darker shade of gray fur. Hua Caning continued reporting the information for recording, and Mudo keyed the information into the electronic board. From the nose to the tip of the tail right down to the claws, everything was recorded down in detail. Curly Hair was very cooperative. He stood up when he was required to and laid down when told to do so. During this process, Hua Caning's own evaluation was this, considerably docile. After a round of simple tests, Hua Caning said, "Let's measure his bite strength." Before setting out from headquarters, they had sent a chart to Fang Zhao. On it had been information and examination options that Fang Zhao could choose from according to what he approved and the equipment and instruments they could bring along. Now, the examination was in line with Fang Zhao's choices. The vet has checked his teeth already, but the bite strength test will show the functionality and health of the mouth, Hua Caning said as he took an instrument for testing bite strength out of his suitcase. It looked like a little toy stick with a bone-shaped sensor at its head. The instrument also had a smell that made dogs excited. Given the level of technology now, it was actually possible to get a rough estimate of a dog's bite strength just by examining the teeth. However, people from Pet just lived to use these primitive methods, baiting the dog into biting so they could obtain data from the instrument's sensor. When Hua Caning was not looking, Fang Zhao made a slow-down gesture, hinting that Curly Hair should show restraint. Indeed, the sensor smell got Curly Hair all excited, and he bit down on it immediately. 601 kilograms. Hua Caning exclaimed in astonishment when he saw the figure. There was shock on the others' faces as well. A small pet dog with a bite strength of 601 kilograms? Humans only had a bite strength of a few tens of kilograms. Larger pet dogs in the old era had bite strengths roughly at or above 100 kilograms. However, during the period of destruction, because dog species had mutated and there had been changes to the environment, survival conditions had been much harsher, and there had been dogs with bite strengths of 500 to 600, and sometimes even higher. But 500 years had already passed since the end of the period of destruction. Even if the gene and lineage had continued, the environment had become peaceful and easy. Also, their sources of food had changed, and after 500 years, the average bite strength of dogs had already dropped to 200 to 300 kilograms. Other than dogs with certain occupational uses, it was very rare to see a dog that had a 600-kilogram bite strength. And it was the first time such figures had been seen from a small domestic pet dog ever since Pet had been established. Could it be that there was an error in the test? Mudo asked. Hua Caning had a puzzled look on his face. Wait a minute. Let me calibrate it first before testing once more. He remembered that he had calibrated the equipment before heading over, and the instruments did not have any problems. How could such a figure have appeared? After calibrating, Hua Caning chuckled as he faced Curly Hair. Come, cutie, let's try it out once more. Yin Biao, who was standing beside him, thought, didn't he call Curly Hair little cutie when he first entered? What happened to the little? When the instrument was raised up to Curly Hair's mouth, Curly Hair bit down on it. At the moment he bit down, an ominous glint flashed through his eyes. Crack! A cracking sound came from the instrument, but it did not break. However, the display had been rendered unable to record any figures. The instrument had been broken by that bite. The apartment was filled with the sound of exhaling. The five of them were very clear on the quality of equipment their own company provided, even though they had only brought over a low-level bite-strength instrument. Low-level did not mean its quality was poor. How much bite strength could it have taken to break the instrument? Unless the instrument had already been broken to begin with? But was that possible? Saying that their pet equipment was defective was just like saying that Fiery Bird's game consoles were of poor quality. Muto's face was rigid. He did not know how to record this. With this sort of bite strength that could damage the instrument, regardless of whether Curly Hair's teeth or muscles could withstand it, this strength alone made them feel terrified. Wakaning wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. At the moment when Curly Hair had bit down on the instrument, he had felt a chill across his body and hadn't been able to help but gulp. He had suddenly felt that he was too close to the dog. As for the vet who had helped check Curly Hair's mouth and teeth a moment ago, he felt goosebumps appear all over his arm as he shivered. His back felt clammy and he wriggled his fingers. Just now, when he had been examining Curly Hair's mouth, his fingers had even touched Curly Hair's teeth. Although the instrument had been broken on the second test, in that short moment beforehand, Wakaning had seen the figure exceed 1,000. However, before the figure had stabilized, the instrument had broken. With this sort of bite strength, if he were to bite down viciously, even placed in a group of sheep-herding dogs from Muzhou, he would be able to crush 7 or 8 large dogs as if they were playthings. When they thought about Curly Hair taking part in 2 iterations of sheep-herding competitions, they could not help but sweat a little for those sheep and dogs of Muzhou. There had not been any news of bloody affairs over there, but had this dog really never bitten anybody before? Forget about sheep and dogs. Even biting a person to death would be an easy feat. A human bone would be crushed in one mouthful. Luckily, Curly Hair was small. If he was larger, that would be even more dangerous. Then, are we still going to test again? I still have a spare sensor instrument in my case, but it is an old model and isn't for dogs, so it might not be that accurate, one of the veterinarians said. Instruments not meant for dogs might not produce reliable figures and did not have the bite-inducing smell, so it was not known whether the dog would use so much force to bite it. He seems a little impatient, Wakaning said. He realized that Curly Hair seemed to really not like instruments, and the dog seemed to be a little moody. Could it be that Curly Hair did not like the smell? The people who had manufactured this equipment had even said that all dogs loved it. That was a lie. Yin Biao and Zuiyu exchanged glances and thought to themselves, now he isn't even using cutie. Has he been scared shitless? Not just Wakaning and the people from Pet. Actually, Yin Biao and Zuiyu had also gotten a scare today. They had also never known that Curly Hair could bite like that. As for whether or not they should continue the test, the decision was in the hands of the owner, Fang Zhao. Wakaning and the others looked toward him. The apartment fell silent. Fang Zhao broke the silence. Record the first test result. The figures from the second time were inconclusive. All right, Wakaning said. Their objective was not clear-cut figures. As long as the first test figures were real and the equipment had not been defective, that was more than enough. They wouldn't investigate further. They at Pet had come across all sorts of strange, bizarre pets that could shock people. Thus, although Curly Hair did have shocking bite strength, thinking back to other occasions, it really wasn't a big deal. If he wasn't special, how could he have caused waves in Muzhou and forced them to change the rules? How would he have gotten the nickname Golden Competition Dog? Being extraordinary was expected. Wakaning sighed deeply and made a gesture to Muto with his hands. Muto gave a light sigh, shook his head and recorded 600 kilograms in the file and typed extremely fierce in the remarks. Column. Chapter 274. Ferocious Beasts Inside. After sorting out Curly Hair's file, Wakaning excitedly said, "Let's go see the other one." Although they had been a little intimidated by Curly Hair, they still had one other purpose for this trip, and it was something their compiling department considered important. This was the first case of a sea slug with extraterrestrial genes, so they would have to spend more time to carefully study it. Beautiful. It's so pretty. Wakaning looked at the pure white rabbit. Its external appearance actually seems quite different from the choppy hair variety. After all, it has half choppy hair genes. It is only natural for there to be some differences, Muto said. Wakaning took out a pair of gloves from his case. Begin. There were sensors on these gloves that would transmit all sorts of data when it came into contact with the sea slug. Of course, there were other methods of examining it, but Wakaning's reason for choosing to use gloves to examine it was actually because he wanted to touch it personally. Fang Zhao had already given them a copy of this sea slug's record, and the information on it was even more detailed. There was no need to ask much, but, what's its name? Muto asked Fang Zhao when he saw the blank space there. Not yet named, Fang Zhao replied. Fang Zhao's reply made Wakaning and the others dazed for a second. Generally, it was all right for owners of ornamental fishes or other ornamental aquatic pets to not give a name for their pets, but this sea slug before their eyes was the only one in the entire world. To the people from Pet, this sea slug had a much higher value than curly hair, and it could even glow. How could it even be considered an ordinary ornamental pet? How about giving it a name? After all, it's the only one in the world, Wakaning suggested. Fang thought about it. That made sense. This sea slug was actually rather smart, so giving it a name was not a bad idea. Call it Big White, Fang Zhao said. Muto wasn't in favor of it. It's so small, calling it Big White? A few days back, we want to make a record of a great white shark that had been successfully bred. The owner named that great white shark Big White. Then how about Little White? Fang Zhao offered. Now it was Wakaning who didn't approve. It's so big, yet you are calling it Little White? Although there are other such sea slugs this size, for the choppy hair variety, it is already considered large. Even if it is an extraterrestrial variant of the choppy hair variety, it is very big already. Yin Biao's lips curled. Too much B***cal shit. If you talk about size, the one in the water tank can be taken out and made into stew, unlike those native choppy hair varieties that would barely be a morsel. However, Yin Biao was also very certain that if that actually happened, because this little thing was poisonous, he wouldn't even dare to eat it. Actually, Wakaning wasn't finding fault. He was trying to get Fang Zhao to think about it more and give it a more classy name. Not like Curly Hair, whose name sounded like it had been picked randomly. A dog with a value more than 100 million being called Curly Hair? Just hearing it made their hearts ache. Looking at the pure white ball of fluff that was the rabbit, Wakaning felt his heart aching again. Rabbity is so cute. How can it have such a vulgar name? But even if his heart ached, he did not have any other complaints. This was somebody else's pet, and the final decision was in the hands of the owner. Wakaning could only keep his objections to himself. Then call it Spiky Hair, Fang Zhao said. Wakaning wanted to advise Fang Zhao to change the name again. This name sounded awkward, and people who did not know much would think that it came from the crossbreeding of a hedgehog and a hare. However, they had already denied 2 names previously, and if they were going to reject yet another name given by the owner, that would really be impolite. Immediately, the room became quiet again. Wasn't there some sort of animal called a spiky hair in ancient stories? Zuyu suddenly asked. That was Red Hair. One, it was the name of a horse, Fang Zhao corrected. Right, the horse named Red Hair. Since a horse can be called Hare, then so can a sea slug. I feel that the name Boss came up with is really great, Zuyu said. Fang Zhao had originally wanted to explain, but after considering it, he felt there wasn't a need to waste his breath. He would let Zuyu read up on it himself after this matter was settled. Yin Biao, who had been standing to the side, secretly thought to himself, Zuyu, this *SS kisser. Yin Biao thought back to his first day on the job as a bodyguard. On that day, Zuyu had spoken to him. A qualified bodyguard need not be smart, but he definitely needs to be devoted. It's simple, really. Whatever the boss says is absolutely right. Thinking back, Yin Biao shuddered internally. He immediately seconded what Zuyu had said. Well said. The hare, in its name, doesn't have to mean it is a hare. This spiky, in its name, doesn't have to mean it is a hedgehog. Calling it spiky hair gives it a really profound image. I also feel that it is really great. If the boss called it a hare, then it shall be called a hare. Furthermore, it looked like a hare anyway. Wakaning looked at them disdainfully. These 2 bodyguards are just lackeys. Noticing Muto looking over, Wakaning bit down and nodded. So be it. Spiky hair it shall be. What else could they do? Watching the name being recorded down, Wakaning stared at the water tank. sighing in his heart. Oh, darling, this is all I can help you with. At least you don't have to share a name with a great white shark. What hobbies does it have? Mudo asked Fang Zhao. Eating, Fang Zhao replied. Mudo asked again. Air, do you have any additional things to add? It can eat a lot. Got it. Having settled on a name, Mudo looked through the information Fang Zhao had furnished and proceeded to update the record. As for Hua Caning, he was preparing to touch the sea slug and have the sensors on his gloves obtain some data. Putting on the gloves and checking there were no problems and they were not leaking, he extended his hands into the water tank. In a bit, he would be touching the first ever hybrid sea slug with extraterrestrial genes in the entire world. Hua Caning was overwhelmed with emotions as he kept his gaze firmly fixed on that sea slug. Fang Zhao warned him once more. It is very poisonous. You have to be careful. Trust us, we are professionals. This time, I'm even wearing extra thick gloves, and the sensors have been upgraded. Our preparations are sufficient, don't worry. Hua Caning had not even finished speaking when he felt a sharp pain in his palm. Ah! Hua Caning shouted. A series of beeping warnings sounded from the gloves, but everything had happened too quickly. Hua Caning hadn't even had time to react before he had been affected by the venom. Hua Caning quickly withdrew his hand out of the water tank before removing his gloves, and he found his entire palm was swollen like a bear's paw. Mudo couldn't be bothered recording down the information. Watching Hua Caning's hand that had rapidly swelled up before his very eyes, he nearly screamed like a chicken. Doctor, I've been poisoned. Hua Caning wailed. The other vet in the party, who was a sea slug specialist and was meant to provide treatment for anyone stung by one, had already reacted quickly and taken out all sorts of antidotes and diagnostic equipment. When Hua Caning had just taken off the gloves, only his palm had been swollen. Now, it had extended to his entire arm. Hua Caning's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. I don't need an amputation, do I? Every word that came out of his mouth seemed like it was falling apart. All he felt was a painful burning sensation in his entire arm, and his palm had gone completely numb. As the vet was checking on Hua Caning's arm, Yin Biao calmly answered, No need, it's not life-threatening. Spraying some medicine on it will cure the swelling after a while. After a while? Hua Caning was ashen-faced. Whether it was from the poison or because he was scared **, nobody knew. Mudo and the others wore looks of surprise as well. They knew that the medicine used to counteract the toxins from the choppy hair variety would normally reduce the swelling immediately. Now, they were told that it would need a while. How long was after a while? How many minutes? How many hours? Hua Caning was apprehensive. Is it really all right? The vet spoke. It's fine. Although it was unknown how long Hua Caning would take to recover, they could at least confirm that it wasn't serious. It just looked terrifying. Mudo was puzzled. Didn't you wear extra thick gloves? How is it still able to pierce through? Furthermore, the toxicity is too high. Is it normally fed with venomous feed? Mr. Fang, can we see what this sea slug eats? The vet asked. Sure. Fang Zhao took out the box of feed from the cupboard below and handed it over. It doesn't contain toxins. The vet's smile seemed a little awkward. I know. I'm not suspecting you. Actually, he also knew that there wouldn't be a problem with the feed and that the reason was most likely because of its extraterrestrial genes. Its toxicity would not be the same as the choppy hair variety they were familiar with. As if he had realized something, the vet asked, According to the rumors, when it was still on planet Baiji, a bodyguard of Li Zhou's senior master Zero was stung by it? That happened, Fang Zhao replied. The vet nodded his head. Looking at things today, it seemed like they had lucked out. If he had not worn such thick gloves, or if Fang Zhao had not been feeding it this sort of mild feed, but something more toxic, he reckoned that Hua Caning would not only have a swollen arm, his life might even be in danger. Hua Caning opened his mouth to say something, but decided to swallow his words. He made a gesture to Mudo with his healthy arm. Mudo added a remark to the file, HD. In their archives, HD was an abbreviation for highly dangerous. As for the vet, he held up the pair of gloves that had been pierced, his heart filled with layers of doubts. How had these gloves meant for specialized use been so easily pierced? Watching from the side, the hairs of the sea slug in the water tank looked rather soft. Only at the moment when Hua Caning had touched it had the hairs stood up, and at the point where it had triggered its defense mechanism, it had expressed some offensive intent. But still, It shouldn't have pierced through the gloves. Why exactly had that happened? Mr. Fang, normally, when you interact with it, what sort of gloves do you wear? The vet asked. Fang Zhao took out a pair of gloves from the cupboard below. These were the sort of ordinary gloves sold at ornamental aquatic pet stores. Fang Zhao had asked Spiky Hair's breeder, Professor Denzel, before and been told that these gloves were usable, but only limited to him. Fang Zhao had also mentioned this to Hua Caning. Hua Caning felt wronged. He had dropped some of his vigilance after seeing those gloves of Fang Zhao's. Fang Zhao's gloves were so thin, while theirs were especially thick and should have provided 100% protection. Unfortunately, they had still been pierced. The vet examined the pair of gloves that Hua Caning had taken off, examined the fine and tiny holes in it that were hard to detect, and did not understand at all. Finally, all he could conclude was that it probably had something to do with the sea slug's extraterrestrial genes. No wonder many extraterrestrial breeds were so tightly regulated. They were really dangerous. On the file of Spiky Hair, Mudo added in extremely dangerous behind the HD. 10 minutes later, Hua Caning could feel sensations in his palm again, but his entire arm still remained swollen. As before, the burning pain remained. All they could do was increase the speed of the recording process and not ask too many unnecessary questions. After the cameraman had snapped a few photos, the 5 of them bade their farewells. They still had to rush to the hospital. Hua Caning's arm still needed thorough medical aid and other sorts of medicine. Delaying it for too long would not end well. In our next edition of Pet, we will have an estimation of the 2 pets you own. Do remember to look out for it, Mr. Fang. Before leaving, Hua Caning stopped as he was stepping out and turned to talk to Fang Zhao. Mr. Fang, I suggest you put a sign outside your door to warn others. Generally, for houses that contain pets that are extremely dangerous, it's best to remind your surrounding neighbors or visitors so as to avoid any unnecessary incidents. When you bring Curly Hair out, you must remember to leash him, and the leash must be the most sturdy kind. Fang Zhao accepted Hua Caning's suggestions. After the few of them left, Fang Zhao pasted a sign outside his door that read, "Ferocious beasts inside. Please keep away unless invited." Chapter 275, Global Pet Value Chart. The warning sign had been put up. As for whether people believed it or not, Fang Zhao wasn't too bothered. Back in Muzhou, the veterinarians there had only examined the health and condition of the sheep-herding dogs, not bite strength, so all along, nobody had known about it. This time, Pet had measured it, and this was within Fang Zhao's plans. Fang Zhao had seen the option of measuring bite strength and, after consideration, had selected it. In the future, when he brought Curly Hair out, Curly Hair's strong bite would be revealed one day, so instead of hiding, he would use Pet to put it out in the open. In normal daily life, most of the time, Curly Hair did not exhibit a biting strength too different from a normal dog's, a far cry from the readings Pet had taken. During the examination, Fang Zhao had specifically spoken to Curly Hair about it and gestured with hands just before the test. Unfortunately, the smell on Pet's instrument had been too stimulating, and when Curly Hair got excited, he couldn't control his bite well. But 600 kilograms was already a restrained result. This result was good enough. After sending Hua Caning and the others out, Fang Zhao let Yin Biao and Zuoyu return to rest. Fang Zhao called Curly Hair over to his study for lessons. Curly Hair still had a lot to improve on, such as not being able to restrain himself well enough today. Elsewhere, Hua Caning and the others who had just gotten out of hospital flew straight back to Pet headquarters. Mid-journey, Hua Caning received a call from his superior. Did it go smoothly? The person on the other end asked. I guess you could say so, Hua Caning replied. Don't I? Guess me. Sounds like you people encountered some difficulty. Was Fang Zhao not cooperative? He didn't let you examine too much? Tell me you at least managed to get the most basic tests? The records for the archive can't be too simple. Fang Zhao was very helpful with our work, but those 2 pets of his, extremely fierce. There was a short period of silence from the other end. How fierce could they get? In the pet community, many times, extremely fierce and extremely adorable meant the same thing. When recalling what those 2 pets Fang Zhao owned looked like, after the momentary silence, the other party laughed and said, Understood. Hua Caning was stirred up. No, boss, you don't understand. His arm that had just had medicine reapplied started hurting again. It hurt so much that his face twisted in pain. Boss, What I said, I meant it literally. They really are super ferocious. Especially scary. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself in the files I'm going to send over. If you read them, you will understand. To not infringe on the privacy of the owner's home, they were not permitted to have any hidden cameras, and they had to show the owner all their recording equipment. Every video and photo they took had been shown to Fang Zhao for vetting. Thus, they did not have a lot of photographic evidence. However, the record for the archives was there. Hua Kaining immediately sent the files over to his superior. He also took and sent a photograph of his pig foot-like arm. A short while later, the other party finally replied with just a, "You have worked hard. This time, I put my life on the line for the archive records. I was just discharged from the hospital after receiving a huge scare. Only a salary raise can console me." Hua Kaining said seriously. The other party pretended to be dead. Pet headquarters. Having received the files Hua Kaining sent over, the team of experts started to work on the valuation of the two pets newly added to the archives. When they saw the copies of the two records, all the experts simultaneously raised an eyebrow. Seems like these two are both really extraordinary. The charts are going to change, a specialist from the team said as he looked through Curly Hair's record and came up with a preliminary valuation using his own wealth of experience. This sea slug's value will not be low either. After all, it carries some extraterrestrial genes. Considering this, it will be superior, but it is still disadvantaged. Pets with extraterrestrial genes were not valued lowly, as they were rare and people were curious about these sorts of things. But the valuation also wouldn't be excessively high. This was a silent rule within the industry. There were policies restricting this so as to prevent commercial organizations from promoting extraterrestrial genes, which would cause a lot of trouble. Thus, even if their speculated commercial value was very high, they would try their best to lower it. What a strong bite Curly Hair has. Someone joked. Could it be that it had plenty of rich experiences in the Black Street, causing it to revert back to the manner of its ancestors? What he meant was that this dog had reverted to the form of its ancestors from the period of destruction. Many dogs during that period had had bite strengths of 400 to 500 kilograms, and there had also been some with bite strengths exceeding 600 kilograms. However, they did not spend time speculating this. All they needed to do was make use of the data and information and analyze different aspects before giving it a final valuation. "We have to properly analyze this Fang Zhao too," someone else said. What had that got to do with pets? Only with a person would there be pets. In the end, they still had to look at the owner. The people of Pet loved this saying from the old era. When a man achieves the Tao, his poultry and dogs rise to heaven. 1. A owner's background, status, value, and operations would all influence the valuation of a pet. As of now, Fang Zhao's status had been on the uprise, especially after the concert. Not only had his reputation increased, his concert pieces' copyrights had all been sold for high prices. These caused everyone to see Fang Zhao in a new light. Besides this, their estimations would also depend on the pet's own commercial ability. Being named a golden competition dog, Curly Hair's nickname spoke for itself. Thus, Curly Hair's valuation would surely be even higher than the previous year. All right, everyone take 3 days to finalize the valuations for these two. We will post them up next week. 1 week later, the new issue of Pet e-magazine was published. There were many people subscribed to Pet across the world. Some pet stores would also subscribe to it and display the publications on screens within their shops for customers to see. Those that were more scheming would place these screens outside the door to make even more people halt. Isn't that youngster on the cover someone who was talked about a lot on the internet a while back? On receiving the new issue of Pet e-magazine, many people realized that the person on the cover seemed a little familiar. When they took a look at the name, they came to an understanding. That Fang Zhao from Yenzhou. Right, I remember now. That little fella that sold quite a number of rights from his concert. That dog is his. Isn't the dog on the cover the one that won the most valuable dog award for the sheep herding competition in Muzhou 2 years straight? Isn't that rabbit the sea slug rumored to carry extraterrestrial genes? On the cover of the new issue, Fang Zhao sat leisurely on his sofa in his home clothes. A Dieting series earpiece was hanging loosely around his neck. Curly Hair was lying down to the side, and a special water tank was placed on the table in front of him. Inside the tank was a pure white sea slug that looked like a rabbit. The sunlight shining in through the windows and his home clothes gave off a warm hue, making Fang Zhao seem much softer. In that pose, curly hair had curbed any form of fierceness and was sitting obediently looking at the camera lens. Those eyes of his looked pure and innocent. His combed curly fur seemed to have a metallic glow under the sunlight, displaying an air of nobility. The rabbit inside the water tank looked like a spongy peach suspended in the water. Anyone looking at it would feel like giving it a pinch. The entire photograph seemed peaceful and vibrant. In the words of Yin Biao, the cameraman and other production staff had worked overtime to package it. Even disheveled fur could project an air of nobility. People who subscribed to Pet focused on the two pets newly added to the archives. Everyone looking at the cover felt that these are two really cute pets. And when they turned the page and saw the files of these two pets, everyone's reaction was impossible. The records provided were just brief and simple ones that only furnished the most basic information. Other information such as bite strength and toxicity were not published. But the extremely fierce in the remarks was especially conspicuous. Extremely fierce. Looking at the photograph of curly hair attached to it before returning to look at the cover page, everyone understood. Ha ha ha. In the pet community, many times it has the same meaning as extremely cute. How fierce can this dog even be? If he were really fierce, he wouldn't have herded sheep. Did the people at Pet make a mistake? In any case, I don't believe this. Surely the people at Pet did it intentionally. That rabbit sea slug's remarks are extremely fierce and highly dangerous. What does that mean? But in no time, everyone's attention shifted. Curly hair is estimated to be worth 210 million. The sea slug's spiky hair is valued at 80 million. This valuation is really high, right? The estimated valuation by Pet's team of experts shouldn't result in an overestimation. Forget about that hybrid sea slug with extraterrestrial genes. After all, it is the only one of its kind here on Earth. But how did curly hair's valuation swell again? Wasn't his value only 100 plus million back then? I thought that curly hair's value would drop when he left Muzhou. I didn't expect it to rise again. We humans can't even compare with that dog. Could the reason be because of Fang Zhao? Whatever the case, the team of experts from Pet surely have their own reasoning. The chart has changed. When the chart was mentioned, subscribers of Pet immediately turned straight to the last page. On it was the new value rankings of pets from all over the world. It was different from before. Curly hair's value of 210 million had vaulted him to 5th place. This issue also talked about the story of curly hair from the start when curly hair had been picked up in the black streets to when he had joined Dongshan Farm to participate in the sheep herding competition. These had all been taken from an account by Fang Zhao and worked on by the editing team to embellish it and make the story more interesting so that readers would be more captivated. To think it really came from the black streets. I thought that everyone was joking about it. This Fang Zhao is just too lucky. He picked up 200 million just like that. As this involved Fang Zhao, Yinzhou's media outlets were stirred up and reported it vigorously. In any case, curly hair was a Yinzhou dog and had charged straight into the top 10 of Pet's value chart. There was only one animal in the top 10 from Yinzhou. Of course, it had to be reported. Thus, in news notifications that were sent out, Fang Zhao appeared in the headlines again. Although the focus was on Fang Zhao's two pets, as the owner, Fang Zhao was noticed by everyone. People who lived in the black street where Fang Zhao had once stayed always had the same feelings when they saw news about curly hair. Regret. In the new era, even if a dog did not look good or if its fur color was unappealing, as long as it was a large or miniature, there would be people willing to take it in. But curly hair's height of 40 centimeters was larger than miniature and far off from being large. He could not even be compared to a medium-sized dog, so nobody had been willing to take him in. In the state he had been in back then, even after washing and tidying him up, there would still have been no takers. Back then, when many people had seen Fang Zhao pick up the dog behind his back, they had even said, "He can't even fend for himself, and he wants to keep a dog?" What had happened in the end? After Fang Zhao had left the black street, these people had seen that stray dogs' value rise to 100 million in a year. It was as if a rocket had been strapped to the dog's back. Last year, he had achieved a value of over 100 million, and this year, it had risen to 210 million. Curly hair had vaulted straight into the top 5 of the global pet value chart. For most people, 210 million was just a fabled figure. Furthermore, according to the expert analysis in the latest issue of Pet, if Fang Zhao's status rose in the future, perhaps curly hair's value would follow as well and rise further. Comparing this, the sea slug spiky hair's value of 80 million was less prolific, but it was also being discussed by quite a number of people. Currently, spiky hair's breeder Denzel was cultivating krill on planet Y's polar ocean. When he saw the news, his vision faded and he clutched his chest, pain written all over his face. The assistant beside him saw this and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "I want to jump into the ocean." Denzel was filled with immeasurable regret, and he pulled his hair in frustration. Why had he sold that precious bunny back then? Denzel's expression had changed. A few assistants nervously watched. This boss of theirs, afraid that he would not think things through and would really jump into the ocean. "Do you guys think I should start a new project and continue breeding sea slugs?" Denzel asked. "You are earning quite a lot from cultivating krill." "Yes, boss. Our krill cultivation is doing rather well." "Teacher, are you talking about breeding that sort of sea slug that you sold to Fang Zhao?" "Let's not talk about the difficulty about breeding it first, and let's put aside some of the unsolved technical problems. Even if we are able to breed them on a large scale, the policies for pets with extraterrestrial genes are always changing. Right now, the rules are gradually being relaxed. But what if? What if, in the future, the regulations tighten? Wouldn't we lose out big time?" Denzel could understand where his assistant was coming from. Back then, he had given up on breeding sea slugs with extraterrestrial genes, as the technical difficulty had just been too hard. The rate of success had been extremely low, and lots of money had been spent without results. Also, policies had been in place back then preventing people who were not researchers from owning pets with extraterrestrial genes, so it had been really difficult to sell them. Furthermore, as his assistants had said, Planet Y's conditions for krill breeding were very good. His company was also making huge profits, and it just wasn't worthwhile for them to take the risk and dabble in other stuff. Whether other people would research this, he shouldn't get involved. Although, deep down, he felt something wasn't right when he saw this news. Denzel quickly accepted the facts. In any case, Fang Zhao had also helped him pull some strings and obtain a suitable body of water for cultivating krill in Planet Y's oceans. Forget it, it's been sold off already. Just take it that the little fella got lucky. The subscriptions for Pet's latest issue increased, and the entire editorial department was happy, all except for Wakaning. Despite 1 week of rest, the swelling in Wakaning's arm had not yet completely subsided, and he still felt pain just from moving it slightly. Today, he went to the office, enlarged the current issue's cover page, and printed a copy before pasting it on the wall in his own office. After that, he picked up a pen and wrote a large word beneath curly hair. Scary. Then, he went over to the rabbit and also wrote scary below it. Wakaning wanted to constantly remind himself and his colleagues that these two pets really belonged to the extremely dangerous category. Extreme caution was needed if anyone should encounter these two. Appearances could be deceiving. After finishing, Wakaning had intended to keep the pen when his gaze paused on the image of Fang Zhao. The warm hues brought about a soft and gentle vibe to the photograph. This Fang Zhao person also looked like a gentle artistic youth with a harmless character. However, in this photo there was actually great danger all around. The dog with the devastating bite, curly hair, and the extremely toxic sea slug that would assault without a moment's notice. Was Fang Zhao really as harmless as he looked? Thinking back to what he had seen when he had recently searched for information pertaining to Fang Zhao, Wakaning hesitated. To be able to garner meritorious deeds on Planet Baiji, shoot terrorists dead, and get promoted to a reserve duty major, how harmless could he be? Considering it further, Wakaning picked up his pen and wrote 2 large words under Fang Zhao's image. Extremely scary. Chapter 276. We meet again. While people outside were discussing Fang Zhao's insanely valued pets, Fang Zhao wasn't really paying attention to this matter. Instead, he was asking around for news about the revolutionary film project. However, this morning, he received a call. Someone was coming to visit. The Interplanetary Fund's film department liaison Joseph had called on Fang Zhao's Yenzhou residence using the address Fang Zhao had given him. Standing in front of the door, Joseph stared at the sign that read, "Ferocious beasts inside. Please keep away unless invited." He recalled a piece of news about pets he had seen recently and wondered whether the sign was being serious or meant as a joke. Having spent more than 10 seconds, yet not understanding, Joseph decided to not think about it further. After all, the focus of his visit wasn't Fang Zhao's pets. Furthermore, he had informed Fang Zhao beforehand, so he didn't count as uninvited. Putting on a smile to fit the occasion, Joseph pressed the doorbell. The door opened. "We meet again, Mr. Fang." Joseph still had the manners of an elite, but compared to the previous time they had met, his inner haughtiness had dissipated rather considerably. The previous time, at Planet Baiji's outpost, Joseph had suffered a blow. After that, taking into account the matter of the consultant team, the news from the concert a short while back, and the purpose of today's visit, Joseph naturally did not appear too arrogant. This must be little curly hair, who has a value of over 200 million. Joseph looked at the curly-haired dog that had run out from a room, took its measure, and chuckled. "He's really cute." Although that was what he said, Joseph had no intention of getting close to Curly Hair. Curly Hair's gaze followed the stranger, but because Fang Zhao was here, he also knew that it was a guest, and so would not show any obvious hostility. However, in his heart, besides Fang Zhao, Curly Hair would remain vigilant against any other living creature that stepped foot into his territory. Although the eyes of Curly Hair fixated on Joseph seemed clear and innocuous, Joseph knew that dogs' eyes could tell lies too. Their pupils were very large, making people think they were innocuous, but that was a deception. Joseph didn't particularly like dogs. Therefore, whether this dog was dangerous or not, he would keep his distance. After looking at those eyes, he didn't bother with Curly Hair anymore. Today, he was here representing the Interplanetary Fund to give Fang Zhao an invitation. Although Fang Zhao's status within the professional music industry still wasn't that high yet, Fang Zhao's musical style was very suitable for the opening of the revolutionary film project. The music team of Founding Era has already been established. We at the Interplanetary Fund think very highly of Mr. Fang's works. Thus, we wish to invite you to the Founding Era music team, Joseph said. Founding Era. That was the series name of the revolutionary film project, which would definitely trend sometime in the near future across the world and every single continent. The Founding Era, people of the New Era spoke of, was the time between the period of destruction and the New Era. It referred to the short time period after the period of destruction before the New Era had officially come into existence. The main objective of the revolutionary project was to tell the stories of events and incidents that happened in the later stages of the period of destruction, all the way to the founding of the New Era. As he was a member of the consultant team, Fang Zhao knew which stories were in the script. The plot of the revolutionary film project, Founding Era, would tell the story up to the conferment of the great generals. Because what came after the great generals had been conferred was the New Era. The Interplanetary Fund valued Fang Zhao highly and had reasons for inviting him to the music project team. Other than the fact that his musical style was deemed appropriate enough, there was one other reason. Fang Zhao was a member of the consultant team. He knew how the plot would develop and details of the storyline and had a deeper understanding of the characters. Thus, it would be easier for him to produce compositions that fit. Of course, Fang Zhao accepted this invitation. He was delighted to receive such a request. "I will do my utmost," Fang Zhao replied. Even if he did not receive payment, Fang Zhao would still be willing to compose pieces for this film project. For the stories and people of this time period, Fang Zhao's sentiments were even more profound. Since Mr. Fang understands the storyline, you can compose a few pieces first. When the time comes, perhaps some of your works might be selected, Joseph told him. What these words meant was this: since you have already seen the script, if you have the inspiration, you can start composing first. As for whether it will be selected then, there are no guarantees. Fang Zhao understood perfectly what he meant. This was exactly the same as when Fiery Bird had first looked for him to request a piece for the game. When they had first collected some works, there had been no guarantees that any would be chosen. Having delivered the invitation and signed the contract, Joseph's assignment this round was completed, and he got up to leave. He still had other matters to attend to. After Joseph left, Fang Zhao sat on the sofa, mulling over stuff. Naturally, he would grab this opportunity. Whether his works would be selected or not, As long as he had inspiration, he would compose. However, Fang Zhao was still pondering another matter. The actors for a few important roles in Founding Era have not been decided yet. Lots of news agencies were chasing the wind and clutching at straws, but news that had actual value were few and far between. However, until the last moment when the contract was signed, anything could happen. Therefore, as long as an actor had been in the industry for long enough, those experienced ones would remain prudent and not divulge anything at the slightest bit of progress. Otherwise, if ultimately they did not get selected or they were squeezed out by somebody else at the last moment, it would just be a slap in the face. At this moment, with competition from all parties, among the leading roles, only 2 had been decided. As for the others, rumors were floating about all day, but nobody could be certain whether they were true or false, just a smokescreen, or perhaps some firm's hype operation. However, looking at the current circumstances as well as what was being talked about in the consultant team's discussion platform, at least half of those remaining lead roles would be decided in October. Due to technological advancements, the time it took to produce a film series had been shortened, but to ensure quality, after this project was started, there wouldn't be a rush to start filming. The criteria for selecting actors this time around was particularly stringent. There were many candidates for every single leading role, and every candidate had a rather long trial period. Perhaps there was no news yet as the candidates had not completed the trial period. Perhaps after the trial periods were over, there would be an outcome. He wanted to try out for the role of Fang Zhao, but unfortunately, for a few important roles, there was absolutely no information about auditions. The reason why Fang Zhao wanted to try out acting was entirely because of this Fang Zhao role. For this role that was just like the roles for the other founding generals, there was simply no information about auditions. Even if he wanted to fight for the role, he had no idea where to go. However, this time, it all depended on one's own ability. Over at Silver Wing, the company had limited ability, and each of their respective actors and actresses had to employ their own methods and capability to fight for roles. Fang Zhao looked at the month's summary of information in his hands. His fingers tapped on a name. If he wished to get a chance, he would have to start from this individual. August 18th. Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch organized an event. Fang Zhao had also spoken with the people from the Yinzhou branch and found out that this distinguished guest had been invited and would even be handing out awards, not just making an appearance. This time, the Yinzhou branch had organized a half-year award ceremony. That meant to say that from Memorial Day in January till July, according to statistical data, this ceremony was to award outstanding individuals or teams that had performed well in this half-year leaderboard. There were similar activities in each continent to stimulate the enthusiasm of gamers. After all, a year's time was too long. Many amateurs and fans would not have the patience to wait a full year. Zuiyu and Yin Biao were also wearing solemn-looking black suits. Looking in the mirror, they felt like they were especially imposing. Further putting on a pair of shades, they seemed to especially have the auras of bodyguards. How come I have never felt like I was this cool in the past? Yin Biao stared at his reflection in the mirror. When they reached Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch building, he wiped the smile off his face and put on an icy cold expression in a flash. He had switched to bodyguard mode. Since he had become a bodyguard, this was the first time he had experienced such a situation. The concert previously hadn't counted, as he had arrived earlier to make preparations and simply had not needed to undergo the experience of walking through a crowd of media reporters and fans. The car came to a halt at the drop-off point that Fiery Bird had temporarily set up. There was a pathway here leading to the venue. Today, Fang Zhao was not wearing the same team uniform as the gaming team, but, rather, an outfit that Fiery Bird had tailored specifically for him. It carried the dieting pattern, but the polar light tree emblem was still emblazoned on his breast. Fiery Bird wanted to let him be the impetus for this series. If results were good, they might possibly expand the dieting series. At the moment when Fang Zhao stepped out of the car, a loud roar emerged from all directions. There were too many people shouting and screaming, and it all converged into a hubbub. Although he was prepared, Yin Biao was still startled for a second. Isn't Boss no longer gaming professionally? Why are these bunch having such a reaction? Yin Biao had never experienced that time, so he could not understand the fanatical attitudes of gamers. On the other hand, Zuiyu found it acceptable. Until now, among Battle of the Century gamers, Whether professional or amateur, the only person who could be called a god and still maintained a stable position was Fang Zhao. Although there might be debates on the global scale, in Yinzhou, for the majority of gamers here, Fang Zhao was just a god-tier player. Furthermore, the members of Silverwing 50 Polar Light's team had publicly admitted that without Fang Zhao, they would not have seen this day. As a result, Fang Zhao's status had once more been lifted higher. Furthermore, given the events in the past 2 years, most gamers felt that the halo around Fang Zhao's body was even brighter. Even if Fang Zhao was no longer in the professional gaming circles, his legacy still lived on. This event would be broadcast live online, and the members of Silverwing 50 Polar Light who were en route were also watching Fang Zhao make his appearance. There were both veterans and newcomers in the team transport arranged by Silverwing. Boss Fang has already arrived. So many people. It's my first time participating in this sort of event. I'm so nervous. 2 newcomers that had just signed with Silver this year were talking and sharing their thoughts as budding new talents that had just entered the industry. This is just a branch event. Wait till you guys go to the Fiery Bird annual gala. Let's see whether you freeze up from head to toe then, Schwarzer said. He was already considered a senior in the team. Hearing Schwarzer say this, the newcomers started asking about previous Fiery Bird annual galas. Schwarzer loved talking and explained all this stuff to the newcomers. Beside him, Jake abruptly said, I heard that besides being invited as an honored guest, Boss Fang will be conferring an award. The atmosphere in the room became silent. Even Schwarzer was keeping his mouth shut. Dorian added the finishing blow. In the last half of the year, I think we haven't received any important awards. Although the half-year region awards could not be compared to awards from the headquarters annual gala, an award was still an award. Within Yanzhou, it still had a sizable influence. Anyone could see this just by seeing those fans outside Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch tower. But look at them now. Newcomer award? Nope. Other sorts of individual awards? Probably none either. There might be a team award, but it was too close for comfort. Speaking about it was embarrassing. Later on, during the award ceremony, do you think Boss Fang will flip out if he sees that we didn't win an award? Someone asked. He wouldn't go that far, right? Schwarzer said apprehensively. Back then, it had been Fang Zhao who had brought them over and imparted skills and knowledge to them. Now though, just like a master being invited to a large-scale event and finding out that not a single one of his own apprentices would be among the people to be commended, wouldn't it be very disgraceful? Thinking about this, everyone in the transport felt their previous enthusiasm dissipating. Captain, what should we do? A newcomer asked Jinro, who was sitting at the front. Jinro pondered a little before answering. Just maintaining our lovable selves should do. Chapter 277, Esteemed Guest Award Presentation. Before the event officially began, the people present could roam freely in the reception hall. When Silverwing 50 Polar Light, also known as Silverlight in the gaming circles, entered, many eyes turned toward them. Generally, they were more flamboyant, partly due to how young they were on average, and were considered to be much more vivacious. In the past 2 years, the team's reputation had kept rising. Within the team, Jinro and the other veteran members had been here so many times that they did not feel any unease. On the contrary, the eyes of those newcomers were shimmering as they looked at the exhibitions all around. However, they still remembered what Jinro had said, and to avoid being lectured, they had to remain lovable. In the reception hall, other than professional esports athletes, there were some lucky fans that had won a chance to be here through a Fiery Bird raffle, and some amateur gamers who had performed exceptionally well and had received invitations. These 2 groups had even more acute reactions, and their eyes were on the verge of popping out as they got to see all the memorabilia and old machines while they were busy looking for their idols to get autographs. All of Yinzhou's big esports teams were present too. The organizing team had specifically arranged a place for Fang Zhao, so as to facilitate him interacting with fans, signing autographs, taking photos, and talking about his gaming experiences. Silverlight's members did not go over. First, there were too many people over there, and second, they were too ashamed to go over. They were afraid of getting reprimanded. In the past half a year, they had indeed slacked off. This was an undeniable fact that could be easily seen from the statistics. After the Silverlight team entered the large reception hall, not just the newcomers, Even the extreme chatterbox Schwarzer also became much quieter. Over at the other side, 2S Esports Club had also just entered the reception hall, and they saw their old adversary Silverlight immediately. Right away, they switched to combat mode and waited for the Silverlight team members come over to pick a fight. But as they waited and waited, the Silverlight team did not come over. The Silverlight people are acting weird today, someone said. The others had also realized this. Indeed. Normally, when these two sides met, Silverlight members would start calling them out. However, today, when the Silverlight members had seen them, they had only thrown a passing glance, and that was all. Even if the 2S members provoked the other side, there wasn't even a retaliation. Do they finally know their place? They must be plotting a big move. These thoughts were not limited to just 2S. When the other big 5 esports clubs saw the situation with Silverlight, they came to the same conclusion. They were wary about what big news Silverlight might announce and made their own mental preparations first. There were even people who reacted quickly and went to investigate and try to uncover whether Silverlight was secretly plotting some large operation. The 2S manager saw a few of his old friends in the same line and chatted with them passionately, mentioning a fresh talent they had signed this year. When the Silver Wing Gaming department manager, Wayne, who was nearby, heard this, the smile he put on his face appeared somewhat forced. Back then, they had been the ones poaching happily and even pried away a number of young talents from established esports clubs by spending money, creating a lot of animosity. This year, Silver Wing had decided to tone it down and focus on reorganizing the team, letting newcomers to the main team improve their teamwork and coordination. However, they had just relented a little, and an even more talented newcomer had been signed by 2S. In the first half of the year, an exceptional newcomer who had just started university had emerged. His name was Wilkinson, and he had placed first on the newcomer leaderboards. He could very well be the newcomer with the highest score this year. Wayne was full of regret. He had wanted to sign Wilkinson early on, but had hesitated after some thought. This newcomer's style was too incisive, and Wayne had been considering the pros and cons of signing him to the team. However, before he had been able to come to a decision, 2S had snatched Wilkinson away. Unlike Wayne, who was regretting, the 2S manager's face was glowing. This year, he had wild ambitions, especially after the very satisfying signing of the capable new talent Wilkinson. This year, their team had also appeared in the limelight a number of times, and if everything went smoothly, they might be the highest-scoring team from Yinzhou this year. The team manager had just flaunted the newly signed talent, but when he turned around, that talent was nowhere to be seen. Where's Wilkinson? The 2S manager asked. A 2S member shrugged while pointing in a certain direction of the reception hall. There. The manager looked over, and the smile on his face faded. The other members of 2S didn't look too good either. In a lapse of concentration, they realized the newly signed talent Wilkinson had run over like a kid to where Fang Zhao was. Wilkinson, get back here right now, the manager shouted. With so many people around, it wouldn't seem too appropriate to raise his voice too much, so he could only grunt for Wilkinson to come back. In the past, they'd had some conflicts with the Silverlight team, especially when it came to Fang Zhao. Nowadays, they could still return some verbal attacks when faced with the other members of the Silverlight team, but when they recalled the incidents with Fang Zhao back then, it was still very embarrassing. Wilkinson had no idea his new team had these sorts of worries. On the contrary, he was very excited. At the moment, he was getting to see his idol. Unfortunately, Wilkinson was still dragged back by the combined strength of his teammates. 2SS manager reprimanded him in a hushed tone. What are you doing over there, joining in the festivities? If you have that much time, why don't you go and memorize your thank you speech so that you don't forget and freeze up when you collect your award? Later, manager, who will be conferring the award for the newcomer half-year leaderboards? Wilkinson asked. No idea. Fiery Bird has yet to reveal it. I hope it's going to be Fang Zhao. Wilkinson chirped. Shut your mouth, the manager berated. Over at the side, after Fang Zhao's interaction session with the fans was over, he headed to the rest lounge that Fiery Bird had arranged. When he entered, he saw someone familiar. Yinzhou's top-rated actor, Silver Wing S-lister He Lizi, sat on the sofa browsing through a set of game resources. As he saw Fang Zhao enter, He Lizi smiled and pointed over to a seat beside him. Little Fang, take a seat and let's have a chat. When Heelzy had been younger, he had been a professional esports athlete for a period of time, but he had shifted his focus to filming. In order to have greater breakthroughs and produce more quality works and strive for the top, he had given up professional gaming. Now he only played occasionally, just for fun. Heelzy also knew some senior employees at Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch, but over the years, his interaction with the gaming circles had decreased. He had also not attended Fiery Bird's activities for quite a long time, yet he had appeared today. I have been invited over today as an honorary guest to hand out the award for the amateur team category. However, Fiery Bird's people have not revealed this information yet. Heelzy was explaining why he was here today and also telling Fang Zhao not to divulge that he was here before the award ceremony officially began. Actually, Fang Zhao could also partly guess Heelzy's main reason for appearing as well. Heelzy was currently vying for an important role in Founding Era. All his competitors were also people with ability. Recently, Heelzy had been in contact with people from the Wu family, and his appearance here was to garner the support of people in the gaming circles as a bargaining chip of his own. The award ceremony would be broadcast live. With the publicity operations of the team behind him, Heelzy would be able to gain more popularity. Gamers were also an extremely large category, and gaining support from this group was an advantage in the fight for the role. However, Heelzy would not talk to Fang Zhao about things from an angle of someone in the film industry. Are you really not gaming competitively anymore? Heelzy asked. Not gaming. I don't have the time, Fang Zhao replied. Right? People in your industry have to keep building up your experience and qualifications. It is difficult to focus on two things at once. When will you be organizing your next concert? Make sure to let me know when it's time. It's still early. Heelzy thought that Fang Zhao's "it's still early" was him being modest. Heelzy had heard through other means that there were still other pieces inside Fang Zhao's notebook. Even if some were not yet complete, within 6 months to a year, he would probably be able to organize another concert. If the copyrights had not been completely sold, a few more concerts could have been held on other continents to publicize those pieces. However, since the copyrights had all been sold, there was no need to have concerts on other continents. Instead, he could focus fully on preparing for his next one. Heelzy had asked about his next concert, but had not made any promises to attend. If he managed to snag the role he was vying for in Founding Era, he definitely wouldn't be attending Fang Zhao's concert. Although Heelzy was not from the music circles, he had friends there and understood quite a bit. Thus, he gave Fang Zhao some advice as a senior. Take advantage of the favorable situation now. You are still young and talented. Seize the moment and prepare for your next concert or pursue your studies. Whether you choose to walk the academic path or the popular path, or even if you choose to go entirely commercial, you still cannot avoid these two steps. Heelzy's own opinion was that Fang Zhao was just a junior worth being friendly with. He thought that Fang Zhao was competent, but that was all. Furthermore, Heelzy had even more important matters to see to, so he naturally could not pay too much attention to Fang Zhao's matters. What he had just said were words others had told him when they had been talking about Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao chatted with Heelzy for a short while before he received a notification informing him to prepare and head to the main hall. The award ceremony was about to officially begin. All right, I forgot to ask you. Little Fang, what award are you handing out? Heelzy asked before they stepped out. Newcomer Award, to a capable newcomer named Wilkinson, Fang Zhao replied. Heelzy nodded his head, but did not say anything. Afterward, the awards ceremony began. Awards were handed out in succession, starting in order of least importance with the amateur gamers, and then moving to the professional esports athletes. When they saw Fang Zhao standing up as the esteemed guest who would be heading on stage and handing out the newcomer award, the faces of the two team members turned green. As for Wilkinson, after the initial surprise, animated laughter followed. Seeing the situation, the host asked Wilkinson, "Very excited?" "Yes. The person I respect most is Fang Zhao." As he was very excited, Wilkinson had said this so loudly that nobody could pretend not to hear it. Some snickering broke out among the esports clubs off stage, and certain people could not help but burst out laughing. They all knew that 2S and Silverlight had mutual animosity and could not stand the sight of each other. Now, on stage at this half-year award ceremony, Yenzhou's highly rated top newcomer that 2S had signed had just proclaimed his idol was Fang Zhao. Given Wilkinson's exuberant manner, it surely wasn't an act. This was just King embarrassing. Meanwhile, there were no happy faces at 2SS side. Even forcing a smile was impossible on their currently rigid faces. Now all they could do was rejoice. Luckily, the cameras had not been pointing at them. While on stage, Fang Zhao glanced over at the Silverlight team seated below. Everyone in the Silverlight team that was taking delight in 2SS disaster simultaneously lowered their heads. Those that didn't maintain their lovable appearance. Boss, I'm not laughing. Really. Outside the venue, Zuiyu and Yin Biao had some rest time. Zuiyu had gone off to chat with his comrade who was currently working as security personnel at this Fiery Bird branch. Yin Biao had seen the security personnel here and had originally wanted to talk to a few. However, he did not expect that after some interaction, there was actually someone who had served on Planet Baiji, just at a different outpost. Immediately, they had a camaraderie of sorts. After all, now they were idle, so the two of them went to the side to exchange stories. After getting discharged, someone recommended working here. It's much more relaxing. I can spend more time with my family and there aren't any dangerous missions, that veteran ex-Baiji soldier said. Me too. My injuries were too severe, so I had to be discharged. Yin Biao sighed as he recalled the reason for his discharge. The other ex-Baiji veteran pointed at his colleagues that were currently on patrol duty. The few right at the front of the path were just like me, only that our military districts were different. After being discharged from the forces, signing on as security personnel with Fiery Bird isn't too bad. The salary is good, and normally, all we have to do is prevent fans from charging in, obstruct reporters, and be wary of fires and thieves. Furthermore, we have so many smart systems and so much equipment, so most of the time we don't get too tired. What about you? From your attire, I'm guessing that you are someone's bodyguard. Yin Biao hesitated for a bit while considering the two choices in his head, driver or bodyguard. Nodding his head vigorously, he said, yeah, bodyguard. Chapter 278, A Hazard Has Arrived. The other ex-Baiji veteran told Yin Biao, for today's event, we won't get to go back before 10. That late. Yin Biao looked at the time. It was only a bit after 8, and the awards ceremony had been underway for some time already and would probably conclude in a bit. There are other arrangements, the other person said. Indeed, after the awards ceremony, there was a banquet dinner and wine reception for everyone to interact and foster better relationships. After the entire thing ended, Fang Zhao was still brought over to get a brief on the follow-up plans for the Dieting series products. When everything ended, it was already after 10 p.m. There were no longer many people outside Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch tower. There were still some reporters stationed there, but after the wine reception, most participants at the event had left. Through other exits, Fang Zhao checked his surroundings and found that the Silverlight team had already left on the team transport, so he didn't have to wait. However, when he got to the car park, Fang Zhao met He Lizi once more. He Lizi had just run into an old friend. He had gone for a chat with his friend and had not left yet. Fang Zhao noticed that He Lizi was grinning much more than when they had met earlier in the day. Something good had probably happened. Today seemed like a very successful day, and he might possibly have made a breakthrough toward the role he was fighting for in Founding Era. Otherwise, there was nothing much that could make the normally restrained He Lizi be all smiles. Seeing Fang Zhao, He Lizi beckoned with his hands, asking Fang Zhao over to talk. Perhaps because he was in high spirits and he had drunk quite a bit of alcohol, having caught sight of a capable and non-threatening junior from the same company, He Lizi put on the airs of an elder passing on his experiences. Little Fang, Uncle is going to tell you some stuff that's for your own good. When you are in these circles, at times when your popularity is exploding, you have to pay attention and be more cool-headed and prudent. Also, you should have a team supporting you from the back. Don't throw everything over to them, and make sure you know what's going on. Otherwise, if you encounter some blockheads, you might suffer a heavy blow. Just take a look at that person from Lijiao. He Lizi's that person from Lijiao referred to one of the top actors in Lijiao. Even if Fang Zhao had not seen him online, he had heard Ji Polan mention this person. That day, Ji Polan had called to congratulate Fang Zhao on his concert and for managing to sell out his copyrights. Ji Polan had also grumbled about the highly intensive work he had been doing recently. Although the pressure was great and it was tiring, Fang Zhao was able to see that Ji Polan was still very happy, as G. Poland might possibly get a chance to land a role in the film project Founding Era. Although it would only be a minor role, it was still an extremely rare chance to come by. This would aid G. Poland's future development in many aspects. G. Poland did not mind this minor role and the little screen time. He understood clearly that given his status within the circles, snatching a role like this was already very rare. It was only because Silver Wing had previously churned out a few period dramas that had raised his global reputation. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to even be an extra in this film project. It was rumored that the extras and minor roles in Founding Era all had professional training or were outstanding students that had yet to graduate from film academies. There were so many film academies throughout the world, and the extras were selected from among the best. A few large investors made the decisions on these selections, so even if these were minor roles, they were also treasured greatly. The recent 2 months had been a crucial period, and many second and third-rate celebrities were continuously trying their best to appear as much as possible and make their presence felt. Top-tier film stars were engaged in fierce competitions that had many unpredictable changes. Top-tier film stars were all rushing over for the major roles. The level of Founding Era was too high and they needed to exercise prudence. Because, for this project, given their status, a moment of carelessness might scorch them. The person that Heelzy was talking about was a certain top-tier actor from Lizhou who had been about to sign the contract for the role, but had not watched his mouth. This actor had gloated about it on a live broadcast and been flamed by Zhao. Actually, it was also partly due to the team behind this actor being too brash and feeling that there was nothing wrong in showing off a little on a live broadcast. However, the originally trivial matter had blown up and caused a large stir in Lizhou's entertainment industry news. Zhao had not been able to get any of the leading roles he had been looking at in Founding Era and hadn't been satisfied with the minor roles that his agent had managed to arrange. When he had gone online and seen someone gloating, he hadn't been pleased. Zhao had felt that it was beneath him to flame second or third-rate celebrities. Those were free to do as they pleased, but for first-rate ones, Zhao could not stand it. Zhao was being sour. It's just a role in a 10-plus episode series. I don't get why you have to be so proud. These words were already considered mild coming from Zhao. Over at Lizhou, experienced people all knew that when encountering this sort of situation, all they had to do was treat it as a fart. After all, it would be forgotten really quickly. However, perhaps being complacent and letting their heads swell, the team from that film star studio rebutted with a few lines of their own and stirred up a hornet's nest. Others joined in the fray, perhaps fans of the other party or certain people who wanted to take advantage of the situation and criticize Zhao. Go ahead if you are so capable. Given your exaggerated acting skills, can you even get into Founding Era just to join in the fun? Look at the Wu family's Wu Tianhao, who has a similar background. He can act as a young great General Wu Tong. Lizhou's Barbara can even act as a little princess. But what about you, Zhao? Let's not talk about acting as great General Renault. Let's talk about roles slightly better than extras. Which can you even take on? Not a single one. Cough. Nothing but a tyrannical piece of trash who basks in the glory of his family. Zhao's thoughts were like this. Anything else is fine, but don't ever call me the trash of the family. How dare you compare me to Wu Tianhao and Barbara, those two idiots. Rage. Unbearable. Thus, this meant war. Zhao and the other party's fans started tearing into each other. Over at Lizhou, cyber bystanders felt as if they were watching an interesting drama that had new episodes every day, and they were very excited. When they saw a side looking feeble, they would hurriedly rush over and lend their voices to that side. And when the other side's arguments were looking weak, they would lend their support. Other companies were delighted when they saw this. After all, one less film star that threatened their company meant one more chance for themselves. Even if the cyber bystanders did not do anything, these companies would also add fire to the flames themselves. According to entertainment reports from Lizhou, after the flame war escalated, that film star who had been on the verge of getting the role ultimately saw it fly out of his grasp. According to Lizhou entertainment reports, after that film star received news about losing the role, he puked blood in anger and was rushed to the hospital. It was not known whether this was real or not or whether it had been exaggerated, but in any case, losing the role at the last moment, even if he had not puked blood, he would have at least suffered some internal injuries. This trended in the Lijo entertainment circles, and the news every day was even better than a drama series. Over at Yinzhou, there were also quite a lot of people paying attention to this. Every day, they would go online to see how the story had developed and which side had won the latest round of flaming. Thus, Heelise had borrowed the incident at Lijo to remind Fang Zhao to always take note of his conduct. Stirring up stuff was fine, but there was a need to be thorough and exercise prudence. There were many more people waiting for a chance to drag one down. Heelise said all this in good faith. Regardless how much other stuff was mixed in with these kind intentions, Fang Zhao acknowledged it. Fang Zhao gave his thanks, and Heelise started to leave, but he turned around once more. Oh, there's one more thing I nearly forgot to say. Be careful of those entertainment reporters. I have a feeling that some people snuck in, and there is probably someone lying in ambush at this car park. Even if you aren't in front of the masses, you still have to pay attention to your image. I sense it too, Fang Zhao replied. All right then. Don't get complacent thinking that your performance during military service was good. Some entertainment reporters are even more difficult to handle compared to special forces soldiers. Heelise did not say much else. He returned to his own car and got his driver to set off. His schedule was still rather tight. Cars were leaving the car park. Boss, shall we head back? Zuyu asked. Fang Zhao went into the car and changed to clothing that was less conspicuous before coming out. You guys go back first. Return straight to your own homes. I still have matters to attend to, so you don't have to send me. It was already 11 p.m. The city center was still very bright. Qian City was another world at night, not the least bit cold and lifeless. But at night in this flourishing city, there were also some hidden dangers, especially for celebrities. Many entertainment paparazzi would catch negative news of celebrities, and a lot of the time, it was at night. Drinking and driving, personal affairs, or participating in certain illicit activities. What entertainment reporters loved most was catching celebrities when their image wasn't proper. If it was any other celebrity's bodyguards, they would inevitably advise against it and express worry. What if someone robbed him? Even in Qian City, there were cases of robbery and murder. Furthermore, in recent times, Fang Zhao's exposure rate on the internet had been really high. With so much news about him, many people would recognize that face of his. Forget about being robbed. If he was recognized in a public location, it would be even more troublesome. However, in this case, all Zuyu and Yin Biao needed to do was obediently reply with a "got it, boss." After the car they were in had left Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch's internal car park, Zuyu asked Yin Biao, "What do you reckon boss is up to after changing his clothes? Could it be a secret tryst? How would I know?" Yin Biao was also curious, but he also understood that this was Fang Zhao's own private business, so they would not pry. Let it be. It's time to head home and sleep. A gloomy and mellow voice sang from the online radio channel playing on the car's stereo system. "A salted fish, why are you so idle? Did you hear that?" Yin Biao asked. "What?" The sound of our hearts being pricked. Zuyu's face was stiff as he switched channels. At the same moment, at the Fiery Bird Yinzhou branch, a figure speedily left the car park. An hour later, a certain old residential block in Qian City. Wang Tai opened the door with a heavy heart. Inside the apartment, there were already 2 people inside waiting. "Master, aren't you too slow? We have already been back for half an hour, and you only return now. Did you encounter something along the way?" Among these 2 people, one of them was an apprentice that Wang Tai had newly accepted, Xiaobo. He was someone Wang Tai had met while serving his prison term on a foreign planet, and Wang Tai had even saved his life once. Now that Xiaobo had returned after his prison term, he was tagging along with Wang Tai. The other one was Wang Tai's godson, Fu Rue. One of the reasons Wang Tai had acknowledged him as a godson was because his name sounded very auspicious. This child's ability and fortune weren't too bad, and Wang Tai lacked assistance, so he had taken his godson in. There hadn't been that much stuff going on Planet Y, so Wang Tai had returned. The 2 had followed Wang Tai for some time and taken advantage of the attention that Founding Era received to complete some jobs, and they had tasted sweet success. Today, Wang Tai would not have headed over to Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch, but for these 2. One was tracking Heelise, while the other was very interested in esports and wanted to join in the fun and gain experience. Wang Tai also couldn't let these 2 new hands fend for themselves, so he had clenched his teeth and gone too. At the car park, when they had seen He Lizi talking to Fang Zhao, Wang Tai had forbidden Xiao Bo from continuing to track He Lizi and had immediately given the signal to retreat. The three had scattered. Although the two hadn't been sure of the reason, they had still followed Wang Tai's orders and hurried back. Master, you are just too worried and overly fearful. It's just that Fang Zhao. I don't see anything special from him. Don't be afraid. If you happen to run into him, I'll help you handle it. Having served a prison sentence on a foreign planet and having experienced actual battlefields, Xiao Bo could not understand this reaction from Wang Tai. In all other aspects, he still admired Wang Tai greatly, but he felt that Wang Tai's reactions where Fang Zhao was concerned were excessive. Fu Rui also chimed in. Yes, Godfather, we don't have to be afraid. Brother Bo can fight really well. That one time, he even took on 5 in the black streets. Wang Tai sank into the sofa and sighed. You guys are still too young to understand. In this line of work, although money flows in quickly, there are also hazards too. As an entertainment reporter with a wealth of experience and an elite in this industry, Wang Tai trusted his own judgment. Ever since he had left Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch, he had been feeling uneasy, and his eyelids kept twitching. He had an ominous premonition. Xiao Bo and Fui Rui continued talking, but Wang Tai wasn't in the mood to listen to their chatter. He shut his eyes to ponder over this matter. Noticing Wang Tai doing so, Xiao Bo and Fu Rui no longer talked about this and instead discussed their recent earnings. This film project, Founding Era, had really stimulated too many celebrities. Some certain people who normally exercised restraint had also made moves and given them opportunities. Within the last week, they had already managed to strike thrice and had earned a considerable sum each time. Xiaobo looked at his own bank accord and felt glad in his heart. Turning to Wang Tai beside him, he said, Master, you keep saying that there are hazards in this line of work, but I feel that it is really meaningful, and the money is good. Xiaobo just loved seeing those celebrities in exasperated and helpless states. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Wang Tai shot open violently. Generally, they didn't get any visitors at this sort of place. The 3 of them who had been relaxing a moment ago all tensed up. Xiaobo took out his dagger, got up, and prepared to open the door, but Wang Tai raised his hands to stop Xiaobo. Fu Rui, go check it out, Wang Tai said. Fu Rui walked to the door but did not open it right away. Instead, he turned on the surveillance system and looked at the situation outside being displayed on the screen. He turned around with a long face and told Wang Tai, a hazard has arrived. Chapter 279. This matter, should we do it? Wang Tai saw the image displayed on the screen and scratched his head in frustration. After considering for a bit, he said, open the door. Fu Rui was worried. Godfather, should I really open it? Do we need to check whether there are other people nearby as well? No need, open it. Wang Tai knew that if Fang Zhao really wanted to deal with him, it wouldn't have taken so long. Furthermore, Fang Zhao wouldn't be gently pressing the doorbell. Fu Rui had no choice, so he listened to Wang Tai and opened the door. Afterward, he rapidly retreated, afraid to get beaten. If it were any other celebrity, Fu Rui wouldn't have behaved this way. But because he had followed Wang Tai for a while and knew that Wang Tai was afraid of Fang Zhao, Fu Rui kept his guard up. Actually, before this, Fu Rui had not thought much of Fang Zhao. Surely Fang Zhao wasn't as impressive as what the news reports made him out to be, nor was he as frightening as Wang Tai had said. However, at this point in time, he felt that he needed to reevaluate. Ever since he had started following Wang Tai as an entertainment reporter and begun secretly filming celebrities, it had always been them stalking and stopping stars. This was really the first time that a star had come and confronted them at home. This feeling was really complicated. Fang Zhao stepped inside, his gaze lightly sweeping Xiao Bo and Fu Rui before he looked at Wang Tai, who was leaning against the sofa. The first sentence Fang Zhao said after entering the apartment made Wang Tai feel like kneeling down. I have been looking for you lately. Wang Tai howled in his heart. You can start preparing for your next concert. Why do you have to look for me? Fu Rui and Xiao Bo stared at Fang Zhao, flabbergasted, then turned to look at Wang Tai. They found Fang Zhao being able to recognize Wang Tai with one glance inconceivable. Normally, if Wang Tai did not voluntarily reveal his identity, even they found it difficult to recognize him. Today, Wang Tai had put on an identity he had not used before, and the makeup was good. However, Wang Tai had already gotten used to Fang Zhao being able to recognize him, so he didn't think much of it. As Fang Zhao walked further inside the apartment, Xiao Bo's eyes flashed, and a grim smile appeared on his lips. His entire body seemed like a crouching leopard as he pounced, darting toward Fang Zhao. However, the dagger that Xiao Bo clutched in his hand stopped an arm's length away from Fang Zhao. A gun was pointed toward Xiao Bo's forehead. The atmosphere in the apartment suddenly turned chilly. All along, Xiao Bo had always thought that he was a very good fighter, but no matter how well he could fight, he couldn't beat the speed of a bullet. Throughout this entire process, Fang Zhao hadn't even looked at Xiao Bo. Stepping in, Fang Zhao knew right away that this raw young reporter was unlike other entertainment reporters. He had experience and was battle-tested and unruly. Thus, to let this young reporter know his place, Fang Zhao had needed to intimidate him right from the start. Everything had gone as Fang Zhao had expected. If Fang Zhao had used words instead, Xiao Bo would really not have been afraid of the consequences and would definitely have tested Fang Zhao a few more times. However, right now, Xiao Bo no longer dared to try anything funny. Yes, both parties might not have shown a genuine intent to kill and might have just been sounding each other out on their first meeting, but perhaps it was the cold air from the air conditioner, or perhaps it was his own imagination, but Xiao Bo felt that even the lights within the apartment seemed to have a terrifying chill. He had nearly forgotten that this individual had lawful gun ownership rights. Wang Tai's taut cheek muscles moved, as if a solid piece of rock had finally melted. Laughing, he called out, "Xiao Bo." Xiao Bo looked Wang Tai in the eye and could see what Wang Tai's expression was indicated. He put the dagger away and backed off. Fang Zhao also put away his gun before walking to a chair and sitting down. He was clearly calmer than all three of the hosts. Fu Rui, who was standing stiffly to the side, felt that he needed to liven up the atmosphere. Looking around, he prepared a plate of melon seeds from a cupboard and placed it on the coffee table in front of Fang Zhao. "Big God, do you crack melon seeds?" Anyone hearing that way of address could tell that this fellow loved games. Now, only gaming fans addressed Fang Zhao this way. Fu Rui loved playing games, but he wasn't too deeply engrossed and did not go so far as to worship Fang Zhao. He just wanted to liven up the atmosphere and get rid of the awkward silence. After placing the plate of melon seeds, Fu Rui went to bring a cup of tea over. "Big God, have some tea." Fang Zhao smiled. "Thank you." Fu Rui looked at that warm, smiling face and thought to himself that if the situation just before had not happened, he would have thought that Fang Zhao would be really easy to deal with. Wang Tai mentally filtered out the list of assignments he had accepted recently and confirmed that he had not provoked Fang Zhao. Or could it be that some celebrity had looked up Fang Zhao to help intercede? That just wouldn't do. In any case, he was the so-called paparazzi king of Yenzhou. Didn't he have his own dignity? How could he let stuff that he had worked hard to photograph go to waste? If anyone wished to purchase these photographs back, it was fine. If they wanted to lower the price, it was still doable, but it couldn't be overly excessive. In that short moment, Wang Tai had already decided on his response. Should the situation be like that? Regardless of what his inner thoughts were, he could not show any weakness on the outside, or it would seem as if he had a guilty conscience. Wang Tai had just decided to not wilt under pressure when he heard Fang Zhao ask, "I have a business deal for you. Do you accept?" Flabbergasted, Wang Tai's brows scrunched up. He had not expected that Fang Zhao would actually look him up just to discuss business, that Fang Zhao was not here to intercede on behalf of other celebrities. However, Wang Tai also did not immediately accept. Let's hear it. Nova Roman. Not long ago, the Founding Era Film Project team had confirmed that Nova Roman would assume the role of lead director of this project, and he would also have the authority to select actors and actresses. As a top-notch director with worldwide acclaim, Nova Roman had both authority and background. He wasn't afraid of offending any first-rate or top-tier superstars, but he did not like being disturbed. Thus, before the list of names on the directorial team had been announced, Nova Roman had intelligently gone into hiding. There were frequent claims online about people having seen this lead director of the revolutionary film project somewhere. However, whether these people were deliberately making things up to gain attention or whether it was Nova Roman's own diversionary smokescreens, nobody knew for certain. This time, Wang Tai was genuinely curious. "Aren't you in the music scene? What do you need his information for? Could it be that you really want to act?" Or are you helping your company's people ask? Fang Zhao did not answer, instead asking, do you accept? Wang Tai considered it for a longer time. Fang Zhao did not disturb him, waiting quietly. 2 minutes later, Wang Tai wrote down a figure. Fang Zhao glanced at it. Sure, I accept. Wang Tai was straightforward this time around. His professional work was not just limited to Yanzhou, and his contacts and network were not just limited to one continent. As long as it was within the entertainment circles, unless he did not wish to investigate, there was nothing he felt he could not uncover. All he needed was to put in more effort and resources. Furthermore, all along, he had been studying the trends of this lead director, and he already had some leads. Wang Tai's plan after obtaining precise information had been to sell it at a premium to certain ambitious stars who were vying for roles. However, since Fang Zhao had already looked him up and been quick to offer him a reasonable price, Wang Tai agreed to sell this information to Fang Zhao. How long do you need? Fang Zhao asked. If you only want his range of current movements, I can give you an approximate region for where he is right now. If you want his exact location, I will need 2 days, Wang Tai replied. After Wang Tai had told Fang Zhao the region that Director Roman was in, Fang Zhao transferred half the agreed fee to Wang Tai's account. The other half would be transferred after Wang Tai found the exact location and informed Fang Zhao. After deciding to strive for a role, Fang Zhao had thought of Wang Tai, the Yanzhou paparazzi king. With regards to the entertainment circles, Wang Tai was much more familiar and had a strong perception of people and trends in this industry. Indeed, Wang Tai was superior in this aspect. Fang Zhao also knew that Wang Tai had already returned back to Yanzhou from Planet Y and had been to Fiery Bird's Yanzhou branch. Thus, Fang Zhao had followed him back. Having received satisfactory information, Fang Zhao left quickly and let Wang Tai and his team have some time to work. After Fang Zhao left, the rigid and forced smile on Wang Tai's face faded away. His eyelids drooped as he stared at the cup of cool tea on the coffee table. Knocking his fingers on the sides of the cup, Wang Tai studied the ripples that appeared within. Wang Tai's intuition reckoned that this time, the big news would create ripples in the entertainment circles. However, would he follow up? If he really obtained any information, what would he do? Xiaobo checked their account immediately after Fang Zhao left. When Fang Zhao had still been here, it had been slightly inconvenient to check on it. After confirming the money was in, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Seeing the sum of money that had just been transferred into the account, Xiaobo sighed. Master, this isn't a hazard. It's an opportunity. Wang Tai stared at him from the corner of his eyes. You don't know shit. Yes. Whatever Master says is always right. Xiaobo giggled, but afterward, he composed himself. Now I really know why Master has said so much about a person like Fang Zhao. It's best we keep some distance from him. To locate Wang Tai and even track him back home, this was not something anyone could do. Taking deep breaths, Wang Tai said, this place is no longer usable. Let's switch to a new place. There was no longer any sense of security here. He really did not want to see Fang Zhao's face appear when he opened the door. Furthermore, what if Fang Zhao sold his address? They had too many enemies. The number of celebrities that had paid them off in order to reveal dirt could not be counted even with the fingers on all 3 pairs of their hands. What would they do if someone found out this address and came looking for revenge? You might be able to take on 5 at once, but what would you do if it was 50? Thus, to be safe, it would be best to switch to a new base of operations. After all, this was just a temporary dwelling. When they were out on assignment, they might spend days staying at different places, so there wasn't a sense of belonging and there was no reluctance to leave. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. They had many more places they could use. What were you thinking about, Godfather? You looked as though you were at a loss. Fu. Rui said. Wang Tai gaze furtively swept the surroundings before he used a hand to beckon the other 2 over. Noticing Wang Tai behaving this way, the 2 immediately checked the doors and windows and even brought out some sensor equipment to sweep the apartment to ensure that there were no recording devices. After examining the place, they gathered over at Wang Tai's spot. Master/Godfather, what are your instructions? Wang Tai paused for a moment, then said, given my many years of experience in this line and my acute professional senses, I surmise that a huge piece of news might emerge. Now, I am hesitating whether or not to get this new scoop. If we really go ahead and get the scoop, there might be danger involved. Hearing this, Fu Rui and Xiao Bo moved a little closer and asked in muted voices, "How dangerous?" "The Fang Zhao appearing on our doorstep again, kind of dangerous," Wang Tai replied. Hiss, Fu Rui took a deep breath. In his mind, he could still clearly remember the situation where Fang Zhao had pointed the gun at Xiao Bo. Discussing businesses and news scoops were not the same. What would happen if Fang Zhao really opened fire in fury? Xiao Bo also nodded his head in agreement. That is very dangerous. Having a gun pointed at his forehead hadn't been a nice experience. How rare. A famous entertainment reporter and the elite team under him were actually afraid of a celebrity turning the tables and knocking on their own doors. "So, Master, the big news you talked about, how big will it be? What sort of level?" Xiao Bo asked again. "The something that could shock the entire world's entertainment circle sort of level." Both of them exhaled simultaneously. Hiss, what do you guys think about this matter? Should we do it? Wang Tai asked. Do it. Chapter 280. What is he up to again? Just as many people had expected, after Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch's half-year event concluded, on that very night itself, lots of media outlets joined in the festivities and stirred up news. These outlets edited the part of the segment where the newcomer award was handed out and made it into a video with captions and added special effects. Wilkinson's voice was clear and resounding. "The person I worship most is Fang Zhao." And the thank you speech after receiving the award also became a topic that people made fun of. All Wilkinson had to do was memorize the thank you speech that his company had prepared for him and recite it on stage. But Fang Zhao just had to be the esteemed guest conferring the award. After Wilkinson thanked his company, his teammates, his parents, he gave a very emotional thank you to Fang Zhao. Everyone from 2S wanted to puke blood. "What are you thanking him for? The speech we prepared for you doesn't contain this line." If words, once spoken, could be swallowed back, 2S Esports Club's manager would probably have held Wilkinson down and forced him to eat his words. A pity that this was not possible. During the live broadcast, the cameras had not been pointed toward 2S, and their weird and complicated expressions had not been broadcast. Fiery Bird was not an entertainment news outlet, and they took 2S's reputation into consideration. After all, 2S was a respectable and well-known esports club, so Fiery Bird ought to give them some face. Of course, Fiery Bird's people knew that even if they did not generate these topics, entertainment reporters on the scene would disseminate this news. These entertainment reporters were just so good at starting a prairie fire from a little spark. Thus, Fiery Bird just needed to uphold their professionalism and leave the rest to others in the industry. As they had expected, many reporters took advantage of this opportunity. The live broadcast cameras might not have captured the moment, but these professional reporters had their own equipment. Not only were these videos high definition, but they were from all sorts of angle and had been captured perfectly. Besides the scenes during the award ceremony, they had even filmed circumstances in the wine reception after the presentation, when Wilkinson had sought out Fang Zhao for an autograph. These materials from various sources were taken and edited together with portions of the live broadcast and compiled as a news video, and the circulation rate was rising continuously. Now, everyone in the Yenzhou gaming circles knew that the fresh talent that 2S had. Signed, Wilkinson, this mid-year newcomer king who might very well be the newcomer of the year, was officially a Fang Zhao fan. Haha, this year's newcomers are really interesting. I can imagine 2SS manager's face turning as black as the bottom of a pot. However, speaking of this, there are indeed many esports athletes that adore Fang Zhao, but the only one willing to say it out loud in this sort of circumstances is Wilkinson. Someone please recount the animosity and grudges between Silverlight and 2S. I have almost forgotten it all already. Since Wilkinson is a fan of Fang Zhao, why did he sign with 2S instead of going to Silverwing? He was probably intercepted by 2S. Now this situation is just embarrassing. Those Silverlight guys are probably laughing their heads off. At 2S Esports Club, many of their members and staff had seen this news. Wilkinson's movements in gameplay might be sharp, but when it came to dealings and handling affairs with other people, he wasn't that smart. It was as if all his IQ and EQ was used for the game, and not even a tenth was available for other aspects. When it came to reality, some of the stuff he did was really stupid. Otherwise, Wilkinson wouldn't have been so easily swayed into signing a contract with 2S, and even a long-term one at that. The contract had especially strict clauses regarding switching teams just to guard against Wilkinson running over to Silver Wing in a moment of madness. The manager of 2S felt his head hurt as he saw all the reports online. Whatever, others can laugh all they want. Silverlight is not able to get anything for this. After all, at the start, Wilkinson's first choice had been Silverlight, but the Silver Wing gaming department manager didn't grab the chance. In any case, it was 2S that had unearthed a gem. In the beginning, Wilkinson's first choice had indeed been Silverwing 50 Polar Light, but Wayne had been considering it from the point of a team and had hesitated for a few days. During this hesitation, 2S had swooped in and grabbed this talented sapling. This was the reason Wayne looked so full of regret whenever Wilkinson was mentioned. While other esports clubs and netizens were watching and joking about this, over at Silver Wing, this wasn't the case. The Silverlight team, from the gaming department manager all the way to the esports athletes at the bottom, was not as merry as the outside world thought them to be. Instead, the atmosphere here was rather solemn. On the morning after the event, Wayne had just arrived at his office and sat down before he made a call to Fang Zhao. As the event ended too late yesterday, I wasn't able to look for you. I wish to talk with you about the problems regarding the team. The team had signed a number of people in the last 2 years. The team's results were decent, and they were the most successful esports team ever produced by a Yenzhou mixed entertainment company, which was something to be proud of. But in the last year, some team members had been negligent in their training and had slightly inflated egos. Wayne himself was not feared by the team members. Previously, because Fang Zhao had been undergoing military service followed by preparing for his concert, Wayne had not disturbed him. But now, finally, the occasion had arrived. Wayne spoke continuously for half an hour. All that he said could be summarized in a single sentence. These little fellas have to be put in order. After he had finished talking, Wayne heard Fang Zhao reply with one line. Got it. Although he had only received a 2-word reply after talking nonstop for half an hour, Wayne was still very satisfied. He felt much better now compared to the terrible mood he had been in after the Wilkinson situation. When the staff in the gaming department saw how much Wayne's mood had changed in 30 minutes, they were astonished. Did our manager just have something good happen to him? He seems in rather high spirits. I keep feeling that his smile seems a little creepy. Silver Wing Tower, 50th floor. A few newcomers were looking at the online comments of videos from yesterday's event. Ha 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 ha. Captain, you guys take a look. These netizens' comments are real funny. Those 2S people's expressions really look as though they are suffering from constipation. I reckon that they must be fuming with rage, huh? The few newcomers were laughing heartily when they suddenly realized that their seniors did not look at all happy. Captain, you guys, what's wrong? Even the normally outspoken hulk of a man, Milo, was silently staring out of the window. His eyes appeared blank, like he was slightly distressed. Jake leaned back in his chair and coldly said, Do you think we can run away? The newcomers were puzzled. Run away from what? Ding. A notification from the chat group. Team Captain Jinro's face twitched as he opened the message. It's here. All the members of the team hurriedly opened the chat group and saw that Alive After 500 Years, who rarely spoke, had sent a message. In typical Fang Zhao fashion, a set of coordinates and a time. That was all. Vice Captain Dorian winced as though his teeth hurt. Schwarzer wailed in anguish. The older batch of Silverlight members recalled the experience they'd once had. These perplexing reactions by their seniors made the newcomers even more nervous. Senior Schwarzer, why are you rubbing your chest? A newcomer asked. Schwarzer looked as though he was reliving a terrifying nightmare. It hurts. My innards were all shaken up. Actually, Senior Fang Zhao doesn't look all that frightening, a newcomer said. When the senior members heard this, they all simultaneously replied with a hee. On this day, the members of the Silverlight team did not shirk their duties. Many people realized that in the late morning, the members of the gaming team had been full of vigor, but in the afternoon, every single one of them was listless. Even those few lively ones were very silent. After that, everyone discovered that the Silverlight team had suddenly begun to be spirited. The cocksure swagger that had been cultivated over the past 2 years had also dwindled. It was as if the team had returned to when they had first been established. Wayne was satisfied when he saw the team's current drive. Indeed, he should go looking for Fang Zhao from time to time. This bunch of people needed to be flogged once in a while. Elsewhere, after Fang Zhao logged off, He passed the gaming helmet to Curly Hair. As his 10th gen console had been moved to the office, he only had a Fiery Bird gaming helmet at his residence. Normally, Curly Hair was the one playing it. Shortly after leaving the gaming room, Fang Zhao received some information from Wang Tai. Wang Tai had said he would need 2 days, but not even a day later, he had already found it. Fang Zhao took down Nova Roman's detailed location before contacting Zui Yu and Yin Biao. Pack your stuff. Prepare to head to a faraway place tomorrow. To a faraway place meant that perhaps an extended stay away might be needed. Boss, where are we headed? Zui Yu asked. Tizanxia. Tizanxia was the name of a small island affiliated with Meyer Sizhou. The next morning, Zui Yu and Yin Biao both brought travel suitcases. Boss, I have applied for a flying transport from the company. We can set off anytime. Zui Yu said. Noticing Curly Hair pacing up and down, Yin Biao asked, are we bringing Curly Hair? Bring him out to run, Fang Zhao replied. Curly Hair needed to be active. Ever since returning home, Curly Hair had spent a lot of time gaming. This wasn't good, and he still needed to head out to move around. As he was speaking, Fang Zhao received a call, so he turned and headed into his study. Watching Fang Zhao enter the study to answer the call, Zui Yu excitedly told Yin Biao, it's Tizanxia. That place is a great vacation destination. I have never been there before. We are bodyguards. We have to remain responsible and diligent. We cannot covet the pleasures in life. Yin Biao replied, a benefit of being Fang Zhao's bodyguard is that you can travel everywhere. In my first year being his bodyguard, I traveled to all 12 continents. What for? Probably to seek inspiration. At that time, Boss had accepted an assignment to compose an accompaniment piece for a game. I followed him as he visited every continent's cemetery of martyrs. However, we still visit each cemetery of martyrs every year. You will come along next time too, Zui Yu said. This time, what is Boss heading to Tizanxia for? Yin Biao asked. How would I know? Wherever Boss points to, we go to, no questions asked. Furthermore, given my experience, I reckon that the two of us will not get any chances to show off our capabilities during this trip to Tizanxia. And why is that? What do you think our assignment is supposed to be when we reach Tizanxia? Yin Biao had a puzzled expression. What are you trying to say? Zui Yu pointed at the excitable Curly Hair. To walk the dog. At the moment, in Silver Wing Tower, Duan Xianji opened an application for a vacation in her email inbox. It was from Fang Zhao. A vacation? What does return date undetermined mean? If the preparations for the concert a while back had been too tiring, heading out to relax a little was fine, but return date undetermined was a little subtle. If it was because he wanted to prepare for his next concert and wanted to go elsewhere to gain inspiration, that was also understandable. Whether it was a short vacation to relax or to prepare for his next concert, Duan Xianji would surely approve of it, but she had her doubts. When she called Fang Zhao to inquire, Fang Zhao only replied that he was going on a trip to Tizanxia. Tizanxia was a tourist destination. Many people loved having holidays there. When she first heard it, she didn't think there was anything special, but Duan Xianji kept feeling that something wasn't right. Because every time Fang Zhao went on vacation, he created a stir. How big or small the matter was directly proportional to the length of his vacation. So, this time, what exactly was Fang Zhao up to? Contemplating for half a day, Duna Qianji asked her secretary, is there any big news that I am unaware of? Duan Qianji's secretary was very clear what Duan Qianji meant by big news. Thus, she very calmly replied, all the big news in recent times has already been arranged and sent to you. Only these. At present, that's all. Having received this reply, Duan Qianji still felt rather uneasy. Keep an eye on Tizanxia. Chapter 281. Poisoned. Tizanxia was an island that had formed naturally during the period of destruction. It was a small area, but the landscape was very beautiful, and it was one of the top tourist destinations in the world. The only problem was that expenses here were high. At Tizanxia, just by taking a stroll, one would get to see many famous people from the sporting world and film industry and other elites from every continent. Here, if a certain celebrity was spotted, some people might express slight astonishment or perhaps calmly say, oh, isn't so and so? And that was all. Aside from the celebrity factor, on Tizanxia Island, there were 3 things that were especially famous, the 3 things that made up its name: tea, sand, and sea. Tea leaves offered by hotels here were all produced locally. Inside the rooms, there were hourglasses that had an implicit classical charm to them. The sand used inside was native to the island and was a golden yellow that was more dazzling than sand from other places. The seascape was also beautiful. Zhuyu sat beside the window, enjoying life and sipping tea. Afterward, he poured some dog food into Curly Hair's bowl. A short while later, Yin Biao returned from working out at the gym. I saw a number of stars in the gym. Our boss really isn't considered a big deal here, Yin Biao said. Fang Zhao would not cause too much of a splash here with his status. Furthermore, people here on Tizancia were already immune to celebrities. At most, if they came across their own idols, they would go over to chat or maybe take a photo. There wouldn't be any crazy fanatical actions. Besides, the police and security allocated here were sufficient, and this lightened the workload of bodyguards. In the 3 days that they had been here, besides heading out to walk the dog, they hadn't needed to do anything else. Just as Zhuyu had predicted, it really seemed like they were here just to walk the dog. Every day, Fang Zhao would head out, but he would not bring along Zhuyu or Yin Biao. The two of them did not complain either, because on the first day, Fang Zhao had really brought them along without saying much, just letting the two follow him. 5 hours later, they had lost him. At first, Fang Zhao appeared as if he was just taking a stroll, but as though he had seen someone. In a flash, the two bodyguards had lost sight of him. Shameful. Now, if Fang Zhao did not bring them along, they were too ashamed to say anything. Walking the dog? So be it. In the afternoon, Fang Zhao returned. In the 3 days he had been here, he had been investigating Director Nova Roman's movements and trends, as well as the director's recent emotional state. Wang Tai's information even had the confirmed location of the hotel and the room number, so finding Nova Roman had been easy. Even if Wang Tai had only been able to confirm that Roman was on this island, Fang Zhao had his own ways of locating Roman. In addition, regarding this matter, Wang Tai was especially proactive, as if he had been afraid that Fang Zhao would not be able to find who he was looking for. Every day, Wang Tai would send new information to Fang Zhao. The reason Wang Tai gave for his proactiveness was that he was a dedicated entertainment reporter. As for what the truth behind his motives was, Fang Zhao was well aware of that. Fang Zhao told Zhuyu and Yin Biao, "Tomorrow one of you will be following me out. We will be away for 4 days and 3 nights." The moment an assignment was mentioned, the two perked up. However, only one person could go. It was still rather competitive. "Where to?" Yin Biao asked, after clarifying the nature of the assignment. Only then could they decide who was more suitable. Tizin's number 9 cruise ship, Fang Zhao said. "I'm familiar with cruises. I shall go," Zhuyu offered without delay. Yin Biao did not know as much about this as Zhuyu. In the past, he had lived on an outpost at Planet Baiji for too long. He wasn't familiar with cruise ships and the like. However, because he did not understand such things, he wanted to go even more. "It's your turn to walk the dog tomorrow," Yin Biao reminded Zhuyu. "You can take over the duties first." "Nope." Noticing that Yin Biao and Zhuyu could not come to terms, Fang Zhao said, "You guys have 10 seconds to decide." Upon hearing the 10 seconds, they could not continue to argue. Zhuyu looked Yin Biao in the eye and said, "Tiebreaker." The so-called tiebreaker was rock, paper, scissors, best of 3. It appeared that these two had used this tiebreaker many times before. The next morning, Fang Zhao brought the rock, paper, scissors victor Zhuyu as they boarded Tizancia cruise ship number 9. Yin Biao stayed behind at the hotel. His responsibility was to walk the dog. Fang Zhao decided to go on the cruise because he knew that Director Nova Roman would be on it. Also, Nova Roman would be auctioning off a beryl gemstone. Fang Zhao had shown Director Roman's information to Zhuyu. Zhuyu also knew his own assignment. Fang Zhao did not need someone to follow beside him, but should Zhuyu catch sight of Director Roman anywhere, he had to let Fang Zhao know immediately. Fang Zhao did not watch Zhuyu closely after boarding the cruise. Zhuyu could actually go crazy and have fun. There were far too many entertainment activities on board. However, Zhuyu felt that he needed to be dedicated to his work. He understood all the different places on cruise ships and arranged a search plan. He also told Fang Zhao, proving that he wouldn't use this as a pretext to enjoy himself. As for why Fang Zhao was looking for Director Roman, Zhuyu did not ask. All he needed to do was carry out the search. Golden sandy beaches gradually got farther away. Ahead lay an azure blue expanse of ocean. On deck, there were a number of excited tourists shouting. Fang Zhao watched as the island became a speck in his vision as he pondered over where Roman had the highest possibility of being. Although he had received information that Roman would return to the auction, Fang Zhao felt that Roman might not necessarily show up. Roman's lot at the auction would definitely be his item, but Roman did not have to be present. Thus, Fang Zhao had brought along an extra person. He would let Zuiyu roam around and inform him if Roman was spotted. The cruise was huge, and the odds of encountering a specific person was low. If Roman was intentionally hiding himself, he would be practically impossible to find, and they would have to track him only when they returned to the island. However, trying was always an option. There were many other people who had the same intentions as Fang Zhao. Probably having also received news, they had assigned men to keep watch on the theater, casino, and various other places on board the cruise. However, currently, no one had even gotten a glimpse of Director Roman. At this time, in a certain high-level double suite on board Tizansia cruise ship number 9, a white-haired man clad in inconspicuous pajamas who looked like an old man frowned as he browsed through some resources displayed on screens. A middle-aged man in leisure clothing walked into the suite. Arno 1, I have just returned from the auction venue. There are at least 10 people trying to find you. MMHM. The person staring fixedly at the screens had only replied with a slight grunt, his eyes remaining glued to the screens. The one lazing on the sofa staring at the screens was indeed Director Nova Roman, who was being sought after by many film stars and reporters. Director Roman was only 99 this year, and according to the lifespans in the new era, he couldn't be considered elderly. Furthermore, he loved to exercise and looked fit and full of vigor. However, in order to avoid being sighted, Roman had made himself look a lot older. This way, he would not be easily recognized by others. For this trip, he had changed his hairstyle and even dyed it white. Only people who knew him well would call him Arno, and because of the current circumstances, the names Nova and Roman were sensitive. Thus, these friends of his called him Arno. The one who entered looked at the information on the screens inquisitively and asked Roman, "Are these the few newly recommended actors? How many important roles have yet to be decided? Hey, who is this little fella?" Numerous screens all displayed different people. Some were images, while others were photographs, but the screen that caught his attention was showing the image of a very young person. The people displayed on the other screens seemed more mature and older. There were even 2 who seemed of a similar age to Roman. Roman eyed the screen the other party was pointing at. That is Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao? I remember that the historical character you spent the most time researching during this period has that same name. That's right, exact same first and last name. What Roman had spent most of his time researching was the role of Fang Zhao. Although this person had not been a great general of the founding era, in actual history, he had left behind a legacy that did not lose to any of the great generals. According to actual history, he actually had much greater presence than Wu Yan, but for the film project, Founding Era, surely much of Yinzhou's stories would be told from Wu Yan's point of view. After all, Wu Yan was a great general of the Founding Era. Fang Zhao's deeds had mostly been leading the recovery of lost territory, but Wu Yan's capabilities and contributions could not be doubted either. Wu Yan was someone Fang Zhao had trusted and had ultimately taken over the burden of reclaiming their homeland. When Roman had gone through the historical resources for the first time, he had felt pity. In history, this person, Fang Zhao, had really been too unlucky. His life had been too short. Even though the character Fang Zhao did not have a leading role in this film project, he had an important supporting role, especially for the story of Yinzhou, and could not be neglected. When hearing Roman mention this, the other person suddenly recalled something. Back when there was the online survey, didn't a lot of people vote for him? The one about let Fang Zhao play the role of Fang Zhao. Yes, that's him. Then just let him try it out. The other person had just spoken when he saw Roman appear to begin pondering something, so he quickly changed his tune. Hey, don't take it for real, I was just joking. We can't be sloppy with this project. Everything will be fine as long as you follow your own criteria. Don't listen to me. Roman shook his head. I'm not saying that he won't do. Actually, at the start, I still thought well of him. Back during the voting activity, when netizens had all been joking and many people had voted to let Fang Zhao play the role of Fang Zhao, Roman had left a comment. that's a good idea. However, Roman loved to joke on the internet and had said many similar things, so from everyone's point of view, this had just been a joke from Roman. Roman was normally very active online, but after he had accepted the lead director role for this project, he had not spoken much online. Thus, nobody knew what his opinions were currently. Think well of him. This youngster isn't an actor, right? I have never heard of him winning any awards, the other party said. Aside from that, his manner, personality, skill, and other aspects are satisfactory. Regarding the historical figure Fang Zhao, Roman had seen the script, read through historical resources, browsed through the character analysis, and viewed actual historical footage from the confidential archives. The more he had seen, the clearer and clearer image in his head had become. But maybe it was because he had watched Project Starlight's Channel S5 and had seen many videos of that minor celebrity Fang Zhao. Now, whether Roman's eyes were open or closed, the image he had in his mind concerning the historical figure, Fang Zhao, seemed to be gradually coinciding with the image of Project Starlight's Channel S5's Fang Zhao. For a historical figure, 1,000 people would have 1,000 different opinions. In Roman's head, gradually engraving itself in his mind was the image of that minor celebrity. Because of this, Roman had sighed in a certain director's chat group. My brain has surely been poisoned. It was not known who had circulated this line, but it had caused lots of misunderstandings. This was also the reason there were many rumors in the outside world saying that director Roman had been severely poisoned and was receiving treatment in a certain hospital. There were even some rumors that he was critically ill. Roman had also found out from the news that he was close to dying. The other party swayed his wine glass and continued to study the person displayed on the screen that was clearly much younger than all the others. In any case, there is no way you are really going to let him act. Roman sighed lightly. I have really thought about it before. The other person's wrist trembled, and some wine spilled. Out. Casually wiping it up, he said, You better be kidding. Has showbiz declined? Is there nobody that can act? How can you have this sort of notion? Roman shook his head, but did not explain. Staying silent for a bit, he finally replied, It's a pity that Fang Zhao is a little too young. The actors of lead roles and important supporting roles were all older and had at least 20 to 30 years of acting experience. If there were any mistakes during filming, just pointing out the mistake would result in them rapidly remedying it. But Fang Zhao was too young and wasn't from the industry. If he did not act well during filming, or if he could not adapt to this series, much more time might be needed to remedy it. Furthermore, given his age, he might not be able to manage the latter half of his character's life in the film. If not for these, Roman really wanted to contact Fang Zhao to audition. When he realized that Roman really did not seem to be joking, the other party hurriedly said, Don't act hastily. You cannot randomly experiment with this project. If you pick the wrong actor, it might affect the quality of the entire film project. If that happens, even a globally acclaimed director like you might be dragged off the rostrum. Now is not the time if you really want to use a newcomer. If you are really unsatisfied, you can just create a virtual one, like a virtual idol. It's much more convenient. The latter idea was rejected by Roman. This sort of project that touches on the leaders of the period of destruction is too sensitive, and virtual idol methods cannot be used. Besides, when the project was rebooted, it was stipulated that virtual images were prohibited. Everything must be done by actual actors. Then you just have to take your pick slowly. I'm heading out for some fresh air first. Oh, right. Will you be heading to the auction venue at night? Not going. A body double of a similar build would appear at the auction. This double had a side profile that looked like the actual Roman. Roman had simply decided not to attend. He had only used this cruise as a pretext to change his working environment. The other party walked a few steps toward the door, but turned back again. A little worried, he pointed at the screen with Fang Zhao's image and exclaimed, You mustn't be impulsive. Don't go looking for this especially fresh youngster who isn't even in the industry to act. Many people worldwide are watching. Roman impatiently waved his hands to drive the other party out. Got it. I am just looking for some inspiration from this young fellow. He needed a peaceful environment to do some careful consideration. After the room had become silent once again, Roman added in a few other screens and played out demo clips of those few actors that had not been filtered out. These people acted very well, and they were all outstanding film stars. Roman did not have any qualms about their statuses, but when placed in the role of Fang Zhao, Roman kept feeling that there was a little something missing, as if they did not fit the image of Fang Zhao he had in his heart. Indeed, he had been too deeply poisoned by the image of Channel S5. Chapter 282, exactly the same. In the new era, many innovations in technology and means of transportation had rapidly upgraded, and many older methods had been phased out. But cruises had sentimental value and were a holiday option, so they continued to exist. The sun gradually disappeared beyond the point where the ocean met the sky, and night descended. Tizansia cruise ship number 9 was just like a small city-state traveling on the seas. All sorts of activities could be done on board, ranging from exercise, shopping, leisure, to entertainment, and many more. Guests could enjoy to their heart's content for the entire duration of their vacation. As sunlight completely disappeared, the cruise ship's lights still shone brightly, sparkling in the dark night. At the back of the ship, a song and dance performance was currently being held in the open-air theater. Fang Zhao was standing at a high place, carefully scanning the area, but he did not catch a glimpse of Nova Roman at all. Fang Zhao had decided to do a quick scan before moving off. The auction was about to start, and Fang Zhao had seen a number of film stars. Competition was intense. They were all probably trying to look for director Roman too and wanted to win the lot that Roman had put up for the auction. Perhaps Roman himself might be present. However, just at the moment that Fang Zhao decided to leave the open-air theater area, a large screen on the side displayed a notification that a guest was going to be performing here. Every performance held at this theater had already been arranged beforehand. The program list was displayed on the large screen at the side, but if a guest wished to go on stage and perform midway, only those who had gone through an audit and had sufficient qualifications could cut the line and go on stage to perform. Fei Harmonic. Fang Zhao was slightly astonished. He had never expected to encounter this talented musician here. This person was from Jizhou. In the past, Fang Zhao had only seen news about this individual online, mostly push notifications about entertainment gossip. An example was like this: talented performer's number X girlfriend of the year appears, or some gossip about him being intimate with some other celebrities. Disregarding his personal life, performance-wise, Fei Harmonic was indeed talented, and many older generations acknowledged this. During Fang Zhao's first concert in August, Xue Jing had brought along a few old friends. Among them had been an old man who especially loved violins. He had mentioned this junior Fei Harmonic a lot whenever he had talked. As long as the person in question's private affairs were not too excessive, they would regard talent more highly. Harmonic had made a name for himself when he had been very young. This was something those old seniors frequently spoke about. Harmonic was one of the few people who had held their first concert when they were only 10+ years of age. When he had been in secondary school, Harmonic had held his first high-level concert, and even now, after more than 30 years, his status in the music circles was still rising year after year. He had also received an invitation to join the founding-era music team. There were many young and outstanding musicians, so when Fang Zhao saw Fei Harmonic's name, he stopped in his tracks. This was the first time he would get to listen to a live performance by this talented musician that many of the older seniors praised so highly. A head full of dyed fiery red shoulder-length hair was Fei Harmonic's trademark. Normally, his words and actions seemed like those of a noble gentleman from the old era, but the moment he started performing, he appeared extremely passionate and deranged. The charm of a violin was undeniable. Some people loved how it could be used as an effective instrument to stir up emotions and transmit exquisite feelings, but there were others who loved the acute aspect of it. Although the current accompaniment could not be compared to the luxury of a formal concert, it combined classical and rock and roll in an upbeat tune. The speed and precision gave listeners a sense of vertigo. As the enthusiastic atmosphere dispersed, the flamboyant movements of the bow created a raging tempest that assaulted the senses, not giving listeners any slight moment to catch their breath as they worried that the bowstring might snap abruptly. The quivering of the bow displayed the innermost, surging feelings of the performer. Even someone not belonging to the industry would find it dazzling, as if the whole stage was on fire. This was a theatrical performer's method of combat. It could be said that the majority of people who had seen Fei Harmonic perform praised him to high heavens, except for people from Lizhou. When most people from Lizhou saw Harmonic's performances, subconsciously, they would think about something else. Because in Lizhou, there was a Zero. When Zero had been in secondary too, he had already been very famous in Lizhou. Because of his tendency to voice his thoughts and his illustrious family background, he'd had tens of millions of people following his social platforms. From a young age, Zero had been an internet celebrity, and the citizens of Lizhou were all too familiar with him. It could be said that any celebrities outside Lizhou, even if they were world-renowned superstars, would not be as popular as Zero in Lizhou. Even if Fei Harmonic had already made a name for himself and frequently appeared in entertainment and fashion magazines all over the world, his impact in Lizhou wasn't that big. Once, Zero had watched a performance of Fei Harmonic and posted a status on his social platform. He saws really well, but I have a nagging doubt. When he is pulling his bow in that deranged fashion, how does he play while flinging his head back without sawing off his own hair? If there was a person standing beside him, wouldn't that person get hit in the face? Fei Harmonic's trademark shoulder-length hair indeed puzzled a lot of people. That's not to say that it wasn't acceptable, but many performers who kept long hair would tie it up or put it in a bun during performances. However, this individual strayed from the norm and loved to be this willful. Thus, Zero had spent the entire duration of the performance studying the topic of how can he safely play the violin in that deranged fashion, and the Lizhou citizens who followed Zero's trends had also been swayed toward it. Actually, there were a number of people who'd already had these same doubts, but they had never voiced said doubts. Even if someone had voiced their doubts, as they did not have significant influence, not many people would have agreed. But Zero had ignited this fuse, and the topic had exploded. If it had been anybody else who had said this, Fei Harmonic would have stepped out to teach that person a lesson. But it just so happened that this was Zero of Lizhou's Renault family. *T stirrer. What else could he do? From then on, Fei Harmonic had placed Zero on his blacklist and had never again performed in Lizhou. Fei Harmonic was a highly sought-after person in the music, entertainment, and fashion circles. In the eyes of his many female fans, Fei Harmonic was an attractive and rugged star with flowing long hair. As for Zero, his level of being vocal had also increased. If Zero was here, he would probably have started sharing his thoughts already. After the song being performed on the stage concluded, the audience erupted into passionate applause and shrieks. Fei Fei, Fei Fei, Fei Fei, look over here. Fei Fei, another song. Fei Harmonic's fans lovingly called him Fei Fei, as it was easy to remember and was considerably more intimate. After his performance ended, Fei Harmonic smiled and waved at the surrounding audiences. When he stepped off the stage, he was immediately surrounded by a bunch of hot and pretty girls. As he left the venue, Harmonic caught sight of Fang Zhao. He evidently recognized Fang Zhao and paused for a moment, but very quickly, he looked away, so nobody around knew exactly who he had seen. Fei Fei, saw someone familiar? Somebody asked. Not familiar, just a stranger, one Harmonic said absent-mindedly. There had been a period where there was a lot of news reports pertaining to Fang Zhao. Although now there was all sorts of news replacing it, and making news about Fang Zhao appear forgettable. Not too long ago, Harmonic had heard his own teacher mention this up-and-coming youngster, so naturally, he could recognize Fang Zhao. However, Fang Zhao's status was not to the extent that he needed to go over and exchange greetings. From his point of view, Fang Zhao was just a prominent stranger he had come across on this vacation and wasn't really any different from other guests. Throughout Fei Harmonic's musical career, he had seen many stranger A's, stranger B's, C's, D's, and it wasn't worthwhile to pay them any heed. Thus, he quickly shoved this matter to the back of his mind and followed the bevy of beauties to have a pleasant night. Fang Zhao glanced at the program schedule at the side. Currently, there were no other guests heading up to perform, so he did not stay any longer. Turning around, he started walking to the nearest restaurant. He would have a meal before heading straight to the auction venue. As he was about to step into the restaurant, the doors opened and someone came out. This unfolded right in front of Fang Zhao's eyes, and his mind immediately went blank. The person who had emerged from the restaurant seemed middle-aged. Perhaps from not having smooth experiences in the past, he looked somewhat beaten. However, with the help of fine clothing and the influence of his mental state, he appeared high-spirited, as though he had overcome the vicissitudes of life. Of course, what attracted Fang Zhao's interest was not the other party's clothing, but that face. That face that was exactly the same as Fang Zhao's face in his past life. If Fang Zhao were to make a comparison between his current face and the face from his previous life, it would only be about 70%, but the person in front of him had actually achieved a similarity of more than 90%. With some slight makeup, this person's face would be exactly the same as Fang Zhao's past face. The other party's gaze fell on Fang Zhao, and he noticed Fang Zhao being flabbergasted. His eyes flickered in understanding, and he confidently said, "You are also here for the role." Yuan Shuang was an actor from Jinzhou. Although he had decades of acting experience, he still did not have a reputation. He had acting chops, but he couldn't be considered top-notch, and appearance-wise, he wasn't that attractive either. Having strived for decades, he still hadn't achieved much. Luckily, his managing company had not given up on a poor actor like him. Having grinded for a few decades, Yuan Shuang had given up on the glorious dream of being a star and would just survive on his company's welfare. Yuan Shuang knew that he looked like Yinzhou's leader during the period of destruction. But as there were very strict rules regarding that history, nobody dared to film anything about that subject matter, especially when there were very strict audits when it touched upon actual leaders during that time. Even when other people from his company talked about Yuan Shuang in private, they would say, "Even if you look like him, what can be done?" But who would have expected that with the reboot of the revolutionary film project, Founding Era, a transparent actor like Yuan Shuang would be dredged up by the company? Moreover, the company now prioritized his development. Nowadays, Yuan Shuang's company was spending huge amounts to groom him. The company's first objective was to fight for the role of Fang Zhao in Founding Era. Given Yuan Shuang's influence and status within the industry, snatching the role was very difficult. But who could know how things would turn out without trying? Even if he could not get that role, what about being a body double? Just getting into the Founding Era film project was a gargantuan achievement. Taking a step back, even if he could not land a role as a body double, with the start of the revolutionary film project, Founding Era, that signified that the subject of the period of destruction and the true history of those leaders were being revised and that restrictions would be relaxed. The policies were changing. In the future, there would be even more such dramas and movies related to this subject. Yuan Shuang would be able to exhibit this face of his, a special type of actor. Could any random person be able to do this? This was also the reason why, on the whole, Yuan Shuang's mental state was entirely different now. His value had risen. Yuan Shuang noticed that Fang Zhao was still staring at him, or to be more precise, at his face, and he could not help but feel somewhat pleased. He might not be high up on the attractiveness index when compared to other popular stars, but who let him be born with a face like a martyr's? It was completely natural, no plastic surgery, no prosthetics. It was just like that. Envious? Jealous? Back then, during the online voting activity for the role of Fang Zhao, Yuan Shuang had not been on the list of candidates. However, that online vote had only been spontaneous entertainment for netizens and didn't count for anything. Even if the topic, "Let Fang Zhao play the role of Fang Zhao," had gained a lot of traction, and there had indeed been many votes for Fang Zhao, how many voters had actually felt that Fang Zhao could act? It had merely been for laughs. Yuan Shuang could not help but compare himself with the Fang Zhao in front of him, one with the same name and one with the same face. Who had the advantage? Naturally, it was the face. Yuan Shuang walked over to the railing and chugged a mouthful of wine. Viewing the open-air theater stage below, Yuan Shuang was seemingly immersed in the performance. His face appeared slightly intoxicated, but the words that came out of his mouth were cold. "Fang Zhao, I guess. A word of advice from Uncle. Give up on this dream. There is no way you will get selected for the drama. You are too young, and you aren't even an actor. For this sort of high-level project, Director Roman will not use a newcomer for such an important role, let alone a newcomer from a different industry." Pausing for a bit, he eyed Fang Zhao and continued when Fang Zhao did not appear to have much of a reaction. "I'm not criticizing you. My status isn't high enough, and it will be difficult for me to even snatch the role. But my motive is to be a special type of actor, just playing the role of Fang Zhao. Even if I don't get selected for Founding Era, there will be other paths. What about you? From what I see, in this fight for the role, you have even fewer advantages than me." Even Li Zhou's Renault family's senior master had been unable to get any good roles inside Founding Era. For the role of Fang Zhao in the series, even the slightest of slip-ups could not be tolerated. Or could it be that you have thicker skin than Zero? Perhaps your backers are even more solid? From Ruan Shang's point of view, although Fang Zhao had had a growing reputation over the last 2 years, and he had raised his global profile, he could only be considered an internet celebrity, and when compared to an internet celebrity like Zero, who was the son of an aristocratic family, the difference was vast. Even Zero had been unable to land a satisfactory role. You, Fang Zhao, can only be considered a fart. Don't you even have a F***king idea whether you can even get selected? How much do you know about this Fang Zhao person? If you want to fight for this role, you don't just go about it by having a little online fame and having the exact same name. Do you know about the contributions of Fang Zhao, his battles? How much do you understand about his temperament, the way he thinks, his lifestyle habits? If you want to vie for such a role, you need to put in time and effort to study meticulously. You have to constantly improve. Throw away any ego you originally had. All of these. How much have you prepared? Wan Xuan drank more wine. He had said quite a lot, while Fang Zhao had quietly listened at the side. Wan Xuan reckoned that his words had had some effect and had influenced Fang Zhao's decision, that this youngster now had the intention of backing off, but in fact, currently, Fang Zhao's emotions were considerably complicated. He did not know the name or history of the person in front of him who had the exact same face as his past lives. Yet here this person was making a solemn vow saying that he wanted to be a special type of actor and play the roles of Fang Zhao, even advising Fang Zhao himself to read more historical resources to understand the character. There were words Fang Zhao chose not to speak and held back in his heart. Pardon me for being blunt, but whether it's 500 years ago or right now, nobody understands me best but me. I don't have to throw away any ego I had because it is still me. Chapter 283, Making a Casual Police Report. Fang Zhao understood what Ruan Shang had said. Indeed, it made sense. Fang Zhao was disadvantaged because he wasn't an actor and had never formally acted before. With regard to films, he had not produced any works, nor could he talk about experience. He simply had nothing. But he still had to take a shot. Even if he was rejected, he had tried his best. Why was Fang Zhao going to such lengths? Despite it, clearly having nothing to do with his own profession, why did Fang Zhao not understand his own limits, and why was he trying to vie for a role in such a series? The same role performed by different individuals would give people different impressions. For people of the new era, when it came to history, among all the similarly ranked leaders of that period, Fang Zhao was the one with the least presence. This was partly due to Fang Zhao not having been able to survive to the end. There were videos and photographic resources left behind, but a lot of those were not available to the public. Unlike Fang Zhao, the other generals that had survived to the founding era had been able to leave behind more resources that were readily available. Exactly what sort of person was this historical figure Fang Zhao? When this question was posed to people from every continent, even Yinzhou natives found it difficult to answer. There were only some insubstantial historical excerpts and a pittance of photographs. As for unofficial historical excerpts, those could only be viewed as gossip and could not be taken seriously. Once, Fang Zhao had been curious and had bought a book about unofficial histories sold to the masses. It had been so exasperating it had been funny. At that time, Zuyu had noticed his boss's expression wasn't looking too good and had explained, "Don't take these too seriously. All of these are just groundless claims." In the past, there had been compilations by authors that had been too excessive and had infuriated descendants of the great generals, who had proceeded to smother them right away. The book that Fang Zhao had read belonged to a category that had a lower degree of fabrication and had not been targeted by the descendants of great generals from the various continents. Founding Era was considered a historical adaptation and would portray the truth as much as possible, but the series would surely have some embellishments and alterations, so it would not be exactly the same as history. Even so, Fang Zhao still wished to let people 500 years after CA Fang Zhao that was as close as possible to the true history. In the first ever officially approved large-scale film project on the period of destruction, he hoped that everyone would get to see the Fang Zhao edition Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had some confidence in his acting abilities. Truthfully speaking, during the period of destruction, under those chaotic and complex circumstances, there had also been fighting between people, and as leaders of their caliber, they had all been drama queens. There had been times when pretending to be weak had been required, and there had been times when one had had to show the four human emotions: happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. To achieve certain objectives, pretenses had been needed. Sometimes, concealment had been necessary. And the more their statuses had risen, the more impossible it had become to reveal their true thoughts at any given moment. A single moment of carelessness could have resulted in the loss of their own lives as well as those of their comrades. But acting in front of a camera, and acting well, needed to be learned. After all, he wasn't a professional. Fang Zhao had started reading some resources on aspects of acting beforehand. He was learning the theory first. He had also enrolled in virtual training classes online and taken virtual courses. This was all just preparation work. Fang Zhao did not think that he could compete with those famous film stars after just a short while. All he knew was that he understood the role better. As he understood his own advantages, naturally, he also could see his own shortcomings. Yuan Shuang's words had mainly been to tell Fang Zhao the difficulties and get him to back out. One less competitor would result in a brighter glimmer of hope. Fang Zhao could see where Yuan Shuang was coming from, but he did not say a word. He was just too flabbergasted seeing someone who looked exactly the same as he used to look. There were many people in the world that looked alike, but this was the first time Fang Zhao had encountered such a situation. At this moment, a group of youngsters came out from a nearby restaurant and walked past Fang Zhao and Yuan Shuang. They reeked of alcohol and were happily chatting about heading to the entertainment center to have fun. A very common scene. Fang Zhao gaze swept over them and lingered on one of the youths. He looked away, naturally, and said to Yuan Shuang, "Sorry, I have something to attend to." Yuan Shuang stopped talking upon hearing what Fang Zhao said, and he smiled. "All right, go ahead." As he watched Fang Zhao's back slowing moving away, Yuan Shuang assumed that his words had been effective. This youngster finally could not bear it and was running off to hide. Yuan Shuang shook his head and sighed. He is indeed still too young and inexperienced. What he had said certainly made sense, but his main motive had been to get Fang Zhao to give up on this idea. Being so easily persuaded and changing his mind so quickly, he was indeed still a youngster. Fang Zhao did not know that Yuan Shuang was thinking. Instead, he was following that boisterous group of youngsters, mainly watching one person from the group. He had smelled the stench of blood on the person's body. Furthermore, although this youngster seemed to be happily conversing with those people around him, he might not have belonged to the same group. This person seemed a little fishy. Fang Zhao's accumulated experience from his past life might not be enough to completely see through a person, but if his eyes and intuition realized something fishy, then something was definitely wrong. Fang Zhao followed behind the group, but he kept his distance and wasn't discovered. Further ahead was a street-like area on the cruise ship. It was much noisier, and the entire street was flanked with shops on both sides selling everything under the sun. There were also places of entertainment, and it was extremely lively here. It was just like a bustling street in a city. Fang Zhao watched as that youngster separated from the group. The group headed to a casino, whereas this youngster walked over to a chain restaurant on the other side. Mulling it over for a bit, Fang Zhao dialed the ship's police hotline. That's right, to ensure the safety of the guests on board, this cruise ship was armed with a police squad. Each of Tisanxia's large-scale cruise ships was equipped with one. The call was answered in no time. "Hi, Tisanxia Cruise Ship Number 9's police office duty room. There is a person here that should be investigated," Fang Zhao said. Inside the cruise's duty room, a young police officer looked at a display on the screen as he replied to the call. On it was the information and position of the person reporting. The screen was split in two. On the left was Fang Zhao's personal information, and on the right side was an image captured by the surveillance system. Fang Zhao appeared in it. As he read through Fang Zhao's personal information, particularly striking was the column that read, "Reserve Duty Major." When the receiver saw this, he lifted an eyebrow. His original casual expression changed as he became serious and sat a little straighter. Another police officer noticed this situation and quietly came over and studied the screen. They frequently received calls from kids who had nothing better to do and were used to encountering such pranks. That was why, when he had heard Fang Zhao's calm and unhurried tone and saw nothing suspicious on the surveillance system, the police officer had mistaken it for a prank call. However, when he saw "Reserve Duty Major," he no longer treated it as a joke. Fang Zhao's current status and online fame did not necessarily mean that the cruise's police squad needed to give him special treatment. The police here encountered too many famous celebrities. They might know of Fang Zhao and know that he had been a hot topic for a bit, but they would not know any detailed information. But when they saw a reserve duty major, they got serious. This had a much greater impact, and they were more inclined to believe the judgments of a reserve duty officer. They were willing to believe Fang Zhao's words, just in case. We have already determined your location. Please point out the position of the target person as well as any distinctive features, the police officer said. As he had been speaking, Fang Zhao had walked into that chain restaurant. The place was clamorous and warm, and it had the fragrance of freshly prepared food. There were many people in the restaurant, and it was quite noisy. Fang Zhao scanned his surroundings, then continued, 20 meters ahead of me. A youth, slender, about 173 meters, short brown hair, and a dark gray jacket. He just got a glass of wine from the bar counter. There wasn't a need for a detailed description. Fang Zhao knew that with the current level of the surveillance systems, those in the police duty room could easily detect and lock onto the target person. Sure enough, Fang Zhao had not yet finished speaking when the system locked onto the target and even let Fang Zhao verify that it was the right person. On the screen in the police duty room, following the lock on the target, the person's personal information and identity were displayed. At first glance, there was nothing suspicious about the person's identity, but nothing suspicious didn't mean anything. Falsifying documents was still possible. Watch him. Bring out previous surveillance footage of this person. Those in the police duty room started to move. As for Fang Zhao, after ending the call, he went to find something to eat. He would leave the rest to the police squad. Fang Zhao had made a casual police report not for merit or fame. He would leave the capturing of criminals to the police. Although he was a reserve duty major and had lawful gun ownership rights, he did not have the authority to interfere here. However, 2 minutes later, Fang Zhao looked around the restaurant but did not see the suspicious person at all. That person had probably left the restaurant, but Fang Zhao would leave that to the cruise ship's police squad. Fang Zhao sat near the windows, enjoying his dinner while contemplating what to do next. The area beside the windows was slightly cooler and quieter. It was more suitable to do some pondering. At the same time, the people in the police duty room were investigating. The sharp gaze of the police squad's captain scanned through the investigation results of the few pieces of surveillance footage that had been brought up. Although he doesn't seem to be that suspicious, half an hour ago, where did he disappear to for 5 minutes? Continue investigating. From my experience, there might be something wrong with this person. As he spoke, the police captain also became curious. Who made the report just now? Does he have a dog's nose? What sharp perception? He might not even lose to a cemetery guard. Chapter 284. Plea for help. Fang Zhao didn't know what kind of gossip the security guards on the cruise ship were trading about him. He was preoccupied with the prospect of running into Director Roman at the auction later in the day. How many competitors were also in the running? How would he deal with them? Thanks to habits formed during the period of destruction, Fang Zhao was a fast eater, although he had already slowed down significantly to cope with his current life. Still, he was faster than the others. He started noticing curious glances thrown his way, but they bore no ill will, so he didn't mind. After finishing his meal, Fang Zhao checked the time. There was still a while to go before the auction started, so he called Zuiyu for an update. Zuiyu had no news on Roman's whereabouts, but had overheard some folks mentioning the director. In conversation, they all knew about the auction, so odds were Fang Zhao would run into quite a few like-minded folks at the auction. After hanging up, it was about time, but just as he was getting ready to get up and leave, Fang Zhao heard his name called with a soft laugh. Fang Zhao. He lifted his head to see a beautiful blonde girl take a seat across from him. She was holding half a cup of fruit tea whose aroma was wafting through the air. The blonde girl stared at Fang Zhao. I know who you are. I saw you at the Fiery Bird annual gala that year in Huangzhou. My friend and I are fans of yours. Even though she sounded quite emotional and her facial expressions were exaggerated, her gaze was relatively calm. Fang Zhao had come across many crazy fans in Yanzhou. He could tell instantly that the blonde girl before him was faking it. Then again, her indifference was also understandable. Someone who showed up on a luxury cruise ship filled with rich people in Tianxia had to come from money. A-list celebrities were regular sightings, so Fang Zhao was nothing to write home about. Also, judging from her pattern of speech, Fang Zhao guessed she was from Huangzhou. Apart from her snobbish tone and her comment, there was also her syntax and accent. "What are you doing here?" "You're not." The blonde leaned in, her bright blue eyes staring at Fang Zhao flirtatiously. "Are you here for Director Roman too?" Fang Zhao glanced at the girl, probably still in secondary school, and arched his eyebrows slightly. He was about to answer when he heard the blonde continue. "It's okay if you don't own up to it. Totally understandable. 8 out of the 10 actors I ran into today are here for Roman. The auction is about to start. I won't keep you. Why don't you sign me an autograph as a keepsake? I have 2 friends who are also your fans. Pity they are out shopping." She claimed to want Fang Zhao's autograph, but she had absolutely nothing for him to sign. Not a piece of paper or anything, not even a pen. Fang Zhao stared at her in silence. Realizing she didn't have anything handy, the blonde took off her jacket and tossed it in front of Fang Zhao, without any hint of embarrassment. "Sign here." The blonde girl wore a skimpy tank top that revealed a big chunk of her midriff, her look typical of the type of wholesome beauty common during teenage rebellion, part innocent, part sexy. She rotated her teacup with one hand and twirled her hair with another as she gauged Fang Zhao with a mischievous smile. She wanted to jam Fang Zhao in a moment of embarrassment or awkwardness or any other type of discomfort. Fang Zhao glanced at the young woman, raised his arms to shut a nearby window, and asked a waiter to bring a pen that would leave a permanent mark on clothing. He signed quickly and returned the jacket. The evening breeze is very chilly. The temperature gets quite low outside. The blonde blanked. It clearly wasn't the response she had been expecting. She picked up her autographed jacket without so much as a glance and said, "Do you have anything else to say to me?" Fang Zhao pondered, then, with a kind smile, responded, "Have you finished your homework yet?" That comment came across even chillier than the sea breeze. The blonde froze, a look of astonishment replacing her mischievous smile. She hadn't expected Fang Zhao to say something like that. She was a rising Year 6 secondary student, the equivalent of a rising senior under the education system of the old era. The workload at most new-era secondary schools was typically quite heavy in the summer between Year 5 and Year 6. Summer vacation wasn't over yet in Huangzhou, and the new term was about to start. The summer workload was indeed significant, something even a rich kid had to cope with, not to mention the fact she still hadn't finished her summer homework. F***CK. Party pooper. The blonde girl stopped smiling. She frowned, hissed, and stormed out. Fang Zhao sighed. "I really don't know what's going on in the heads of kids these days." He was just about to leave when he got another call. It was a number he didn't recognize, but it was tagged verified. Fang Zhao put it through. "Fang Zhao? This is Eric, head of security here on Tizansia cruise ship number 9. A pale-looking Eric was sitting in his office. After receiving the tip from Fang Zhao, he had dug up footage of the suspicious-looking man, and he had found the man questionable as well. He had sent officers to pick the man up while keeping an eye on the surveillance footage, but lo and behold, the suspect had disappeared and his men couldn't track him down. Meanwhile, Eric had gotten word after ordering a thorough inspection of the entire vessel that 2 heavily injured sailors had been found unconscious in a storeroom. They would have been lost causes had they been found any later. After confirming that something was going down, Eric had ordered his men to locate the suspect while continuing the inspection and keeping up appearances. But the suspect was slick as a piece of hot butter. Taking advantage of his stature, he had blended into the crowd seamlessly. Before they had known it, he had been gone. Even though the cruise ship was fitted with many security cameras, the cruise ship's wealthy patrons had their concerns about privacy. The cameras were mainly installed in public places and some of the shopping malls. Not every inch of the ship was under surveillance. What if they lost the suspect? What if they couldn't track him down? Should Eric expand the search? Most definitely. He had to keep looking and deploy more men, but at the same time, Eric decided to contact Fang Zhao as well. People had different strengths. Some folks could pick up a scent from miles away, like cemetery guards, for example. No quality of disguise could fool their eyes and their inexplicable instincts. Given the fact that it was Fang Zhao who had called in the tip, considering he seemed to have instincts that rivaled the cemetery guards, then why not ask him to assist? Eric looked up Fang Zhao's personnel records. He had to be quite competent to have been promoted to officer grade during one brief year of military service. As much hyperbole as the news reports contained, they had some grounding in facts. So Eric decided to utilize whatever assets he had at his disposal, lest any go to waste. Otherwise, he might have yet another unsolved crime on his hands. Why another? Because incidents like this were too common. Not to mention that many of the tycoons aboard had their own bodyguards. They didn't give a d*****in about anything that didn't concern them. Who cared if someone might be missing, if someone's life hung in the balance? As long as they had fun and partied hard, nothing else mattered provided the cruise ship's security detail didn't get in the way. So even if Eric wanted to expand his investigation, he would meet resistance. That was another reason he wanted to ask Fang Zhao for help. It was a hassle-free, efficient, and low-profile solution. After briefing Fang Zhao on the situation, Eric made clear his request for help. Fang Zhao looked at the time. The auction was about to begin. He responded decisively. No problem. Did you pick up a trail? Where did you lose him? As he listened to Eric's voice through his headset, Fang Zhao headed in the opposite direction of the auction, leaving the restaurant. In a hurry. In another corner of the restaurant, the blonde girl who had just asked Fang Zhao for his autograph was meeting up with her friends and giving them the lowdown on her encounter. A pair of siblings, fraternal twins, craned their necks and surveyed their surroundings. Zhao God is here too. Where? The blonde girl hadn't lied about the fact that her friends were Fang Zhao's fans. The twins were fans indeed, and of the more fanatic variety at that. They got emotional upon hearing that Fang Zhao was also on the cruise ship. He left. I just saw him head that way in a hurry. The blonde girl pointed her finger in the direction Fang Zhao had gone. Then the girl realized something was wrong. That's not the direction of the auction. So he's not here for Roman after all. Was I wrong? That's right. I heard the director of Founding Era is on board and that he is scheduled to attend the auction, another person said. Speaking of Fang Zhao, I remember voting for him in an online poll on who should be cast as Fang Zhao. I did it for fun, but to be serious, there's no way he will be cast. The twins were already disappointed that Fang Zhao had left. That comment was the last straw. Why wouldn't my Zhao God be cast? Yeah, of course he might be. The twins were determined to defend their idol. They had started out as gaming fans. After a series of events, they had become Fang Zhao's diehard fans. All their friends knew. Once the topic of their idol came up, any semblance of reason or decorum went out the window. To put it bluntly, they went from normal people to psychos instantly. Young people were prone to getting emotional, especially teenagers. Once they got started, there was no talking sense into them. The friends who had just said that Fang Zhao was a long shot raised their hands in surrender. Okay, we're not going to argue with diehard fans like you. The cast will be announced soon. Nothing speaks louder than the facts. In fact, the twins weren't total idiots. Of course they knew that a blockbuster project like this had strict standards. Fang Zhao had an edge in gaming, but when it came to movies, he really had nothing going for him. The twins just didn't want to concede defeat in front of their friends. Never mind how boisterous they were in defending their idol. Now that they had calmed down and reason had set in, the twins moped and sighed silently. Sigh. How come Founding Era can't be postponed for a few decades? Who knows? By then Fang Zhao might be a much bigger star. He might be a contender then, but now is a bit early. But matters concerning Founding Era, its casting decisions, and so on, weren't things these kids had a say in. The twins consoled themselves by saying, why don't we save up our allowance and fund a TV series for our idol? Chapter 285, Expert. Whatever the twins were currently thinking about, they were temporarily unable to find Fang Zhao. They had even